It was very difficult for him. His strength literally left his body. It was necessary to immediately run away and move to the left, otherwise the consequences would be truly irreversible. His eyes lowered and he was ready to say goodbye to his life. But he still decided that it was worth trying to fight back, even if this battle would be the last in his miserable life. Therefore, he immediately rushed into battle, humiliating and destroying absolutely everyone who stood in his way. After destroying the pathetic ninjas and taking a few more steps, he realized that he just wanted to be strong and gain respect, so that no matter who he meets on his way, he can fight him with dignity. But now Gujong Myung, who is the elder of the Huangshan mountain clan, and also an excellent martial artist, was already waiting for him. Therefore, having encountered him, the guy no longer had any chance to stay alive. He himself understood this, so tears began to well up in his eyes, since he had already received a lot of damage. He came to the Demon Academy to become stronger and face difficulties again and again for many years. However, it seems that now his life will end there since he simply cannot cope with such a difficulty. He was trembling all over with fear and realized that this was rather unfair, since he did not want to die now. Saul Hui began to scream and realized that if he knew other martial arts, there would still be a small chance of salvation. Still, he looked with all his strength at his opponent and asked if he really had to die today. However, after this question, everything changed and a system appeared before his eyes, which offered him a complete reboot. Saul Hui successfully chose her and began to slowly lose consciousness, realizing that he did not want to die at all because he still had so much to do in life. But there was simply no other choice. So now he had to meet with the ruler of the Supreme Court. But then he still had no idea what he had gotten himself into. And for now, he was simply lying in the water unconscious. He no longer had the strength, and all he dreamed about was a good sleep, which he so lacked. Saol Hui dreamed of studying the demonic art that shortens a person's lifespan, so he entered the Demon Academy. He never learned a single demonic art because for many years all he did was go to search parties and reconnaissance. And then he realized that his life was over, and he died just during that meeting with Master Gujong Myung. He closed his eyes and realized that his life was indeed very miserable. However, Saol Hui quickly grabbed his head and began screaming in pain. Looking around, he realized that something was wrong here. He was perplexed and could not understand what was happening. So Saol Hui stood up in a panic and was extremely scared. Before his eyes was his old training center, which he had forgotten about a long time ago. Now he had even more questions than before because he could not understand what had happened to him. He was absolutely sure that he died that night. Saol Hui had already begun to suspect that he was in a dream, but all this really looked like reality. He grabbed his head and suggested that all this could have happened because of one person. It was Mantis, the Lord of the Supreme Court, who ordered the guy and his men to simply inspect the surrounding area, assuring them that the deputy director himself would do all the work. He continued his walk and kept holding his head, trying to find answers to his questions. But he didn't have to walk alone for long, as two men were already following him. They shouted at his back and asked what the squad leader had forgotten here. Saol Hui clearly had no time for conflicts now, since it was now very difficult for him to even walk, not to mention a full-fledged fight. His interlocutors never received an answer, so they considered this behavior disrespectful. Jiksang was the representative of the Supreme Court, so he quickly picked up Saol Hui and looked him straight in the eyes. Then he hit him in the stomach with all his might, thereby making it clear that no one dares disrespect him. Saol Hui began to scream in shock as he clearly did not expect the situation to develop like this. After that, Jiksang threw the guy straight into the wall to demonstrate his strength. This even made him feel a little awkward and funny, so he said that he did it by accident because his hand slipped. After that, he walked closer to Saol Hui, who was the squad leader of the flying faction, and asked if he was still half asleep. He ordered him to immediately come to his senses, because right now the commander of the Flying Moon Squad, Juk Myung, is standing in front of him. Saol Hui was surprised by this behavior and didn't even know how to react. After all, instead of feeling pain in his stomach, he was more shocked by what was happening. This bald man still stood in front of him, who continued to repeat the same phrase. After that, Saol Hui realized that he had definitely lived through this situation before, and if he was right, then the next thing he would say. If you lack skill, then you should at least be able to bow your head. And that's exactly what happened. The realization that Saol Hui had returned to the past made him extremely scared, so he visibly began to panic. Juk Myung came closer to him and said that the Lord of the Supreme Court was waiting for the guy in his office right now. Saol Hui was surprised because there was no such moment in his memory. Juk Myung decided to give him advice and also said that he was very lucky. This was very strange because he clearly did not expect this. Saol Hui was well aware that Jiksang was a real rat who could only come so close to him for one reason. All because Juk Myung was covering his back, although he is noticeably lower in rank than Sol Hui. The guy was very angry with him for this behavior, so he hoped that someday he would come across Chick San, where he could take revenge on him. Chick San continued to laugh at him, but the guy didn't care so much anymore since more important things appeared. While Seol Hui was walking towards the Lord, he began to realize that his whole body was covered in goosebumps, as it was as if he had returned to the past and remembered these moments that began to repeat themselves. He began to think and analyze the current situation and could not understand what was hanging over his heads. Seol Hui began to suspect that he was dreaming, but still discarded such ideas, since this was definitely his new reality. After this moment, he clearly realized that he had returned to the past, precisely to the moment when he was about to meet with the Lord of the Supreme Court. Seol Hui thought about it and realized that it seems that God gave him another chance to live his life and correct all his mistakes, so he simply must do it. He approached the ruler and understood that it was he who planned his death. Mantis continued to drink his tea and was not distracted, although the guy had already entered his office. Seol Hui was very angry with him, but he simply introduced himself and said that he came at his behest to receive orders. The situation developed exactly as he had imagined. The guy needed to carefully analyze the situation, since the current head of the holy deity's courtyard turned out to be here too. There is a place called the Red Demon Chamber, which is the main branch of the academy, within which there are as many as 5 courtyards. Their leaders not only have incredible martial arts skills, but also wield demonic flames. It is capable of melting an enemy to the bone in one flash. So due to his terrible nature, the Lord thoughtlessly destroyed. And he did this to absolutely everyone who didn't like him or didn't obey him. And although he was definitely not someone Seol Hui could trust, he had no choice but to obey him. Mantis told his interlocutor that they had previously talked about this young man, so he introduced them to each other. The head of the holy deity was surprised, because it seems that Seol Hui is really as strong as the Lord said about him. But he was really embarrassed by the way the guy greeted them, so he immediately reprimanded him. Seol Hui was really nervous for some reason and just tilted his head slightly. But after he was scolded, he immediately fell to the ground and asked for forgiveness for his indecent behavior. The head of the holy deity wanted to reprimand Mantis, but he quickly calmed him down and stood up for the guy, and also asked not to put him in an awkward position. Seol Hui also said that he did not know at all how to properly behave in front of the leader of the holy deity's court, since he had no such experience. But the guy was also unpleasant from the realization that 4 days ago, the Lord himself ordered him to greet everyone in this way. After such a ridiculous performance, Mantis ordered the guy to get to his feet. Seol Hui looked at him with hatred and understood that this kind of thing really seemed to amuse the old grandfather a lot. And after such a performance, the conversation really became more constructive, where Mantis asked if the guy wanted to become an employee in Keon-il. Seol Hui began to understand perfectly well that if this is Keon-il, then the Lord is revealing his true essence right now. Mantis said that he took additional measures due to the guy's passion for demonic arts. Seol Hui understood perfectly well that Mantis was trying to lure him to a place where thousands of secret books were located. However, on the other hand, it was worth understanding that not everything is as simple as it might seem at first glance. Therefore, Mantis said that he still thought of giving Seol Hui another task that would suit him much better, which he clearly did not expect. He immediately remembered a picture in his head in which he would die again if he accepted this task. Seol Hui clenched his hand into a fist and began to fully understand that Mantis would order him to go to the Huangshan Mountain Clan outpost and also take only a knife with him. The guy understood perfectly well that he needed to get out, because if he accepted this task, then there would be no other chance to change his fate. Therefore, he looked at the Lord and clearly realized that he was no longer going to die. He decided to talk to him calmly and said that he would like to discuss this task. However, imagine his surprise when the same system appeared in front of him, offering to make another choice, during which his fate would be decided. He was scared because time seemed to have completely stopped. The head of the holy deity also froze in place, unaware of anything. Seol Hui literally trembled with fear because he had already died once and returned to the past, so the situation was completely repeating itself, which was very, very frightening. The system reminded him of its existence and the need to make a choice and think carefully about how to respond to the Lord. Therefore, he decided to take the easiest option of all possible and told Mantis that he wished to receive another order. He was scared because he didn't know what consequences this could lead to, so he had no choice but to just wait. Mantis looked at him in surprise. It seems he clearly did not expect such behavior. Even the head of the holy deity was not prepared for such audacity. Seol Hui immediately covered his mouth with his hands, trying to correct the situation. He understood that he had just said really big nonsense and now he would be punished for not thinking. The Lord stood up and was shocked because he had not even given the guy any order yet. After these words, he was extremely angry because he did not expect such insolence from his subordinates, since no one dares to ask him for another order. Everything around lit up, just like the eyes of Mantis, who seemed to want to destroy the guy for such behavior. Sol Hui fell to the ground and just prayed that everything would somehow work out and he would be able to justify himself. He was all scared, and his hands were shaking, because he could not understand why there was such a strong thirst for blood in this room. He had heard of demonic flames before, but now it seemed like something completely different. He felt as if something was biting him on the neck. He immediately grabbed onto it and realized that now he really had very big problems. Mantis was extremely angry and did not want to tolerate such behavior from his subordinates, so it was simply a matter of principle for him to take revenge on such an arrogant young man. Sol Hui understood perfectly well that if everything continued in this way, then he really wouldn't last long. Mantis was already preparing to say goodbye to the guy forever, as his anger knew no bounds. But it seemed that time had stopped again, and the next stage was approaching. Mantis started screaming and said that this needs to stop immediately. Therefore, the sword near Sol Hui's head immediately stopped, making him even more nervous. He was shocked because standing in front of him was a beautiful ninja girl. Sol Hui could not understand how she ended up here, because he had just spoken with the Lord, and if he had spoken a little later, the consequences could be catastrophic for him, exactly the same as if he had accepted the same task again. Sol Hui didn't even have time to react, because he would only realize everything after he said goodbye to his head. The girl was a vassal who guards the ruler of the Supreme Court, and her name is Hook B. The Lord sat down at his desk and told the guy that now he was ready to try again and listen to everything that Sol Hui wanted to tell him. He also grabbed his beard and said that based on the results of their dialogue, he would decide what to do with him, to spare him, or to execute him. This made Sol Hui even more nervous, because he clearly didn't want any problems for himself. He fell to his knees and began to cry, begging to be understood correctly, because when he asked for a different order, it was not because he wanted to choose it himself. Mantis was surprised because he did not understand what the problem was then. Sol Hui continued and said that this is all because recently there have been rumors that the Huangshan mountain clan is gathering at the Hanam border. Mantis laughed, but Sol Hui began to press for pity and understood that the Lord of the Supreme Court would be able to spare him only if everything went according to his own plan. Sol Hui glanced at Mantis and asked, "Isn't getting rid of the enemies from the Huangshan mountain clan their sacred duty?" And while Mantis was thinking about his words, Sol Hui said that he would like to take advantage of this opportunity because their flying faction squad specializes in reconnaissance and surveillance. Therefore, if he's informed about the timing of the professor's expedition, then everything can be much better. Sol Hui prepares for it and joins her with pleasure. Mantis smiled and began to think about this proposal. Sol Hui only hoped that he would still approve of him, otherwise his fate would end in this very room. The head of the holy deity began to laugh loudly because he was indeed very funny. He told Mantis that it seems that there was a leak of information from the Heavenly Falcon's courtyard to the core. Otherwise, how would a simple squad leader know about the rumors? Mantis also thought about this and looked at the guy again. Sol Hui was extremely scared but hoped that he would be spared now. Mantis relaxed and said that this whole situation was really very funny because he was already going to entrust him with something in any case. The deputy commander will personally go to the place that Sol Hui mentioned, but before that, they must ask someone to scout the area. If Sol Hui goes there, he will need to find out what kind of people are there and what the land looks like, so it will be extremely important to examine everything carefully and convey all the information. Sol Hui bowed his head and said that he would gladly follow his order. Mantis continued to drink his tea and said that now the guy can calmly move on. Sol Hui breathed a sigh of relief, because he had just managed to survive after such difficult negotiations. The ninja looked at him with disapproval, which added even more questions. However, the guy did not react to her and simply continued walking. But still he stopped because inscriptions again appeared above her head, indicating the number of lives. But he could not understand what this meant, since this was not the first time he had noticed this. After such a stressful day, he decided to go to the nearest lake to wash himself and relax a little, because the tension really was critical. Therefore, Sol Hui washed his face with all his might, trying to somehow come to his senses. He understood that what happened then was simply incredible, but he had to believe it. Changes had just happened that created his new reality. Sol Hui was very scared and didn't know what he had to do now. He decided to walk a little and explore the situation. Mantis ordered him to find out exactly what the Earth looks like and what kind of people live on it, so he tried to do this right now. Sol Hui was well aware that this was a one-way road, because no one had ever returned after something like this. He walked onto a cliff and began to think about how to save his life. But so far, the best solution for him was to run away to Yongwan. But still, he understood that it was very difficult, but what he learned was the demonic arts. It was a truly unpleasant and evil energy that was constantly near him. He couldn't hide it no matter what he tried. There is no way that the right-wing warriors of Merim could not sense this evil energy. And soon after that, they would pursue him until he died. After all, even if he does both, is there really no way for him to avoid death? On the way, he saw his bald attacker, who praised Sol Hui for entrusting him with an important order, and also advised him to be more careful with his statements in front of Mantis. He also decided to quickly justify himself, saying that he was talking to himself and did not want to offend him. Sol Hui looked at him with a desire to quickly take revenge on him for what happened, but still he could not understand why he wrote near the head of this bald monster that there is another life. He also turned around and looked into the distance, trying to think through his next steps. In his mind, he remembered the situation with Gujong Myung, who defeated him in that battle. And he also understood that now he had the last chance and the right to choose, with which he should not make mistakes under any circumstances. He understood that he needed to choose. Will he now carry out the order and die? Or perhaps it is worth considering another option for solving this problem, where you will have to fight. Sol Hui nevertheless decided to communicate with his offender and asked him to look at him, which he clearly did not expect. Seol Hui said that he wants to confirm something, so he needs his help. Chiksan was seriously scared, because he understood that it looked like the commander would now want to take revenge and do the same to him. The closer the guy came, the scarier his interlocutor became. Without hesitation, Seol Hui ran straight towards him and took out his sword. Baldy understood that now he would have to defend himself, and in a panic, also followed him. A real fight broke out between them, where emotions got the better of Seol Hui. Baldy tried to calm him down and asked what Seol Hui was doing right now. However, Seol Hui was determined and decided to show him that right now he would control this process. So he knocked the weapon out of his hands with all his might. With another swift movement of his hand, he struck his opponent's leg, making him regret the action he had taken. After this, Sol Hui decided to talk to him about advice regarding his behavior in the office of the Lord of the Supreme Court. Seol Hui explained to his interlocutor that he did this only to become stronger and get a couple of answers to questions. But absolutely nothing worked out for him, since everything did not go according to plan. So he rushed into battle again to teach his enemy a lesson. He was very scared and he didn't even know where to run now or how to escape in this situation. However, Sol Hui himself stopped and stood opposite his teammate, trying to listen to what he was trying to convey to him. The bald man was now extremely angry, so he asked if the guy really thought he was safe now. The irony was that Sol Hui no longer cared, since he had already decided to take revenge even before meeting the Lord. Therefore, he immediately rushed into battle, which greatly shocked the enemy. Sol Hui was extremely angry and could not control his emotions. It was fundamentally important for him to take revenge on his offender. Seol Hui shouted that he did everything he could to be here, so he couldn't understand why Jiksang was asking him to stop, especially after what he had done. He was in despair, because he understood that he had to find a way out of the situation and could not afford to die again. But at that moment, Chiksan decided to become more active and was the first to strike. Seol Hui did not expect such impudence, so he looked at him with contempt. He decided to give him the same move, hitting Chiksan in the stomach with all his might. Now his opponent began to scream from the damage received, which was quite expected. Seol Hui took out his weapon and looked at the weakened enemy. He was very determined and was preparing to take revenge. But the words that were above the bald man's head did not give him peace, so he suggested that this might be the only way to survive. Seol Hui put his weapon on alert and got ready. Jiksan tried to calm him down, because if Captain Juk Myung finds out about this, then Sol Hui could be in big trouble. This whole process was also observed by a large black raven. But the guy did not tolerate humiliation and decided to immediately take revenge on his offender. And now, a second later, he began to scream from the damage he received. Sol Hui completely destroyed his opponent and his ally, who was on the same team with him. After this, emptiness appeared in his eyes and a lack of understanding of what to do next. He quickly threw his sword to the ground after that, and now he began to realize that he had just destroyed his team ally. Sol Hui also understood very well that now he definitely couldn't go back. He decided to take a boat and send Chiksan into the water for a swim. He was quite sad, but he saw no other way out of the situation. Seol Hui also noticed that as soon as he destroyed Jiksan, the words above his head disappeared. But nothing changed in him either until he saw himself in the reflection of the river surface. Now he had 2 coins that gave him a second chance, which only meant moving on to the next stage. Now his road passed through the stone mountains that were located near the river. He was no longer alone in the boat, but with a group of people whom he controlled. Strong tornadoes and steep cliffs were an ideal place to move unnoticed. Sol Hui recalled the words of Mantis, who demanded to study the area. In the end, Sol Hui understood that he came here for a reason. If he had stayed at the academy, Juk Myung would have destroyed him anyway. Therefore, there was no other choice but to follow the team. But as soon as they all started leaving the boat ashore, really strange things happened. Sol Hui looked down and was extremely surprised. The inscriptions were still there above his head, which was quite scary because they appeared immediately above his head after the destruction of Chiksan. And although he had not yet figured out all this, a girl who was the captain of the squad had already approached him and turned to Sol Hui. Since there are Huangshan mountain clan groups in this area, he must not act carelessly. Therefore, she advised him to determine the number of enemies and inspect the area, after which he should simply return here. She did not directly say what should be done, even though she is a captain who leads 3 squads. Sol Hui quickly assembled a team and ordered them to follow him, and while they all ran, the girl continued to be near the boat. Thus began the 3rd stage, which Sol Hui had to overcome. He had had opportunities to think about it before, but now that he started thinking about it, it became a little puzzling. After all, now he understood that he either received an order from Mantis, or he was now at the same time with him. He now ordered his men to turn right immediately. While they were at a loss and did not understand what was happening, Sol Hui immediately ordered them to go down after him, and as quickly as possible. People were shocked because they all needed to go left, but they could not understand why he was doing this. But still they listened to the guy and followed him. Last time, the people from the Huangshan mountain clan attacked them as if they were waiting for them at their destination, so Sol Hui could not allow them to be driven into the same trap again. He understood that he did not enter this academy so that everything would end like this. He didn't understand whether he had another second chance, or whether this was the last opportunity to fight for his life. Suddenly, Sol Hui became very scared and stopped. He gave exactly the same command to his people, who also began to panic and were quite frightened. They saw a building that clearly should not have gotten in their way. Therefore, it had to be carefully examined. People didn't understand what Sol Hui was doing, and was it really possible that someone had already seen them? The guy was scared and angry at the same time, because at such moments the squad members might doubt him because they missed the designated point. So he looked at them and said that he would go check the area, and if they heard a sound, let them immediately run to him. He took a few steps and became wary, because he understood that this building was definitely an observation post. Therefore, Sol Hui was extremely careful, because if there was an ordinary soldier there, he could easily defeat him. He began to look into the windows very carefully, because he was afraid to face a sword master with enormous energy, who could be instead of an ordinary soldier. The only thing he could do was hope that there was no one in the house. Having scouted out the situation, he quickly called his subordinates to his place. They were a little perplexed, so they asked the commander why they needed to come here if there was no one here. Sol Hui was nervous and didn't know how to react to such a question. He understood that he most likely needed to call for reinforcements, but he also understood perfectly well that returning to the academy after he destroyed Chiksan was also a bad idea. His subordinates had already begun to suspect something was wrong, so the girl asked her comrade if it seemed to him that the commander was behaving rather strangely. The guy advised Sol Hui to inspect the area as quickly as possible and report it, but Sol Hui's confusion scared his subordinate very much, so he began to panic a little. Sol Hui knew that he couldn't answer the simple question. The only thing he could do was open the system that had popped up in front of him again, and choose what to do if an enemy came across their path. But he could not understand why the system appeared in front of him again. It frightened him very much. Time stopped again, so he could not talk to his partners, or even feel that they were nearby. He understood that time was running out again, and a decision had to be made, since the enemy was nearby, and a choice had to be made regarding the battle. Therefore, he tried to choose the most neutral option, which should help resolve the conflict through negotiations. Sol Hui immediately ordered his men to leave the area. However, they did not have time to do this, so each of them grabbed their weapons and prepared for battle. They were surrounded on all sides and were preparing to meet an enemy they had not yet seen. Sol Hui exhaled with relief because it seemed to be his imagination, since there was not the slightest probability that the enemy would end up here. However, a silhouette appeared behind them and began a conversation with Sol Hui, praising him for his good fighting abilities. He found himself in the very center of the army, surrounded on all sides, but he did not seem to worry about this at all, since he kept his hands behind his back. Sol Hui was extremely scared, like a little child, as he couldn't believe it at all. Standing in front of him was the same supreme martial artist who personified true strength. This was the greatest swordsman of all time, and the elder of the Huangshan mountain clan, Gu Chongmeng. He was the last person Xiao Hui saw in his past life. Jun Myung smiled and realized that apparently the guy really recognized him very well. Xiao Hui was well aware that this was the most dangerous enemy of Demon Academy that should be feared. Xiao Hui was confused as he didn't understand why he was here. After all, they continued to move south after arriving at the middle gate, and also deliberately went so far that they came to a place that had nothing to do with the orders they were given. So in a panic, he asked Young Myung how did he know that they were here. But he pretended that he didn't understand what they were talking about, so he asked if they were the ones who broke into his patrol zone. Now everything became crystal clear to Xiao Hui, but a decision had to be made instantly. Moreover, Jung Myung no longer intended to continue the dialogue and find out the true intentions of Xiao Hui and his team. And since they were all from the Demon Academy, he immediately took out his sword to begin the duel. Xiao Hui was very scared because he did not want his fate to repeat itself again. Jung Myung laughed and said that he could now destroy them all very easily and quickly. People were simply shocked and frightened, and although they held weapons in their hands, they clearly could not do anything to oppose such an enemy. Xiao Hui was extremely upset because he himself could have guessed that in this life, everything would be exactly the same as in the previous one. He understood perfectly well that the result would be the same in any case, but he understood that he still had little hope for success. And although his life was not eventful, he always hoped for something more. So he grabbed his weapon and said that he didn't want to die today. And with all his might, he shouted to his team to retreat immediately. They also did not know what they should do or how to escape from such an enemy. And while they started to run away, Jun Myung just laughed and waited for them to run away from him a little. Xiao Hui led the team behind him, hoping that this time he would be able to save his life. But Chung Myung had his own plans, which he was not going to disrupt. They were too slow for him, so he immediately rushed into battle and caught up with Xiao Hui first, dealing him a crushing blow. As a result, the guy fell to the ground and received such severe injuries that he put his life in danger. After that, Jong Myung stopped the fight and said that they were all really very weak. But he also added that this is not at all surprising, because their commander is a real fool. John Myung stopped and started laughing hard because everything was extremely obvious to him. Xiao Hui tried to talk to him, telling him that Jong Myung already knew everything. He was a little shocked because he didn't understand what Xiao Hui was getting at now. The guy had practically no strength left, but he still continued to accuse Jun Myung of coming here on purpose and knowing about their trip. Otherwise, there would be no point in it. His opponent was shocked, and even a little shocked, so he tried to talk to the guy in more detail on this topic. He grabbed him and pulled him to his feet to talk things over. Jong Myung could not understand how the guy found out about all this. He knelt down in front of him, since Xiao Hui found it difficult to stand on his feet now, and asked him to tell him in more detail how he found out about all this. The guy understood perfectly well that his enemy knew absolutely exactly not only the day, but also the time when they would arrive, so he would not have been able to set up an ambush if he did not know for sure. Jung Myung decided to tell him about it after all, since Xiao Hui had already figured him out. He explained that some people win by becoming more skilled, while others win by destroying opponents along the way. He also complimented the guy and said that he really liked him because he protested against his superiors. But what a surprise Jung Myung was when he saw that Xiao Hui was crying because he could not believe such a thing. But now Jun Myung stood up and thanked the guy for the opportunity to improve his skills, because now he realized that he had too much work to do. He swung his sword and said that now it was time to say goodbye to Xiao Hui. The guy was very scared and had tears in his eyes, so that was the only thing. What he wanted to ask was to give him a second chance, since it is very unfair to die in this way. He gritted his teeth and simply repeated to be given another chance. A few seconds later, he was lying unconscious again in the water, where the system told him that he had one last chance. Xiao Hui opened his eyes and was extremely frightened, because he understood perfectly well that he could not start all over again, because in no case could one be sure that this would not happen again. The system informed him that he had to make a choice since time was running out again. He chose to continue at the last save location, but everything was completely empty. The system informed him that he could not continue as his opponent's martial arts level was significantly higher, so chatting would be inappropriate. He didn't understand what she was telling him now, so she simply showed an image of Jong Myung, who mastered 6 martial arts, and also showed him who was extremely weak in comparison. Xiao Hui was very upset, as he realized that his opponent could not be defeated by any of the martial arts that he mastered. Therefore, he understood that now he had no choice, and also thought, is there really no other way out of this situation? But the system informed him that he would return again to that very moment, before the meeting with the Lord. So the guy opened his eyes again and looked at the familiar room. He found it extremely funny to realize that absolutely everything was repeating itself in his life. He grabbed his head and was glad that he was just lucky, but deep down he hoped that there was at least a minimal chance to survive. Sol Hui understood perfectly well that he could not leave everything as it was, because if he hesitated, they would soon come for him again. And after a short period of time, they actually came for him, but they didn't find the guy. They didn't understand where he could have gone, but Sol Hui only watched them from the side. He also noticed that the words above Chick's son had disappeared, but he couldn't understand why this happened, but he still assumed that it could be due to the fact that he had already destroyed it once. Now Sol Hui understood that he only had one last chance left, and he no longer had the right to make a mistake. He clenched his hand into a fist and understood that now he had to become stronger, much stronger than before. Sol Hui understood that he would face really strong opponents, but he simply had no other option. Therefore, he understood that if he wanted to survive, he had to be extremely serious and disciplined. He was determined, so he promised himself that he would do it, no matter what the cost. Sol Hui ran away from there with all his might, since there was still a fairly high risk of being noticed. He stopped near the mirror and the weapons to catch his breath a little. Seeing his image, his mood improved a little, because he clearly looked like an athlete who spent several hours in the gym every day. However, his head was still empty, since he definitely did not understand what he should do now. He was afraid that at every corner he would encounter enemies whom he could neither defeat nor avoid. Therefore, now it was extremely important to find the right way out of this situation. He again immediately ran to Mantis and immediately fell to his knees, saying that he was ready to receive an order from the leader of the Supreme Court. Mantis was extremely surprised, since he did not expect this from the guy, but Sol Hui did this only because since the system is constantly pushing him to this moment, then there definitely must be some kind of clue. He also looked at the Lord and said that he would not run away. Mantis smiled and introduced the guy to the head of the Holy Court. They both laughed and said that this was a very good child. Sol Hui was surprised and started to cry as this situation was really very different from the previous one. After all, because he bowed first, they did not scold him, but also continued to talk to him and offered him to become an employee in Chang'il. Sol Hui was still upset because Mantis said absolutely everything the same as last time. Therefore, Sol Hui decided to improvise and began to cry, saying that he was not worthy of such a valuable place. Mantis was surprised, just like his colleague, who clearly did not expect such a reaction. Mantis nevertheless smiled and told him not to worry so much about this, since he had a task for him. Sol Hui decided to be proactive by saying that he had something to tell him. He was waiting for just this moment, for the system to appear in front of him again, and time to stop. So this time it was extremely important for him to make the right choice. Now he understood perfectly well that the option of carrying out any order would lead to death, just like the desire to receive another order. And although he was nervous, he still said that he was ready to hurt his hand. Sol Hui was very worried, but he understood perfectly well that there is nothing better now, so if this statement does not work, then so be it. Mantis was very upset, so he asked why the guy decided to do this so suddenly. Therefore, Sol Hui tried to explain to him that if he was unable to avoid fate, then he would rather make it happen with his own hands. He understood that Mantis was spying on him since he dared to take aim at top-level martial arts. And he also understood that there was a time when he rummaged through his things without fear, trying to find the necessary information. Mantis thought about it because he understood that the guy was not at all stupid if he was ready to admit his mistakes. Sol Hui continued to cry and said that even if he died many times, he still could not atone for all his sins. But still, he added that he sincerely dreams of proving his devotion to the Lord of the Supreme Court. The head of the holy deity laughed, because Sol Hui seemed even funnier to him than he thought. Mantis tapped his fingers on the table and seemed to have made a decision. He threw his blade to the guy, which he clearly did not expect, since he hoped that he would simply be forgiven. Sol Hui was scared and did not understand what was in store for him now. Mantis just smiled and told the guy to do what he was talking about so boldly. The guy reached for the sword and understood that it was worth doing this only once. Sol Hui believed that if he could survive something like this, he would definitely be able to find a way out of this situation. Therefore, he immediately began to fulfill his promise. But this couldn't go on for long, so Mantis shouted and ordered it to stop immediately. Therefore, the guy's sword was immediately repulsed with a sharp movement of his hand to the side. Sol Hui was at a loss as he didn't understand what was happening right now. In front of him stood the same girl who guards the Lord of the Supreme Court. It was she who saved him and prevented him from completing his promise. Sol Hui understood that he had carried out the Lord's order, but he decided to have mercy on him. The girl was very beautiful and did not take her eyes off the guy, who continued to be in a state of shock. Seol Hui understood that he had injured his hand, so now he had no way to move it. Mantis laughed along with his colleague because it was truly a funny sight for them. They had never seen anything like this within the walls of the academy. Mantis was amazed by this act, so he invited the guy to head the Chon-Il department. He gave him a badge and told him to go to his new workplace. Seol Hui thanked the Lord once again and said that he would never forget his mercy. Mantis just laughed and told him not to forget. Among the three options, there was a path to salvation, and in the end it was the third option. So Seol Hui continued to hold his hand and left the office. Thanks to this, he understood one important lesson. Among the three options that the system offered him, there was always one, and was the true path to survival. Seol Hui also made a promise to himself that he would never forget his offenders who did this to him. And so he already went to the Cheon-Il department. Upon entering, he introduced himself and spoke about his experience serving in the Flying Faction detachment. His interlocutor was very surprised because in a basic educational institution he took 12th place out of... He never even imagined that he would be able to see a person of such high rank in front of him. Seol Hui looked really strong, so it wasn't surprising that his interlocutor had a similar reaction. However, he immediately turned his attention to his right hand, and he asked what happened to her. So Seol Hui had to justify himself a little and say that it was just a ridiculous accident. Grandfather took a tablet on which was written the name Sima Gui, which was the second and more famous name of Mantis, who held the position of Lord. Therefore, he understood perfectly well that he should not continue the conversation with the guy on this topic and only asked him to follow him. Seol Hui slowly continued to follow his interlocutor, not yet understanding anything. From now on, he will work here and his duties will include monitoring the local books. Seol Hui was extremely surprised because he had never had so much access to a library before. But also, if something were to get damaged, he would have to take full responsibility. Seol Hui did not answer anything, which alarmed the interlocutor. So he said that if the guy is not going to do this, he can get another task. But he just made an excuse that he was in a little shock and was satisfied with everything, so they began to tell him about the main nuances of the work process. Seol Hui understood that all this secret data was primarily under the control of librarians and government agencies whose intentions were unclear. He was well aware that it could not be that books of the highest martial arts were kept here. But Seol Hui also understood that he did not need such great skills for now. The only thing he was interested in right now was how to take revenge on Gu Zhongmyung, so he hoped that somewhere there would be a book that would teach him how to defeat him. He also looked at the secretary and realized that he had another life. Therefore, he understood that even if he screwed up in this life, the next one could go completely differently. And he was also really very interested in knowing how much he succeeded in martial arts. Therefore, he called the secretary to talk with him on this topic. But when he turned around, Seol Hui was perhaps very shocked, since he did not expect anything like this. Thus began the sixth stage in his life, in which he had a rather serious conversation with his secretary. Seol Hui was nervous and with a trembling voice asked if he had a chance to defeat Jun Myung, especially in a situation where he can't even use his right hand. The secretary thought and looked at him with contempt. However, the guy didn't like it, so he touched him with his sword with all his strength. The secretary was shocked because he clearly did not expect such an outcome of events, especially from a new person who had just come to work here. Seol Hui began to get nervous because he did not hit the blow accurately enough, so now he has to fight. He looked at the secretary and realized that if he had another life, then his strength would be exactly the same as Chik-san. Seol Hui immediately rushed into battle because he understood that he needed to end all this as quickly as possible, but there was just one nuance. After all, the longer he waited, the less chance he had for everything to go well. The secretary waited for the right moment and rushed with all his might at the guy, who clearly did not expect this. Seol Hui now realized that without his right hand, he could not fully fight, so they both fell to the ground, their weapons falling from their hands due to the sudden impact. Seol Hui began to noticeably get nervous, since now he was definitely not in control of the situation. The secretary pounced on him and took a much more advantageous position for the fight, but do not forget that he was also extremely angry. So he swung and made a sharp blow to calm his opponent. Seol Hui closed his eyes tightly and was horrified, since this was simply his vision, which could very well be realized. Therefore, he was well aware that in the current situation, he should behave much more restrained and not do anything stupid. The secretary at the same time asked what Seol Hui wanted from him, since he just literally stood and looked at him for a minute. But the guy smiled and said that he just wanted to give him this to show how much he was looking forward to working with him. There weren't many coins there, but he still hoped that it could prove his sincerity. The secretary looked at him without any emotion, which surprised the guy quite a lot, because he was clearly counting on some other effect. However, very quickly, the The secretary laughed and said that he was very pleased to deal with Seol Hui, so if he had any difficulties, he should not hesitate to contact him. He also gave advice to the guy so that he shouldn't even think about standing out from others at first. He was surprised by this, so the secretary said that this advice should only be used if he wanted to live longer. The thing is that monsters are lurking very close. Seol Hui thought about it, because in order to leave this place and take revenge on his offenders, it is critically important for him to live. He began to collect books and think about what he should do to overcome Gu Chongmyung. After several hours of work, he was very tired because he was constantly sorting out books, but there were no fewer of them. One day he came across a rather attractive book, which he decided to read with great pleasure. Very quickly he felt a little embarrassed by what he had just looked at, so he hoped that no one had seen him. However, a moment later a system appeared in front of him, which again forced him to make a choice. Seol Hui was very scared because she appeared completely unexpectedly when there were no prerequisites for this. Therefore, out of fear, he began to scream because he did not understand what to do, since this time did not stop. He quickly picked up another book and thought about the 3 main martial arts that he could master. However, only one martial art was available to him so far. Mantis owns the martial art of unification, which is called by the Academy as the highest martial art, but it is not yet available to the guy. The fire hand martial art is also quite famous, as former Deputy Director Kal Yom-gi mastered it while he was still in the role of assistant. Therefore, Seol Hui sat in a state of shock and thought about the situation. Perhaps all this is happening to him only because he found the book, but he also didn't understand why absolutely everything was closed in front of him, because should he really choose the white glow martial art now? But unfortunately, he was unable to study it due to his injury, and he didn't even know what kind of martial art it was, but he hoped that it was as cool as the previous 2. First, he chose an additional option that would allow him to master the sword. Right now, a hologram appeared in front of him, which was supposed to demonstrate his mastery of this technique. Seol Hui was surprised when she turned into a real shadow. After all, the figure that suddenly appeared moved very purposefully, from the graceful posture to the maneuvers, and also thanks to the steam emanating from the mouth, he could see the breathing technique. The shadow masterfully demonstrated to the guy every movement of the sword, which was a feature of the martial art of white glow. Seol Hui was shocked and just opened his mouth as he watched this process. But when it was all over, he still had to make the choice that the system offered, and although new symbols appeared there that he did not understand, he still made a decision. And I was absolutely sure that everything was done for a reason. This is a unique opportunity that life gives him to try again. And while the guy did not realize why this was happening to him, he still understood that he needed to use all the opportunities that life offered him. To direct it all for one big goal, to take revenge on the offenders, and also to survive in this difficult world. Seol Hui immediately remembered Department Secretary Chonil Du Hong, and he understood that if he could master the art of white glow, he could easily overcome it and move on to the next stage. However, his joy did not last so long, even despite the fact that the library contained a huge number of books. After all, life began to prepare problems for him that he had not yet guessed about and was not at all ready for. The little mouse started eating books on its way while Seol Hui chose his fighting style. He was so passionate that no work interested him at all. His main task was to study the art of white glow, which pleased him quite a lot. He was easily able to break through a stone wall without putting much effort into it. Seol Hui was even a little shocked at the power he managed to gain. After a month of daily training, he was getting better and stronger, so it was hard not to notice his progress. He understood that in order to become a truly master of martial arts and take revenge on his offenders, he needed to work on himself. Therefore, every day he did not stop training but only improved his abilities. Now his strikes had become lightning fast and very accurate, and thanks to the study of the art of wielding a sword, it has become much easier for him to practice close combat and kicks. No matter what he did, he still could not understand how to use that very sword blow. He read all the information, and although he understood what had to be done with his left hand, he still did not know in which direction to move further. He realized that it would be really cool if he had the opportunity to use this technique. He remembered the secretary and understood that this time he seemed to be able to defeat him and would take another extra life for himself in case he made a mistake somewhere. Thoughts about this did not leave his head, so he thought about how this could be done correctly. And since it was already starting to get dark, Seol Hui decided that it would be nice to clean up after himself in the room. After he finished, he decided to do some reading on a basic skill book that could help him learn his basic fighting style. Another man appeared behind him, coming closer and closer to the guy. Seol Hui was quite scared, as he clearly didn't expect to see anyone right now, especially at the moment when he is engaged in self-cultivation, but the one he saw made Seol Hui flinch. This was a guy who was quite surprised by the guy's reaction, so she asked if she had any problems with her face. Seol Hui immediately remembered the words of his secretary, who advised him not to stand out from the rest if he wanted to save his life. Therefore, he understood perfectly well that the secretary was completely right. In front of him stood a real monster who had 10 more lives to spare, so it was easy to understand that he really had a lot of strength. Seol Hui immediately stood up and apologized for his behavior, but the other person interrupted him and said that there was no need to be so polite. He just smiled sweetly and asked what the guy's name was. He introduced himself but lowered his head because he understood that he couldn't stand out in any way now. The thing is that even the girl who guarded the Lord had only 4 extra lives, but his interlocutor now has a whole lot of them. He's definitely incredibly strong, so you have to be careful with him. He also asked Seol Hui what he was doing here, so the guy said that he had an order to clean the shelves. Having learned his purpose for being here, the guy also asked Seol Hui about one book that is very valuable to him. So he walked closer and asked if Seol Hui had seen a book called The 3 Essential Masteries. From such a question, Seol Hui's throat became dry, and he was seriously scared, since thanks to her help, he began to study martial arts. He was very scared and did not know what to answer to his interlocutor. After all, this book was in his hands right now. And then magic happened again, during which time stopped, and the guy had to choose how to answer this question correctly. Seol Hui was nervous because now he had no chance of making a mistake, so he had to make the most correct decision. He began to think about the answer because he understood that if the answer was wrong, he would die right now. He clutched the book very tightly to himself and began to regret that he had found it at all. He became even more nervous because he was well aware that he could not choose either option, neither the fact that he had never seen the book before, nor the fact that he studied those martial arts. He was very nervous and did not know what to answer. Besides, time was already running out. Seol Hui knew that at this rate he would have to choose the safest option for him, so he replied that he had never seen this book before. Time was restored and his interlocutor continued to smile, waiting for an answer from the guy. Seol Hui pulled himself together and said that he had never seen her before. His interlocutor was very upset by this answer. This alarmed Seol Hui even more, who did not understand what reaction he should expect now. His interlocutor left the guy who was holding the book in his hands and went to the side where all the main books lay. Seol Hui decided to act immediately, so he offered to help the guy with the search. He was very happy at this offer because he couldn't remember where he had put it. Seol Hui was glad that he was very lucky this time, but the situation was not over yet. His interlocutor carefully examined each shelf and analyzed where he could put it. Seol Hui was breathing very heavily at this moment, as the level of stress hormones in his body was really going through the roof, especially when his interlocutor suddenly turned around and said that he had just remembered where this book could be. Seol Hui, with a frightened expression on his face, decided to ask where he could have left her. However, now the master was not so friendly and said absolutely nothing for some time. Then he turned around and angrily said that he had left the book in Seol Hui's hands. He clutched the book even tighter to himself and realized that now he was caught. Seol Hui began to panic even more and realized that he needed to figure out how to get out of this situation. Otherwise, he would definitely face irreparable consequences. His interlocutor was no longer as friendly as before, so he immediately turned around and headed towards the guy. Seol Hui was very tense and was just thinking about where he could have made a mistake. Now this was the only thing that interested the guy. He looked his interlocutor in the eyes with fear and did not understand what would happen to him now. Seol Hui was also well aware that he could not yet escape from such a monster, so the best option to save his life would be to pretend that he did not yet understand what he was talking about. Seol Hui looked again at the book that was in his hands and began to make excuses, trying to convince his opponent. He immediately ordered him to shut up, which made Seol Hui even more shocked, after which the guy began to laugh with all his might, because he understood perfectly well that he had managed to scare the new library worker. His laughter brought him to tears, so he even apologized to Seol Hui for such an act. Seol Hui was at a loss, so the interlocutor introduced himself and said that his name was Pu Il-Ki, and also noticed that the guy was new to this library. He was very pleased to meet him, so he understood perfectly well that on the first day of work, it was still impossible to learn the names of all the books. After that, he turned around and said that for now, he would go and look for some other books. Seol Hui realized that he laughed so hard that it didn't sound at all sincere on his part, which was quite alarming. The guy looked at Pu Il-Ki and did not understand whether his intentions were really sincere and who he even was. Meanwhile, there were more and more rats, which continued to be unnoticed in the library. After some time had passed, Pu Il-Ki, who had previously only been peacefully leafing through books, spoke. He asked if Seol Hui appeared here on the recommendation of the Lord of the Supreme Court, Sol Hui replied that that's exactly what happened, so Pu Ilki said that Mantis is not the kind of person who can ask someone for help. Sol Hui understood that Pu Ilki did not speak very well of the Lord, so he understood that most likely they both could find a common language. But he just smiled and said that Mantis would treat him well. Pu Ilki immediately noticed that the guy communicated this way to avoid problems, so he emphasized that if Mantis treated him well, he would not make his right hand, which is extremely important in Murim, useless. Sol Hui was very scared when he heard this, because he still hoped that his right hand would still be able to fully function. He was even more frightened when he realized that his interlocutor knew absolutely everything about him. Therefore, Pu Ilki only apologized for this, and said that he did not intend to find out the information intentionally. But he became very curious about who was appointed as the new clerk. He also said that at least Sol Hui's life was spared, so it's better to crawl in the dirt of the real world than to go to another. He also gave advice that Sol Hui should give up and not try to master the martial arts of the academy, which had already begun to seriously affect the guy's honor and dignity. He didn't understand who was standing in front of him, since he called Simagui an old fool, so he definitely must be someone powerful. Pu Ilki immediately read the guy's thoughts, so he asked if he remembered him. Pu Ilki also asked who, in his opinion, could call the Lord of the Supreme Court an old fool. And Sol Hui was confused, as these were all just his thoughts that he did not plan to share. Therefore, in his defense, he only said that he was just guessing. But Pu Ilki insisted that the guy tell him the logic of his thoughts, and also about something else. Pu Ilki was interested in the white glow martial art taught by Sol Hui. He asked what the guy had already learned. Sol Hui was shocked as he hoped his secret would not be revealed. He was very nervous because he did not understand what he was doing and why he was testing him so much. Therefore, the only thing he could think of to answer was to say that he did not understand at all what Pu Ilki was talking about. Sol Hui understood perfectly well that he had been figured out, but he was also very afraid due to the fact that he did not even have the ability to use his right hand. Therefore, he decided to ask Pu Ilki how could he, with such a useless body, try to master any martial art. He laughed and put his hand on the guy's shoulder, advising him not to be so serious. After that, he began to whisper in Sol Hui's ear that if he told him a lie, it means that he is trying to deceive him. Sol Hui became even more nervous and cold sweat began to flow from his face, which fell to the ground with all its might, making a rather unpleasant sound. But still, Pu Ilki laughed again and told the guy to continue working now. And after that, he began to leave the library room. Sol Hui immediately exhaled sharply, as he was well aware that his heart could jump out of his chest if all this continued. However, he did not understand why his interlocutor stopped where he was and did not continue to leave the room. A system again appeared in front of the guy, which again offered to make a choice. Sol Hui became even more scared as he had to either ask if Pu Ilki was the fourth disciple of the heavenly demon or admit that he had actually started studying martial arts. He didn't know who the fourth disciple of the heavenly demon was because he had only heard about him through rumors. In the Demon Academy, he was ranked 30th and was the best among martial artists. He understood that the person who stood in front of him looked like that monster. Sol Hui continued to be nervous because he had to make a decision and look for an answer. The man made it clear to him that he would be waiting for him on the 12th floor of the department. Therefore, first he needed to destroy Juke Man and then just find him. Sol Hui understood that the demon of the earth probably believed that he could not destroy Juke Man, that supposedly the guy would not have enough strength or courage to do it. Although he thought that everyone was equal in front of a heavenly demon disciple, he still believed that he was on a different level. And Sol Hui believed that this was exactly what would help him survive despite such a disadvantageous situation. As Sol Hui walked towards his new destination, he was struck by a question in which he needed to know when a person relaxes. The guy had different thoughts, perhaps when a person sits down to eat or when he goes to bed after a hard day at work, perhaps when he is with his loved ones. But all these were actually wrong answers because when he arrived at the place, he realized that the answer lies in a simple thing. A person relaxes only when he goes to the toilet. Sol Hui constantly thought about this because the one he came to visit beat the guy when he was bored, when everything became routine, and even when he was feeling bad. And now he couldn't believe that there was only one question in his head, in which he had to find out how he could still destroy Juke Man. Sol Hui knew that this guy had been sitting on the toilet for quite a long time, so he would have time to hide. And then he will attack him when his opponent relaxes his vigilance as much as possible. So he decided that he simply couldn't think of a better place than a cesspool. Although he understood that it would be terribly disgusting, he only needed to do it once, endure this torment just once. Sol Hui promised himself that he would survive. No matter what, he would live and then rise above everyone who did not believe in him or despised him. As soon as he finished his reasoning, as if by order, Jukman appeared just in time. Sol Hui decided not to waste time and jumped into the cesspool as quickly as possible, which to his surprise was quite clean. He began to think that perhaps it had recently been cleaned here, and therefore he was lucky. Jukmyung was already incredibly close, and everything would be decided soon, so Sol Hui began to prepare. He took out his blade, and at that moment the only thing in his head was that he needed to do this just once, and then it would all be over. And as soon as Jukmyung sat down to relax, Sol Hui decided that this was the best moment to strike. But at some point, everything did not go according to his plan, because he was never able to strike, only for the reason that his head began to feel incredibly dizzy. Sol Hui already thought that this was the end, but at one point a voice inside his head began to tell him that he had found the enemy's weak point, and now he had a chance to cause great damage. But this was not the most important thing, because his body literally began to move on its own. A few seconds later, Sol Hui struck with such force that it caused damage not only to his opponent, but also to a small outbuilding. Jukman was lying on the floor unconscious, and at that moment the voice inside the guy spoke again and told him that he was able to inflict more than 1,000 units of damage. Sol Hui just stood there for some time and didn't understand what was happening, because at least he had two questions. Where did these voices in his head come from? And where did his sword get such strong energy? After he had finally dealt with his opponent, the guy decided to wash himself a little and headed to the river, which was not far away. In his reflection, he observed that he had 3 coins left, and this was his third chance. At first, this scared the guy a little, but then he suddenly started laughing, and his mood began to improve. Next, he decided to look into the window of his status, and there he saw that he used sword art, although without realizing it, he definitely remembers that when Sol used sword energy, it did not reduce his stamina in any way. And this fact led him to the idea that if he could use such incredible power without any restrictions, then in this way he could become much stronger. All that upset him was that in this life his right hand was absolutely useless. Moreover, if there was a rumor that Jukman had been destroyed, then he would be in even greater danger. Sol Hui understood that with such a right hand in this life, it would be difficult for him to become stronger. Then he decided that he had laid the foundation for his next life, after which he began to think about telling all this to the demon of the earth. But then he realized that he needed to think it over carefully, because he could not trust him yet, because at least he did not understand his motives. The department clerk, Cheon-il, greeted the Lord of the Supreme Court by kneeling down and bowing his head in front of him. Vladika didn't understand how this guy even dared to appear in his office. What was he even thinking about when he decided to do this? At the very least, his presence was unpleasant for the old man because the guy stinks. Sol Hui listened to him carefully because he had no right to interrupt, and after the Lord finished, the guy added that he really had no other choice, so he did just that. The guy didn't understand how else he could have gotten rid of the captain of the Black Moon Squad, Jukman, on his own. When the bishop heard this, he began to slowly approach the guy and say that he was very interested in finding out how he managed to do this. Sol Hui at that moment began to feel only that it was becoming difficult for him to breathe, and he began to understand that he was being engulfed by a feeling of demonic flame. The Lord took hold of his hair and in a rude voice wanted to know who he was meeting with. Until the very end, Sol Hui pretended that he did not understand what the Lord wanted from him and asked him what he meant. But it was incredibly difficult to deceive this man, because he immediately realized that the guy was making a fool of himself, so he already started shouting at him. After which he calmed down and warned the guy that if he blurted out something without thinking, then the end would come for him. So he asked him to think about what he would say. Sol Hui exhaled and asked the Lord, "Isn't it more important that he is hiding something from him?" This made the man even more angry, and he literally started shouting at him and saying that the guy seemed to have lost his mind after he ended up in the department. Sol Hui really no longer thought about what he needed to say and what not. So he asked him another question straight to his face. Doesn't he want the guy to die? Without waiting for an answer, the guy continued to say that if the man was so interested, then he saw the demon of the earth who sent him here. Of course, this was a complete lie, but at that moment it had absolutely no meaning for the guy, because there is something more important, namely, what he must find out. The Lord answered him that if this was true, then now the man understood why he destroyed Jukman. Now the man was interested in finding out what this earth demon wanted to know. Sol Hui immediately told him that he was asking where and when the Lord secretly met with Elder Huangu. After this confession, the guy's reaction from the Lord was very important, because for a member of the Demon Academy, communication with a member of another faction is regarded as betrayal, regardless of the reason. The man remained calm and simply asked again, Or the Earth Demon really asked this? Sol Hui confirmed this and received only silence in response. Sol realized that perhaps this was rather ineffective, so he decided to ask it again. But again, he received only silence in response. But the guy was not going to stop and began to say that the demon of the earth had been thinking about this issue for a long time. So he asked the Lord to be as honest as possible. The man was finally able to give him some kind of answer and said that they agreed to meet on the Yellow Mountain early next month. The guy was incredibly happy that the man could still fall for his trick and told everything. But suddenly his joy was interrupted by some strange square on the floor, which appeared after the guy smiled and thought that he had managed to convince the ruler. Sol Hui decided that it would be nice for him to see what was inside him, but unfortunately or fortunately there was nothing there. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a notification that said that he was able to obtain the card of the Lord of the Supreme Court. Sol Hui immediately decided to see what kind of map this was, and from the description it became clear that it was essentially a book that marked the places that the Lord of the Supreme Court most often visited, and it also marked the path to the Yellow Mountain. At this place he first met Elder Huanshan, where they meet secretly every 3 months. His surprise did not end there, because the system itself created a toolkit for him that included medicinal herbs, a nutrition bar, and a secret card. But Sol Hui had no idea what all this could mean. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the Lord, who suddenly became interested in asking the guy when the demon of the earth managed to teach him martial arts. The guy didn't expect such a question, so he started to get a little nervous and said the first thing that came to mind, namely a couple of days ago. But then the bishop began to wonder when they met him. Sol Hui decided to answer this question more confidently and said that they met when he arrived at Cheonil's department. The Lord noted that he sent the guy there not long ago, but he had already managed to trust, train, and order Sol Hui to destroy Junkman. The guy had not yet had time to answer, but the Lord continued to say that he ordered the guy to force information from the Lord. So it was all like that? Sol Hui understood where this was all going, so after thinking a little, he still answered that the man was completely right. But no matter how hard Sol Hui tried, he still failed to save his life, and the Lord destroyed him again. After which he asked the young guy not to take him for an idiot, because he understands everything perfectly. At this moment, the guy's consciousness seemed to be transported again to another space, in which he tried to understand why he was here at all, why he was born, and why he doesn't feel anything when he destroys people. Why does he even want to become stronger? And he asked himself more than 100 such questions. But it all started with the question, why? Questions turned into assumptions, and this is most likely why he angered the Lord of the High Court. The man carefully leaned towards the guy and began to say that the guy didn't take into account only one thing when he tried to lie to him. And that thing was that the Earth Demon doesn't actually teach martial arts to anyone. He only uses the techniques that the Heavenly Demon taught him. Sol Hui quite unexpectedly began to laugh, and it was quite strange, if only because he was dying. After which he called the ruler a damn bastard and added that the old man actually doesn't know anything. Vladika did not understand what the guy was trying to tell him, but he continued to repeat the same thing to him. As Sol Hui was finally able to calm down, and now told him in a calm voice that the old man had actually lost to him a long time ago. The Lord did not tolerate such impudence and killed the guy completely. This time the guy woke up without screaming, because in fact he was ready for this to happen. It is worth noting that in a sense he was even glad that he could wait for the restart and come back, because his hand was in absolute order again. But then he reminded himself that he actually only had 2 lives left, and that was actually a problem. Once he looked into his status, he saw that his health and stamina had increased slightly. He even speculated that it might be because of his arm, which had fully recovered. But then he noticed a rather strange nuance. His skills did not reflect the art of white glow, although the guy was 100% sure that he remembered this technique. As soon as he remembered a few movements, he received a new notification, which said that he again mastered the art of white glow, and apparently it was enough just to remember such a technique. Next, he decided to deal with the inventory, which he opened while he was in the bishop's office, because it was something new for him. And the first thing he did was take out the very map that could show the secret places that he needed so much. For the guy, this map was so convenient that his joy knew no bounds. On it, he could find the Yellow Mountain that the bishop was talking about. He figured out the map, so he decided to move on to the next thing, which was a nutrition bar, which was made from boiled red beans. Its main effect was to increase health by 3 units. The guy really liked the taste, and now he was expecting its action. And he didn't have to wait long for the effect, because his health was immediately restored by 1 unit. But then the guy thought about saving it, and he wondered if it was possible to return this candy bar back. How happy he was when he finally managed to do this. The item was saved and the guy could use it if necessary. After checking all the other items, he decided that it was time for him to move on. First of all, of course, he came to Cheon-il's department, and it was he who needed to go to the 12th floor. The guy approached a special door and began to ask the Earth Demon for an audience. Sol Hui, the commander of the flying faction, came to him. The Earth Demon once again asked the guy who she was, to which he received the answer that he was the commander of a low-ranking squad from the Supreme Court, and since they do not obey a specific unit, his squad is called the Flying Faction. Then the man asked the guy why he needed him, to which he again received a quick answer. Sol Hui wanted to tell him information that would be very useful to him if he wants to become the new leader. A few seconds later, the doors were already open and the Demon of the Earth asked the guy to enter. But he couldn't help but add that he found the guy to be quite a funny person. But that's not about that now. Therefore, he asked him to go directly to the information that he brought to him, because if it really concerns his leadership, then he will be happy to listen. Sol Hui carefully took out that very card, blew off the dust from it and handed it to the Demon of the Earth, who had no idea what it was. The guy didn't tell him what it was. He just added that he needed to read it to understand. The Earth Demon's face suddenly changed as soon as he began to read this card. The tone of his voice changed, and the man just wanted to know whether it was true or not. Sol Hui swore with his life that this was true, but he did not take into account the fact that the man did not care at all about his useless life. Therefore, he had to add that this is the life of a low-ranking troop leader who wants to follow the Earth Demon. The man looked at him a little and thought it was worth clarifying what the guy was going to do next. Sol Hui also needed a moment to think about this question, and yet he answered that he wanted to become stronger, like everyone else. After such an answer, the man carefully approached him and whispered in his ear that if this information that he brought was true, then the commander of a low-ranking detachment would get everything he wanted. 3 hours had already passed since the Earth Demon went to confirm the information, and Sol Hui could only worry that everything would go well. At some point, he realized that he was simply unable to stop worrying, and he also could not understand how an Earth Demon could occupy the highest positions of the Demon Academy in a temple, institute, in the High Court, in the chamber, and at the same time know all the political relations between them. The only thing he knows for sure is that behind the Earth Demon is not the Lord of the Supreme Court, but the first disciple of the Blood Demon. When suddenly all his thoughts were interrupted by the Demon of the Earth, who entered too unnoticed for the guy. And the first thing he did was ask the guy a question in which he wanted to ask again, or is his name really Sol Hui? At that moment, the guy had different thoughts. He was thinking about what would happen to him if he screwed up, what he should do in the next life, but still he answered that that was really his name. Suddenly, after this answer, the system itself suggested that he save his current progress, but the guy didn't quite understand what this was all about, but he did it anyway. After which the following window popped up in which he had to choose one option out of 3. If he chooses the first, he will become the main warrior of the Earth Demon. The second option meant becoming an advisor to the Earth Demon. And the third most difficult option is to become the secret swordsman of the Earth Demon. All these options were too different from those that he had encountered before, so the guy was even a little confused and could not immediately choose what suited him best. But reading all this, he knew one thing, that each of these options would lead him to a completely new life. It was also worth noting that symbols appeared under each option, which were responsible for the complexity of the choice. Sol decided that it was time for him to get his act together, and he began to logically analyze each option, the first of which would certainly help him increase his stamina and skills, but it still did not guarantee his survival. Becoming an advisor is, of course, also prestigious, especially since Elder Nok Chun is in 94th place at the academy, so training with him would definitely help him develop his skills, but it will be difficult to withstand his aggressive character. At best, he will be crippled. And the last option in which the guy did not know who he would need to destroy, but on the other hand, he guessed that it could be the ruler. Then he would have the opportunity to get rid of the old man. But for this, he needed to wait for the right situation. After much thought, the guy finally decided that the first option would be the best solution, especially since it is the simplest. The choice was made, and the Earth Demon continued to say that the guy brought him good information. Sol at this moment thought that no matter what he chooses, his main goal will be to survive in any case, no matter what situation he finds himself in. If he gets another life, then he can change everything. The Earth Demon added that there were only 6 days left until the end of registration in the army, so he would talk to the secretary on the first floor. But for now, he asked the guy to wait in the basement near the warehouse. Seol Hui was incredibly grateful to the Earth Demon, but the man asked him not to thank him again, because he had not done anything like that. And before leaving, the man remembered that he wanted to tell the guy that there was a book about 3 basic skills. It contained military techniques that could be useful to him, so he advised the guy to familiarize himself with them. Seol Hui understood perfectly well that he mentioned this book for a reason, and his fears must be justified. Also, the Earth Demon asked him to prepare well in these 6 days, and the guy will definitely do it. After this dialogue, the guy immediately ran to the basement in order to begin to familiarize himself with the manual on the 3 basic skills. He hoped that this time, he would be able to master them. First of all, he wanted to master the martial arts of the fiery hand and the art of unification. But first he needed to find this book, which is what he did. After some time, he still managed to find this book, and as soon as he picked it up, he received a notification that the art of the fiery hand and the art of unification were now available to him. The guy was so happy to hear this. The past deputy owned these arts, and the martial art of unification, the Lord of the Supreme Court, owns it, and now Seol Hui can learn it too. And he decided to start with the martial art of the fiery hand. But this time he had no other options. The guy began to assume that perhaps this was all because this martial art requires using only the hands. But then he remembered that he could use a demonstration, and then a small magical figure would show the guy what it should look like. The guy's smile stretched from ear to ear as soon as he saw this hologram, which right now would show the guy how to do it. But at some point he became incredibly scared, because the whole space was filled with fire and the guy could no longer control his emotions. Seol Hui decided that he would put off learning the art of the fire hand for now, because it is a rather strange and destructive force. So for now, he decided to move on to the next art. The guy knew that this was a fairly common martial art in the academy, which was also used by the Lord of the Supreme Court, a power that he could not even imagine in his previous life. After the figure again demonstrated the true power of this technique, the guy could not believe that it was such a powerful skill. But most of all, he could not believe that he would be able to master all these techniques and that he would become so much stronger. So he decided that he shouldn't waste a second. He had 6 whole days, and he would do everything to make sure they passed exclusively for his benefit. The guy immediately began training, but here his first setbacks overtook him. Although he learned all 3, he still could not achieve such a result as the shadow. He believed that the reason was that he did not have enough stamina, so he decided that when he had enough of it, he would be able to use his techniques properly. In the meantime, he decided that he should continue to train in order to achieve the desired result as soon as possible. When the day of enlistment in the army arrived, the guy was just able to finish his training. And apparently about this, a man came to him, who was going to tell him some pretty useful information. This big guy's name is Ko Woon, and the Earth Demon ordered him to escort the guy. Seol Hui had not yet had time to answer him, when suddenly the man extended his hand, which contained an incomprehensible ball, but the man assured him that he needed to take it for himself. As it turned out, it was an elixir that only 1 pill was enough to increase the level of his internal energy, as if he had been saving it for 10 years. Seol Hui heard it said that 1 cycle of Ganji gives a person the stamina equal to 60 years of experience, and his stamina is about 3 years, and 10 was quite a lot for him. The guy didn't know how he could accept such a valuable thing, but Ko Woon assured him that he clearly shouldn't refuse because he would obviously need it in the army, if he wanted to survive, of course. Seol Hui decided not to argue with the big man and simply popped the pill into his mouth, the effect of which he felt quite quickly. His health increased by 80 units, and his stamina became 10 times greater, which could not but please the guy. He thought that this was incredible luck for him. His health did not increase too much, but his stamina became above 2,000. Against the backdrop of such improvements, the guy was even able to learn a new skill called mind reading, which improves vision and understanding of the status of people from Murim, and considering his new position, he got a good skill. Also, thanks to his new skill of mind reading, he became able to view status windows, and he decided to test this skill on Ko Woon, and at first glance he did not find anything significant. But as soon as the guy began to dig deeper, windows began to pop up for him that this man's hostility was off the charts, and as a result, he determined that the man turned out to be a double agent. While Kon Woon accompanied the guy to the right place, Seol Hui simply could not calm down, because he could not believe that this man was a spy. If you believe the detailed description, then this Kon Woon is the first disciple of the heavenly demon, and the guy simply could not believe it, because when did he manage to send him here in the first place? Seol Hui tried to understand whether this information could be a lie or not, because if so, then he would guarantee an advantage over the Earth Demon. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Kanwun, who announced that they had arrived and pointed his finger at the palace. After which he added that his work ends here, because he saw the guy off and now it's time for him to leave. Solhui decided not to answer him, but looked at him with a not at all friendly look. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by another choice in which the guy had to choose from three options. The first option was the opportunity to ask the man to squeeze out a flying dragon pill for him. The second option was to ask the man if he was hiding anything, and the third option was to simply smile. Solhui decided that he shouldn't just leave this guy, so he chose the second option and thus decided to ask the man if he was hiding anything. Kanwun was a little confused about what the guy meant, but it was obvious from his look that he didn't particularly like such questions. The guy was not going to bend under him and would simply repeat the same question again, only now he did it louder and more confidently. The man continued to pretend that he didn't understand anything, so he asked the guy why he was asking this. Solhui continued to speak in riddles for him and added that he was just standing there in complete confusion. The calm face of this man gradually began to turn into a rather aggressive look, but still he continued to talk to the guy and therefore asked him why he was confused. After which the guy began to say that skilled and outstanding people go to train in the army. The demon of the earth must understand what he is capable of, and the pill that the man gave the guy proves how difficult it will be for him to survive in this world. Based on this, he had a question in which he wanted to know whether he could just go there and whether he could survive only by increasing his internal energy. The man was silent for a while, after which he began to talk about how it would be quite difficult to do this with just one pill. After which he handed him another very important item which probably should have helped him. For a second, Solhui forgot about who this man really was because he was filled with joy from the new toy. Kanwun quickly brought him back to this world, because he began to talk about how only those who were chosen at the top get into the army, where he will be able to master various skills thanks to missions and forbidden books. And finally, he added something that the guy didn't quite expect to hear, namely, that the demon of the earth believed that the guy would be able to cope with this. Therefore, Kanwun believed that the guy should be grateful to his teacher. When Solhui entered the building, he held his new sword in his hands and thought that the man seemed to be good, but still he decided that it was better for him to hide the sword, because it would be bad if he was caught with such a good weapon, because they might take him away. He decided that there was no better place to find except the inventory, so he concentrated and wished that the sword would end up there, and apparently he succeeded. After which he went directly into the so-called barracks, where they were already waiting for him and preparing to talk to him. Solhui knew very well that this not very attractive man was called an instructor who would apparently teach him the intricacies of martial art. Also, this person was one of those who monitor the tests. They are a rank below the Lord of the Supreme Court, but those who are appointed as instructors are not the last people in the academy. His thoughts were interrupted by the same instructor who wanted to clarify whether he understood correctly that Solhui was standing in front of him. The guy, without hesitation, confirmed this information, and after that the old man asked him to choose one of the strange objects. Solhui had already seen something like this once during an exam, and these figures meant torso, eloquence, writing, and judgment. He began to suspect that perhaps his choice would determine what test would await him. In his head, there was an understanding that the torso was most likely something connected with the body, and eloquence meant that he would have to speak. Writing, oddly enough, most likely meant that he would have to write, and judgment was the ability to make difficult choices. The old man saw how the guy was carefully trying to choose something suitable, so he suddenly added that he would still have to do all four so he could speed up a little. Solhui understood that the man was hinting to him that there was no point in thinking. Then the guy chose the one on the far left. His choice turned out to be the torso, so the old man announced his new task, in which he had to collect 6 more pieces of bamboo with the same inscription. He gave the guy 1 day for this task, and he can only complete it if he brings them to him tomorrow at the same time. Solhui didn't expect such a turn, but the old man didn't explain to him anymore. He just showed him where the exit was. He also added that behind this door a lot awaits him, everything from forbidden books to treasures and weapons. And the most important thing that he allowed the guy is that he can choose anything and take it for himself for a while. As soon as Solhui heard this, he immediately rushed into this room to choose a new item for himself. While the guy was running, he only thought that there would be others with the same task as him, so he must take the bamboo from them. And to put it in other words, the guy didn't care if he had to destroy them all. When he ran outside, the first thing that incredibly surprised him was that there were such incredible buildings there, and now he was almost sure that after being there for a while, he would be able to find quite a lot of things for himself. Of course, he understood that this means that the chance of revealing his location also increases. So if he wants to get what he needs, then he must make every effort. And the first thing that was part of his plans was to survive and become an order of magnitude stronger than all his rivals. At one point, he began to worry because it was too quiet there. Was he really lucky and just arrived before everyone else? He saw a small, pretty house, of course, compared to the others, and the guy decided that it would be nice if he got there before someone caught him. As soon as the guy ran behind the wall, he was finally able to exhale a little, because he was lucky that no one discovered him. At least that's what it seemed to him at first glance, until he received a red notification that an unknown enemy had discovered his weak point, and he needed to do something about it. His body again froze in weightlessness, and he had to make another choice. Again, there were three options, the first of which was to meet face to face, the second option was to drive away the enemy, and the third was to run away. Seol Hui couldn't believe the fact that someone had managed to find his weak spot, and now he was faced with such a choice. There was too little time to think, and the guy was in a hurry trying to figure out what to do, because this was the first time this had happened to him. Therefore, he decided to stick to his original tactics and take as little risk as possible in order to save his life. And as a result, he chose the third option. At that same moment, he literally flew into the sky and thus tried to escape. But the guy didn't even understand how he did it, because his body began to move on its own again. As it turned out a little later, this was not his main problem, because someone quite quickly attacked him from behind and struck him. The guy started screaming in pain because not only was it quite unexpected, but it was also a blow right in the back. Seol Hui landed on the floor and was literally bleeding, but there was good news. His pain had eased a little. But on the other hand, it didn't matter, because he already heard someone behind him approaching him very quickly. Suddenly, this man stopped on his own and began to say that he could have destroyed the guy before he noticed him, but did not do it. Seol Hui was too slow to think at moments, because his health and stamina dropped exactly in half. But still he had enough strength to get up. He was actually lucky to avoid serious wounds, but he couldn't say that this one was the easiest. In any case, this guy suggested that he not waste time, but finally get down to business. Seol Hui couldn't help but agree with him, so he happily began to pull out his sword to show this guy who the real fighter is here. Although the guy didn't know how strong his opponent was, he knew that his endurance was much less than him, which means that he shouldn't be afraid. So as soon as his opponent began to call him to him, Seol Hui, without thinking for a long time, went to attack. He believed that he could deal with this guy quite quickly, so he went into the attack quite confidently. Seol Hui was not stupid enough to just attack with his bare hands, so he used his white glow technique, namely the white color, which symbolizes cold in this technique. And only for this reason his breath becomes cold and slightly freezes his opponent. The cold penetrated quite strongly into the enemy's body and literally did everything to immobilize the guy, so his opponent did not understand what was happening to him. The fight, to the surprise of even Seol Hui himself, went too quickly, because after several attacks, he was able to deliver the final blow to the guy's body. His vile smile disappeared from his face and his mouth cavity filled with blood, at which point the battle can be considered over. At this moment, he was thinking that he should not miss this opportunity, although he is still at the imitation level, but it is still worth admitting that he has become much faster and stronger. Also, the thought came into his head that according to the status window, he had lost his health and stamina almost twice, but on the other hand, it's very good that he can see his status. But sometimes it's scary because he can feel that his end is near, so he wasn't quite sure if it was a bad thing or not. Seol Hui decided to think about it a little later, but for now he began to search the guy, and as he thought, he was able to find a piece of bamboo with the inscription torso. For the first successful battle, and also for the first discovery, the guy even received a reward in the form of a golden tincture, which he thought could heal his wounds. Then he decided that it would be nice to go into the house and rest a little and catch his breath. While he was getting home, his health continued to decline, but as soon as he stopped the bleeding, it seemed as if the fall had stopped, but he understood that if everything continued like this, he could really die. He wanted to use his gold tincture, but in such a situation he had to be careful, because if he faced someone stronger than him, then the gold tincture would be of little use. But it's too early for him to die, because more than anything else in this world, the guy wanted to deal with the ruler and his friend. Suddenly he remembered that he had some medicinal herbs in his inventory that, in theory, he could use. As soon as he used these herbs, he stopped taking damage from bleeding, and his health units began to grow, which made the guy very happy. But suddenly he decided that he needed to become much quieter, because out of the corner of his ear he heard some strange sound in the next room. So he carefully stood up and went to see who was there, but to his surprise, there was a man whose name he knew. This man's name was Chok Ho. The guy knew very well that 7 detachments were subordinate to the ruler of the Supreme Court. Chok Ho is the commander of the Black Fire Squad, and Jun Myung, the commander of the Black Moon, spoiled this guy a lot of blood. So Sol believed that he was clearly not an ordinary person. Watching him, Sol Hui understood perfectly well that this man's skills were probably superior to his. So if he wanted to get rid of him, then he needed to do it with one blow. And then he remembered the message that appeared when he was about to destroy Juke Man. The guy was curious to know if he could use something like that now. But the main problem was that he simply didn't know how to call it. Anyone would notice. And it seemed to the guy that now was actually the most convenient moment. But the system didn't react at all. Sol Hui began to realize that this could only mean one thing, that he just needed to wait a little for another opportunity to attack. But looking at how this guy took such excellent armor, he decided that he simply could not wait any longer. He was going to go into battle and did not take into account the fact that he had serious injuries. And as soon as the guy thought about it, he immediately received a notification that he had found the ideal opportunity to attack. He was again faced with a choice. The first option was to attack. The second was to use martial arts. And the third, more peaceful, was to use an item. There was again incredibly little time on the timer, and the guy would have to choose immediately. But he was not yet able to think so quickly, so he was tormented by doubts. He decided that he would try something quick and understandable for him, so he chose the first option, and after that, he received an alert that the script would return 3 seconds earlier, and he would have the opportunity to attack, so he needed to act quickly. Sol Hui did not expect such a turn of events, but apparently the script really went back 3 seconds, because his opponent again repeated what a beautiful armor he was holding in his hands. The guy once again looked carefully at Chok Ho, whose hands were occupied with the breastplate, and therefore the system made it clear to the guy why this was an ideal option for an attack. Sol Hui realized that it was better to act as quickly as possible, and after accelerating, he was able to strike in the back, which was quite unexpected for Chok Ho. He immediately decided to check the health status of this guy, and it was immediately clear that nothing else could save the guy because his health indicator was 0. Sol Hui was incredibly glad that he was able to do this. It was even to some extent easier than he thought. But the most pleasant part was yet to come, because as soon as he searched Chok Ho's body, he managed to find 5 more pieces of bamboo, and besides it, he also took from him 1 breastplate, a dagger, 3 gold tinctures, and 1 antidote for iron armor. His inventory has expanded significantly, and therefore it has changed to a more convenient format. Now he can separately view his equipment, weapons, and things that will help him heal. And at some point, the guy realized that as soon as he puts some things into the toolkit and then uses it, the effect appears instantly. And he tested this on a gold tincture, which he also picked up from his opponent. After this tincture, he really felt much better, and now he didn't even have any pain. Sol Hui felt much better. Now that he was completely healthy, he decided that it was time to move on to the bib. The guy was interested in finding out how it worked, but as soon as he used it, everything immediately became clear. The guy saw not only that his armor was now on him, but he could also make it not invisible, which made it possible to practically not feel it on his body. This inventory was like another blessing for him that he was lucky to receive. But the guy's joy did not last very long, because he received a notification that an unknown enemy had found his weak point, and he again had 3 options. Sol Hui did not expect this, because he relaxed so much that he even forgot that he could also be followed. Time froze again, and he had to choose what to do, but he knew that trying to attack was too bad an idea, but he also didn't know who his opponent would be, so it would be too reckless. Although on the other hand, he understood that if he tried to escape, he would most likely be caught up and wounded again. So he decided that a good option would be to simply try to drive his opponent away. The scenario was restored again, and Sol Hui began to hear a guy with a sword running behind him and trying to do something similar to what Sol Hui himself did. He turned around in time but managed to parry the blow only partially, but still it's better to just die. But even such a blow could cause quite unpleasant damage to the guy, and his health dropped by more than 100 units. Sol Hui thought that it was quite difficult to stop the attack, because his opponent was much closer than he expected. But on the other hand, it was clear that if he had attacked first, he would probably have lost, and then he would definitely have been finished. And also, if we compare the options with other ones, then driving him away simply shows him where the enemy is. Fortunately, he was wearing a breastplate, which saved him in the end, and his enemy guessed about this, who began to ask him what he had put under attack. Sol Hui immediately decided to check the status of this guy, and it became obvious that he was much stronger than those with whom he fought before. And if you believe the status, he was the commander of the Heavenly Abyss squad. The first thing worth paying attention to was that his health and stamina were much higher than his indicators. Sol Hui understood that even if his enemies united together, they would hardly be able to defeat this guy. Although when he began to take a closer look, the guy noticed that his new enemy only had one life, which was quite strange, considering his performance. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by this man, who was interested to know why this guy was rolling his eyes. What was he looking at? He would die anyway. At first, Sol Hui didn't know what to answer him, so he looked at him silently for a while. But he still answered that he had also tried incredibly hard all this life. The man didn't understand what the guy was muttering under his breath and asked him to speak at least louder. Sol Hui tried to tell him that everything in this life is bad because he tries to do his best, but he still dies and dies. He thought that he had a chance, and then suddenly, there was such an inequality of power, it was simply unfair. It seemed to the man that he had already lost his mind before his end. The guy did not hide this and added that even if he lost his mind, in any case he would do everything to resist as long as possible. After which he used the white glow technique and decided that now it would be pretty good to start a fight with this guy. This only made the man funnier, and with incredible ease, he was able to repel his pathetic attack. At some point in their fight, the guy realized that everything was getting out of control, and literally a few seconds later an explosion occurred in front of him. But fortunately, he realized that this explosion was provoked by himself. He was somehow able to deliver such a powerful attack, after which he looked at the indicators of his enemy and saw how his health and stamina decreased by 500 units. And the man himself did not understand what kind of martial art this was. Sol Hui realized that their swords simply collided with each other, and therefore he should try to do it again, and maybe then he would be able to deliver a more serious attack. There is a martial art called Cold Martial Glow, which is based on the use of extreme cold. It is a supreme demonic art that is only used by those who occupy the highest ranks. It is more suitable for women than for men, but since it is so powerful, men also want to learn it, so they created martial arts and techniques that are based on this art. Sol Hui always felt that the white glow martial art was based on him. His meridians were not that good, and his body could not be polarized. But on the other hand, he understood that he could easily use this martial art, and he had no other explanation for this. This trick began to infuriate the man even more, and it was clear from his face that he was incredibly angry at everything that had just happened. Although Sol Hui was smiling because his attack was successful, things weren't going well for him as his stamina was dropping more and more every second. And apparently something needs to be thought of urgently, because the man had already moved away from the previous attack and was already heading into battle. It was quite difficult for Sol Hui to adapt to the man's speed, but he was still able to do it because he saw his movements one after another. At moments he was even stronger than him and fought off attacks while standing without unnecessary movements. Therefore, the man asked the guy not to pretend and start fighting with all his might. No one needs this kindergarten. But Sol Hui didn't even think about pretending, because at the moment, this is his maximum that he can demonstrate, because his health was rapidly falling to zero. At some point in the battle, the man was still able to finish the guy and began to say that he was still able to hold out for a long time, using his small tricks. But still, he did not have enough strength to bring the matter to the end. 568. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by another notification that his proficiency in the white glow martial art had increased, and his level was now a beginner. The guy did not think that his health and stamina would increase, but this was clearly a good sign. Therefore, he firmly decided that now he needs to give it his all in order to survive. The man did not expect such an attack from the guy, because he believed that he was already done with him. Because the guy was barely breathing, how could he deliver this kind of attack again? Sol Hui himself did not expect that he would be able to move so quickly and deliver such attacks. Apparently, the level improvements were beneficial to him. And if this was so, then he didn't understand why he was still standing and not attacking this guy, so he decided that he would start doing it right now. The guy's opponent simply didn't understand how he was doing it, so he started to get angry because he wasn't able to do anything to counter it. But Sol Hui did not listen to this man, because at that moment, he again received a notification that he had found an ideal opportunity for an attack, the weak point of the commander of the Heavenly Abyss squad, and now the guy needed to decide what to do. The guy was very happy about this. Finally, this notification appeared again, so he immediately began to think about what he should do better. Looking at this man, he did not understand whether he could destroy him if he simply attacked, so he decided to use the second option, namely the use of martial arts. After such a choice, he had 3 types of martial arts, but he could not choose either the white glow martial art or the unification martial art, and most likely it was because his stamina was at its limit. Therefore, he decided that it was best to use the third option, and that's the only reason he took up the commander's clothes. After which he used a skill called a flaming hand, which literally burned the man. Such a blow was the final one because his health was at 0, and after such a battle, only coals remained of the commander. Sol Hui could catch his breath because he was still able to win this battle. Although his health and stamina were almost 0, it was pretty close if not for the window warning about a weak point, but he could even lose. In any case, the guy decided that it was time for him to leave as soon as possible, because he would be finished if any more of the enemies appeared. Sometime later, after the guy recovered with the help of the golden tincture, he decided that he should hide in the forest, where he retreated a little from the battle. It was also worth considering that the guy was able to complete the task and collected all 6 pieces of bamboo. At one point, Seol Hui wanted to put the things he received from the commander into his inventory in order to save them for the next life, but he did not accept them, as if trying to prevent him from taking advantage of something that would possibly give him an advantage in the next life. At first, he wondered if he should use them at all, but on the other hand, he needs to carefully plan everything regarding the elixir, because if he uses them and then dies, then he will have little use for them. So he decided that he needs something that gives a permanent effect, unlike elixirs. He began to sort through his inventory and came across a forbidden book that his teacher had given him. Seol Hui decided that now was the time to learn new stealth skills, and as soon as he chose to learn it, all the knowledge was in his head, everything from breathing techniques to how to use them. He thought that if he used this stealth technique and the window that appeared before he struck Oma, then he would have a good advantage over other enemies. The more he thought, the more he realized that he needed all the luck he could get. After all, if he can only use it, then his dream of rising higher will no longer be just a dream. As soon as he began to think about it, he was blinded by some too bright light that literally ate his eyes. The guy began to reach out to this light with his hand and hoped that this was the luck that he so often thinks about. At that very moment, he received a notification in which he was offered to save his progress, to which the guy agreed. So he began to select an empty field for this. But suddenly he thought again and refused to save the progress, and the guy did not regret it, because he does not know whether he will have such an opportunity again, or if this was the last. But he decided that it was better not to save, because there were still a lot of treasures left in this place. Besides, he decided that it would be better if he returned here in his next life. The next step was to bring the bamboo scrolls to the instructor and await his next instructions. The man continued to look at him and did not say a word, so the guy began to think that he had made some mistake or some problem had arisen. The old man could only ask him in response to this, to choose the next bamboo scroll. Looking at these 3 objects, he knew that in the end, he would have to choose each of them. So he realized that there was no point in thinking about it, and reached for the one on the far left. This item meant eloquence, and the old man pointed his hand to where he should go to begin performing this stage. Sol Hui politely bowed to him and moved on. While he was walking, he was enveloped in thoughts about why he didn't meet anyone else. He understood that this was certainly not the only entrance, but he still thought that he could meet at least a few people, but there was no one. In any case, he decided that he shouldn't be nervous about this, because as long as he succeeds, then he shouldn't care. Therefore, he decided that it was time to continue completing his task, and he slowly but surely began to open his doors, thinking that he was incredibly interested in what would happen in the next task. And as soon as he opened his doors, he saw some not very pleasant man sitting at the table, throwing his legs on it. Not only did he not have the most pleasant smell, but the guy also felt an aura of bloodlust, and it was so strong that his stomach churned. Apparently, this man is very strong. His thoughts and guesses were interrupted by the same man, who did not understand what this guy was staring at. With a shaking voice, but still, Seol Hui was able to tell him that he had come to complete a task. The man was silent for a while, and then warned the guy that if he even said something like that again, he would kill him. Seol Hui was incredibly frightened by such a strong aura. He had never seen such strong bloodlust. His hands began to shake, and the question arose in his head about what he could do, or is this also part of the test? He understood that he needed to do something, but the room was empty. He began to think that maybe there was at least something in the room that would tell him how to act. And suddenly, he noticed a note. Was he surprised by the fact that this man didn't care what the guy was doing in this room? If this was the case, then he still came up and took this note, which he began to read carefully. And as soon as he began to do this, he began to receive notifications in which there were a number of questions. He is on a secret mission, and he was ordered to destroy the intermediaries. Wandering in the thicket of the forest, he sees an abandoned house. In it, he sees 3 people, those whom he was looking for. He continued reading and came to the point that these people are about to leave. All 3 know martial arts. One is stronger than the guy, the other is at his level, and the third is weaker than him. And then he had to choose how he would act, and as usual, there were several options. The first was to disguise himself as a resident of Marim. The second was to wait near the house until something happened, and the third option was to choose nothing. The guy didn't really understand why, in this situation, add an option in which there is no answer. He believed that it would be reckless to try to catch them by surprise. Talking is also dangerous, so he chose to wait near the house until something happens. He believed that this was the best option. Apparently, the guy didn't make the right choice, because the man literally started laughing at him. Then he added that he warned him that he shouldn't do this, but he didn't listen to him. No matter how ready the guy was, he still didn't expect such a quick blow, and apparently it was a mistake when he decided not to save his progress. The next picture he had to watch was how the Earth Demon told him that he had 3 options. The guy was not too happy that he had to return to this place again, but he could not do anything about it. Seol Hui chose the option of becoming the main warrior of the Earth Demon. He again heard from the man that this was a pretty good choice, but it was the same as last time. The guy even noticed that everything was the same as then. His words, his gaze, even his gestures. The man didn't even forget to mention the manual on the 3 basic skills. And after the guy listened to the same words as last time, the Earth Demon left. Seol Hui stood for some time and could not breathe normally because he was thinking about how his throat was cut with one blow, and he did not even have time to lift a finger. He understood that he was still too weak, and in order to live, he needed to prepare more carefully for this, and the guy understood this perfectly well. Fortunately, all the items that he immediately checked in his inventory do not disappear anywhere, and this means that if he steals something from the Earth Demon's room and hides it in his inventory, he will have it in his next life. At that moment, the guy only thought that for the sake of his next life, he was obliged to find something useful. But suddenly his search was interrupted as soon as he saw that he had only 2 lives left, and this taking into account the fact that he received 1 additional one for destroying the commander of the Oma squad. Then he realized that he needed to cheer up, because in fact, he would no longer be able to return the time that had passed. About an hour had passed since then, and he searched the whole room, but didn't find anything useful. But the guy couldn't just leave. He wanted to at least take something with him. Suddenly, while rummaging in the closet, he noticed a very strange hidden passage that seemed to lead to some kind of room. And as soon as he decided that he needed to take a closer look at what was there, he received a notification that he had received a new martial art called Wind. Seol Hui was a little scared at first because he couldn't expect this, but then he began to read it in more detail. And this incredibly strongly actually began to lift the guy's spirits, because this was one of the forms of martial arts that the Earth Demon received. The guy immediately went down to the basement of Cheonil's department and started screaming with joy. Seol Hui thought for some time that this was just a dream, which gave him goosebumps all over his body, but apparently this is really a demonic martial art. Although his joy again didn't last that long because the guy looked at his stats, which were pretty pathetic in fact. So he decided that this time he needed to ask Ko Woon for the flying dragon pill like he did that time. And at that moment, he came to an understanding of why he died in a past life and began to think that if he was too careful and began to choose only safe options, then this obviously would not bring him good results. In his head was the thought that in the army, fate decides who gets the treasure, and if he really wants to be ready to fight the masters, then he needs to become stronger, no matter what. And taking this into account, the guy decided that the best option would be to use all the elixirs that he had, and thus his performance increased almost tenfold. The result was better than he expected. Seol Hui felt that not only his parameters had changed, but his body too. He had never felt so strong. His muscles became larger, his fat became much less, and thus his speed increased quite a lot, and it seems he was even able to become a little taller. Finally, the long-awaited great power with which you can destroy an entire building with a snap of your fingers, and Seol Hui decided that it was time to see this power in action. But as soon as he decided to do this, he suddenly realized that his power was blocked, and he essentially could not do anything. As it turned out, to use this technique, he needed to have at least 30,000 health points and 50,000 stamina points. So far, these were 2 huge numbers for the guy, and he began to understand that he could not do this yet. Although, given what he had become, he definitely had to rely on luck, and he asked himself, could he do it? And he understood that if he wanted to do this, then the art of white glow best fits this description, because it is a technique that does not waste his stamina, and this is the best thing that luck gave him. But the secret of this technique still remains a mystery, so he decided that the first thing he needed to do was reveal it. On the day of recruitment into the army, the guy met with Kan-woon again, and he gave the guy an immortality pill, which again increased his characteristics by 2,000 each. The guy thanked the man, and this time he thought that it was so amazing, because it is enough to only increase his endurance in order to be at the beginner level. Only thanks to this, he will be able to fend for himself in the army. Kan-woon repeated exactly the same phrases as last time and was just as ready to leave after tricking the guy. Then he decided that perhaps the answer options would change, and he was right, because a new option appeared that allowed him to ask the man for the flying dragon pill, which he received from the earth demon. It's also worth noting that the second option was missing. Perhaps it's because the guy has a sword. Both options were specific, but still the guy chose the option with the pill, and at the same moment asked the man to give it to him. Kan-woon did not expect to hear this, unlike the guy, so he asked to repeat it, but Sol-hui insisted on his own and simply repeated once again that he needed a pill, which he did not give him. After which he began to talk about how the earth demon said that he would give him the pill of immortality and a flying dragon. He warned the man that he was saying this just in case. Looking at the man's face, the guy realized that it was better for him not to say such things, so he decided to make a fool of himself and said that most likely he had mixed up something. And as soon as he began to say that he should apologize, the man extended his hand to him, in which there was this pill. Sol-hui wasn't that surprised because he guessed that the guy had this pill, but it was still a little strange for him that he just gave it to him. Although this was no longer important, so he decided to quickly pick her up, then thank the man and start leaving. But apparently it won't be that easy, because the man suddenly got angry with the guy and dealt him a rather strong blow. While Sol was writhing in pain, the man continued to beat him and say that someone like him would have died anyway. But if the guy still survives, the man promised him that he would then destroy him with his own hands. At this point, he finished his speech and laughing rose to his feet and began to leave. In response to this, the guy ate another pill, and at that moment he thought that if he survived this, he would definitely find Kan-woon and destroy him with his own hands. Just like last time, the guy first came to the instructor, who again allowed him to choose one of 4 bamboo sticks. Sol-hui decided that it would be easiest for him to start just like last time, so his hand reached out to the bamboo that was responsible for the torso. After which the old man again began to tell him that his task was to collect 6 more pieces of bamboo with the same inscription, and he had 1 day to do this. Before setting off to complete this task, this time Sol-hui decided to ask the old man, isn't he the only one who performs this task? Sol-hui began to talk about how, given the number of pieces of bamboo, there must be other participants, so why is he the only one here? The instructor continued to be silent, and the guy did not understand what he was doing wrong because the instructor seemed to be sitting right in front of him, but still did not answer the questions. Although then he remembered that usually no one dares to talk to him, so the guy decided that it would be better for him to just leave. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the instructor, who said the word eyes, and that they were all looking further and further. Sol-hui was slightly surprised that the old man answered him, but he was more shocked by his words. Although he did not fully understand them, the guy understood that there were definitely others here, but the fact that he didn't see them could mean that they either came at a different time or used a different entrance. What about those who are already here? They are fighting and trying to become stronger. The phrase eyes looking higher and higher means that those who come later will be stronger. Although on the other hand, the guy realized that this doesn't really change anything, because if he has to face them, then he intends to move faster and give himself an advantage by collecting more items. Sol-hui returned to this territory again, but this time he was sure that everything would be different. The guy approached the building near which he was attacked in a previous life, and this time it was he who planned a sudden attack. But even knowing that the enemy was hiding here, Sol-hui still could not find him, and in his head, there was an understanding that the longer he waited, the greater the chance that he would be found and then attacked. After a while, he got tired of running around this building in the hope of seeing his enemy, so he decided to relax and thought that the enemy would find him. And as soon as he thought about it, he received a notification that the enemy had found his weak point, and as usual, he needed to choose one of 3 options. That time the guy chose the option of running away, and while he hesitated, he still missed a blow in the back. He didn't even think about defending himself that time, because the enemy's level was high, But now he decided that he could easily knock this guy down. Therefore, this time, Sol Hui chose the option of meeting his enemy face to face, and almost immediately saw the boy who attacked him last time standing on the balcony and smiling. It didn't take long to stand, and this guy desperately decided that now was the best time to launch an attack on Sol Hui. But this time, everything was really different, and Sol Hui was able to counterattack this guy with incredible ease. And in fact, it was even easier than he expected, and a smile now appeared on Sol Hui's face. Now this fight was truly unfair, because the difference in their skills was now colossal, and it was obvious, even from the guy's gaze. And this became especially obvious when a window again appeared in front of him, that his enemy had again discovered his weak point. In Sol Hui's thoughts at that moment, there was the thought that his life had become exciting, and not at all because he liked to destroy people. It was the difference in their skills. At moments, he couldn't even believe that he was so excited about this gap in skills, but Sol Hui liked it incredibly, and he didn't want this feeling to leave him. But the time has come to deal with this guy, and in fact, no matter what Sol Hui chooses, he can do it quite easily. But since he has already used both a regular attack and magic, he decided it was time to use the last option, but first he needed to see how his new skill worked. But as soon as he looked into his inventory, he realized that the forbidden books were gone. Only healing equipment remained. It seems that it only shows what he can use now. From this meager selection, he decided that it would be a good idea to choose equipment, and the system itself suggested that he place his short sword in his right hand. The scenario continued again, but now the guy was holding his short sword in his right hand, and now he actually had an understanding of how it works. He understood that this would be quite useful if he lost or broke his sword. While Sol Hui was thinking about all this, the guy was already running to meet him and was about to destroy him. But it was still too slow for Sol Hui, so he was easily able to dodge such a blow and deliver his own, which ended his opponent. When he started to search him, he thought that it was unlikely that there would be anything useful in this guy's inventory, since he had already searched it the last time. While the guy continued to move forward in his scenario, he was quite interested in finding out how many people were in the army and what treasures could be found inside their inventory. But he was still sure of one thing. The larger the building, the more treasures there are inside. True, his movements could be seen if he moved too often, but then he remembered that he now has a skill called stealth, which allows him to cover his tracks. Although he is now much stronger than before, he still decided to be careful because his strength is still a rather relative thing. The first house he decided to visit was relatively close. The first thing he did was start searching the cabinets inside. At first it was quite strange for him that he could not find any treasures, but then he came to the understanding that no one would just leave them here. A few seconds later, his thoughts were interrupted because he heard someone coming and realized that he needed to prepare for battle. This was another plus of his new stealth skill, because before Sol Hui would not have heard such a quiet sound, but now he can afford it. The stealth technique was specifically designed to hide one's presence, and part of it was knowing when there was someone else nearby. So the guy didn't see anything wrong if this skill had such an effect. Looking at his new potential opponent, he decided it would be a good idea to call up a weak point window. His opponent entered another room, and this was actually a problem, because now the guy doesn't see what he's doing there and doesn't know what to do next. Sol Hui only understood that if he continued to sit like this in the corridor without shelter, then he could only bring danger upon himself. So he thought about just attacking, but then he realized that he should avoid danger, and especially situations where he must fight in the house. Thinking about this, the guy's body literally decided on its own that he needed to try to enter this room, because deep down he believed too much in his abilities. And as soon as he did this, he saw a man there who, like him, was looking for treasure. The man immediately noticed him and looked straight into the eyes of Sol Hui, who at that moment opened the status window and was reading information about Kuiem. This man was the head of the detachment of the courtyard of the destruction of the holy deity. But at this moment he suddenly stopped and literally immediately went on the attack, probably hoping that the man would not expect such a quick attack. Apparently everything will not be as simple as the guy expected, because this man was still able to jump away from such an attack in time. At least that's what it seemed at first glance until he tripped and fell. Sol Hui didn't want to make the man fall, but still he couldn't ruin such a great chance. So gathering strength into his fist, he was able to deliver another blow, which this time caused too much damage to the man. All that was left to do was finish off this man, but at that moment he didn't understand why this time he didn't have a window alerting him to his weak point. The man at that moment did not understand why the guy was hesitating and finally asked him to finish him off. Sol Hui decided that apparently it does not appear for those who have already lost the will to live, like this man. Next, the guy turned his attention to the bedside table in which this man had been rummaging for so long and saw one nutrition bar there, which made him feel strange that he had been looking there for so long. As soon as he decided to talk to him, he realized that the man had lost consciousness and now he was unlikely to get anything out of him. Considering all this, he decided that he might be attacked unexpectedly, so he must first deal with this commander. But before he could do this, he was again faced with a choice in which there were only two options. Now he must either destroy him once and for all, or leave him alive and torture him. After a few seconds, the guy still realized that the man had not lost consciousness, but was simply pretending, and therefore such a choice arose. According to Seol Hui's experience, in such a situation it is much more profitable to choose torture than to simply destroy a person. Therefore he finally made up his mind and chose the second option, namely to torture this guy. The man began to scream incredibly loudly only because the guy, with the help of his key, increased the sensitivity of his receptors to pain and then twisted the bone to cause him as much suffering as possible, after which he gave the man a chance to answer all his questions, and then perhaps he would stop doing this to him. But the commander did not understand what the guy was telling him and what answers he wanted to hear. Seol Hui did not ask him any questions. He just said that he was sure that the man clearly knew what the guy was asking him about. The guy let go of his head and said that he was giving him one last chance, otherwise he would hurt him even more, and it was unlikely that he would be able to experience such pain again. The man decided that it would be better to give up, so he began to say that what the guy was looking for was really with him. Seol Hui didn't quite understand what the man was talking about, so he asked for an explanation. His condition was so sad that he asked the guy to do it himself and look under his bandana. That's what Seol Hui did, and apparently he didn't do it in vain, because he managed to find a treasure map, which marked the location of all the treasures in the mission, with the purple roof on the army's territory, and a total of 10 items were marked. After the man revealed this secret to Seol Hui, he once again began to ask him to let him die in peace. This was already much easier to deal with because you actually only need to press on one acupuncture point and then it would be over. But apparently no one will let him do this because he was faced with a choice in which there was again an option, and he should either continue to torture this man or still leave him alone. Based on this, Seol Hui began to understand perfectly well that this so-called commander was still hiding something and simply did not want to admit it, so the choice seemed obvious to him. His torture finally ended and the man was able to exhale, if of course he can still breathe, and Seol Hui was grateful to the system, because now he received 7 fragments of the map thanks to this wonderful man. But it was still worth clarifying that it was quite disgusting. Seol Hui understood why he hid parts of the map in his shoes and underwear, but it seemed too stupid to the guy to hide a fragment of the map in the 5th point. In any case, this is no longer so important, because the guy managed to collect all the parts of the map of the territory occupied by the army. But there was still one nuance that he really wanted to check. The chest of drawers in which this man was rummaging. Seol Hui believed that there must be some kind of treasure in it. After some time examining this chest of drawers, the guy realized that in fact there was nothing here that could have been, and most likely this man was also deceived. And most likely someone took the treasure first. He even left a candy bar here as a seed. Apparently there was really something expensive in the chest of drawers. This thought suggested that he needed to act quickly before all the treasures were taken away. After a short time, the guy was still able to find the first treasure, which was called a manual on voice transmission. But the guy believed that since reading usually takes a lot of time, the book he found was not the most useful find in such a situation. But even in this situation, there is a nuance that allowed the guy to learn a new skill. And he did this only thanks to the thought that he was not like everyone else. The guy was not going to stop there, and 10 minutes later he found the second treasure. It was a guide to creating poison, which was not very useful for him, but the guy believed that it would not be superfluous to learn it. His search continued further, and now he literally destroyed the ceiling of one of the houses just to get another treasure. And this time it was not books, but a very useful item called demonic bracers. Someone probably had to try hard to hide them in the ceiling. As soon as Seol Hui picked them up and took them in his hands, he noticed that the status of this item said that they were high-end, but the guy didn't quite understand what that meant, so he decided to check it out and just put it on. But he couldn't even imagine that immediately after that, he would receive a notification that he had now learned the basic wind technique and the level of the flaming hand technique had been increased. If you read the description of these items, you could find out that these are the favorite bracers of Elder Nok Chun, who is in 34th place in the Demon Academy. Sol Hui knew very well that this is the old man who is in charge of the factions, but most importantly, that he is one of the most influential people in the academy. Sol Hui even became interested to know why the old man gave them away after all, but now it became clear to him why those who were in the army are held in high esteem. But his joy was interrupted as soon as he looked at the map again, because someone else had taken another treasure. So he again had to hurry before the rest of the treasures were taken away. There were 10 treasures in total, 3 of which the guy found, but no one forbade him to find even more, so he went in search again. But apparently, he will have to wait a while because as soon as he went down to the first floor of the house he was in, he heard some kind of scream from another room, so he rather carefully approached the door of the room from which the scream was coming. And I saw how several guys who were on different teams collided with each other, but he was most surprised when he looked into the status of these guys, one of whom was a member of the group of 7 dragons, which belonged to the chamber of the vile demon. And the guys were not alone. Each of them had a pair of equally strong warriors, and it was obvious that if they started this battle, it would not be sweet for each of them. So Tay, that was the name of the guy who opposed them, said that he knew very well what group they were from, and most likely their synchronization of attacks was at a low level, so they had no chance in this battle. Sil Hui knew that the vile demon tent and the red demon chamber are the 2 chambers that support the existence of the army in the Demon Academy. The Lord of the Supreme Court and the Lord of the Holy Deity Court belong to the Red Demon Chamber, where they occupy the main positions. Therefore, they are much stronger and more powerful than Jukmen. Each of them had special strength and he had no desire to fight with them. And now a conflict has broken out between these 2 chambers. But the most offensive thing is that the treasure that the guy was looking for is in this room in the chest of drawers. And this fact made the guy think about what to do next. Because on the one hand, his characteristics were much higher than those of these guys. But on the other hand, it was still not worth messing with them. Of course, he could understand a lot more if they demonstrated what techniques they possess, but he is sure that they will not do anything unless absolutely necessary. But Sol Hui wanted to deal with them so badly and get to the treasure when suddenly they started fighting each other. And this was actually a great chance for the guy. The guy understood that theoretically, he first needed to come up with a plan and not rush headlong into a fight, because at least he didn't want to leave empty-handed. Although there was a thought in his head that it was impossible to become stronger without taking risks, the guy realized this after he himself died several times. But he did not expect that he would have to take risks so soon, because as soon as he thought about it, he again received a notification that he would have to make a choice again. He just thought that it was better to wait until this Kacha lost, but apparently he would have to do something now, and this was actually a problem for him. But it was worth noting that this time everything was completely different, because a new option appeared, which invited the guy to get close to the enemy, and he understood that martial arts are better suited for one-on-one battle. And now he has 4 opponents. Besides, if he uses internal energy, they will immediately attack him. The timer popped up at that time, and it was time to decide. He realized that he needed to be more decisive in this situation. So he chose the option in which he would come close to the enemy. But now he had to choose in which direction he needed to move. Sol Hui did not expect that he would have to choose something else. And now he again had 4 options and a timer on which there was very little time. He understood that this was like the case when you can instantly move to any place, and this thought even gave him goosebumps. To begin with, he decided that it would be nice for him to think a little, and fortunately, this would not affect the state of things because time had stopped. In his head, he literally wrote down the position of everyone. Salo stands to the south of Kamcha. To the west of him is his comrade Mukyun, which meant that it was safe from the east and north of him, and so Sol Hui would be quite far from Chalo and from Seotai. Sol Hui wanted to think everything through carefully because in fact his life depended on it at this stage. After all, he would have to simultaneously destroy 2 people, one from each pair, because he had the assumption that if there was only one left from each pair, they would not attack him. And since there is a possibility that they will change their minds and attack each other, then Sol Hui decided to choose to go north. Everything passed instantly and the guy appeared in the north a few seconds later. He literally crawled out of the ground and found himself near Kamcha, to which he did not react immediately. And this was the main mistake of this guy, because then it was too late because Sol Hui had already struck his blow right in the chest. After such a strong attack, the guy received a notification that he had launched a rather unexpected attack that could cause damage of 2,000 units, which could destroy the guy on the spot. The rest of the guys who watched all this carefully could not believe their eyes at what was happening. Sol Hui could only smile because he had just been able to confirm that his plan was not only feasible, it was also ideal. And all this happened not without the gift of divine luck, which played into his hands in this situation. But this was only the beginning, because immediately after the guy dealt with the first enemy, he received a notification that he had found the weak points of everyone else, and he was given an incredible opportunity, which he had no right to miss. Therefore, it was time to choose the next victim, and this time it was Salo, who was a member of the demonic dragon group. Sol Hui, without thinking for a long time, decided that he urgently needed to use martial arts in order to destroy this guy as soon as possible. This time he decided not to get close and used his fire technique, which literally blew the guy away. And apparently this is where he will end his story. Such an unexpected blow could cause an incredible amount of harm to the guy, which is why he lost all his health that he had. To be honest, Sol Hui himself did not expect that he would be able to deliver such a strong blow, and that he even had such power. But all this was not without loss for the guy, because he spent more than half of his stamina on this blow. Although considering the result, it was actually worth it. While he was thinking about this, his stealth skill worked and the guy heard another warrior running towards him, and this was not in his plan. At some point he realized that he was too distracted by the death of Salo, and apparently in this way, he would not have time to dodge. But it was as if his brain itself told him that it was worth using his new item, which was called demonic bracers, with which at the last moment he was able to block this guy's blow. The warrior was perplexed because he was sure that he could deal the same strong blow to this guy, but he still somehow managed to dodge at the last moment. Well then, in fact, it was quite obvious that Sol Hui would not stand still and would most likely strike, from which the warrior's body literally flew out of the room and his health indicators rapidly approached zero. It would seem that after such a blow, the guy's stamina should drop significantly, but it decreased by only 200 units, which was a mere trifle for the guy. And it seems that now he has all the bamboo sticks that the instructor instructed him to collect. But still, we should not forget that there is another warrior who at that moment was already flying with his sword to attack. Apparently, after Sol Hui was able to destroy 3 other warriors, he gained incredible confidence with which he was able to quickly deal with the guy. It was worth noting, of course, that he spent quite a lot of stamina on this fight, but still he managed. But the most pleasant moment was yet to come, because he began to receive new things one after another, and this could not but please him. The most important thing, of course, was that now having collected all these tablets, he would be able to pass the test. But he was not going to use the spear and the blade of the shoulder scarlet, so he could throw them away, and he also received strange tablets that he needed to test first. These pills were called 9 protective gestures, which were made from bran and eggs. Their effect was that they increased health by 300 units. This was already incredibly little for the guy, because he actually expected much more. But the next item amazed him much more, because it was the armor of the 8th Emperor, and in appearance it was actually very cool, even better than the breastplate made of heavenly silver, although he could only say for sure when he checked the description. This is all good, of course, but he shouldn't forget about why he really came here, and again turned his attention to that very box. But as soon as he opened this chest, he was unfortunately met with complete disappointment, because there again lay that same nutrition bar, which meant that someone had already been here. It was a little strange for the guy. Why are there always bars in these boxes? Who finds the treasures faster for him? But apparently he will have to meet this guy much earlier than Sol Hui expected, because a guy suddenly appeared behind him and said only that he had several treasures, but he would not give them up, and then swung his sword. It seemed that such a blow was simply impossible to parry, but still Sol Hui was able to do it without realizing it, after which his enemy jumped back a little because, to be honest, he also did not expect that the guy would be able to cope with such a blow. But as soon as Sol Hui raised his eyes to look at the face of the one who decided to attack him, his surprise knew no bounds, because it was the commander of the Heavenly Abyss Squad from the Red Demon Chamber, whose name was Oma. And now a complete picture emerges in the guy's head of why all the boxes are empty, and instead of treasures, they contain nutrition bars. If he is right, then in their place there should have been elixirs, thanks to which he became stronger in this life. In other words, in these boxes there should have been elixirs of living skin and a blue pear. It was also worth noting that last time Oma's health was 4,000 units, and now it is 3,700. That is, it has decreased by 300 units. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Oma, who began to say that he had just arrived and he had nothing, so he would get nothing if he destroyed it. And now Sol Hui had no doubt that the last time he inspected this building was much. It was a later hour, and Oma alone could not have dealt with these 4, which means they attacked him after they had dealt with themselves. After which the guy decided to ask him where he would go if he let him go. To which Oma confidently replied that to the yellow house. Sol Hui decided that there was no point in overexerting himself because it was he who would go to the yellow house, and Oma would have to find another house for searching. And even before he goes somewhere, Sol Hui decided to ask the guy where he thinks the stronger opponents gather. He asks because there is no one here with outstanding abilities. The man began to tell him that this would only happen today. But as soon as the sun goes down, strong fighters will appear, and if he cannot collect enough treasures before dark, then it will not be easy to survive. Their strength is approximately at the level of a member of the chamber or the commander-in-chief. Sol Hui knew very well that the commanders-in-chief who represent the 5 courtyards and 9 pavilions are the most important members of the academy. They are masters who look at everyone from above, and tomorrow there will be those who are equal to them in strength. Now he understood what Oma meant, and he firmly decided that if he wanted to survive, then he should find as many treasures as possible and eventually become stronger. At some point in the search for new treasures, Sol Hui, as expected, everything was as in a previous life. So he again chose the option of approaching the enemy closely and striking. His opponent was incredibly scared, but the guy calmed him down and told him not to move, because if he wanted to destroy him, he would have done it long ago. This guy decided to listen to him and slowly lowered his sword, and now he could essentially only hope that Sol Hui would spare him. Sol Hui at that moment was actively examining the body of a man who had just been dealt with by another warrior and noticed on the body the same breastplate made of heavenly silver, which was again in its place. Now he was well aware of the fact that things that he did not put in his toolkit appeared again, but he shouldn't have forgotten at that moment about the guy who was still standing next to him, whose name was Chuk Ho. And if you believe the status of this guy, he's not a very strong opponent. Besides, he has minor injuries, and who actively began to ask Sol Hui what he needs from him. He ignored all of his questions and simply walked up to the man's body to try to take back the celestial silver breastplate. And he actually succeeded, which was great news because now he has a breastplate again. He also discovered 2 more bamboo sticks, which he really didn't need much anymore. Therefore, he decided to turn to Chok Ho and ask the guy if he was by any chance from the Black Fire Squad. Chok Ho confidently answered him that he was from there, for which apparently he received 2 bamboo sticks which Sol Hui threw to him. After which he added to Chok Ho that if he answers a few of his questions, then it will all be his. As soon as the guy heard about this, he immediately agreed to such conditions. So the first question came from Sol Hui, in which he wanted to know what he knew about other tests. Chok Ho was surprised by the fact that the guy came here without even knowing what was happening here. Sol Hui again ignored his words and simply asked to answer his question. Before telling him, Chok Ho decided to make sure that after he answered him, he would remain alive. Sol Hui told him that if his answer suited him, then he could rest assured that he would survive. Chok Ho thought a little, but still began to tell him that tests in the army take place in a certain order, and it is impossible to get into the army if you pass them in the wrong order. Sol Hui was quite surprised to hear that everything needs to be done in order. Chok Ho once again confirmed this and added that there are 4 tests in total, but unfortunately, he doesn't know in what order to go through them. He only knows that the torso should be taken last. This made Sol Hui very angry, because he did not expect that the test he was going through at the moment should be the last. Then the guy thought about the test that he chose after that. What was the matter there? Why did he not manage to pass it? Cheon Ho added that he only found out about this when he was already here, and he also heard that the one who runs everything here specially arranged everything so that one person could take all the treasures. Only one thing was clear: there are a lot of treasures here, but Sol Hui never met anyone stronger for him, and all because for them this test will be the last, and the guy started it first. Now it was clear why Oma said that more skilled warriors would appear only tomorrow. This place is specially designed so that it is possible to defeat those who are stronger than him with the help of treasures hidden here. This allows even weak subjects to stand up for themselves. That's why this place in Spain was called the Torso, or as the locals call it, Shin. Sol Hui understood that this was still a massacre in which the strong oppress the weak, but the weak still have a chance to respond in battle. After thinking about this, Sol Hui decided to answer the guy that he believed him, and now it would probably be best for him to run away from this place. Cheon Ho told him that he was going to do so if he couldn't find anything useful before midnight. Sol Hui didn't quite understand why he would take such a risk and stay. Cheon Ho realized that apparently the guy knew nothing at all about the situation that had unfolded here. Therefore, he continued his story and began to say that tomorrow morning those who had completed the previous 3 tests would come, and if he could not find anything that could help him stand against them, then he would simply leave. Seol Hui actually understood him the first time, but he was still curious to know how strong they could be. Cheon Ho believed that their strength was recognized by the 5 courts and 9 pavilions of the Demon Academy. And this could only mean that the captain of the Black Gold Squad, Shai Biran, would also be here. Seol Hui knew that he was one of the strongest warriors who represented the 7 squads of the Supreme Court. Suddenly, all his thoughts were interrupted by another notification from the system, which reported that an important mission had been found for him, which was called to get rid of Shin Bi-ran, the reward for completing which was 1 heavenly dragon pill. Seol Hui did not understand why such an important mission was suddenly happening, because it seemed to him that he had done nothing of the kind. But his interest was fueled after he read what the Celestial Dragon Pill, which was created by Celestial Scholar Hu, was, which gave more than 15,000 health and stamina. One could go crazy, because this is a whole decade of accumulated internal energy and health, so he decided that there was no point in thinking about it, and he had to get it in any way at all costs. After which, he immediately accepted the challenge to carry out an important mission, and the appearance of Shin Bi-ran, a close lord of the Supreme Court, was activated, and he also received a description of the captain of the Black Gold Squad, who was the strongest martial artist among all the masters of the 7 squads of the Supreme Court. After reading such a biography, which was not very promising for a guy, he decided to look at his status window, in which a parameter appeared called combat strength, which was equal to 30,000, and Seol Hui thought that perhaps this was due to the fact that his level of mind reading had increased, and he can now see the new parameter. Everything would have been fine if he hadn't learned that Shin Bi-ran's combat power level was 70,000 units, and this captain himself looked as if his parameters had been significantly reduced. These incredible numbers scared the guy, and now he had a lot of doubts about it. Could he even defeat this guy? After all, he was a man who was approaching the peak of his power, and if he used his luck, he should be able to do it. Cheon Ho didn't want to distract the guy from his thoughts, but he wanted to continue on his way, so he interrupted Seol Hui and asked if he had any more questions. Seol Hui decided to ask the guy what he knew about the tests in general, to which the guy answered him that the Pan test was associated with correct judgments. He also heard that if you don't cope with the test within a certain time, then the rulers release poison, and this is the end. Cheon Ho also knew that if in a test with an instructor, he could not give an answer that the instructor would like, then he would be finished. And Cheon Ho was not entirely sure, but it seems like everyone is given a book that describes the tasks that the test participant must complete, and later pass them for testing. At this point, the guy finished his story, and added that this is all he knows, so he asked Seol Hui if they were finished. As soon as Seol Hui made it clear to him that that was all, the guy disappeared at that very second and finally added that he needed to go as quickly as possible and look for new treasures, because soon it would be midnight. The guy at that moment only thought that Ko Woon was still a scoundrel, because he never explained anything to him, and clearly did this on purpose so that he could not pass the tests. But now the guy has even more motivation to survive and become strong enough to destroy him, no matter what. After that, Seol Hui searched the yellow building for the rest of the time, but unfortunately, the only useful thing he found was a grenade. There were still a lot of treasures left, but monsters were coming soon, and the guy began to understand that it was more important now to restore stamina as much as possible by circulating his internal energy. Although it would be great if he knew a more effective breathing technique to restore energy, although the one he uses now is also not bad. He waited until the sun set and it was finally time to move out. The fact that midnight had come could be recognized not only by the sun, but also by the screams that were heard throughout the entire territory. Seol Hui didn't really expect that everything would start so quickly. He was too distracted by the circulation of internal energy and didn't even notice how they appeared. But now this could only mean that he could not waste another second, so he used his stealth skill and immediately went for more treasures. When he ran closer to the buildings of the city, he was the first to see some guy running away from someone and at the same time asking anyone for help. But apparently no one heard him or didn't want to hear him, so he received his blow in the back, and now he no longer needs help. The street suddenly became very quiet and there was not a sound, only the body of the guy who was lying unconscious. Seol Hui did not expect that everything would be so serious, because he believed that those who could not find strong treasures would be able to simply leave at some point, but apparently this was not the case. Suddenly he noticed a guy who was sitting right under and hiding behind a stone. This poor guy was literally shaking with fear and talking to himself about how they were all monsters and how he could stand against people like them. So he thought the best thing to do would be to just hide. But at some point, this turned out to be his fatal mistake. His face was literally divided into two parts, and from that moment on, such a guy no longer existed. The man who did this could only smile and be content with how strong he is. Sol Hui, watching all this madness, realized that this was far from a test, but an ordinary massacre in which only the strongest would survive and no one would be able to hide. From that moment on, the creatures of darkness filled the quiet night with the smell of blood, destroying one warrior after another. Sol Hui, in all this massacre, saw his target, whose commander he was obliged to destroy no matter what the cost. Sol Hui believed that he managed to survive among those who were skilled enough to destroy even those who were well hidden. For him, his skill of secrecy played a big role, which allowed him to avoid danger in some moments. And at one of these moments, he managed to see the same Chok Ho, who apparently found something useful since he did not leave or simply could not cope with his thirst for profit. Apparently now he regrets it greatly because he was standing in front of the person who would most likely send him to rest. And this guy turned out to be Shinpai Ran, who enjoyed every minute of being here. He liked to torture people, and because of this, he became even stronger. At least he thought so. But what surprised the guy most was that they all belonged to the same court. But now they are still fighting and do not take this fact into account. Cheon Ho tried to tell this commander the same thing and constantly repeated that if the Lord of the Supreme Court found out about this, he would be punished. Shinpi Ran apparently didn't think so because all these phrases made him smile even more and he thought exactly the opposite. After which Shinpi added that, unfortunately for Cheon Ho, he had already discussed everything with the Lord about the guy, so he no longer had to worry about his life because it was in his hands. Chong Ho didn't understand at all what was happening and what this guy was saying. The man became even more cheerful, after which he added that the Lord allowed him to deal with anyone who collected treasures. Cheon Ho simply could not stand this publishing house anymore, so his nerves gave way. He took his sword tightly in his hand and got ready to go into battle. But he was quickly stopped by Shin Pai, who with one movement was able to throw the guy back to the place where he was. And apparently the commander slightly overdid it with his strength, although he himself did not think so, because he was now fighting with the captain of the detachment, who apparently did not really deserve this title. Sol Hui, who carefully watched this battle, understood that there was really no other outcome to expect, because the difference in their strength was colossal. When Shin Pai decided to search his next victim, he found only bamboo sticks and some garbage, although he believed that this was to be expected, because this guy was too weak. At that moment, Sol Hui was thinking that he had actually been watching them for a long time, but the warning about the weak point never appeared. And at some point he remembered that he had a grenade in his inventory, which he could easily use to distract this guy's attention. And this had to be done as quickly as possible while Shin Pai was distracted by Chok Ho, because he had an understanding that there might not be another chance. In addition to the fact that he needed to somehow destroy Shin Pai, he had another rather unexpected problem. His inventory simply did not open due to a reason unknown to him. But he didn't have to be bored for long, because he soon received a notification that the enemy was well aware of his presence, and the system advised him to leave his area of influence. Sol Hui simply could not believe that Shinpi sensed him, even though to his secrecy. Sol Hui at one point decided that he would think about this later, but for now he urgently needed to run away before Shinpai caught him too. But no matter how hard he tried to escape, apparently this would not be possible, because Shinpai was several times faster than him and literally mocked him, constantly catching up with him. Sol Hui had no doubt that most likely the end had come for him, and this was only because Shinpai somehow noticed him. His sadness and disappointment at some point was interrupted by a new notification, which said that he was still able to find Shinpai's weak point, and now he would need to choose what to do next. The guy did not hide his emotions, and it actually lifted his spirits a lot. His luck was still with him. There were only 4 options, and they were all standard, so Sol Hui began to think that maybe he should use martial arts. But this option fell out almost immediately because they were far enough apart for him to be able to deliver a killing blow. Therefore, he decided that he should choose the proven option, namely, to come close to it, and he again chose the northern side. Shinpi's face was quite shocked, and Sol Hui realized that apparently he had made the right choice, since the commander did not expect such a turn of events. But no matter how unexpected this blow was, Shinpi was still, by some miracle, able to parry this blow. Sol Hui at some point simply could not understand how this was even possible, because he was a few centimeters from his neck and a little more, and he would definitely have finished with him. But still, his attack was not so much useless because Shinpai could not stand on his feet and still fell. And as soon as this happened, the guy again received a notification that he had found the enemy's weak point, and now again, he would have to choose one of 4 options. This time, the choice was actually obvious for him, and he used martial arts, with which he was able to deliver a pretty good blow. The system notified him that he was able to deliver a powerful blow, which caused 8,000 units of damage to Shinpi Ran. But it was clearly impossible to stop there, and Sol Hui understood this very well, who immediately went into battle to try to finish with him once and for all. Now he chose the martial art of white glow, and this also began to bear fruit, because Shinpai simply did not expect such a turn of events. At some point, Sol Hui even began to crush him with his strength and even press him. Will he really be able to defeat this guy? He was able to deal him another blow, which took away another 500 health units from Shinpai Ran. At this moment, Sol Hui was only thinking that he should not be given a single chance to attack, because it could end quite sadly. Therefore, he continued to use all his magical abilities, and the magical bracers were next in line. And he wasn't just going to hit them, he was using his new skill, which was called sword breathing. All these blows were not so serious, but still they took away Shinpi's health, and little by little he would be able to get closer to destroying this guy. Therefore, Sol Hui did not intend to stop and planned to use the white glow martial art plus sword breath in the next attack. Shinpi tried to block the guy's attack, but even taking into account the fact that he blocked, he still lost more than 1,000 health units. Sol Hui hoped that this would be the final blow, but the guy, at the cost of his health, was still able to block this blow. But apparently this is not enough, and just at that moment the guy again received a notification that he had found Shinpi Ran's weak point, and now he needed to make his decision. At some point he was glad that now he could finally finish off this guy once and for all. But his joy was interrupted by another notification, which was not so much joyful because it said that Shinpai had found a weak point the guy has, and now he needs to find a solution to get out of this situation. In fact, the guy stood, and in front of him was at the same time an ideal opportunity. And on the other hand, there was a warning, and his brain could not figure out what to do next in such a short time. Sol Hui first of all realized that now was not the best time to panic, so he immediately thought that if he chose to attack, then he could turn back time 3 seconds and be able to see his movements. But the problem remained his weak point. He couldn't even imagine what consequences all these options would lead to. He didn't even have any guesses. But no one was interested in this, and the timer continued to reduce the guy's time, and he had a measly 2 seconds left. At the last second, the guy decided that it would be a good idea to choose the attack option and also meet the enemy face to face, but he had to act immediately. As he expected, time went back 3 seconds. It was both an ideal chance and a great risk. Due to the warning that a weak point has been discovered, he will defend himself and not attack. But there was no idea in his head that Shinpai would be so fast and could immediately get to him. Fortunately for the guy, he was only able to hit his cheek, from which blood flowed in a stream. Shinpi himself looked at Sol Hui with a grin and apparently thought about him not in the best way. Looking his enemy straight in the eyes, Sol Hui thought only that the aura of the sword saved him, because if he had not been ready, he would most likely have died, although it is worth admitting that he could have destroyed him. Although in that case, he would have died myself. The only thing he was lucky about was that Shinpai had spent a lot of stamina, and now would not be as strong as a few minutes earlier. Even if he managed to form a sword aura again, it would not be as strong. Sol Hui began to smile, because after such a skirmish, the advantage was still on his side, both in endurance and health. And apparently Shinpi himself understood this very well, who tried in every possible way to call the guy names and asked who the hell he was. Sol Hui began to smile even more and did not understand what kind of expressions these were, what it meant who he was. The guy answered him that he was just a brute under his leadership. But this was not entirely clear to Shinpi. The guy believed that he really didn't need to know this, and after he said these words, he immediately went into battle. Sol Hui confidently landed blow after blow. He finally felt that he could defeat this guy once and for all. But he really had to do this as soon as possible, because his stamina was falling too quickly. We should not forget that Shinpai's indicators were also not falling slowly, and now in essence it was a battle for survival. Although he has more health, he still lacks stamina, and if Sol Hui allows him to get even one hit, then the guy will be in danger. But there was no time to think. He decided that his best option now was to go on the offensive, which he actually did. After some time in the fight, they dealt quite a lot of blows to each other, and also a lot of blows were blocked on both sides. Sol Hui's health was already at the level of 1,000, and his endurance was equal to 600 units. These were already critical indicators for the guy. But the only thing that made him happy was that Shin Ran was not doing any better. His health was even lower than the guy's. But unfortunately for Seol Hui, this guy's stamina was much higher. Seol Hui understood that the longer they fought, the smaller the gap in their health became, and if this continued, then most likely the guy would meet a sad end. But his thoughts were instantly interrupted by Shin Pai, who began shouting at the guy and saying that he simply did not dare to be distracted from the battle. This was unacceptable, so he immediately launched a new attack. Seol Hui was hardly able to block this blow. At least it seemed to him that he was able to do so. After all, then it dawned on Seol Hui that it was in fact an ordinary deception that he had fallen for, and it seems that there will be a further blow after which it will be difficult to block. Therefore, he decided that he would be the first to get to Shin Pai and strike a blow that would stop him. But it seems Shin Pai predicted this, and literally at the same moment he was able to jump back a few steps. Seol Hui began to understand what would happen next, and this actually happened. Literally a few seconds later, the system announced to him that Shin Pai had discovered his weak point, and now the guy would again have to choose what to do with it. Although the guy suspected that such an option was possible, he was still not ready for such a turn of events, so the choice was actually too unobvious for him. All three options differ in the principle of his proximity to the enemy and his movements. Meeting him face to face means being very close to him. If he is weaker than the opponent, it will be dangerous. The option to drive away would allow him to increase the distance between them, and it seemed to him that this was the best option, given his proximity and movements. But if he chooses the option of running away, then he will be able to avoid his attacks. But in this option, he believed that there were also disadvantages. He could be dealt a fatal blow if he turned his back to him. Therefore, he decided to settle on the option of driving him away and decided to use his fire skill. Unfortunately, his attempt at defense failed and the guy's health dropped to a critical level. Seol Hui realized that his miscalculations about this guy were wrong because he is very fast, even in this state. Now, the advantage is only on the side of Shin Pai, who was already walking towards the guy with a smile, knowing that he had already won this battle. He came closer and suddenly added that now Seol Hui should feel the difference between them. He doesn't know how much the guy managed to collect to get here. But in any case, this is the limit of his abilities, especially since Shin Pai considered himself the chosen one, and he just training material. Seol Hui at that moment understood perfectly well that this was far from bragging. Apparently, this guy had a special mission from the Supreme Court, and besides, he was responsible for one of the 6 divisions of the Black Gold Detachment, and he was guaranteed promotion. However, the guy asked the man to deceive himself, because thinking that he's the only one chosen here is a pretty stupid idea. Shin Pai was tired of listening to this, so based on the situation, he ordered the guy to speak in riddles, or he would end his life. Although then he thought that he shouldn't put off what could be done now, so he struck the guy and injured his left hand. Seol Hui was in incredible pain, but as it turned out, Shin Pai was going to strike him more than once, after which he struck in the same direction, but only with greater force. From such a blow, the guy even received a notification that Shin Pai had dealt him fatal damage. And the system was actually right. The guy's vital signs were at a critical level, and he needed to immediately come up with something that would make it possible to survive. He had an understanding that he had lost too much blood and his condition was too bad. At some points, he even had difficulty seeing. While Shin Pai continued to slowly but confidently approach him, one could only imagine what this guy was up to. He came right up to him and started talking about how for such a trash guy, he fought pretty well. He even managed to make him sweat, worthy of praise. Seol Hui at that moment only wanted to do something so as not to end the fight like that. So he decided that it would be best to take a risk, and at the same moment, he pushed off the floor and fell out of the window on which he was leaning. This made Shin Pai too angry because he didn't understand how the guy even dared to run away. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, Shin Pai also jumped out of this window, without thinking about what consequences might await him. Seol Hui was counting on only one notification at this moment, and he was enveloped in pure joy when he finally received this notification. The system again notified him that he had found his opponent's weak point. As soon as the warning window appeared, time froze again, and the guy had his usual 4 options. He thought that it really doesn't matter what situation he's in. It's not that difficult to provoke this window to appear, and it only appears when his opponent has a weak point. Therefore, taking risks and jumping out of the window, he was actually waiting for just this notification. He began to understand the fact that if he attacks, then he will be finished anyway. And besides, he will not have enough strength, so he decided to use the bitten nutrition bar and the golden tincture. because now it was his priority to survive and win this fight. And as soon as he made his choice, their battle continued again. His health was instantly restored by 1,000 units, and at the same moment the bleeding began to stop. Shinpei apparently didn't even know about it, so he continued to fly at the guy with his blow. But when they landed, he began to guess that Sol Hui was up to something because his health suddenly improved, and for Shinpei, this was not the best sign. He really couldn't understand how the guy managed to land like that because he had just been on the edge. The lead was actually very simple, or so it seemed to Sol Hui. As he already said, Shinpei is not the only chosen one here. Sol Hui did not deny the fact that Shinpei Ran was really strong, and it was not so easy to defeat him. The man fought until the very end. Shinpei at that moment simply did not understand what was happening, because he had just nearly destroyed the guy, and now he seemed to have recovered in a matter of minutes. But apparently this is where his battle will end, because he was distracted for a split second and received an instant blow. Sol Hui incredibly wanted to end this fight, so he decided that there was no point in delaying. Based on this, he launched another blow at Shinpei, which literally went right through the man's body. At this point, the battle was truly over, and the guy still managed to defeat Shinpei and complete his special mission. Although his performance was also not at the highest level, he needed to immediately search the body and hide as quickly as possible in order to regain his strength. The guy had a smile on his face because he thought that objectively Shinpei Ran was stronger than him, but his luck played a big role in this battle. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by incredibly good news, because he had completed his mission and received one heavenly dragon pill as a reward. At this moment, he only hoped that he was not dreaming, and that this was a real heavenly dragon pill, which could significantly increase both health and stamina. Such a pill was much more valuable than anything he found here. Now that he has her, he doesn't regret anything, so he decided that he would search Shinpei's body and then get out of here as quickly as possible. When suddenly he was frightened by someone's voice that came from behind, and Sol Hui immediately turned around to look at the person who spoke to him. He expected anything, enemies, several hundred warriors, but not an attractive girl who stood calmly and looked at him. After the guy turned completely towards her, she added that it did not look like a trap, and it was amazing to her because she did not expect to meet someone with such a level of skill. Sol Hui still apparently could not get over the shock that he saw the girl here, because he still stood with his mouth open and looked at her. She tried to talk to him and had to ask him several times if he was from the high court before he made any sound. The girl found it incredibly funny to look at him. He was so funny, she decided to add to him that if he behaved like that, he was unlikely to survive. After which she suddenly took off and began to leave, and at the same time say that if he managed to defeat Shinpei, then perhaps he has a chance of survival. She would also really like to meet him again if, of course, they are lucky enough to do so. But now, unfortunately, she is a little busy, so they will most likely see each other later. For a while, he just stared blankly after her, and if anyone had seen him, they would have said that he looked like an idiot. But in fact, he couldn't do anything else with himself. His body seemed to not obey him. At that moment, he decided to look at her status. This girl's name was So Ren. She is a member of the Red Demon Chamber. But the most surprising thing he saw was her indicators, which were almost twice as high even as Shinpei's. The guy, according to his old tradition, went into the forest and settled down under an old tree to recover a little after the battle. At this time, he was thinking that last time he managed to escape unharmed because he hid here, and now he has 2 lives. His stats were all in a bad state, so he was thinking about using the pill he got from the battle now, or saving it for another day. If he uses it now, he will become even stronger than Shinpei, but in his head he kept the thought that those who came at midnight, if they attack all together, then he is unlikely to be able to pass the test. He believed that his next life would be very terrible. Not only would he have to go through the same ordeal again, but his level would drop so much that he could not even dream of defeating Shinpei Ran. Considering all this, he decided that he would have to save the pill for a better time. He also didn't understand at all how he managed to survive then, because everyone who came at midnight was able to find everyone who hid in the city and destroy them. At the same time, he simply left through the main gate and no one even tried to stop him. His head hurt too much, so he decided that he would think about it later. But now he needed to at least put the demonic bracers into his inventory first, because this was the best weapon he could find here. It couldn't be lost. Of course, this is not the most suitable option for him. He still uses a sword, but it really helped him survive in critical moments. And if we talk about his armor, which was already seriously frayed, then it should have been replaced. But there were no replacement options yet, so he decided that he would not remove it for now. As soon as he finished his reasoning, he decided to open his inventory, which unfortunately did not open. Sol Hui knew very well in what cases the inventory would not open, and his fears were justified. He heard the voice of some people who said that another person was hiding somewhere here. Sol Hui couldn't stay calm for long. He had to dodge another attack, which was inflicted on him by a guy who was able to detect him. And this guy turned out to be someone whom Seol Hui had already seen more than once. This guy's name was Ko Well. The fighting strength of this guy was most likely higher than that of any fighter in this place. Now Sol Hui understood what was the matter and why his inventory did not open. The guy understood that in his current state he had practically no chance of winning. He was sad to realize that everything would end just like this. It seemed that he had gone through so much to end this life this way. Covell didn't understand what the guy was blathering about and why was he so beaten down by life. Although then he added that he really didn't care because the guy would die anyway, and it didn't matter what he was doing here. At that moment, Sol Hui only thought that even if he dies, he needs to do it at least with a fight. So he took out his sword and immediately went into battle with this guy. Suddenly time stopped again and the guy received a notification that Covell had found his weak spot, and now the guy had to decide what he would do next. He began to think that perhaps it could be due to their large difference in abilities. When he tried to attack first, a warning window appeared, although he did not even have time to do anything. All the guy could do at the moment was try to drive him away, so he chose this option. But apparently he won't be able to do it so easily because Covell was already near his face and literally devouring him with his gaze. This was not the main problem, because immediately after this, Covell dealt him an incredibly strong blow right to the body. But he decided not to stop there, after which he struck him straight on the back, which made the guy scream in unbearable pain. The guy's health was at the level of 8 units, which was already even below the critical level. Sol Hui understood that this life would most likely end there. No matter how hard he tried to hold his sword tightly and believe only in victory, his conditions simply did not allow him to do this. Besides Covell, who found it funny to watch this because the guy, even in this state, is trying to do something. This is so commendable, but still useless. After which he sat down to him and began to talk about how a punk like him should obey him and do as the great Covell says. The man mocked him and constantly repeated that if he was stepped on, then he must endure. If he was hit, he must also endure. And if they say they kill him, then he must die. In Seol Hui's head, there were thoughts that his life began again after he died. And the reason why he always wanted to become stronger, the reason why he must continue to fight these bastards is his life. Because if he doesn't do this, he will die completely. And as soon as he does this and survives in this world, then he will definitely become much stronger and all these bastards will obey only him. Therefore, he used his sword, which he held tightly in his hands, and waited for the moment when he could strike Covell. And he still waited for this moment. While the man was once again praising his strength, the guy suddenly struck him straight in the stomach. Such a blow took off 21,000 units of health from Covell. It was too much damage for this guy. Now even his indicators looked deplorable, which couldn't help but please Sol Hui. Now Covell was not as funny as at the beginning, because he did not expect that such a small guy like Seol Hui would be able to hit him so hard. Sol Hui at that moment began to laugh at him, and at the same time thought that who would have thought that the instructions for using this sword had to be sought within oneself. The guy couldn't stand it and still added to Covell that he should have stopped while he was stronger. These words made the guy incredibly angry. He screamed like he was crazy. Seol Hui began to smile even more, because he actually understood that due to his low health, he could not land a normal blow. But even at this level, the damage was quite good. The guy felt incredible confidence in his actions, and decided to add to Covell that now he couldn't escape anywhere, and such words surprised him. As it turns out, Seol Hui didn't even mean himself because there are still a bunch of other bastards in this place who clearly won't let him leave here when he's so badly injured. These words drove Covell crazy, and he decided that he would use all his strength to completely destroy the guy and let it cost him his life. Seol Hui understood that this was most likely the end of him, but he still continued to smile because this life was not so bad actually. Besides, he now has a pill and he understood how to use the sword correctly. He didn't understand only one thing, namely why this window in which it was said that he had found the enemy's weak point appeared again. The guy doesn't have the strength to fight back. He can't even raise a weapon. And then he realized that in fact he had one more option, which he had not taken into account. He still had a grenade that he could use against this guy, which he had already pulled out of his inventory. And as soon as Covell was next to the guy, he simply threw a grenade right in front of him and essentially buried all his chances of winning. The man was simply torn into small pieces, and it seemed that after such an explosion, even Sol Hui himself would not be able to survive. But this was only at first glance, because the explosion seemed to bypass him and everything was fine with him. His condition was very bad, but on the other hand, he felt incredibly good from the thought that he had defeated this guy. But with such wounds, the guy himself would soon die. So he decided that he urgently needed to get closer to Covell and take everything he had into his inventory. He spent his last strength crawling to the body, or rather to what was left of Covell. And at the same time, he was crying out that Covell had something worthwhile, because if it was empty, then he essentially wasted his grenade. Suddenly, the thought came into his head that he still had part of the candy bar that he hadn't finished eating, and thus he was able to restore several units of his health, but this was still not enough for a complete recovery. Therefore, he continued to crawl towards the body of his opponent and hope only for a miracle. Suddenly, he received a notification that his inventory had been replenished with several items, and this was a shock for the guy. He was able to lie down on the ground and exhale because he still managed to do it, but suddenly his eyes opened again, because he realized that he had forgotten to take away the shadow-cutting sword that Covell was using. Seal Hui used all his strength to reach him, and at one moment his eyes closed, and the next thing he heard was that he had his last life left. He returned again to the moment when he stood in front of the Earth Demon, and he had to again choose one option out of the three proposed. Sol Hui was not too happy with what happened, but still he made his choice, and it was again the option to become the main warrior of the Earth Demon. As in previous times, the Earth Demon answered him that this was a pretty good choice, but for now the guy could go about his business, when suddenly Sol Hui turned to him, and he added that he had something that he would like to add to the gentleman before he left. The Earth Demon, looking at the guy, realized that this could be pretty good information, so he decided that he would stay to listen to the guy. Sol Hui began to say that he accidentally found out something, and it was even somewhat difficult for him to talk about it. The Earth Demon asked him not to worry and tell him everything he learned there. Everything will be fine with him. The guy understood that perhaps this was too much, but he still decided to ask this question, in which he was interested to know what the Earth Demon would do if Sol Hui told him that the spy who was watching him was another disciple of the Heavenly Demon. The man turned around and answered the guy that the answer to this question is actually obvious no matter who sent it. When you become a disciple of a Heavenly Demon, then a lot of problems await the person. Therefore, nothing had changed since the beginning of the Earth Demon's training. Sol Hui knew very well that the fourth disciple of the Heavenly Demon is an Earth Demon. He is a martial artist who is among the top 100 in the academy, but at the same time has no influence and does not show his strength. And as soon as they started talking, Sol Hui realized that he was fighting simultaneously in a huge number of secret wars. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the Earth Demon, who asked the guy on the way to the test if he finds out anything else about the spy, then it would be nice if he could immediately inform the man about it, because by then he would most likely be in Yuan's residence. Sol Hui was a little surprised because he knew very well that this resting place is only for the students of the Heavenly Demon. No one else in the academy dares to set foot there, and if anyone tries to get into Yuan without a reason, they will be immediately destroyed. And finally, before leaving, the Earth Demon added to the guy that it would be much better if he could bring this spy to him alive. Sol Hui understood everything and promised the master that he would try to do everything in the best possible way. The guy specifically mentioned the spy so that he wouldn't have to go through the tests again, so now he had to decide what to do this time. He understood that all the treasures should be back in their places, but after he found out who was coming after sunset, this option became too dangerous. Sol Hui believed that now his main task was to catch the spy Ko Woon and bring him to the Demon of the Earth. But before that, he decided to see what he got from the fight with Covell. There were a lot of different things there, but those that could be useful to the guy were a blade of military spirit, high-quality armor, blood and moss, which can increase health and stamina, and a fruit called 1,000 Years and 100 Shadows. Sol Hui decided that the first thing to do would be to use blood and moss, as well as that fruit with a strange name. His health had increased by several thousand, and now he believed that it was time to use the Heavenly Dragon Pill. Now his indicators were significantly increased, and the guy felt enormous strength in his hands. His health was equal to more than 20,000 units, and his endurance reached 22,000. It was an incredible feeling. The guy felt that his body seemed to be transcending all its limitations, as if all the paths along which internal energy moved had taken their right place. Perhaps even thanks to his heightened senses, he hears someone walking upstairs, moving objects, and even he heard someone coughing. Now the guy was almost 100% sure that this life would be several times better than the previous one. It's been half a day since he sat down in the basement and started training. For now, he needs to learn how to use the great sword and do it as quickly and efficiently as possible. Sol Hui now knows that the great sword is an excellent weapon, but it has one important weakness. The guy had a strong right hand, so he was slowed down by the need to use his left hand. And if you change hands, then all these movements take too much time, and the enemies will not wait until he finishes swinging the sword. He thought that if he could use both the sword and the white glow martial art, then it could work much faster. All he needed to do was train more, and everything would be fine. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the secretary of the department, Chan Il, who did not understand why it was so noisy in the basement and what the guy was doing here. Seol Hui understood that he apparently made too much noise during training, so he asked the man for forgiveness without any problems. The secretary was curious to know what the guy was doing here so loudly, to which he received an answer from Seol Hui, who told him that he was just training here. The secretary was not too friendly because as soon as he heard the guy's answer, the next thing he did was spit right in the guy's face. But Sol Hui managed to dodge at the last moment, which made the secretary very angry, and he began calling the guy names. At one point, the guy simply couldn't stand it anymore, and thoughts began to appear in his head about simply destroying this arrogant man. But then he realized that this could not be done, at least now. At first, he wanted to think it over, because this old man only seems like an easy opponent, but in fact, someone like him is not easy to defeat. Moreover, his death would entail consequences, and Sol Hui could not afford any changes in the plan now. Therefore, Sol Hui decided to simply apologize to the man and added that he would clean everything up now. Apparently, this wasn't enough for the man, because he spat at the guy again, and this time Sol Hui didn't have time to dodge. After which the secretary added that in fact the guy was lucky because he was getting bored, although there was no one else on the other side. So he came even closer to the guy and invited him to get to know him better. Seol Hui was already on the verge of simply killing this man. He could hardly restrain himself from doing so. But the guy remembered that the strong people of this world mean following where the sword of the strongest points. This is the main rule of the demonic academy, which absolutely everyone must follow. It is normal for the top to control life, death, and have the right to destroy their subordinates. So despite the secretary's mockery, there is no reason to stop him. And the most important reason why Seol Hui endured this bullying was the new task that he received. He needed to complete 8 different tasks for the secretary. This task was called Du Hong's dog. The assignments were not the most pleasant, in fact. The man forced the guy to clean the latrines all night and clean out the cesspools in the morning. So now Seol Hui wanted most of all to complete this task and destroy this man using the most terrible methods. Although this was still a long way off, because he had completed only 1 task out of 8, the guy could only hope that the reward would be worthy for completing this task. Suddenly he was distracted by the system, which displayed a status window, and the guy realized that someone had arrived. The face was not clearly visible, so Sol Hui began to shout that there was a person in the pit and there was no need to go to the toilet here yet. This man's name was Li Baek, and he seemed to even remember who this guy was, because Du Hong mentioned him. The guy did not expect that everyone already knew about him. He didn't know what to answer, so he confirmed his words and added that he was here on a mission. Apparently, this man did not hear him and began to take off his pants to go to the toilet. Although the guy seemed to be shouting to him that there was a person in the pit, he didn't care. After such a task, the guy had to wash himself, and at the same time, he thought that first he would beat them half to death, and then trample them with his feet, and this thought made him incredibly happy. But his anger, in any case, made its way through his body, and he could not stand it and began screaming that he would destroy these 2 bastards. As soon as he returned back to the basement of the department, he was met by a satisfied secretary, who decided to ask if the guy had cleaned everything up. Li Baek, who was checking it out to put it mildly, answered instead of the guy and said that it was clean there the last time he was there. Seol Hui at that moment was thinking that they both looked like the Lord of the Supreme Court and the Lord of the Court of Destruction of the Holy Deity, and these 2 also planned everything to humiliate the guy. But again, no matter how much he wants to break their faces, he needs to restrain himself and not touch them. So he decided to smile again and added that he had washed everything as they asked. Secretary Du Hong was very pleased with this and was ready to give him the next task, in which he wanted the guy to bring him water because he wants to wash his friend too. Sol Hui gritted his teeth, answered that he will do it all as soon as possible and in the best way. When suddenly a man entered the basement, the sight of whom and the secretary immediately changed their facial expressions, after which they ran to him apparently to pay tribute. And they did this for a reason, because this was far from an ordinary person. This was the same girl that Seol Hui met while completing a test in a past life. As soon as the girl entered the basement, she decided to find out if the gentleman was here, but the two secretaries upset him because they answered that he had unfortunately left for Yuan province. The girl had no doubt that she would not catch him, so she was not very upset, and turned her attention to the guy whom she had not seen here before. Secretary Du Hong whispered in her ear that this guy was now in charge of the basement warehouse, but was previously an assistant to the Supreme Court, which was quite unexpected. The man also added that there's really nothing special about the guy, so you shouldn't pay any attention to him. At this time, the girl continued to look at him and at the same time listened as the man imposed on her the idea that this guy was nobody. After which she laughed and replied that in fact it seemed to her that there was still something special about this guy. At that time, Seol Hui could not understand why looking at her, it seemed to him as if his heart was about to stop. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a girl who ran up to the guy and really wanted to find out from him what his name was. The guy froze again for a while, but this time he realized that it would be better to answer, so he answered in an excited voice that his name was Seol Hui. She told him that it was a pretty good name, and then added that she probably shouldn't ask him about how he came to manage the warehouse in the basement. Soren, that was the name of this beautiful girl, who laughed because there were probably reasons for the guy to become the manager. Seol Hui at this moment was worried that Soren would not smell his scent, which he could not wash off no matter how much he did it. And for everything he completely blames only these two men who consider themselves superior to others. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the girl herself, who turned around and began to leave. But before doing this, she promised to see the guy again. Seol Hui wanted to wave her hand back, but suddenly another choice appeared before his eyes, which was quite unexpected for him. Not only did the choice appear at such a rather inconvenient moment, but the options were also very vulgar, which he did not even want to think about. But at one point he realized that this was not an accident. Although it seems as if these options appear suddenly, most of them affect his immediate future, and because of this I find myself in danger. But the reward is worth it. Seol Hui understood that sometimes this affects not only his current life, but also what he chooses in his next life. The timer was coming to an end again, and the guy realized that it was time to make his choice. Therefore, he decided that the most harmless option in this case would be the option in which he asked Soren if she would like to date him. But first, he should have asked the girl to give him some of her precious time, which caused quite a big surprise among everyone present. Soren suddenly changed her surprise to a smile and began to laugh. Seol Hui at that moment could not believe that he managed to choose the right option. He sighed with relief, because he had an understanding in his head that this madness would most likely end. But this was far from true, because literally in a few seconds, he would again have to make his choice, the options for which were no better. Seol Hui at one point tried to do everything not to go crazy. This whole situation reminded him of a conversation with the Earth Demon, and he cannot avoid this choice, so he will have to accept the consequences. But should he even accept these consequences? These were the thoughts that were in the guy's head, because he began to understand that whenever he tried to choose the best options, it almost always led to a worsening of the situation, and as it turned out, it was necessary to choose the worst option. Time was running out for the guy again, and he should have quickly decided what to do next. So he decided to accept the consequences like a man, and chose the option in which he had to invite the girl to spend the night alone with him. Of course, there was an understanding in my head that he would seem crazy to anyone now, and apparently that's exactly what Soren thought. Nevertheless, the guy made up his mind and continued to say that he, in fact, perfectly understands that such words are not entirely appropriate, but he is desperately trying to become stronger every day. But how can she notice that he's still here? Although in the guy's head the question arose about why he was making excuses. Still, at that moment he wanted to be brave and talk to her, so he says all these words directly, although he perfectly understands that nothing will come of it. After which he still added that he wanted him to have a reason to live. He knew that for her it would most likely be a great humiliation, but for him it would be incredible happiness, because he thinks of meeting her as a blessing. The girl at that moment had no idea what she could answer him, because no one really expected such a confession. Seol Hui was waiting for her answer and thought that maybe he was babbling because his life consisted only of murders. Because he could no longer contain his grief, he began to say this to calm down her anger. But suddenly he started talking so much that no one understood what he was talking about. The guy expressed all his feelings, just poured them all out, and it seemed to him that this was not as humiliating as one might think about it. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Soren, who seemed to read his thoughts and replied that she really didn't find it humiliating. No one expected such an answer. All she could add was that it just seemed to her that it was said too directly, but in general, she doesn't see anything wrong. Seol Hui couldn't believe that his words didn't offend her. It's so surprising, really. But two old men did not think so, who at that moment could not stop, and continued to shout at the guy and say that he had no right to say such things to Mrs. Soren. This farce did not last long, because Soren herself was quite disgusted to listen to such things, so she decided to shut their mouths and put them to rest. After which she ran up to the guy with the same quick movement and began to tell him that he should follow his dream further, and the main thing is not to give up. And then she wouldn't mind escaping from this hell with him. Her person actually did quite a lot of important work, so she should have left, but finally she invited the guy to meet again sometime. Seol Hui couldn't understand who she was and why some of the strongest chambers considered this place to be hell. His thoughts were filled with the fact that all life is a series of decisions, about which they say that the consequences of all these decisions are fate. They often say that fate cannot be changed, but at that moment this decision changed both his future and his past. And all thanks to the word that appeared above Soren's head, which everyone knows very well, and this word was love. After some time, the guy continued to do his job, which the two old men entrusted to him, but this time it was much more difficult because they beat him. Although he expected it, it was still quite unpleasant. He was able to complete 4 of Du Hong's 8 tasks, a few more days, and he would finally finish this task. He only had to wait for a short time. Demonic martial arts are skills that can literally deprive people of rational thinking and give rise to a thirst for power in them. Seol Hui knew very well that in the chamber of the Red Demon, because of the desire to become stronger, people seem to become addicted to gaining power. They seem to be brainwashed, and they only look for stronger techniques. And those who do not give in become suspicious and try to find something better than all this, such as Seol Hui from time to time may appear in the Red Demon's chamber. But Seol Hui did not expect that she would be one of them, and was not sure that they would be able to meet again. The guy understood only one thing, that he incredibly wanted to become stronger. This desire arose because he no longer wanted to get involved in other disgusting situations. But now his goal has become clearer. Now, even if this strength is insignificant, he still has a chance after he becomes stronger. He decided that he would do everything to get out of the demonic academy with Mrs. Soren, and all the guy wanted was for this day to come as soon as possible. Dae-Hoon's friend tried to prove to the man that he was doing it wrong, because he needed to bend down first and then hit, but he believed that he was doing everything right and was ready to demonstrate how to hit. After which he dealt several blows to the guy's body and hoped that Seol Hui would suffer from this. But even after this, the guy didn't say a word to them and continued to just look at them. This angered them even more, and they continued to mock him and beat the guy until they thought he understood everything. As it turned out, this was Du Hong's new task, which the guy was able to successfully complete, but it was incredibly painful and difficult in reality. And finally, the man decided to carry out another rather unpleasant blow. Seol Hui understood what he was going to do, so he literally begged the man not to do it. But he didn't hear anyone or anything, so he didn't even stop for a second to think about what he was doing now and struck between the guy's legs. Seol Hui screamed throughout the area because this pain could not be tolerated. According to their conversation, they were not even going to stop, and Du Hong said that his friend was hitting incorrectly, and now he would show him how to do it. But apparently things won't go according to their plan anymore, because as soon as he struck the guy, Seol Hui finally began to dodge their attacks. At first, this surprised the men very much, but then they began to say that he had no right to dodge their blows. Seol Hui could only smile and laugh quietly in response. They began to assume that they beat him so badly that the guy simply lost his mind, but Seol Hui began to laugh even more from these words. But as it turned out later, this was the last test that the guy needed to complete in order to complete Du Hong's quest, and he did it. Now he is a free man again. And this could only mean that the guy could finally choose the type of fight with which he would punish these two old men, who could not stop and mocked him all this time. And while Seol Hui was thinking about all this, Du Hong decided that it was time to shut this guy's mouth, so he immediately went on the attack. But he didn't expect that the guy would be so strong that he could break the rope so easily and stop this blow with just his hand. After which he began to gradually squeeze the man's hand and say that now he would teach them the lesson they deserved all these 6 days. And he was going to repay them in full, because in fact the guy did not like to stay in debt. The first attack was quite obvious. Seol Hui primarily retaliated against the attack between his legs, which was incredibly strong. The man at some point turned blue from pain. Seol Hui at that moment was sure that this feeling was impossible to describe. It was some kind of heavenly pleasure. I didn't have to enjoy it for a long time, because the second old man decided to join this battle, who didn't understand how Seol Hui could afford this at all. But in fact, this was not at all unexpected for the guy, because the old man was too slow. and therefore he managed to read his every action. Therefore, a retaliatory strike against him did not take long to arrive. Sol Hui was incredibly angry, and this was evident from his blow, which literally put the old man to sleep forever. At some point, the guy was even upset that the man fell so quickly and was no longer moving. But this, as it turned out, was true, because the system sent the guy a notification in which it was said that Du Hong had died, and Seol Hui now asked him not to do this, because he was not finished yet. So the first thing he decided to do was see what type of fighting he used in his fight with this guy. And as it turned out, it was a turn-based battle, a type of battle in which opponents exchange blows, and the main advantage of this type of battle was that when the opportunity arises, his attack will be most effective. Also, to his surprise, he discovered that he had a new skill that was controlled by artificial intelligence. The user essentially gives orders to the system and watches the progress of the battle without interfering. It looked pretty serious, so he decided that he should just choose this new ability and try it out in life. But apparently he chose the wrong moment for this, because literally immediately he heard Du Hong's friend running in order to attack the guy. Sol Hui was a little upset at first, but then he thought that with such speed he would have time to try out his new ability. But when he applied his skill, he realized that perhaps it was not as good as he thought, because it was as if his consciousness began to fall into a huge void. Suddenly his consciousness was transported to another place, and now he was standing on the roof, but there was no understanding of what was happening. All he saw at the moment was that the old man was running at him with his fists, and the guy began to understand that this skill was like astral projection, which he needs to deal with as soon as possible, because the man was too close to his body, and if he doesn't think of something, then he will receive quite a lot of damage. Sol Hui did not understand how to control his body in such a state, so he tried to shout to his body to do something because the man was already near him. And in fact, this panicked cry helped because Sol Hui's body at that moment opened its eyes. And then he was able not only to dodge the old man's blow, but also to deliver an incredibly strong kick from his leg. It seems that after such a blow, he finally understood how this skill works, but his surprise still did not leave him. He began to think that this was more a technique based on physical strength than a martial art, because the enemy was easily turned around without even having to use a strong blow. And just as Sol Hui wanted to end this fight, suddenly a man appeared out of nowhere who apparently was against what was happening here. The system immediately displayed information about this man for the guy, and his name was Pei Kam. He was the chief administrator of the Qian-Il department. His combat strength was even greater than those two combined. It was obvious from Pei Kam's face that he was not entirely happy with what was happening here, but he still decided to clarify who beat up his friends. Sol Hui decided not to answer this big guy for now and watch his further reaction. Pei Kam decided that in this case there was no need for unnecessary questions, so he decided that he would say nothing more. Sol Hui at this moment was most interested in knowing how the artificial intelligence would cope with this guy, because judging by the level of his combat strength, he is not the most terrible opponent. But you shouldn't underestimate him either. At that moment, Pei Kam began to take out his sword, but Sol Hui had nothing in his hands, and he was incredibly interested in finding out what the artificial intelligence would come up with in this situation. But he did not expect that the reaction would be so fast, because Sol Hui instantly took off and ran into battle. This was surprising for Pei Kam too, but these are all just cheap tricks, or so the man thought, after which he struck with his sword, which Sol Hui managed to dodge quite easily. Even Sol Hui himself did not expect that his body, under the guidance of artificial intelligence, would be so fast. Moreover, the guy never ceased to be surprised because the guy's body did not retreat, and it seemed to him that the artificial intelligence had foreseen this. But in fact, he was quite scared because he almost died, and he even forgot for a few seconds that it was his body there. But the body, under the guidance of artificial intelligence, was not going to stop and continued to attack. Pei Kam didn't understand what this guy was doing because he had just almost destroyed him, and he was going into battle again. Without thinking for a long time, he went on the attack again and was going to end this stupid confrontation. But apparently it won't be possible to do this today, because Sol Hui dodged all the blows that the man dealt. As a result, he ended up behind him. But Sol Hui himself could not understand what kind of plan the artificial intelligence had, since it acted so stupidly and thoughtlessly. Before he had time to think about it, the guy's body took off again and went on the attack. Pei Kam was incredibly angry that the guy took him for a fool, so this time he firmly decided that he would finish this fight. But no matter how hard he tried, his blows still missed the guy, and he simply dodged everything. Although it was worth noting that the blows were quite serious. Although what difference does it make when these blows do not reach the target? But Sol Hui's counterattack, which nevertheless reached the target, caused quite a lot of damage to Paycom. Seol Hui's body was not going to stop there, and he delivered another, and then another blow to the man's head. From such blows, Paycom had no chance, but still, Seol Hui again faced a choice in which he had to decide the fate of this guy, destroy him completely, or perhaps simply knock him out and later decide what to do with him next. At this moment, it was quite surprising for Seol Hui to watch how the artificial intelligence allowed him to make his final choice. Therefore, he decided that he should not feel sorry for anyone here and chose the first option, in which he essentially ordered his body to destroy this guy once and for all. After the battle was finally over, and the connection between the artificial intelligence and the body was broken, the guy was also given a report in which it was said that he spent only 12 health units in order to destroy the administrator, Chien-il. At some point, his reading of the report was interrupted, because his consciousness apparently began to be transferred somewhere again. And after a few seconds, it became clear that he was back in his body. Seol Hui thought about the fact that the battle in which he destroyed 2 people, and for him it cost only 12 units of health, or rather, if he had tried to cope with them himself, then he would never have been able to spend so little. Therefore, he became interested in finding out how many steps ahead this artificial intelligence could read. He returned to the basement again, and at that time thought that if he continued to use it, everything would become clear to him. Seol Hui returned to the basement after burying 3 corpses, and even if they find out about everything, it won't really matter, because he has already firmly decided that he is leaving the department. Well, the most pleasant thing that he learned after this fight was that he again had 2 lives. Seol Hui has now become much stronger, and if he deals with Ko Woon, he will be able to gain the trust of the Earth Demon. Therefore, he decided that now the time had come to start preparing for a full-fledged battle. At this stage, the guy had actually already collected a lot of things, so little by little he began to prepare himself and his body, and the first thing he did was put on a breastplate made of heavenly silver. Also, now all the techniques are at a basic level, and the guy's combat strength at the moment is already 90,000. Next, Seol Hui changed his fighting style to turn-based combat, in which he could independently control his body, and now all preparations were ready to finally destroy the spy Ko Woon. Finally, Seol Hui was able to finish preparing for the fight with Ko Woon, and all he really had to do was wait for the man. Suddenly, his thoughts, in which he imagined himself dealing with Ko Woon, were interrupted by a notification in which he was informed that he had now reached an important point in the plot, and the system itself offered him to save his progress. This was quite unexpected for the guy, because unlike past lives, nothing like that happened in this one. Seol Hui began to look for the reason why this window appeared. He also noticed the fact that the system actually always forces him to make choices that will affect his future. Therefore, he decided that it would be best to save anyway. And as soon as he did this, in the save field he saw clarifications that he made this save after failing the army test. It was strange to watch. But he never had time to see what this could mean, because at one point he was interrupted by Ko Woon, who at the same moment entered the room. The man didn't even bother to say hello. Instead, he immediately extended his hand, in which he held the immortality pill, which the guy had to drink. Seol Hui did this without any problems, and the reaction was not long in coming, because his health and stamina immediately improved. Ko Woon also added that 1 pill is enough to increase the level of one's internal energy, but Seol Hui interrupted him at one point and wanted to tell him something. To be more precise, he had a question in which the guy wanted to ask the man if he would like to give him the flying dragon pill. Ko Woon didn't expect the guy to even know about this, so he was a little surprised. Seol Hui noticed this, so he decided to add that he was well aware that the Earth Demon decided to give this pill specifically to Ko Woon. But the guy really wanted to get it, so he asked Ko Woon for it in a calm voice. The man seemed to calm down in an instant and simply threw the pill into Seol Hui's hands. Seol Hui caught this pill and understood perfectly well that if everything was the same as last time, then now the man should attack him with his fists. And so it happened. As soon as Ko Woon gave the guy this pill, the first thing he did was go into battle with this guy. Last time, Seol Hui didn't even notice this, but this time, even when he was aware of it, he did not block the man's blow, because at that time he was just chewing the very flying dragon pill that Ko Woon gave him. And as soon as he finished using it, he was able to stop the man's next attack without any problems. After all, his parameters were increased by 6,000 each, and at that moment he really did not understand only one thing. Why did Ko Woon do this? Ko Woon's nerves were far from ironclad, and it was quite easy to get this guy out, especially when he was told such words. Seol Hui at that moment was not going to stop, and asked him a question in which he wanted to know why the first disciple of the heavenly demon taught him to act so thoughtlessly. Ko Woon literally turned red with anger in just a few seconds, and Seol Hui was happy inside because he received a notification that he was able to increase his mind-reading level to the basic level. Now the guy will be able to win this spy because the experience in the army trials and the use of windows with ideal opportunities has increased his level of martial arts, and now he understands how to use the great sword. Seol Hui tried to continue to convince himself that he would eventually be able to win, when suddenly he experienced some kind of glitch in the system. But in reality, the system had simply been updated, and now he could see the combat strength indicator after mind reading had upgraded to novice level. And if Seol Hui understood everything correctly, then the warrior's abilities depend on how high this figure is. For example, for Shin Pai Ran, it was equal to 70,000. But what is most interesting in this case is that Ko Woon's was several times larger and was equal to almost 200,000. And as soon as Seol Hui noticed this, he once again received a notification that Ko Woon had found his weak point, and now he needed to make a new decision. It was all too fast, and probably it was all due to their huge difference in strength. Seol Hui understood that it would be suicide to engage him in battle, but he also had nowhere to run. He had no other choice, so he decided to choose the option of defending himself. But he turned out to be too fast, as it might seem at first glance. Therefore, it was very difficult for the guy to actually dodge such blows. Still, he still managed to dodge all the blows, and it seemed that now he was relatively safe and could think about what to do next. But it seemed so only at first glance, because his thoughts were interrupted by a new notification that said that Ko Woon was again found his weak spot. Ko Woon was already very close to the guy, and Seol Hui at the last second of the timer was able to choose the option in which he would simply run away. But would this help him? The man, with the help of his huge sword, which he took out from under his outfit, was able to strike at the back of Seol Hui, who at that moment turned around to run away. The guy did not expect that he would be so strong, and that in such a short time he would receive a notification saying that he had received serious damage that was almost unbearable to endure. But that was half the trouble, because the man did not stop and continued to attack, and this led to the guy losing almost 10,000 health units. Seol Hui clearly understood that he was simply unable to predict what he would do next, because there was too much of a power gap between them. In addition, he can no longer simply use the great sword, because his left arm cannot move due to a serious wound. The only thing he could rely on at that time was his health and stamina, which were still in normal quantities. He also remembered that he was able to use the white glow martial art without any problems, and thus he was confident that he could still defeat Ko Woon. But Ko Woon apparently didn't think so and went into battle again, insulting the guy along the way. Seol Hui was still able to stop the man indefinitely at one point, but they both understood at that moment that this would not be enough to contain such a huge power of Ko Woon. The guy realized this, but was not going to give up, so he decided to use the third white glow martial art technique and began to attack the spy much more actively. For some time, he was able to drive away Ko Woon, and this only meant one thing, that the white glow martial art was working. So he decided that he needed to continue in the same spirit. But again, this was all only at first glance, because he again received a notification that he would have to make a choice again, because Kong Woon had again found his weak point. Seol Hui has already begun to get incredibly angry, because even when he wins at some point, this big guy still finds his weak point and attacks. So the guy decided that it was time to stop and chose the option of meeting his enemy face to face. But apparently this is what Kong Woon wanted, who stood calmly and looked Seol Hui in the eyes while he ran straight towards his sword. The guy realized too late that he had made a big mistake when he decided to attack so thoughtlessly, because Kong Woon's sword passed right through the guy in the area of his right shoulder. The most interesting thing is that the man did not exert even a drop of energy in order to deliver this blow. And Seol Hui lost almost his entire health reserve. It was too critical a blow, which, unfortunately for him, went through the guy. Now he is unlikely to be able to win this fight, no matter how much he wants it, and no matter how hard he tries, it is unlikely to be possible. Seol Hui, realizing this, raised his head to look Kong Woon in the eyes, but did not have time to do this because he received a blow right on the head. After such a blow, he lost not only units of health, but also his consciousness, the loss of which the system informed him of, which means that he can no longer perform any actions. Seol Hui believed that at this point he would most likely return back to the place where he last saved his life. But when he came to his senses, he realized that his body was chained to some kind of chair. After a few seconds, he was able to finally wake up, because he was given a slap in the face which woke him up completely, although it was quite unpleasant. after which he clearly saw Kanwon in front of him, who led him to some place unfamiliar to the guy. The only thing the guy could look at that moment was his status, in which everything was sad, because he had 24 cuts. A lobe of the brain was slightly damaged. His left arm was numb. His health dropped below 100 units. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts about his state of health were interrupted by a voice that was glad that the guy had finally woken up. As soon as Seol Hui saw the one who stepped out of the shadows in front of him, he immediately recognized this person. This was the same person who conducted one of the tests in the army, or he was also known as the demonic ruler, the Eye of the Ghost. And he also cooperated with the disciple of the heavenly demon. His combat strength passed 400,000 units. The ghost's eye looked into the guy's face and realized that he knew him very well. Seol Hui at that moment did not understand how the man understood this. What kind of wild insight? The demonic ruler did not wait for an answer and added that if Seol Hui was spying here, deceiving them all, then it would be strange for him if the guy did not know who this man was. At moments, Seol Hui felt like this guy was literally reading his thoughts. In any case, he didn't care who the guy was or what he was doing here. It was important for him to find out who sent him here. But Seol Hui continued to stubbornly pretend that he didn't understand what they were talking about. This made the man incredibly angry. So after this answer, he first exhaled. And then he added that he was not surprised that nothing could be achieved by talking. So he used the technique of damaging bones and flesh, which caused the guy incredibly severe pain. The guy's condition worsened significantly after this technique. He could hardly breathe. After such bullying, the man once again asked him a question in which he wanted to know who sent him. He was also interested in how he could remain in the high court with such abilities without any support. The demon believed that there was probably someone behind the guy. Seol Hui could only smile back and say that there was really someone behind him. The demonic ruler immediately asked who this person was, and Seol Hui told him that he was actually the Lord of the Supreme Court. But this answer only angered the man more, so he took the guy by the neck and was ready to squeeze it until the guy died. At some point, Seol Hui thought that his body would not be able to withstand such abuse. His screams seemed to become quieter and quieter. But the demonic ruler did not let him die just like that and asked him to control himself, because they had not yet agreed, especially since they had a lot of time. Seol Hui answered him that it seemed the man was confusing something, because it seemed to him that if they did not deal with him before the end of the army test, then only he would have problems, and not Seol Hui. The man didn't quite understand why he thought so, so he decided to clarify it. But in fact, everything was quite simple, and Seol Hui explained that he thought so because the Earth Demon would be looking for him. And it is only for this reason that Seol Hui believes that they did not allow him to pass the test. The demonic ruler did not quite understand what the guy was leading to and why he should do this at all. Seol Hui laughed again in response and began to say that they are only doing this because the guy knows the secret of the Lord of the Supreme Court. The man started calling him a stupid joker because it doesn't matter to them whether he knows the secret of the Lord of the High Court or not. Seol Hui didn't fully understand. Is the man asking him because he really doesn't know? Or is he trying to find out some other information in this way? He did not wait for an answer, and in the next question, he became interested in finding out who the ruler of the Supreme Court could vouch for, after which he called them both spies of the first disciple of the heavenly demon, who interrogate him. This is so funny for the guy, but both men simply did not understand where the guy had such knowledge. Where did he get all this information? Seol Hui noticed that this time he added reactions from them, which means most likely he guessed right, and so it is. The guy believed that there was only one reason why they were hostile towards him. Seol Hui was a threat to the first blood demon and the first disciple of the heavenly demon. Only the guy still had one more mystery. He didn't know what he did to threaten the first disciple of the heavenly demon. He doesn't even have enough strength to threaten such a creature. Only the Lord of the Supreme Court is capable of such a thing, especially considering how interested they are in who's standing behind the guy. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the demonic ruler, who noticed a rather interesting fact that the guy essentially attacked Ko-woon himself. So why does he think that they were trying to stop him from passing the army test? Seol Hui knew the answer to this question, so he confidently began to say that they actually planned to let him participate because they were sure that he would die, but then changed their minds. And the reason for this decision was that the guy realized that Ko-woon was a spy, and in fact the order of the test did not matter from the very beginning. After the first test, it didn't matter which guy he chose because the ghost's eye was planning to find him anyway. And that's the only reason the instructor was alone when he came for the test. All this only confirms that they are working together. Sol Hui understood that even if he announced that he was surrendering without reaching the end, they would still try to destroy him. And the guy understood all this only thanks to the words that appeared when he was saved. It was clearly written there after the failure of the army test, which meant that he could not pass it. And the last enemy was Ko Wun. After all these thoughts, Seol Hui simply asked these two to tell the truth and say that they are really interested in who is behind him, or how many secrets of the Lord of the Supreme Court he told the Earth Demon. Because the guy was able to reveal the plans of the Blood Demon in this way, he was given insight points, and now he could increase his level of martial arts. But Sol Hui did not quite understand how to fully use this. But before he had time to fully understand this, suddenly another person came out of the darkness, who said that the guy was much more interesting than they had expected. But they had already heard everything. After which the girl who came out of the dark added that it really doesn't matter whether he passes the test or not, because everyone who threatens the Blood Demon will be destroyed. Seol Hui couldn't believe his eyes that he was seeing her before his eyes. But the girl didn't say another word. She simply swung her hand and struck the guy, and apparently now his life will end again. Seol Hui again returned to the place where he had started, but in his head there was only one thought, that in his past life he learned something. He won't be able to pass the army test, so he essentially has no choice but to fight Ko Wun, but he still doesn't want to make his life any harder now. And so he decided that now was the best time to use artificial intelligence, especially since the guy saw how he fought, and it seemed to him that he was now much stronger than the guy himself. Sol Hui, at the same moment, used his inventory, in which he took out the military clothes of the Great King and the warrior spirit blade, to strengthen his armor and attack for the upcoming battle. He also prepared several surprises. In his bosom he hid a dagger with the scent of the moon, and on his table lay a white spirit bomb. He believed that this way he would have more options. If artificial intelligence chooses the most optimal option, it will certainly be able to take advantage of it. This time Sol Hui was going to do everything to win this fight, and he will do it at any cost. As soon as Seol Hui finished preparing all the tools, he realized that he had completely forgotten that he had received insight points, and now he decided that it was time to deal with it. But his plans apparently were not destined to come true, because Ko Wun suddenly entered the room, who, just like last time, asked the guy why he was holding the sword in his hands. The artificial intelligence did not wait long, and literally immediately took control of the body and began the battle. At least that's what was said in the notification from the system. But as soon as Ko Wun repeated his question a few more times, Seol Hui's body replied that he was just training here. The guy was surprised that the artificial intelligence could talk in his body. Ko Wun didn't care at all in any case, and as usual simply gave him the pill. Seol Hui's body had not yet swallowed this pill when Ko Wun ordered him to follow him. But their conversation was far from over, because Sol Hui, or rather the artificial intelligence that currently controls his body, asked the man to give him another flying dragon pill, which the Earth Demon had given him. Seol Hui thought that artificial intelligence only knows how to fight, but apparently it can speak and make decisions that will benefit it. Ko Wun did not understand what the guy wanted from him. So Sol Hui once again repeated to him that the Earth Demon clearly said that he would give the guy an immortality pill and a flying dragon pill. These words were exactly said by Sol Hui himself in a past life, but he was embarrassed that this was followed by a blow, and now he was interested in finding out what he would do about it. But no one, including Ko Wun, could have expected that the artificial intelligence would decide to attack ahead of the curve, so the man immediately had to dodge the first blows. Ko Wun did not understand what was happening, and tried to understand why the guy was attacking him at all. But Sol Hui did not stop for a second, and continued to attack using the martial art of white glow. For Seol Hui's real consciousness, it was quite strange to see an artificial intelligence just mindlessly attack, and it was worth noting that he does this exactly like last time. But Ko Wun is much stronger than his previous opponent, so he has already begun to worry about his body. But suddenly, he realized that the artificial intelligence was attacking for a reason. It was charging its sword with unusual energy, and it was actually a pretty reasonable decision. Ko Wun was also quite surprised by this turn of events, because he did not even notice when the guy managed to start fighting with such a strong object as a large sword. Apparently this was his main mistake, namely being distracted by thoughts. Because Sol Hui was not going to wait any longer and went on the attack, the guy's body was able to deliver several precise blows to the man's body. His hand was literally torn into pieces. It is unlikely that he will be able to use it anymore. Seol Hui was surprised that the artificial intelligence made such intelligent decisions, and that it could actually use the blade at the same time as the great sword. In addition, the guy noticed that he smoothly transitions from one form to another and uses a great sword. Sol used to always think that artificial intelligence simply makes decisions that are slightly better than those that he himself would make. But now it was absolutely clear to him that artificial intelligence actually calculates everything down to the smallest detail, and this gives him an amazing understanding of the battle. Ko-woon suddenly started talking about how the guy is a skilled craftsman who uses the internal energy of the blade and also uses a style for a sword with a blade. The man realized that his technique is not so terrible, but he can use internal energy, and this is a completely different story. And given all this, now he was most interested in knowing how the guy managed to achieve this. Seol Hui looked at this man and couldn't understand how he could remain so calm even when he actually lost his arm. But no one was going to answer the man's question, so he decided that he forced the guy to teach him this technique. Apparently, this was another mistake the man made, because Seol Hui actually showed not everything he can do, and in the next move used a fiery strike in conjunction with his sword. The man certainly couldn't have expected this, but he still managed to dodge. After which he again decided that the perfect solution would be to go on a counter-offensive and again went on the attack on the guy. But no matter how hard he tried, the artificial intelligence that the guy used anticipated the man's every move, and he was able to dodge absolutely all the blows. And at some point, Ko-woon realized that he had made a mistake when he went headlong to attack the guy, because Seol Hui was able to turn his anger into his weapon with which he found the perfect moment to attack. In this way, he was able to wound Ko-woon's second arm, and now his fighting strength has dropped significantly. Seol Hui, watching this fight, could not believe that his body was capable of such improvisation and such movements. It was simply something out of the realm of the impossible. And from Ko-woon's face, he clearly understood that the man was shocked, because he did not expect that the guy could be such a strong opponent. Now Seol Hui could only pray that the artificial intelligence could end this battle with success. But at some point, his hopes crumbled into small pieces, because the sword that Seol Hui was holding in his hands literally crumbled into small particles. Seol Hui understood that this could actually happen, but he so hoped that the blade could withstand the internal energy of the great sword. But apparently this would not happen, so it also fell apart at the most important moment. This couldn't help but amuse Ko-woon, because he suddenly remembered that the demon of the earth had also asked him to give the sword to Seol Hui, and how good it was for the man now that he didn't do this. Apparently today, he is no less lucky. But the answer shocked not only Ko-woon, but also Seol Hui himself, who did not expect that the artificial intelligence would tell the man that he was unlucky, and that he was just a stupid sheep. And that was not the end, because the guy began to continue talking, and at some point he began by asking Mr. Spy to listen carefully, because this information was very important to him. Seol Hui began to talk about how Ko-woon's techniques are bad, and he moves his legs so slowly that it's simply impossible to watch. Ko-woon did not expect such an answer, especially when the guy's sword fell apart, but the guy didn't finish there and called Ko-woon over to him so that they could continue the battle, in which the guy was confident that he could break this man's skull, and Seol Hui himself could not believe that he was capable of saying such things. After such words, Kong-woon could not hold back and therefore went on the offensive. He dealt blow after blow, and the thought even formed in his head that he could defeat the guy. Kong-woon believed in himself so much that he simply started shouting at the guy that he wouldn't leave here anywhere, no matter how much he wanted to. But his blows never reached the target. Seol Hui skillfully dodged every blow of this big guy. After a few minutes of battle, it seemed to the man that he was still able to drive the guy into a remote corner from which he was unlikely to be able to get out, and he could defeat him even with one hand. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he took off and immediately went on the offensive with the hope that he could finally defeat this asshole. But everything was not as he had imagined, because at the last moment, Seol Hui was still able to dodge his blow and jump to the side. After which he noticed an interesting fact that the idiot with whom he had to fight was angry. But even in this case, the guy had one way out, so he decided to offer Kong-woon to swallow a grenade, which should calm him down a little. Kong-woon definitely didn't expect this. Where did the guy even get this grenade in his hands? But it was already too late, because it exploded right in front of his eyes. But even after such an unexpected and rather strong attack, Seol Hui did not stop and threw a kunai, which he had prepared in advance, at Kong-woon. Seol Hui's consciousness, which carefully observed this picture, was more and more surprised every second. The artificial intelligence was still able to defeat Kong-woon, and this could not but rejoice. Although Kan Wun was still conscious and could attack, it could already be said that Sol Hui defeated him, because the kunai that entered the man's body was smeared with poison, and without an antidote, he was unlikely to survive. The artificial intelligence did not want to just leave him and added that the man would not die just like that, because he had to pay him for crossing the road. But Sol Hui himself believed that it was high time to stop, because this situation could only be resolved by bringing Ko Wun to the demon of the earth. Apparently, the artificial intelligence did not agree with this, because it took the man's head in its hand and seemed to be going to end him here and now. Sol Hui tried to shout to him and stop him, but apparently it was not so easy to do, and it seemed that his body would right now destroy the man once and for all. Just as Sol Hui lost hope and had already come to terms with the fact that his body would be destroyed by Kong Wun right now, the artificial intelligence suddenly stopped. After which he received a notification in which he had to make another choice. There were only two options, destroy or pardon Kan Wun, and only Sol Hui had to decide this. To begin with, the guy breathed a sigh of relief because it was quite close, a little more, and only the smell of Kan Wun would have remained. Without thinking for a long time, he chose the option in which the artificial intelligence only knocked out Kan Wun, after which he returned to his body and applied an antidote to the poison that was on the dagger. One of his courtiers, Zheng Huan, suddenly came to visit Yu Wan's residence, where the demon of the earth was resting, who brought not entirely pleasant news. He said that some of them noticed that they were following them. The earth demon was primarily interested in knowing if they had left any traces. Young Huan assured the master that there was no point in worrying about this, because those who were there used the rebirth powder, so there were no traces of them left. The Silver Spirit Squad is one of the main squads of the earth demon. They are trained as spies, well-trained in how to track down the enemy and how to retreat. The earth demon knew that they should not have caught, but they were still dealt with. This could not have happened. Only if those who caught them have not reached the level of an expert. Zheng Huan noticed that in fact the main problem now was time, and he didn't understand why they assigned guards to the Lord of the Supreme Court right now. The earth demon could only assume that someone was leaking information. The guy couldn't believe it because he was sure that this time they were especially careful. This was a little funny for the gentleman to hear, so he decided to ask an unexpected question to the guy, in which he was interested to know how many members of the sect he thought were on his side. Without waiting for an answer, he continued that they are constantly being lured away by other students. The number of supporters of other students of the heavenly demon is growing, and all this without his knowledge. Most likely the reason for this is the weakening of his influence. After such words, he turned to face the guy and asked him for forgiveness for having such a weak master. Young Huan didn't understand why the gentleman was saying this, because the guy first of all believed that he could carry out his great 1,000-year plan. There are more influential and powerful ministers and officials on the side of the other disciples of the heavenly demon than on the side of the earth demon. And there are also rumors that the sect elders are bowing to some of the disciples. In any case, the demon of the earth did not want to continue the conversation on this topic and asked how things were going with that boy who so boldly revealed that secret. Young Huan answered the master that they sent a second-rate security guard to him, and today he should begin the army test. After which Young Huan added that it was actually a little alarming that this exact map that Seol Hui gave to the earth demon, Zheng Huan suspected that it could be a simple manipulation. The earth demon thought for a while and answered the guy that unlike him, the gentleman personally met with Sol Hui. In addition, the man himself found out something, for example, why the Lord of the High Court hates him so much. Young Huan became incredibly interested in finding out what was the reason for such hatred, and the demon of the earth did not keep the intrigue and said that Sol Hui and his comrades in the squad snuck into the office of the Lord of the Supreme Court without permission, and it was a rather serious crime because he is a lower person provisions. And Young Huan had no idea how he even dared to do this, which even the earth demon agreed with, who confirmed the fact that this was actually madness. But that's not all. And the demon of the earth added that when the Lord of the Supreme Court found out about this, he did not take any action, but there was no answer to the question why he did this. Young Huan couldn't even imagine the answer to this question, so the earth demon asked him a counter question, in which he wanted to ask the guy if he knew what had recently happened to Seol Hui's squad. The guy didn't have time to say a word before the earth demon answered his own question, and, as it turned out, the entire squad was destroyed by the bastards of their Huangshan. After which Chong Huan told the master that a couple of days ago, he received information that several third-rate warriors were attacked by a member of the Huangshan clan, but he did not know that they were Sol Hui's subordinates. Young Huan mentally at that moment began to understand that the veracity of that secret conversation and the existence of the map were confirmed. But now he wanted to clarify with the demon of the earth, if the Lord of the Supreme Court had planned all this, then what should they do? Because only the head of the detachment, Sol Hui, who had already given him the map, would survive. And that's the only reason why the master ordered a detachment of the Silver Spirit to follow the Lord of the Supreme Court, but it turns out they also died. But at the moment, the Earth Demon was not sure of anything. Young Huan did not quite understand what the master meant when he said that. On the map that Sol Hui handed over, there were notes with information that comes to the sect, written in the hand of the Lord of the Supreme Court. The gentleman added that this incident calls into question all the rules of the sect. It is too heavy a burden for the head of the detachment, apparently. After he got into the Cheonal department, it became easier for the Lord of the Supreme Court to detect the loss of the card. Young Huan didn't understand why he sent Sol Hui to the army trials. Isn't Sol Hui just a bargaining chip now? What's the point of sending him to the trials, giving him a sword and pills? The Earth Demon made it clear to him that he was actually fulfilling the request of Sol Hui, who asked him to help him become stronger. Young Huan believed that it would be almost impossible for Sol Hui to pass the army tests with his skills. The Earth Demon agreed with him. For sure it was impossible. But on the other hand, he believed that if he survived this, then perhaps it was thanks to him that the Earth Demon would also be able to find strength in himself. The Earth Demon knew better than anyone else that being a disciple of a heavenly demon is actually a heavy burden, and you can't take a step forward or a step back. He has to grab every opportunity, and so he may have thought that he was in a similar situation as Sol Hui. But their sweet conversation was suddenly interrupted by unexpected guests, whom the demon of the earth sensed long before they appeared on the horizon. After some time, 3 people appeared in sight, 2 men and 1 woman, whom the earth demon knew very well. Sol Hui, meanwhile, carried the body of Kong Woon, who was not only quite heavy, but also kicked every few minutes, and the guy had to calm him down with blows. His trip was interrupted by one of the guards of the place to which he had been heading for so long, and he demanded that he introduce and tell who he was. Sol Hui thought for several minutes that the guard, whose name was Pan Kok, who was an ordinary guard but at the same time had a combat strength of hundreds of thousands of units, Sol Hui did not fully understand where the guard got so much strength. But his thoughts were interrupted the same security guard who was already shouting and asking the guy who he was. Therefore, the guy had to introduce himself, and he said that his name was Sol Hui, and he came here to meet Mr. Fourth Student. Pan Kok was slightly surprised, so he decided to clarify first whether this meeting had been scheduled. Sol Hui wasn't entirely sure of this, but decided to say that the meeting was scheduled. Pan Kok asked again what the guy's name was, after which he said that he would go and ask for him, but for now he asked the guy to wait. But after that, he added that if the guy lied, he would pay for it with his life. Sol Hui didn't argue with him and just went along with it. After some time, the guard came out again and said that Sol Hui could go to the master. They were already waiting for him there. The guy did not argue with this and simply entered the residence. His feet seemed to know where he should go, so he confidently walked towards the Earth Demon. But suddenly his gaze stopped on one of the guests of the Earth Demon, who scared him to the bone. It was the same red demon who was the first disciple of the heavenly demon, and its characteristics were so huge that they didn't even show up in the status window. Sol Hui didn't understand what he was doing here, and he wasn't alone, but his guesses were suddenly interrupted by the demon of the earth, who didn't understand what the guy was even doing here. This guy didn't know what to do next because he was holding Ko Woon's body in his hands, which he was going to present to the demon of the earth, but now he can't do this for obvious reasons. Sol Hui continued to ignore the earth demon, so he had to ask the guy again what he was doing here, only this time he had to shout a little. The guy didn't know what to answer, so he continued to mumble and try to squeeze out at least some answer. One of the blood demon's friends started laughing at him and asking the earth demon what was wrong with this guy. Why was he behaving like this? While Sol Hui was trying to figure out in his head what to do next, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by another notification, which could only mean one thing. He would have to make another choice in order to continue the scenario. Everything was given 3 options, the first of which was that the guy was saying that he had brought the first red demon disciple. The second option was aimed specifically at the guy who laughed at him, and the system suggested that Sol Hui answer him and ask him not to interfere, unless of course he wants to die. Well, the third option was not entirely clear to the guy, because in it he had to say that it was he, the one the blood demon was looking for the guy it was all too crazy. The earth demon drank his tea and at the same time decided to find out how his brothers were doing. How are they feeling now? All these people were his brothers and sister. The one with the glasses was called Ma Wu, and he was the second disciple of the heavenly demon. The girl who spoke the least was the sister whose name was Ah Ren, and she was the third disciple of the heavenly demon. While the third older brother, who was the first disciple of the heavenly demon, whose name was Sal Ma, Ma Wu was the first to answer his question and said that he always has fun living, after which he asked in response how his brother, the earth demon, was doing. The second disciple, Ma Wu, may look like a good person, but in fact he's like a hidden snake. His every action is carefully weighed, and this can be understood even by the way he dealt with the secret Chaos Squad. The sister was the second to tell how she was doing and noticed the fact that they had not actually seen each other for a long time, which the earth demon could not but agree with. The third student, Ah Ren, looks like a simple and frivolous beauty, but in fact she is capable of all sorts of intrigues and perversions. She is a master of manipulation and was able to achieve cooperation with everyone involved in training and espionage in the sect. Behind this seemingly sweet girl are the masters from the inner circle of the sect and the council. And finally, the most powerful person in the sect and the strongest disciple of the heavenly demon, Sal Ma. It is even rumored that when he was 20 years old, he was able to behead the head of the Wudan sect, one of the great masters, right in front of his students. And when he was 30 years old, he destroyed 3 elders, 4 guards, and 8 first disciples of the Dianzan sect. In a one-on-one battle, he made a hill out of their heads to ridicule all the orthodox sects. This story used to be the most popular in Marine. At the moment, he is 40 years old and has reached the level of the greatest demon. He is head and shoulders above all the masters in the world. The earth demon now decided to ask his older brother what to do, because he was the only one who ignored the question. But looking into his eyes, the earth demon understood that usually he simply ignores him, but today he is quite hostile against him. The man began to suspect that everyone who is trying to go against the assistance of the Lord of the Supreme Court are actually Sal Ma's subordinates, and apparently he himself is already aware of the latest events. So it is not surprising that he has such an attitude. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the same guard who met Sol Hui at the entrance, and he began to talk about how there was an urgent message for him. After which he added that a man named Seol Hui said that he must see the earth demon. The man did not expect this. In his head, it was difficult to imagine why the guy suddenly needed to come to him, but still asked the guard to let him through. Sol Hui thought about his choice and decided to answer Ma Wu that this Sol Hui is Sol Hui, and such questions should not be asked. But he did it with maximum aggression. Everyone who was there was very surprised by this answer from the guy, although Sol Hui himself still could not believe that he still said this, and that he even dared to choose this option. The guy thought that out of all these crazy options, he chose the worst, but judging by his experience, the worst option is actually the best. But there was fear inside him, because he really only had one life left, and if he died, he would never return. So deep down in his soul, he begged a higher power that this option would be the best. Ma Wu looked at the guy and just started smiling. This gave the guy the feeling that he had made a mistake after all. Therefore, he decided to start making excuses and tried to convey to them that this was not what he really meant. But before he could say a word, he saw a sword in front of him, which was pointed straight at him. The sword with which the sister wanted to make a hole in the guy's body. But she was stopped at the last moment by Ma Wu, who added to her that it was he who was scolded, and he had to deal with this guy. Ah Ren in a calm voice asked Ma Wu to move and not disturb her. She wanted to destroy this guy because she didn't like him too much, but Ma Wu told her that unfortunately he couldn't do this. Ma Wu began to explain to her that there is no need to destroy people just because someone called you a bad word. And as an example, he asked to look at their older brother, who has incredibly many different abilities, but even he does not react to name-calling. Seol Hui was the most surprised that he heard such things, and it seems that his theory with the worst-case scenario still works. The girl carefully put away her sword, which Sol Hui recognized even when she pointed it at him. It was a sword of consciousness, a weapon of the heavenly level. The guy knew very well that this sword wriggles like a living snake and is surrounded by an insanely strong aura. It's not that Sol Hui didn't see her movement. He didn't see anything at all, even when the sword was already at his throat. And Ma Hua was able to stop such a fast attack so easily. Sol Hui couldn't even imagine how strong they were. Would he be able to will he get out of here alive? After which, Ma Hua began to say that the earth demon had a rather funny guy. He just looked at him and immediately began shouting insults. The earth demon immediately began to apologize to him and promised that he would deal with him himself. Ma Hua began to laugh and once again said that he asked not to touch the guy, Seol Hui at that moment already began to think that this heavenly demon disciple was really a good person. The guy had such thoughts because he could have died several times already if he had not sided with Sol Hui, although he could not help but notice the fact that he was a rather strange person, but still better than the Lord of the Supreme Court. Suddenly the system sent him another notification in which it was said that thanks to the chosen option, he would receive 3 awards, the first of which was information about the characters of the heavenly demon students. Looking at Ma Wu, he saw that the man is a sociopath who is ready to do anything for success. His every show of friendliness is carefully thought out. He is excellent at hiding his real motives and character, and also does not feel guilt, is extremely observant, and does everything in secret. Sol Hui read the description so deeply that he didn't hear the question from Ma Yu, who wanted to know why the guy came here after all. The guy right now continued to look him straight in the eyes and think that he had already seen such an expression on his face somewhere. In his gaze, Sol Hui saw how challenge, interest, and satisfaction were mixed, and the Lord of the Supreme Court had all this. Sol Hui understood that he was asked a question, but he didn't know how to answer it. And in such a situation, he couldn't remain silent. If he interested Ma Wu, he could survive, and this was actually the guy's only chance. Therefore, he decided to speak the honest truth, after which he began to talk about how, on the orders of the Earth Demon, he had caught and brought a spy. The Earth Demon apparently didn't expect to see this himself, so he actually became interested in seeing what kind of spy this was. Sol Hui carefully opened the blanket and showed that Ko Woon was lying inside it. The Earth Demon cannot believe that he sees the body of his guard. Is he really a spy? The first thing Sol Hui decided to pay attention to was the Red Demon, who, as soon as Sol Hui showed the spy's face, reacted. Salma's characteristics clearly stated that he is a psychopath who is ready to do anything for personal gain. He is not touched by other people's suffering. He considers only himself right. He is also prone to falling into rage. He is interested only in strong people. He wants to destroy everyone and everything he wants. Interferes, takes pleasure when people lose hope. Sol Hui understood that someone like him was definitely crazy, and the main ward was simply teeming with such people. But no one was consumed by the desire to destroy like him. Manhwa thought that this whole situation was quite funny, so he suggested that his sister Ren interrogate this guy, but she was not too eager to do it. But he did not give up and start asking her to try to do this, because he is a spy, and this way they can understand who he is working for. But she stood her ground and asked him not to annoy her. The Earth Demon did not understand why Seol Hui considered this guy a spy, so he decided to ask about it, to which the guy confidently began to say that he could not pass the army tests because this guy deliberately refused to give him the pills and sword, which the master himself gave him. This was quite unexpected for the man. How was this intentional? Seol Hui repeated this again and reminded the master that he was desperate and therefore asked him to give him the pills and the sword, but he only received beatings and threats in response. And in the end, he also said that Sol Hui would definitely not pass the test, and even if he was lucky enough to do so, in the end, he would still destroy him on his own. Although this was not the remainder, because then he returned and added something else, namely that Seol Hui will not be able to pass the test just because he is as much a coward as the Earth Demon. Sol Hui consciously added a few words of his own, but it was a lie. But judging by the way the Earth Demon grimaced, the guy's provocation was a great success. Gongma, that was the name of the Earth Demon. He had a personality disorder in situations where he becomes insecure, prone to destruction on a frightening scale, emotionally unstable, impulsive, extremely dependent on other people, but has an unstable view of them, but sometimes hesitates, desire to destroy from betrayal. Reading all this character description, Seol Hui began to hope that he had hit the Earth Demon right where it hurt. But their awkward silence was suddenly interrupted by Manhwa, who asked a rather logical question in which he became interested in finding out what he was doing as a spy, if this was true, of course. Seol Hui understood that he couldn't just say that. There was no evidence that he was Salma's spy. But as soon as he thought about it, literally a few seconds later, the system awarded him a second reward, which was evidence, namely the secret orders of the demonic ruler of the Ghost Eye, which were transmitted to Ko Woon. And as soon as Sol Hui saw these words, he immediately understood everything, because each of the options that he was given to choose from had a number that appeared there for the first time, and the guy didn't quite understand what it meant. But now it dawned on him that the worst option accordingly, he had the largest number of awards. The Ghost Eye was one of those who conducted army tests. The guy encountered him in the cave into which Ko Woon dragged him in a past life. Like Ko Woon, The ghost eye was one of the subordinates of the first student. This was the very evidence, so Sol-Hui confidently began to say that the evidence of whose spy he was in his pocket. The Earth Demon immediately asked the guy to show him everything he called evidence. It was a small piece of paper, and even Ma Wei was interested to know what was written there. Gong Ma was not a greedy person, so he easily provided him with this so-called evidence so that he could also familiarize himself. Suddenly Salma entered their dialogue, who thought that this guy was quite strange, after which he also added that it is one thing for a spy to reveal himself, but it is a completely different thing to try to prevent some unknown idiot from passing army tests. And although he calls himself the bodyguard of one of the disciples of the heavenly demon, he is not a warrior, because even a boy who was just getting ready for army trials could cope with him, and this made him incredibly funny, although it was impossible to say from him that he laughs. Sol-Hui only looked into his eyes, but immediately felt such a murderous aura from this big man that at some point he could not even lift a finger. The guy had never felt such a strong thirst for destruction, so he believed that he could not survive in a battle against such a monster. But the guy completely forgot that he also had a third award, which in time distracted him from all these thoughts. And this was not an easy reward, because his health indicators increased by 100,000 units, and all other indicators also increased significantly, and now his combat strength was almost 400,000 units. But he didn't have to rejoice for long, because after this message, a new one came, which reported that Salma had found his weak point, and now he would again have to choose what to do next. Sol-Hui did not expect such a turn of events, and now he didn't quite know what to do. Of course he had become stronger, but he still couldn't cope with Salma. The options were identical to the previous ones in such cases, and the guy understood perfectly well that he couldn't just die. Therefore he believed that he actually had only one option, and he chose the option in which he would run away. But before he had time to choose this option, his attack overtook the guy, and at the last second he managed to dodge this blow. Although he didn't do it perfectly because he was still a little caught, but thanks to the increase in all his abilities and armor, the aura of the sword did not touch him. Salma, looking at the guy, didn't even think about stopping, and suddenly added that the guy was apparently worth putting in a little effort. At one point, Sol-Hui realized that his legs and arms did not obey him at all, and all this was because of this guy's incredible thirst for battle. Having reached the highest level of skill, one can make the enemy lose the ability to move with just one look, and Sol-Hui began to realize that this might be the end of him. And apparently this would have been the case if at one point Manhwa had not intervened in their showdown again, who stopped his older brother, and in a calm voice, asked him to stop and not do anything stupid. Salma turned to the Earth Demon and looked him straight in the eyes, and each of them guessed what each of them was thinking about. After which Salma hit his sword back and stopped reaching Sol-Hui. Indeed, at one moment the guy could finally exhale and forget for a while that he had almost just been destroyed. But then he realized one very important point. Salma was trying to destroy not only him, but also Ko-Woon, who was nearby, and unfortunately he succeeded. Salma planned from the very beginning to destroy them both. He is just a monster who doesn't care about everyone around him. Manhwa noted with a smile that the Earth Demon actually had a rather funny subordinate. After which he simply got ready and began to leave, followed by his sister, who asked him to wait. Sol-Hui understood that Salma's reaction was understandable, and only once again proved that he was involved in this. But what was written in the secret stories that the rest of the students behaved this way? In any case, apparently this is not so important now, because the Earth Demon asked the guy to get ready and follow him. Sol-Hui fulfilled his request without any problems, and already on the way he began to think about where they were going, and he was tense by the fact that this did not quite look like the road to Cheon-il's department. But still, he was more stressed by the status of Gong Ma, who was the fourth disciple of the heavenly demon, whose combat strength was indicated by the sign of infinity, and Sol-Hui simply could not believe that he was so strong that his strength could not even be measured. And at some point, the demon of the earth stopped and said that they had arrived. Sol-Hui did not clearly understand where they were. He only saw some kind of dead end. But suddenly his consciousness seemed to be captured, and he only heard the voice of the Earth Demon, who explained to him that they were actually in the place where he was going to interrogate him. The guy didn't fully understand what this could mean, but apparently now he will have to make a choice again, because Gong Ma found his weak spot. But before he had time to choose or think anything, he suddenly saw a huge hand in front of him, which seemed to want to grab him. The guy's body literally dissolved in space, and he simply disappeared little by little. After which he woke up from the fact that the system notified him that he could not move due to a blocked meridian. The guy could no longer hear in one ear, He also had 6 stab wounds and 32 small cuts. The movement of internal energy inside body is limited, and all this time he will experience pain. And as soon as he finally woke up, the first thing he saw was the demon of the earth, who had been waiting for the guy for quite some time. Sol Hui immediately decided to ask the gentleman why he did this. Gong Ma answered him rather unexpectedly, saying that the guy should actually know better what he did. While Sol Hui was talking about how he didn't know what he was talking about, the earth demon handed him the same piece of paper that he took out of Kong Woon's pocket. When the guy opened it, he saw that on this sheet there was a regular code, which Sol Hui actually didn't understand. Gong Ma realized that Sol Hui would pretend to the end, so he began to say that if he suddenly does not understand, then the disciples of the heavenly demon know all the codes that are used in the sect, and this is the code of the chamber of the holy night, which obeys the earth demon. And the most interesting thing is that if you decipher everything that is written there, you will get the phrase, "Punish the traitor." Sol Hui didn't understand what he was talking about. He believed that there must be secret orders from the demonic ruler of the ghost eye from the red demon chamber. So he continued to claim that he didn't really understand what he was talking about. The earth demon did not believe a single word he said and only said that the guy was actually faking it well. And at some point, this started to piss him off too much, so he started shouting at him and literally demanding to know what his task was and who was behind it. Sol Hui really didn't know how to answer this question, so he repeated once again that he didn't know anything, after which Gong Ma decided to use the technique of damaging bones and flesh, with the help of which he tormented the guy and at the same time told him that he would help Sol Hui tell everything. And he started everything from the very beginning, from the moment the Lord of the Supreme Court dealt with his subordinates. The Earth Demon sent him to Cheon-il's department, and then he handed over the map. And he did this to gain his favor. Sol Hui then said that he wanted to become stronger, so the man sent him to army trials. But now Gong Ma only sees that these tests are a piece of cake for him, so now he thinks that Sol Hui didn't even think about going through them. His goal was to make the Earth Demon trust him, and thus he was able to become a spy. And now that he had finished speaking, the Earth Demon wanted to hear from the guy whether this was true or not. Sol Hui at that moment looked at his reflection in a pool of blood and thought that there must be at least some way out of this situation and he just needs to find it. Is the demon of the earth telling the truth? The code in the truth says that he should punish the traitor? Judging by the behavior of other heavenly demon disciples, there is a high probability that he is not lying. If this is really a special code for the chamber of the Holy Night of Gong Ma, which has no factions, then everything is clear. And Sol Hui thought that, simply put, one of Gong Ma's subordinates became aware of strange rumors, and he passed a note through Ko Woon in which it was written, "Punish the traitor." Now all the students of the Heavenly Demon know about this, and in fact, Sol Hui is really someone's spy, and from the point of view of the other students, since he dealt with Ko Woon, then he is a spy who obeys Gong Ma. And this explains why they left him to deal with him. And so he asked the master, or did he just need to prove that he was not a spy for the Lord of the High Court? The Earth Demon didn't quite understand what this even meant. The guy repeated his question again, in which he wanted to clarify, or did he just need to prove that he was not on their side? Gong Ma was surprised that the guy could prove it, but Sol Hui confidently stated that he could do it. As usual, he had the option to escape. Because of this, he was perceived as a spy, and Gong Ma decided to interrogate him. Secret orders are a way to avert Sao Ma's suspicions. But fortunately, he has other proof, and this is due to the fact that he has lived many lives. After which he opened his inventory and pulled out one thing from there, after which he stated that he did not know this curse or a whim of fate, but the evidence was in his pocket. Sol Hui at that moment began to think that perhaps fate itself had given him this chance to survive, and from the expression on the Earth Demon's face, it was clear that now he really had this chance. The guy tried to explain to the gentleman that if he really were a spy, then he couldn't have this book. The guy understood that his pride would not allow him to admit that this book was lost, but still he confirmed that the time of losing the book and meeting with him was not converges. As Sol Hui thought, the world around him is changing, and when things end up in his inventory, it gradually changes reality. However, the Earth Demon was confident that the secretary of the Holy Night Chamber would never betray him. Sol Hui began to say that if the book was not stolen by order of the secretary, then it would become known. The guy also added a very important point. If they act, then the enemies will not sit still either. Gong Ma asked him to explain in more detail what the guy still means. Sol Hui began to say that those who weave intrigues are always prepared for the worst. In case of death or capture of Ko Woon, they quite possibly prepared retaliatory actions. The Earth Demon understood that the guy was leading to the fact that perhaps everything was actually a setup, and Sol Hui asked the gentleman to think about it. It's actually not that hard to do. The gentleman was a little at a loss and added that in fact the guy always confuses him. Sol Hui continued to say that if he really was up to something evil, wouldn't he have shown the book to the other disciples of the heavenly demon? He did not receive an answer to this question. The earth demon simply decided at that moment to turn his back on him. The guy at that moment was thinking that Gong Ma already had extremely tense relations with the Supreme Chamber, and if he publicly showed the banned book, his situation would worsen, and perhaps even his life would be in danger. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the demon of the earth himself, who turned to the guy with a smile and suddenly added that the man actually liked his answer, after which he sat down on a chair and began to talk about how he was actually interested in another very important thing. Namely, why did he curse another student when he showed up at Yu Wan's residence? Sol Hui was not exactly expecting this question, but he still understood that he should answer this one too, and so he began to say that he knew very well that he had crossed the line, but he only wanted to voice what the earth demon himself was thinking. The gentleman liked to talk with the guy, and he just continued it and finally informed him about what he was thinking about at that moment. Sol Hui answered him that his family, to put it mildly, is not very good because one is a snake, the second is a deceiver, and the third is completely crazy, so Sol Hui assumed that he must have drunk more than one bitter cup because of them, and when the guy himself thought about it, then I got very angry. And then he also saw how Mr. Demon of the Earth was smiling to the side, and as a result, he could not restrain himself, for which Sol Hui is actually sorry, and he began to ask for forgiveness for allowing himself to be insubordinate. But the guy could not expect such a reaction as the Demon of the Earth demonstrated, because the man suddenly began to laugh incredibly hard and thereby puzzled the guy. Then he got up from his chair, took the guy by the shoulder, and said that among all the words the guy had said before, these were the most pleasant. Sol Hui was so glad that the gentleman seemed to believe him, but suddenly his consciousness began to turn off, and his eyes literally began to close. After an unknown amount of time, the guy woke up in fear and simply did not move for some time. Then he decided to get up a little from his bed and look around a little. Sol Hui understood that apparently the master took pity on him, and his life goes on. But now a new question arose before him, because the guy didn't even know where he was. And he was also quite surprised by the fact that he, without knowing it, used a blood flower, the bile of a white heavenly deer, thanks to which he was able to completely recover and even add several thousand units to his health. Now the guy was at the peak of his physical abilities, and this couldn't help but make him smile. But the problem with the fact that he only had one life left did not leave him, and he needed to figure out how to solve this problem. After so many encounters with a certain end, he became much stronger than in past lives, but he perfectly understood that difficulties still awaited him. But now he was on the side of the weak, on the side of the demon of the earth. In the future, many deadly situations await him, so he decided that he needed more lives. Having survived all the difficulties, he gained the ability to use the main demonic martial arts, and with them, he will become even stronger. And then he remembered that after he received insight points, he had something else. It was written that he could increase the level of martial arts. He did not know what techniques would be revealed to him then, so he decided that he would try to increase the martial art of white glow. And as soon as he decided to do this, he received a notification that the level of proficiency in martial arts had been increased, and the white glow technique of the white hand was now available to him. Sol Hui couldn't believe it because this is a technique that makes the hands begin to emit a blue glow, and it belongs to the techniques of the Supreme Chamber. The guy understood that thanks to this technique, it was impossible to wound the flesh with either a sword or a blade, and thus he would be able to fight unarmed against an enemy with a sword. And Sol Hui knew very well that if you use the technique correctly, it can become more powerful than even the main martial arts. The major demonic martial arts are only available to heavenly demon disciples, but since none of them have become widely known, many doubt that these martial arts are the basis of hundreds of years of experience of the Supreme Chamber. But the white hand technique is a completely different matter because about 20 years ago, with the help of this technique, one woman defeated 100 guards of the Union, and her name was Chan Mire, or as she was called, the Ice Demoness. And especially for this technique, Sol Hui decided to go outside to try it out. This is an ice technique. It requires the accumulation of internal energy in order to deliver strong blows. After several test blows, the guy realized that it was incredibly powerful, and now his meridians, which were not fully opened, do not allow him to use the technique as expected, but even so, he delivers incredibly strong blows. This whole picture was carefully observed by Chang Ma, who, as soon as he saw the amazing power, assumed that the guy was actually a student of Mrs. Chongmir. Sol Hui did not expect to hear his voice, because he was too happy about the new technology and completely forgot about his surroundings. But apparently it's too late to explain anything, because the Earth Demon began to say that Sol Hui immediately seemed suspicious to him, a warrior from the very bottom who was able to defeat Ko Wun. This immediately sounded somehow implausible. So he asked again the guy, "Is he a student of Mrs. Young Mirai?" Looking at the gentleman, Sol Hui understood that now Gong Ma clearly did not trust him, and he also used the white hand technique with him. But still, the guy heard sympathy in the tone of his voice, and he began to think that perhaps he could take advantage of this. Therefore, he himself decided that from today, Chon Mir is his teacher, and this is exactly what he told the demon of the earth in response to his question. Gong Ma suddenly changed his face and began to laugh first, and then completely asked for forgiveness because it seemed to him that the guy probably wanted to hide it in secret, but the man turned out to be too incredulous. Listening to all this, Sol Hui decided that the man finally trusted him. Gong Ma decided not to stop, and this time wanted to find out whether the guy's teacher was still training in solitude, because as far as he knows, she is a rather complex person. Even in the Supreme Chamber, there is little about him known. Sol Hui, to be honest, didn't know that she was in seclusion, but this even played into his hands, so he simply confirmed this information and added on his own that she told him about 10 years ago that she wanted to become even stronger, and that was the last time they saw each other. According to Sol Hui, she hasn't contacted anyone since then, not even him. Gong Ma wasn't really surprised because she was always known for her indifference. Sol Hui was finally able to relax at least a little and breathe out, but apparently this would not last long, because the Earth Demon added that the secretary of the Chamber of the Holy Night does not know about what happened, and most likely everything was arranged secretly. Therefore, he decided that it would not be at all bad to accept Sol Hui into the Silver Spirit Squad. The guy knew very well that this was one of the main units of the Earth Demon. They secretly track down enemies, and if the situation requires it, they can even destroy them. These warriors undergo serious training and train a lot in order to enter this squad. And this is actually a great chance for a guy to become much stronger and faster. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he accepted this offer and promised the demon of the earth that he would not let him down in any case. In fact, the great news did not end there, because the guy received a notification that he was able to complete the task in which he needed to become the main warrior of the Earth Demon. And for this, the guy received 3 extra lives, and this actually solved most of his problems. The system also notified him that simulation had been added to the battle types. In addition to this, he could change the battle type during a battle with the enemy. But if he changed the battle type from turn-based to artificial intelligence, then it would be impossible to switch back. In the simulation type of battle, the higher its level and the greater the level of martial arts proficiency, the higher the chances of winning. But the simulation is only available once. Sol Hui had just listened to full instructions on how to use his new skills, and he wanted to try his new skills in battle as soon as possible. The demon of the earth, who had been standing next to the guy all this time and was carefully watching him, suddenly told him that he had important things to do, so it was time for him to go, and asked the guy to stay here, and when he was needed, Gong Ma would definitely return back. Sol Hui thought that many rebirths, choices that had nothing to do with him, endless battles, the longer he chooses different paths and fights, the weaker his desire to become stronger becomes, and Sol Hui understood that he could not give up in such a situation. Somewhere he simply has to become stronger. After all, without reaching the top, he will not be able to escape from this hell, so he will do everything to ensure that his main goal comes true. First of all, Sol Hui decided to rest a little, so he climbed the first tree and just meditated for a while, until his meditation was interrupted by the demon of the earth, who so suddenly called him, and the guy immediately descended from the tree. Gong Ma praised the guy for his initiative to rest, but now he asked him to come to him as soon as possible, and apparently the man wanted to introduce the guy to someone. The man who stood next to the Earth Demon was named Huk Gu. He was the head of the Silver Spirit Squad. His combat strength was close to 1,000,000. It was even difficult for Sol Hui to imagine how strong this man is, since he has such enormous fighting strength. But his thoughts were interrupted by the demon of the earth, who began to say that, as a rule, in order to be among the members of the Silver Spirit Squad, you need to pass a test, but he knows that the guy deserves it. And yet he wants Sol Hui to take a place that suits his skills, so he came up with another simple test for him. Sol Hui was quite interested to find out what the gentleman had come up with. Gong Ma pointed his finger at Huk Gu and asked the guy to look at this man, because it was he who would decide what rank the guy would take. And his position will depend on the results. There were 4 options, the first of which makes Sol Hui the head of the Silver Spirit Squad. But for this, he will need to defeat Hokgu. If Sol Hui earns the respect of Hokgu, he will become the head of the Death Spirit group. If he surprises the commander, he will become captain of the 4th group. But there was another option, in which the guy would completely disappoint the captain of the Silver Squad, and then he would become an ordinary member of the 4th Squad, from which it is difficult to get anywhere higher. They were both ready to start the fight, and Sol Hui would apparently be the first to start. Sol Hui remembered that he now had the ability to change his fighting style during the fight itself, so he decided that he would start with a turn-based style for now. And as soon as the guy wanted to go on the first attack, he immediately received a notification that he had found Hokgu's weak point and could now begin to act. Sol Hui noticed the fact that this man was too self-confident to just give him the opportunity to start a battle. Before making a choice, the guy first had to choose a martial art with which he would fight, and to his surprise, the main demonic martial art was not there. The guy believed this was due to the fact that it was at the beginner level. He still couldn't use it against Gongma, so he decided that he would deal with it later, especially since he needed to win first. So he chose the white glow martial art and went on the attack. Hokgu stood motionless and just waited for the guy to demonstrate something supernatural to him. Sol Hui decided not to wait long and immediately demonstrated one of his most powerful techniques that he had recently learned, with the help of which he was essentially able to seal the man and already began to rejoice at the fact that he was able to win, and so easily. But Hokgu made it clear to him that everything would not be as simple as the guy imagined, and he would have to show something much stronger. Sol Hui knew that this was actually very bad, because he had just demonstrated one of the best techniques he possessed, and he was able to dodge it so easily. But his sadness was temporary, because almost immediately after this, he again received a notification that he had discovered Hokgu's weak point. In this case, he decided not to wait long and chose the option of getting closer to the enemy, namely in the north, and thus he wanted to strike from behind. But his blow clearly didn't work because the man stopped him with only his hand, or rather his fingers, after which Sol Hui finally received a retaliatory blow from which he flew several meters away. After this, Hokgu began to talk about how he was told that Sol Hui was a student of Mrs. Youngmeyer, but now the man clearly sees that the guy's just a dummy. The man did not understand, and therefore asked the Lord of the Earth Demon why give such a worthless warrior a chance to get into the Silver Spirit Squad. But the man was unable to finish because his fiery speech was interrupted by Sol Ham himself, who made it clear to him that he had not finished yet. The guy realized that he was unlikely to be able to defeat this arrogant guy, so he decided to use his strongest fighting ability, and the artificial intelligence began to control his body again. Hokgu, looking at Sol Hui's face, understood that the atmosphere had changed and his provocation had worked. And in fact, this Sol Hui was not so worthless. He even thought that he had potential, so he asked the guy to show what he was capable of. The artificial intelligence, in its usual manner of fighting, again went on the attack, and thus the second round began. Hokgu saw nothing new and again stopped the blow with just 2 fingers. But suddenly he took back his opinion because the guy's sword began to glow and it became clear that he would have to see what this guy could do. In any case, he had already broken these crystals and was ready for the guy to use them again. But it was worth noting that the attempt was quite good. At least it seemed so to him at first glance, but then he realized that this was just a diversionary maneuver that the guy used to inflict a real attack. The artificial intelligence used the ignition technique and delivered an incredibly powerful attack to Hokgu, and at the same time advised him not to be so arrogant. But Sol Hui himself understood that no matter how smart the artificial intelligence was, the fighting power between them was too huge, and it would be incredibly difficult to defeat this guy. Sol Hui's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by someone's voice, and when he looked at his body, he realized that the artificial intelligence was talking to him, and it was too amazing for the guy. The artificial intelligence was not very friendly and began to say that Sol Hui is a petty asshole who decided to hide in the astral plane and just watch how he deals with this Hokgu. He did not finish there and began to talk about how the guy lacks greed, a desire that cannot be satisfied, so he recommended that he give up his pathetic aspirations because he should only want to tear the enemy to shreds. Sol Hui did not deny that in fact his words made sense, because he himself knew that most of the sect's warriors go into battle with such intentions. Hokgu didn't understand why the guy didn't continue to attack after such a successful strike, so he thought that he wanted to give up. The artificial intelligence understood that it would be quite difficult, if not impossible, to cope against such an amateur in such a body. Seol Hui couldn't believe what he was saying, because it seemed to him that he was able to do it. The guy didn't expect that artificial intelligence would try to use special acupuncture points that would make the guy's body several levels stronger, but then he would risk his life. The guy's body had already begun to turn into a kind of shadow when Seol Hui decided to intervene and began screaming and asking him to stop immediately. After this, it was quite expected that he would be faced with a choice in which there would be only two options, but now he needs to decide to intervene in this battle or leave artificial intelligence at the helm. Seol Hui, without thinking for a long time, intervened in this process because he understood that in fact there was a huge chance that the guy could simply die. His internal dialogue with himself was interrupted by Hok Gu, who began to say that he roughly understood the guy's level, and there was no point in continuing the fight anymore. Seol Hui did not want to just end this confrontation, and decided to continue asking the master to give him another try. Hok Gu had already begun to be incredibly angry with the guy, because he had already told him once, when suddenly the man was interrupted by the Earth Demon, who ordered them to continue the fight. After which he also added that in this attempt, the guy will need to give his all if he wants to prove something. Hok Gu realized that there was no point in arguing with the gentleman, and decided to give the guy a chance, but clearly made him understand that this was his last chance. Seol Hui knew that he couldn't move as well as the AI, which meant he couldn't easily defeat this guy, so he decided it would be a good idea to use his new simulation skill. The system informed him that 3 main skills would be used during the simulation, but first the system must analyze the combat skills available to him. After the analysis was completed, the system informed the guy that it had found 20 different techniques, but Seol Hui did not quite understand what he needed to do next, and what does it all mean. Hok Gu was already tired of waiting for the guy to decide to attack and asked him to hurry up a little, if of course, he plans to do so at all. Seol Hui didn't have time to answer anything when suddenly a shadow appeared right in front of him, and the system notified the guy that he now needed to carefully watch the movements of the shadow and then repeat them. The guy sees such a picture for the first time, and he was very amazed at what was happening, and it was normal because not only the guy had a shadow, but also Hok Gu. After a few seconds, the simulation began, and several shadows began to show Seol Hui how he should act. Seol Hui carefully watched every movement of these shadows, and could not believe that right now, they were showing him options on how he could attack, and there were actually quite a lot of them. But there was actually another problem, that none of them even touches Hok Gu's shadow. She always manages to block whatever his shadow does. Apparently, this man is a real monster. And so it was until one wonderful moment, until one of the shadows managed to deal a pretty good blow to the body of the man's shadow. As soon as one of the shadows managed to inflict damage, the result of the simulation was confirmed, and the system gave the guy a full action report, which told him exactly what he must do to inflict the same attack. After which Seol Hui was ready to start the fight, and the first movement was a lunge to the shoulder, and then the same lunge to the torso, which is what the guy did. As was the case in the simulation, Hok Gu fought off every attack and didn't really understand why the guy was making such simple attacks. At one point, he even began to get angry that Seol Hui didn't do anything that could surprise him, or at least cause some damage. And only for this reason he decided to take out his sword and end this fight, which was too uninteresting for him. Seol Hui began to smile because he realized that everything was going according to plan, and this moment had been thought out in the simulation. The guy only had to dodge Hok Gu's lunge, then make another lunge at the torso, and then Seol Hui used the martial art of white glow, the 6th form, and was thus able to deliver a good blow. Now Hok Gu had to take back his words because he didn't even expect that the guy was capable of this, but his anger had already begun to cross all boundaries. Seol Hui at that moment was glad that everything worked out for him because he distracted him with simple attacks until he got bored, and as a result, he lost his vigilance and did not expect the guy to use such a technique. The man opened up, after which Seol Hui caught him taken aback. And all this could only mean that this simulation can analyze absolutely everything, and even in a battle with such a strong opponent it has a chance. Although now it seems to him that he will have to continue the battle because he still pissed off Hok Gu, who took his sword and was about to go on the offensive. And it seemed that he would deliver an incredibly strong blow, and the guy would have to start all over again. But his blow was stopped by a hand at the last moment. It was an Earth Demon who did not want the fight to continue in this spirit any further, so he stopped the man's blow. After which he added that the fight should be stopped at this point, and that's enough. Because if he hit Seol Hui with such force, then most likely he would simply destroy the guy, which the Earth Demon really wouldn't want to see. Gu immediately began to apologize to the Earth Demon, but the man asked him not to do this because, as it turned out, even from the outside he could see that Sol Hui was mocking him. After which he turned towards Sol Hui and added that, judging by his abilities, the position of head of the Death Spirit group would suit him. But since the Earth Demon believed that the guy would need time to get used to their organization, he offered him some lessons from the head of the educational department before he accepted the role of the head of the Death Spirit group, with which the guy absolutely agreed. After which the Demon of the Earth turned to the guy with a smile and added to him that from now on he appoints him as a member of the Spirit of Death group. But this is not for long. Then he received a higher rank. Sol Hui was incredibly happy inside, but there was no need to show it. So he simply agreed with the man and made it clear that he would do everything he could. It took 4 days to recover from the battle with Gu, during which he alternated between meditating, eating, and sleeping. In this way, he was able to fully restore his health and stamina to maximum levels. But still, he was tormented by another rather unpleasant picture in his head, namely the words that the artificial intelligence told him that the guy lacks greed and desire that cannot be satisfied. Sol Hui thought that he actually had this same greed from the very beginning, but now he's not entirely sure that he has it. The only thing he knew for sure was that the more lives he had, the less he strived for his desire. Sol Hui realized that he wasn't really brave enough to face his fears. But he was reassured by the fact that the Earth Demon said that after he got comfortable here and finished training, he could become the head of the Death Spirit group, during which time Sol Hui wanted to become better than this damn artificial intelligence. When suddenly all his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by another choice, in which the system offered him to save the process. And this is usually a harbinger of something not entirely good. Sol Hui knew very well that this window could also appear after he completed the task or before the task itself. He noticed that it appeared when he approached the bed, and apparently something was about to happen now. Therefore, the guy decided that he should listen to the system and still save. And when he did this, he saw that saving was called 3 years of incredible development, and judging by his experience, this description could tell him in detail about the current situation. Therefore, he assumed that 3 years of incredible development meant that he had a great opportunity to develop his skills, and this thought motivated him to move forward and begin training as quickly as possible. As soon as the guy put on his clothes, he received a new notification from the system in which he needed to choose his schedule for the 95th celestial year. Sol Hui didn't quite understand what this could mean, but he assumed that apparently he had to choose one of the points, and then he would be engaged in a certain task for a whole month. For example, the first option was aimed at training in martial arts. He decided not to guess and move on, so he chose the first option, namely to study martial arts. And after this choice, he will have another one, in which he needs to decide what he would like to learn specifically. Sol understood perfectly well that, as a member of the Silver Spirit Squad, he first needed to learn the martial art of destroying the spiritual root. When suddenly all his thoughts and reasoning were interrupted by a man who quite unexpectedly entered the room and asked the guy if he was Sol Hui. The guy answered him not quite confidently that it was him, after which the man added that his name is Jock Pa. He will be his eldest, and now he is the one responsible for training in the group. He also added that from today, he will begin to study the main martial art of the Silver Spirit Squad. Next, the man only asked the guy to follow him so that they could start training. After half a day, the system notified the guy that he was able to learn the martial art of destroying the spiritual root. Sol Hui simply could not believe it, because he believed that it was simply impossible to learn it in such a short time. The guy could not realize that he had just left the room, but was already able to increase his understanding of the new technique to the level of a beginner. Moreover, he noticed that he had memories of a whole month of training, for which his health level increased by 10,000 and his combat strength by 20. Sol Hui still didn't believe it, so it seemed to him at one moment that he was just sleeping. His consciousness seemed to be foggy, and the guy didn't quite understand what was happening, but he decided that this was how it should be. So he went towards the exit to continue his training, but as soon as he touched the door, a window with a choice appeared in front of him again. But now it was the second day of training. Sol Hui began to smile because he felt pleased that this was actually not some kind of dream, as he thought. It was a reality in which he barely had time to blink an eye, and a whole month had already passed. But he learned a lot of new things about the internal structure of the Black Turtle Building, the members of the educational department, and all the subgroups. But what was most important for the guy was that he was able to learn the real martial art of spiritual root destruction, which was a little similar to other demonic martial arts in that it also required the accumulation of internal energy at the expense of the master's life. The results of the training could not help but please him, because his health increased by 50,000. His internal energy also did not lag behind and increased by the same number of points, and he was also able to learn the martial art of destroying the spiritual root at the expert level. The guy jumped around the room with joy because he developed incredibly quickly, and it only took him 3 months to become so strong. Sol Hui had incredible fun getting stronger. This process fascinated him incredibly much because he was very interested in finding out how strong he could become in this year. The guy wanted to learn everything that was available in this menu, and at some point he noticed that one of the options was missing, and the guy began to assume that it was because he had learned the martial art of destroying the spiritual root. Then he decided that it was time to move on to the next stage and chose the theory of meridians as a subject of study, which he was quickly able to master to the level of an expert. Seol Hui was incredibly happy that his studies were going so quickly. In just 1 month, he was able to learn both the meridian theory and the surveillance theory. Moreover, he still had 1 more day left in the month, which he decided to spend on repeating the martial arts that he had learned and practicing a little. But as soon as he got up and began to warm up, he noticed an unknown box that stood on the table. This box reminded him of the treasure hunt at the army trials, but unfortunately for him, it was empty, not even a nutrition bar. But at some point, all his thoughts were interrupted by another window, which invited the guy to combine his abilities. Seol Hui didn't quite understand what he was really talking about, but he thought about it. He decided that until he tried to do this, he would not understand what it meant, so he chose the option of combining skills, after which he received a notification that the books on martial arts were not found, and the system asked to put books in the box. Seol Hui began to realize that apparently for this he needed to find books about martial arts, and only after that he could combine his skills. The guy didn't really have any options in his head where he could get them, until he saw how there were books on a shelf not far from him that he could probably use. Luckily, he still remembers all the martial arts he learned, so he decided to try writing them down first. White glow martial art, white hand, spiritual root destruction martial art, fiery hand martial art of combining the 4 main types, wind art, and in total, the guy was able to describe 6 directions. After which he carefully collected all these books and tried to carefully put them in the box to try to once again combine his abilities. And no matter how surprising it was, this method worked. But now, if you believe the system, then he needs to turn to the rule of harmony and strengthening, and choose to strengthen only one element, wood, fire, earth, gold, or water. Sol Hui began to think that the white glow martial art and the white hand, they both belonged to the yin martial arts, and both belonged to the water element. And this actually helped the guy complete his white body martial art improvement. The white hand allows you to make your hands so strong that the flesh cannot be wounded by either a sword or a blade, which means the martial art of the white body makes the whole body so strong. Of course, now Seol Hui cannot use it properly, but even the imitation is enough to create ice as strong as a sword. The guy's combat strength increased very much, so much so that it was close to 1,000,000. But this only motivated the guy even more, and he only thought that he urgently needed to continue working and become even stronger. Therefore, the guy continued his training, and the next in line was the severe flame martial art, which is a combination of the fire hand martial art and severe peaks. Sol Hui was only strange that when combined, this martial art became a technique of using a fist. But now the power of fire has become stronger with less expenditure of internal energy. Although he was unable to combine anything else, the guy was still happy. The messages that appeared at the crossroads of life and the right end became a guiding star for him in the dark night, and now a new year has come for him. The Black Turtle Building is where members of the Silver Spirit Squad train and is part of a mansion surrounded on all sides by forest. And today training begins with the head of the educational department, so Sol Hui arrived at the training site at the Black Turtle Building. Jok Pa is the head of the educational department of the Silver Spirit Squad, whose fighting force was over 8,000,000, and the first thing he began to say was that he heard that Mr. Gong Ma personally invited him to train here. But the fact that he was able to master in 4 months everything that would have taken a genius 3 years was truly amazing for a man. Sol Hui could only thank him for such pleasant words. However, Jok Pa asked him not to relax because his abilities were still not enough to benefit the master. Seol Hui didn't quite understand what the man was telling him, but instead of explaining, he asked the guy how strong he thought the disciples of the heavenly demon were. The guy did not know the answer to this question, So the man began to talk about the fact that behind Selma, there are 3 higher demons. Near Ma Wu, there are 2 such masters, and behind them there are several dozen junior demons. Things weren't so good with Ah Ren, but behind her, there are also 2 higher demons, although the man didn't know how she persuaded them to cooperate with her. But in any case, these masters do not interfere in worldly affairs, but they say that they are still decided to support her. Sol Hui began to understand that Mr. Gongma also probably had such allies, but Jokpa interrupted the guy and clarified that the Earth Demon had no such allies. Then the guy simply didn't understand how the gentleman had managed so well all this time. For Jokpa, it was also quite surprising, but he believed that it was all only thanks to his potential. After that, the man asked the guy what he knew about the Star of Destruction. Sol Hui immediately realized that Gong Ma could possibly be the Star of Destruction. After all, the guy actually knew very well that such a martial artist is blessed by heaven itself and gives birth once every 1,000 years. He is able to master any type of martial arts and even become the god of war without special training. Moreover, it is believed that if the Destruction Star were to train in demonic martial arts, it would be impossible to defeat him. But Seol Hui heard that the Destruction Star usually does not live longer than 16 years, and Jokpak agreed with the guy. Most of them die because they are unable to curb their madness. This is why the heavenly demon chose the Lord as a disciple. Mr. Gong Ma is different from other stars of destruction. After which the man froze for a second and added, "No matter what happens, a star of destruction is a star of destruction, and if Gong Ma shows his true strength, he will most likely simply die." But the man was confident that his strength definitely surpassed that of the higher demons. His destiny is to show his full power only once, after which he will die. Only now Sol Hui realized that that sign meant the boundless power of the Star of Destruction. Now Jokpa believed that the guy understood him, why he couldn't help Gong Ma in any way yet. Sol Hui, of course, understood him, but still the question was swirling in his head about what the meaning of the existence of the Silver Spirit Squad was. Jokpa began to tell him that their main goal was to spread misinformation in order to destroy the troops of other heavenly demon disciples from within and fight to the very end. The plan is not to lose, since there is no chance of winning, and although this plan is realistic, it leads to only one outcome. But Jokpa asked the guy not to be upset, because it is still far from known what this life will be like. The man believed that the most important thing now is that with his level, he will not become the head of the Death Spirit group. But there is no need to be upset, because Jokpa was going to train him and thus become stronger. Seol Hui listened very carefully to his teacher, and after he finished speaking, the guy replied that he was ready to do whatever his teacher told him. The guy understood that now is not really the time to worry about the future, because he must become stronger no matter what, that's all. Jokpa was happy with this attitude, so he answered the guy that from now on they would start training. This time did not fly by quickly, and the guy thought every day that it was almost impossible to do this in one day. Seol Hui put all his strength into finishing the training, and finally he succeeded and completed it. At least he thought so until he received a notification that his goal had been increased to 20,000 times. At the main department in the Black Turtle Building, a member of the education department, Baek Ren, who held the position of elder, brought the results of the training. And as one could see, the results of the training were impressive, so he dared to assume that in a maximum of 6 months they would surpass the zenith. The man spoke directly about O-Rim, Jongsong, and Young Jin, who were famous in their own right, but he did not expect such a result from Soren. He added that Soren is an extremely smart girl who can easily deceive an ordinary person, and thanks to this she passed the army tests. Jokpa smiled when he heard such things and said that Gong Ma is a very insightful gentleman, and Baek Ren completely agreed with him. After which the man decided to ask how the runt, who was supposed to become the head of the spirit group, was doing. Was he still meditating? Baek Ren confirmed this assumption and added that he has been doing this for the 3rd month. Jokpa was embarrassed by the fact that the guy didn't train at all because he had not yet achieved such enormous strength that he needed to control an entire squad. Baek Ren suddenly said that he did not think that appointing him as the head of the spirit group was a good idea, but this of course was his personal opinion. Jokpa was not entirely surprised by this, but still decided to clarify why he thought so, to which he received several questions in response. Baek Ren was wondering, didn't Seol Hui repeat the basic movements a few months ago? Shouldn't he be training to act in different situations? Why did he end up doing nothing for 3 whole months? And asked why Jokpa didn't want to teach him how to do it. The man began to smile and added that Baek Ren was actually right, but he left out one small, but Sol Hui did not just repeat the movements, He circulated true internal energy with every movement. True energy circulation is a technique that allows you to put all your strength into the blade of a sword. That's why Baek Ren couldn't believe that the guy managed to learn this in a few months. Jack Pa didn't know the exact answer to this question, so he suggested that he go and see how the guy was doing and, so to speak, see for himself in his skills. Seo Hui sensed the presence of the two teachers and was the first to greet them, to which Jokpa immediately asked the guy if he had finished his task, which he ordered him to do. The guy answered him in a calm voice that while he had not managed to do this, Jackpa immediately wanted to hear the reason why he had not done this yet. The answer shocked the men somewhat, because Seo Hui said that he didn't do it because he wondered if there was any point in this at all. Jackpa didn't expect this, but still decided to ask why the guy even came. Seo Hui told him that at the moment he's thinking about whether ideal movement exists. And after much thought, he began to think that this was simply impossible. Jackpa was clearly not happy with this answer, but Sol Hui, as it turned out, had not finished yet, and added that he was also thinking about how to make the impossible possible. At first, it seemed to him that it was simply impossible to do something perfectly, but if he thought more broadly, the guy began to understand that it was also impossible to make a mistake, because everything depends on how a person understands what an ideal is. He also added that an incorrect answer can become correct, and this pattern happens quite often. Such words drove the man crazy. Sol Hui didn't know for sure whether the man understood him or not. But in any case, thoughts were spinning in his head that the closer a person is to the ideal, the further he is from it, and all these things were incredibly paradoxical. Such enlightenment is experienced by martial artists who have realized the truth, and now Sol Hui has to open the way to even higher levels of skill. Jackpa suddenly interrupted all his thoughts with his cry and ordered the guy to immediately return to the lotus position. Sol Hui didn't understand why he was shouting at all because the guy could hear him normally anyway. The guy didn't understand what the man wanted from him when he started asking him to think about how Sol Hui repeated those movements without stopping. But still, he agreed to do it. Sol Hui did everything as the man asked him, and after a few seconds his body began to glow, and apparently Jack Pa realized that something special was happening to the guy. After quite a short amount of time, the guy's body began to glow with a bright light, and some kind of energy source appeared in the center of his forehead. Sol Hui himself evolved without realizing it, and he realized this when he received a notification that his parameters had been significantly increased, and now the guy's combat strength was close to 6 million units. And that was not all, because after a few seconds, the system congratulated him on the fact that he was able to reach a level above the zenith. Once Sol Hui reached this rank, he felt quite strange. But one of the advantages was that he now had double veins open for internal energy. He was also able to automatically master several techniques that were previously inaccessible to him. And what's more, he immediately became a master of some of them. Sol Hui realized that in order to become stronger, you don't just need to know the best martial arts, because you can become stronger in other ways. Understanding martial arts and training are also very important, but basic knowledge is the art of war, and by understanding how combat is fought, you can move to a higher level of martial arts proficiency. Then he noticed that martial arts training had disappeared, and he assumed that this was all due to the fact that he had already learned everything, so he began to think about trying to complete the task. When he chose this item, then again he was given several tasks to choose from, or rather the one from whom he could receive this task, and he began to think that perhaps it was worth taking the task from Gong Ma, because he was also on this list. Sol Hui tried to choose this task, but the system did not allow him to do this, and notified him that his strength was not yet enough to complete this task. The guy was a little upset about this, but still decided that now was not the time to be upset. Therefore, in this case, he decided to choose a task from Huk Gu, who was the head of the Silver Spirit Squad. But unfortunately for him, this task was also not for him. Huk Gu advised him to return in about a year. Then Sol Hui decided to simply choose the last option, because it had already begun to seem to him that his strength was not enough for any task. The last task was for a servant who brings food, and as soon as Sol Hui chose this task, a servant knocked on his room. After Sol Hui allowed the guy to enter, he immediately began to ask Sol Hui for forgiveness for his insolence, because he wanted to talk to Sol Hui about something. The servant's name is No Sam, and he often serves Elder Baek Hong and also brings him food every day. The story of this guy is not simple. One day Baek Hong came to the assistant of the sect leader, and he was not there. And while waiting, Baek Hong accidentally found a forbidden book in the brazier. At first he was confused, but later decided to secretly give this book to his close follower, who was waiting outside. However, this entailed the following problem, because this follower suddenly disappeared, and this most likely means that he left the sect and went to the Middle Lands. Sol Hui did not understand how he managed to escape unnoticed. The guy assumed that he was destroyed by the head's assistant or someone else, but the servant assured Sol Hui that his body had not been found, and besides, it was Baek Hong who came to the assistant, not this person, and they were in no way related to each other. And so Elder Baek Hong now has his hands tied, and if the book was deliberately placed in the brazier, then he will be in a rather difficult situation. In any case, Sol Hui didn't quite understand why the guy told him about all this. The servant explained to him that anyone who leaves the sect must be destroyed, and he was simply looking for a suitable person who could move freely and was not associated with factions. Sol Hui understood perfectly well that this guy had come to him on purpose. Sol Hui thought that they just needed a person whose death would not even be noticed, especially since no one stood behind Sol Hui, which means that no one would take revenge for him. And freedom of movement means that the Supreme Court also doesn't care about him at all. Sol Hui became interested in this story, so he decided first of all to find out what reward he was entitled to for completing this mission. The servant simply conveyed the words of Elder Baek Hong, who said that if he needed his help, he would thank him, but only once. Sol Hui did not expect such a reward, but that was also not bad. He decided that he would take on this task, in which, in order to successfully complete the task, he needed to catch the senior disciple of Elder Baek Heon within a month, and Seol Hui was actually a little embarrassed that he was a senior disciple, although the servant said that the guy was a close follower. Although now Sol Hui realized that in fact it turned out to be the elder's favorite student, so the guy decided that it would be best to deliver him safe and sound, but that's how it goes. Also, as a reward, Sol Hui received a book about the face-changing technique, and the guy heard about it. This is a secret technique that allows you to change your appearance, and before the guy thought it was impossible. Besides, he will also receive a forbidden book and map. Apparently this task is very important, but Sol Hui had to think because he saw that the same student's name was Muki, who took the forbidden book and fled to Qinghai. But this was not the most important thing, but the fact that he knew that this man was a demon of fornication. Sol Hui held his head at the thought that the elder gave a book on the technique of changing the face to the demon of fornication, because what could be expected from such a person except that he would run away? In any case, he had already accepted this task, so he was about to go to complete it, but the servant stopped him because he wanted to add something else. Then he added that Elder Baek Hong said that he should send one more person with whomever he finds for the task, and the elder also asked him to convey that he knows Muki well, and that with him it will be easier to leave the sect. Sol Hui understood that all this was just the official version, but in fact the elder just wants to keep track of everything. But in any case, he decided to find out who his new partner is. This guy's name was Seok Du. He was an ordinary carpenter who was not very strong, but this big guy seemed to be flexible. Although Seol Hui was confused by the fact that this guy had reached the first stage, even though he had absolutely no internal energy, was this guy really something special? In any case, Sol Hui immediately decided to ask him how best they could get out of here, to which the big man immediately gave him an answer in which he began to talk about how they would build barricades on the way to the main gate, and they could get out if they will say that they have gone to collect wood. Sol Hui decided that they would do so, and as soon as he decided this, the system automatically transferred them to the main city of Qinghai, and the guy actually found this to be a rather convenient method of transportation. While they were on the road, Seol Hui decided with his companion once again that no matter how the demon of fornication looked, they would still be able to find him. He gave a fairly quick answer to this question, in which he was sure that they had known each other since childhood. Although he had a different face, the guy believed that he could not change his habits and manner of movement. And the most important thing is that Seok Du believed that he deserved to be destroyed, because every day he mocked Seok Du and said that women don't like the big guy because he is ugly and always looks dirty. But Seol Hui was least concerned about these showdowns. After such conversations, they arrived quite quickly at the place they needed. When they arrived in a new place, Sol Hui remembered that he was born into a butcher's family, but he lost his parents early. And from that moment on, the guy had to go through some pretty difficult times that could break anyone. But one day, while he was desperately trying to survive in this terrible world, someone found him. The first thing these people offered to the little boy was to learn martial arts. Enchanted by these words, Seol Hui agreed to join the demonic sect without any problems. Then the guy did not know that a job worse than a butcher awaited him. His memories were interrupted by Sok Du, who began to worry about his master, who was smiling very strangely. Therefore, he became incredibly interested in finding out what the guy was thinking about. Seol Hui didn't want to tell him the details of his childhood, so he decided to say that he was very hungry and was thinking about eating. Seok-du agreed with him and invited him to have lunch at the tavern. The guy didn't mind and agreed with his companion, but as soon as they entered this tavern, it became clear that they wouldn't be able to eat just like that. The thing was that it seemed that two large local sects had quarreled among themselves, and now a big fight was planned. Seok-du noticed this fact and added that most likely these are two sects of swordsmen, and the people here seem only happy that there will be a fight. Sol Hui suggested that Seok-du not pay attention to this and just eat, after which they will quietly leave this place. Soon they were brought food, which they immediately began to enjoy, and there were no signs of trouble. Until Sol Hui overheard a conversation between two women who were talking about how they urgently needed to stop this madness and stop the guys from fighting. But one of them believed that they were all cowards who snapped at each other a little and agreed to sort it out later. She believed that they were just showing off in front of each other. And as soon as she started talking about how they didn't know how to behave like men, she heard the guys not far from her talking about how great the food was here. Seol Hui agreed with him, and he was slightly surprised that Seok-du ate the whole dish in 3 bites, and at one point he became curious to know if they even had the money to pay for all this. Seok-du was silent for a while, and then in a rather quiet voice added that they had problems with this because they spent almost all their money on transportation here. But he asked Sol Hui not to worry because he had one idea, and before he could tell what this idea was, he felt a dagger flying behind him, which he literally at the last moment was able to successfully catch with 2 chopsticks that he was eating. Seol Hui understood that this was not just like that, but Seok-du did not give him the opportunity to do anything, and asked his master to give him a chance to deal with all this on his own. After which he got up from the table and began to walk straight into the crowd with only one question, in which he wanted to find out who dared to do this. They tried to explain to him that they didn't know who he was and that they were having a fight, which he better not get involved in. But Seok-du was not going to listen to them and apparently was going to teach them the lesson they deserved. Both representatives of the sect began to understand that this big man was not to be trifled with and that they should not say anything to him. Seok-du came closer with him and asked them again who did it, but the guys begged him to believe them because none of them did it. The guy was already too angry to react normally to their words, so he began to scream and ask them to find the one who did this. Otherwise, he cannot vouch for himself. After which he added that they would both pay for his dinner and that they would pay separately for disturbing his owner. These two did not understand why they were being punished like this, but in any case they agreed to such conditions, because they were more than sure that it was better not to joke with such a guy. Seol Hui, who was watching everything carefully, suddenly intervened in the dialogue and asked Seok-du to finish this because it was time for them to leave. Seok-du was very pleased that he was still able to satisfy his master and also paid for their dinner. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by some claps made by that same girl. She added to the guys that they were quite proficient in martial arts, which was a rarity in their time. This girl's name was Ju So. She was the granddaughter of the head of the 10,000 Golden Mountains estate, who was incredibly pleased to meet such warriors. Seol Hui looked at her and realized that she could hide a lot of things behind her smile, and he thought so only because he saw a note in her status that said that she had 2 tasks for a warrior. The guy understood that this could mean that he could receive 2 tasks from her, and that's the only reason he couldn't just ignore her. While Seol Hui was thinking, Ju So came closer to him and added once again that he was fluent in martial arts, and she had not seen such a thing for a long time, even considering the fact that there were many swordsmen in this bar. But Seol Hui and his friend dealt with them so easily. Seok-du was a little tactless, so he asked the girl straight to the forehead, "Who is she anyway and what does she want from them?" The girl asked them for forgiveness for not introducing herself right away, after which she said that she was the granddaughter of the head of the estate of 10,000 Golden Mountains, Ju So. And she also couldn't help but brag, so she said that everyone in the area actually knows her. It's true what they say, is that a beauty is like a blooming flower, and only because of this Seol Hui understood why these two were so interested in her. And besides, she is the granddaughter of the owner of the 10,000 Golden Mountains estate, who is considered the richest man in Qinghai. Therefore, Seol Hui believed that this girl could most likely achieve anything by simply calling her name, but not from him. After which the guy decided to ask her what the granddaughter of the owner of the estate of 10,000 Golden Mountains was doing here. At first, the girl could not give an exact answer, But after a while, she was still able to say that martial artists, like both of them, always arouse her interest, because she always wanted to learn different martial arts. Seo Hui immediately warned her that they were not really as good people as she thought, but she could argue with that, adding that if a person is talented, then most likely he has a dark side. The guy liked this answer, and it only confirmed his thoughts that the girl had a steely character. Ju So began to tell them that it was clear from them that they were not local. Their clothes and manner of speech were not similar to the locals, so she became quite curious to know where they were from. It was quite strange for Sol Hui that it didn't even occur to the girl that they might be from a demonic sect. But he didn't tell her, but simply replied that most likely it was just fate, that they still met, and that's why he would like to ask her one question. Ju So immediately turned her back on them, because she didn't like that they had only just met her, and they already needed some kind of service from her. Although the guys didn't even have to apologize, because literally a few seconds later, she turned around and asked them what they needed. They sat down at the table, and Sol Hui said that they actually need to catch one bastard, and she knows this place well, and her help will be useful to them. Besides, she is from the estate of 10,000 golden mountains, which means she should have various information, and Seo Hui asked her to ask about him. Ju So was interested in this request, so she decided to ask in more detail about what they know about this person. Seo Hui began to say that he is a demon of fornication who can change his appearance, so they do not know what he looks like. They only know that he is always looking for women and that he uses dynamic martial arts. The girl immediately contorted her face, and Sol Hui began to understand that Qinghai, although far away and essentially not considered part of the Middle Lands, is apparently also afraid of the demonic sect here. So he added that the demon of fornication is skilled at hiding his demonic nature, and therefore his will be difficult to find. Ju So began to suspect that the guy was also from a demonic sect, but he immediately interrupted her and made it clear that this was not so, and mentally thought that her prejudices would only get in the way. In addition, she is not at the level of the enlightened, which means she will not be able to understand who he is, and she herself will not know about it, because now the guy can control his demonic energy, and his friend generally only has physical energy. The girl did not argue with him and decided to move on to the most interesting part, namely, what can they offer her in return if she still agrees to help them? Sol Hui began to answer her in a calm voice and said that it seemed to him that she did not understand him because it was more of a proposal than a request. After all, the demon who causes chaos in the world will be caught by a warrior from the estate of 10,000 golden mountains. And Sol Hui didn't understand if this wasn't enough, but mentally thought that he wasn't going to lose his advantage. If she didn't agree, they would just pack up and go to another person. But to his surprise, the girl agreed too quickly and said that she would help them without any problems. Then Seo Hui asked her to be so kind and help them a little more, and he asked her to find them a place to stay overnight and have dinner. The girl told him that this would not be enough, and she was going to provide them with access to information that could be accessed at any time, including maps of this area, which confused the guy a little, but still, he could not help but agree. Sol Hui thought that this was a rather ambitious decision, and it was immediately clear that the girl was not just a simple person. But she still didn't finish, and at some point added that after they catch this demon of fornication, they will have to return to the estate of 10,000 golden mountains. These are her conditions. Seo Hui understood that this was probably related to her task, but then there were fewer and fewer reasons to refuse her, so he once again confirmed that he agreed to such conditions. They arrived at the palace of the Ju So family, and now Sol Hui understood why they were called that, because their palace was simply huge. As soon as they entered the territory of her house, one of the maids ran up to her and told Ju So that Mr. So was looking for her, who wanted to see her immediately because he had brought a groom for her. The girl didn't like this too much, and it wasn't really surprising, because she told him many times that she didn't want to get married yet, but he kept bringing these guys, so she decided to start by finding out where her grandfather is now. The maid immediately answered her that he was currently in the carved gazebo. After she heard this, she asked another boy to take her guests to their room where they could rest, but she needed to leave for a while. Sol Hui did not argue with her, because he actually understood why she urgently needed to run away. Sitting in the gazebo, the girl's grandfather asked Jun for forgiveness for keeping him waiting. He assumed that his granddaughter just went out for a walk and would return soon. This young guy's name was Ju Wangil. He was a rich and influential owner of the 10,000 Gold Mountains estate, and he asked Mr. So not to worry, because it was he who asked for the meeting, so he would wait as long as it took. And just after the guy finished speaking, Ju So appeared near this gazebo, and immediately asked forgiveness for coming so late. If she had known that they were waiting for her here, she would have tried to come earlier, after which she then turned to Ju, to whom she said that she did not expect him to appear like that without warning. The guy realized where he was wrong and immediately asked her forgiveness for his rudeness, but came because he wanted to see her. The grandfather interrupted the girl and asked her to finish this farce, after which he added that Mr. Jun had finished working on his assignment and they accidentally met on the way to the palace, and he asked her to sit down. Seol Hui was thinking at that moment that he was so focused on thinking about the perfect movement that he forgot about everything else. Seok-du again noticed that his master was thinking about something, so he decided to ask him, but Seol Hui didn't really want to share such information with him. So he replied that it was nothing so important and asked him a question in response. What was so interesting about to listen at the door? The guy started smiling again and talking about how there was some commotion outside the door, and everyone was talking about the lady's fiancé, some Mr. June or something like that. He also heard that everyone was going to go look at him, and suggested that Seol Hui also go and look, but he didn't understand why. Seok-du knew that Seol Hui would answer like that, but he told him everything that they say that this June is from Huangshan. As soon as Seol Hui heard this, it was as if he had been replaced. He just jumped up from his seat and asked Seok-du to repeat what he just said. Is this guy really from Huangshan? Seok-du answered him that these were just rumors and not everyone said so, but Seol Hui didn't care at all, and he simply asked his friend to take him there because he suddenly wanted to look this guy in the face. Mr. So allowed himself to introduce Mr. Jun properly, after which he added that this guy is an independent student from Huangshan. He's from a good family, you can rely on him, and he always acts according to his conscience. And he is also a well-known master of the arts in their area. Ju-so told him that he is quite a wonderful person, but she also heard that he is careless. And because of his carelessness, many projects failed, and many people say that he adores women. Mr. So didn't understand why she spoke so cruelly about the guy, because it's not surprising that there are always a lot of women around the hero, and even more so if the man doesn't have bad habits and doesn't treat women rudely. June also decided to intervene in their dialogue and added that at the moment, he sees that the rumors born of his inexperience worried the girl. But he assured her that what she was so afraid of would not happen. He even swore on his family. And he suddenly became interested in why everyone had suddenly gathered. Was it really to look at him? No one began to answer him this question. In addition, they asked him a counter one in which they wanted to know whether it was true that his teacher's health was getting better. At first, the guy didn't understand this question a little, but after a few seconds he still answered it, and said that he would need some more time to fully recover. But Mr. So was surprised by this, because in the guy's last letter, he wrote that he, the teacher, is completely healthy. After such a question, the guy suddenly began to hesitate very much, and it became clear that he was hiding something, after which he added that no matter what, everything would be fine. Then literally immediately, he began to get up, and at the same time turned to Mrs. Ju-so to ask her forgiveness once again for the fact that he so suddenly disturbed her with his sudden visit. Next time he will announce his arrival. But now it turns out that it is urgently time for him to leave. Mr. So didn't understand what suddenly happened, that the guy decided to leave so abruptly. June himself didn't seem to know what the reason was, but he kept saying that he actually had an urgent matter and he had to deal with it. Seol Hui, of course, did not hear all the details of what they were talking about, but still it seemed to him that something was wrong with this man. So he decided to ask Seok-du again, or whether this man was really from Huangshan. His friend answered him that at least that's what they say. He suddenly remembered the phrase that Seok-du told him, that when he sees Mookie, he will definitely recognize him. The big man confirmed these words, because he could not imagine that he could forget this brat. Now Seol Hui, looking at this Jin, was not entirely sure of his words, but he became sure of something else, namely that the technique of changing faces really exists. Seol Hui was so sure because he looked at the status of this June, in which he found the characteristics of such a person, or rather the demon of torment, and it became clear to the guy that Jun had probably died a long time ago, and his body was taken by Mookie. Seol Hui heard that he was strong, but he could never imagine that his fighting strength would be equal to more than 2 million, and also this unknown ability, which is called proliferation. Now Seol Hui was faced with a new problem. He needed to figure out how to deal with this monster, because this new ability bothered him very much, but still it seemed to him that with proper concentration, Seol Hui could cope with it. But to do this, he understood that he needed to receive 2 tasks from Ju-so, and if he uses dynamic martial arts during a fight, then they will probably be lost. Although on the other hand, Seol Hui understood that he still knew that it was him, so he thought about just following and dealing with him without unnecessary noise. At that moment, Seol Hui noticed Muki's gaze, and it seemed to him that the demon also understood everything. But his thoughts at that moment were interrupted by Sok-du, who was desperately trying to convey to the guy that he immediately recognized the real Muki, and it was definitely not him. The so-called Mr. Jun at that time, looking into the crowd, could not identify two people, and Mrs. So told him that these were her two guests. Jun couldn't help but highlight such skillful people, who are quite difficult to find in Qinghai. Ju-so was surprised that he thought so highly of them. But according to Jun, he talked a little about other things, after which he went straight to Seol Hui and asked the guys if he was telling the truth or not. Seok-du apparently did not understand anything and immediately answered Mr. Jun that they were indeed very special, because the lady saw their fighting abilities and invited them to the estate. Seol Hui was silent and carefully watched this monster, because he perfectly understood that at the moment he was trying to determine his level of martial arts proficiency, which is why he was asking a lot of such stupid questions. But the guy believed that this did not matter, because his demonic nature could no longer be recognized thanks to the heart of the sword. At the climax of this dialogue, Mrs. So burst in and literally started screaming at Jun for being so bad at communicating with her guests. So he immediately had to apologize to her and asked him to understand correctly, because he just wanted to greet them and understand that they, for the people. After which he even turned to them and asked for forgiveness in front of them. Then Jun was about to leave, but apparently Seol Hui didn't care about everyone who was here, because he directly asked him if he really thought that they wouldn't be able to find him. At first, Seol Hui wanted to follow him and attack him unexpectedly, but now he changed his mind, and so now he says that Muki hid his demonic nature and began to behave differently, after which it was quite reckless to think that he could hide from them. He began to advise him to better hide his inner energy, although then Seol Hui changed his mind and added that even so, he would have found him. And as soon as Seol Hui finished speaking, time stopped in front of him again, and he had to make a choice again because he had once again discovered the guy's weak point. Although this time, everything was not the same as before, because now before making a choice, recommendations and warnings are available to him, which the guy can easily familiarize himself with. And in the recommendations, there were several points that he must complete in order for the task to be counted. The warnings were not too different, but there were still 2 points that said that if Muki does not use dynamic martial arts, then at this point Seol Hui will become a common enemy. And if this happens and he dies, then the task will automatically fail. Seol Hui thought that this was bad, and apparently it was better not to use demonic martial arts now, but he understood that he could not refuse a task with good rewards, so he decided that he would deal with it as it should be, and chose the option of approaching the enemy closely. But at the last moment, the guy's attack was blocked by Muki, who literally jumped away from him. Although later it became clear to Seol Hui that he protected himself with the help of internal energy, and therefore the guy's sword simply bounces off and does not harm him, which means that you just need to hurt him more. None of this really matters because due to the difference in their skills, the perfect opportunity screen keeps appearing, and thus Seol Hui landed hit after hit on Jun, and thus reducing his health more and more. At some point, Muki asked him to stop and not destroy him, but Seol Hui was not going to do this, because he had a lot of questions for Muki. Muki didn't expect this, so it was clear from his face that he was incredibly surprised. But after a few minutes, their conversation was interrupted by those who came to the aid of Mr. Jun. At least they believed that they were doing this for the sake of their master. Seol Hui understood perfectly well that this was the guard of the estate of 10,000 golden mountains, and this is actually a shame, because they cannot be destroyed. But they were already ready to start attacking the guy, especially since they found his weak point. Seol Hui dodged every blow they threw, but the screen with the weak point still continued to appear, and Seol Hui began to understand that most likely this was due to the fact that he simply did not know how to deal with them, and because of this, he lost Muki. And all these thoughts at some point began to irritate the guy too much, so he simply used one powerful, massive blow, which threw several guards to the sides at once. After which he successfully switched the type of his battle from turn-based to simulation, and decided that it was time to finish here. A few minutes later, all the screens disappeared and did not appear again, because he essentially killed all the guards. Suddenly, Seok-du finally arrived at the scene of the fight, and Seol Hui realized at that moment that he could fight instead of him. The big guy shouldn't have the same restrictions as him. Seok-du, first of all, began to wonder if it was really Mookie, but Seol-hui did not see the point in answering him, so he simply ordered him to deal with all the guards so that he would not have to waste his time. The big man agreed to this without any problems or objections, and Sol-hui decided that now he needed to return to the turn-based type of battle and start the search for Muka again. But he was stopped by a ban, which stated that if turn-based combat had already been used once, then it was impossible to return to it. Sol-hui completely forgot about it, and now the task became much more difficult because in the simulation he could not see the parameters. And now it became clear that he would have to look for him in the crowd himself, and under no circumstances could he lose him. When suddenly he heard a scream, and as soon as he came running, he saw a literally dried-up man, and after this picture, Sol-hui seemed to begin to understand what the proliferation skill was. A technique for absorbing life energy, with the help of which the owner can recover by drawing out life energy from people, and this is definitely the work of Muka. But in any case, the main question was still unanswered. Where was he hiding? Seol-hui understood that most likely he had changed his appearance again, and due to the fact that he did not see the screen with the parameters, it would be quite difficult for the guy to identify him, and at that moment he again heard the scream of people who were shouting that they were seeing a corpse again. Looking at all this, he so wanted to stop this madness, but he simply could not find this monster. Suddenly he heard a scream from a woman who said that this monster ran to another woman. Sol-hui was trying to figure out what to do next, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by shadows that quite unexpectedly appeared right in front of him, and it seems they began to show him what to do in this situation, and the first thing he had to do was just jump. And in fact, this saved him from inflicting a rather strong blow, because apparently Mookie was exactly the woman who showed him the way. Seol-hui couldn't even imagine that Mookie could pretend to be an old woman. This is too low. But in any case, he runs away and needs to be caught up immediately. This is what Sol-hui tried to do, pushing everyone in his path and simultaneously shouting that Mookie would not be able to escape anywhere. At some point, Sol-hui realized that Mookie had changed his appearance again, because among people, he never saw that same old woman. He had to manually inspect each person, so he ran from side to side and could only think that this was the worst place to perform such a task. At some point, he stopped because he saw a rather suspicious woman. He immediately ran up to her to feel her inner energy, but unfortunately he did not feel anything. And as soon as Sol-hui began to think through a new plan, he was suddenly interrupted by the voice of the system, which advised the guy to jump immediately. But it was so unexpected that he simply did not have time to do it, and they still managed to wound him. Sol-hui simply didn't understand where that blow came from, because he checked that woman, and she definitely wasn't Mookie. But then he realized that it was a child in her hands. Sol-hui simply could not believe that with this technique, you can change your appearance so much. Sol-hui understood that this could not continue like this, and he urgently needed to defeat this guy. But he did not know how to do this, because with the help of such a technique, he was literally elusive. When suddenly all his thoughts were interrupted by Mr. So, who began to shout and ask everyone to calm down immediately. It seemed to include the guards and everyone else who was there. After everyone was quiet, the man wanted to ask his security captain if there really was a demon here. The captain told him that everything was right. Women and children were dying because he was taking away their life energy, and this needed to be stopped urgently because it was quite dangerous. As soon as he heard this, he immediately turned to his granddaughter, from whom he wanted to ask in more detail about a person who is looking for a demon of fornication who can change his appearance. The girl confirmed this information, and the man became interested in knowing where Mr. Jun was, but the security captain upset Mr. So by saying that he disappeared after he had a fight with Seol-hui, and the security chief added that the demon was not Mr. Jun. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted at the stage when they began to hear screams from the side. These screams came from Sok-du, or rather from two Sok-du, who were arguing among themselves who was real and who was not. As soon as Mrs. So saw this picture, she assumed that one of them was the person Seol-hui was looking for, and then Mr. Jun was really not a demon. But she was interrupted by Seol-hui, who was tired of explaining that Mr. Jun had probably died a long time ago, but the demon fornication was just pretending to be him. The girl really didn't even imagine that this was possible, so she was surprised by such information. Seol-hui carefully approached his two servants, who both begged him to deal with the demon of fornication, and it was actually quite difficult to understand where the real Seok-du was and where he was not. The guy at that moment was thinking that Mookie was not just a person, because in such turmoil he was able to repeat even Seok-du's clothes and even his voice. But now he understands why Elder Baek Hong took him as a student, and this strange technique is simply incredible in reality. In fact, Mrs. So was constantly next to Sol Hui and tried to find out from him what they would do in this case, because they need to somehow figure out which of the two is his companion. Sol Hui didn't answer her and suddenly started telling Mookie that he probably didn't understand something, because the guy thought that it didn't matter which of them was who, because if he beat them both half to death, then the real Mookie would give himself away. Almost immediately after this phrase, something began to happen to one of Seok-du, and his face seemed to begin to turn into something incomprehensible. Someone from the crowd shouted that this guy's face began to change, and now it became clear to everyone that this was an evil spirit in a human mask. The next thing Seol Hui heard was the laughter of the guy, who was quite surprised that he could be revealed so easily. After he completely gained his true appearance, the demon of fornication added that he was no longer going to run away, because now everything would be completely different. And Seol Hui at that moment noticed that his aura had changed, and it became clear that he was stealing life energy just to become much stronger. But Sol Hui did not care at all about all this, and he simply sighed and asked the demon to get down to business quickly. Because he was tired of just standing there, it was time to start a fight. The demon of fornication himself was not against starting a battle, but before that, he did not miss the opportunity to call Sol Hui a cretin, after which he immediately delivered a successful blow to the guy's body with the help of his whip, which he created himself. But he did not stop there and continued to launch attack after attack, which cannot be said about Sol Hui, who at that time simply stood like a statue and was not going to block a single blow. Seok-du tried to intervene in the fight and help the guy, but received a blow for this, which immediately stopped him. The demon was so funny and pleased to watch him win so easily, but still he was a little bored, so he asked the guy not to give up so quickly, because if he did so, he would tear out his eyes and take him off skin. But his fiery speech was interrupted by Sol Hui, who suddenly began to say that his blows are so cool, it stings the skin a little. But on the other hand, they are incredibly funny for a guy. This infuriated the demon of fornication. Anger enveloped the monster, and he wanted to literally tear Sol Hui into pieces. Therefore, he used all his strength that was available to him and went on the attack. Due to the fact that the demon of fornication released so much energy, it became clear to everyone around that it was a demon. But this is exactly what Sol Hui sought, who thanks to this was able to fulfill all the additional conditions of the task, and now he too can start the fight, and as a result, catch him. Sol Hui blocked all the blows of this demon and began to strike him back with his own blows, which Mookie simply could not block. No matter how hard he tried, it was simply impossible. But the guy did not stop and continued to beat him with all his strength and did not see any obstacles in front of him to stop. The demon of fornication was so powerless that at some point he simply could not continue to fight and asked Sol Hui to stop and not beat him anymore. But Sol Hui had just started, so he asked the demon of fornication to clench his teeth harder, because right now he was going to break his skull. No matter how much Mookie asked him not to do this, Sol Hui did not hear a single word. So after a few seconds, everyone around heard only the screams of the demon, who was probably suffering the worst pain of his life. After such a strong blow, he passed out, and this was an excellent opportunity to tie him up, and this was already done by Seok-du, who did it with incredible joy. And as soon as he woke up, Seok-du immediately began to torture him. But unfortunately for them, this demon was a tough nut to crack, and it was not easy to get him to talk. He even tried to threaten him in his position. Seok-du was interrupted by the same demon of fornication, who spat in his face and said that if he survived, the first thing he would do was destroy the big guy. Then he added that they were both still beginners, and they couldn't get anything out of him. So that they knew, he said that he was tortured more than once, and not once did it lead to success. Seok-du did not let him finish and continued beating Mookie. And Sol Hui at that moment was thinking that recently he promised to tell everything if he stopped beating him. But as soon as he said to write down everything that was in the book about the technique of change face, Mookie suddenly began to sing differently. Sol Hui understood that he probably believed that even if he didn't tell anything, they wouldn't do anything to him. But Sol Hui thought a little differently. So at one point he stopped Seok-du and asked Mookie a question, in which he was interested to find out, or did the guy decide not to tell him anything? Although the task was completed, Sol Hui only received 2 rewards: the forbidden book of the sect leader and a map that he had not even opened yet, and the key. And so he suddenly added that while he was coming here, he was thinking that there is one method which will definitely work on the demon of fornication. The face of the demon of fornication suddenly changed, and now he was not smiling like that. Moreover, he was very interested in knowing what Sol Hui was telling him. But the guy didn't really want to just throw words into the wind and suggested that Mookie just show it in practice. And then he dealt him an incredibly strong blow to the stomach area. Sol Hui's blows were obviously stronger than Sogdu's, so the demon of Mookie even shed a tear at some point. Sol Hui was not going to stop there, but before that he asked Mookie for forgiveness that he struck such a serious blow, but also asked the guy not to worry. Now he will correct himself and strike much stronger. This time, Sol Hui decided to strike at the main advantage of the demon of fornication, and Mookie understood this perfectly well. So he literally immediately began to scream and ask him not to do this, because this is the only thing that is incredibly dear to him. This method got the guy talking significantly, and he was no longer against writing everything about the technique of changing his face on a piece of paper. Sol Hui, looking at him, said that he takes away life energy from people whenever he wants, and he also tries to push for pity. It's so low. But Mookie answered him that he's not really doing this on purpose, because he's nothing else doesn't know how to do it. Although he always just wanted to start living again, he also felt that he could no longer be in the sect, so he wanted to live like Mr. Jun. Sol Hui thought that all this was complete nonsense. The guy couldn't believe that he really thought that someone like Mookie, who learned the technique of absorbing life energy, could live like everyone else. In any case, this was the least of his interest. He was more interested in knowing why Mookie ran away with a book about face-changing techniques. But from the face of the demon of fornication, it became clear that he did not understand what we were talking about. Sol Hui did not like to repeat this question, but still he clarified that he meant the book that Elder Baek Hong gave him. Even after that, Mookie didn't understand what Sol Hui was talking about, because it was a book about techniques for changing the shape of the body, not the face. Sol Hui did not expect to hear this, but now it became clear to him how he managed to completely change his entire body. After Mookie successfully wrote down everything, Sol Hui picked up this book and automatically learned the technique of changing the face and body shape, and thought that the facial technique is a very strong skill, because you can change your face, you can get rid of your Adam's apple, change your voice, and even grow your hair. It was impossible to change only the skeleton and eyes, but with the technique of changing the shape of the body, you can change the bones themselves. And this is how Mookie deceived people. Sol Hui understood that apparently these were objects from the hiding place of the head of the sect, before he could not even dream of being in such a place. There were so many guards there, but now it does not seem so incredible to him. With the technique of changing the shape of the body, he will be able to escape, even through a hole the size of a fist. His thoughts were interrupted by Ju So, who was waiting outside the door with her grandfather, and was very worried about how everything went. Sol Hui calmed them down and said that they were finished. Mr. So, in response to this, did not know how to thank the guy, because if it weren't for them, they would have had big problems. The guy assured him that there was no need for thanks because he was just doing his job. The girl suddenly interrupted him and asked him if he could come see them later. Sol Hui didn't understand why this question was asked, but he still agreed, and besides, he still has reasons to return. She didn't understand what reasons he was talking about, but instead of explaining anything, he simply said goodbye to her and said that they would meet her again soon. After a short amount of time, he managed to return home with good news that he was able to complete the task. Among other awards, Sol Hui also received Baek Haeon's highest favor and some stat boosts. While he had free time, the guy decided that it would be nice for him to try out the new skills that he received for completing this task. Sol Hui was pleased with his new abilities and the fact that he was able to spend his free time with incredible benefit for himself. He also understood that the most important thing is that he finally understood what speed means for the wind, and now using it will be a little problematic, but he will not be able to suppress the joy of the thought of how strong he can become. In any case, he decided that it was time for him to continue and complete the next tasks. And the next task he chose was an order from a doctor who cured Sol Hui, and the system automatically moved him to Mount Luo, to the chamber of white sleep, to the very heart of the sect. Sol Hui was a little surprised that Mount Luo was located in the center of the sect's lands, and that some tasks could be completed here. His thoughts were interrupted by the next alert from the system, which said that Dr. Hong was now being pursued by a squad of white blood, and Sol Hui needed to find the doctor before the squad did. The commander of this detachment was not going to let the doctor go, and ordered his detachment to seize the doctor before he left the territory of the Chamber of White Sleep. Sol Hui, without thinking for a long time, used the face-changing technique, which helped him get closer to them. But even so, he still did not understand how he could save Dr. Hong if he was being chased. In addition, the detachment is commanded by a person who has an unusual amount of combat strength, and it will be quite difficult to defeat him just like that. Sol Hui knew very well that the Chamber of White Sleep is a place for those who are at the highest level in the sect. Although he's just the captain of a small detachment, he is much smarter than the demon of fornication. At one point, the entire squad stopped in front of the cave, and the captain ordered teams 1, 2, and 3 to go left. Teams 5 and 6 inspect the cave. Team 7 climbed the mountain with him. Sol Hui realized that he was in the 6th team, and fortunately for him, the doctor ran there. He realized this with the help of his skill. A small subgroup that went to explore the cave suddenly stopped because they stood in front of another fork. The commander of this small detachment ordered them to divide into 2 groups, and also added that if they had another intersection ahead, they would need to split into pairs. And he himself will wait here anyway. There is no other way out of this cave, so he asked them to search everything carefully again. Fortunately for Sol Hui, he again got to the place where Dr. Hong was hiding. So all he had to do was guess the moment when there would be fewer people and then deal with them. Dr. Hong stopped at that moment and stopped running, because his legs were simply no longer able to run, so he decided to rest a little. The man felt incredibly bad that he was never able to give the purification herb to Gong Ma. Suddenly he had to stop thinking about how bad he was, because he heard a voice in the tunnel, which most likely came from the squad that was chasing him. The doctor decided that there was no point in running away, and accepted the fact that this was most likely the end. And even if this was the last thing he would do, he decided to get rid of this grass. But he failed to do this because the squad found him much faster than he thought, and one of them began to say that if the doctor moved, then he would be finished, and he would not only destroy him, but would do it as painfully as possible. The warrior continued to say that all the doctor needs to do is carefully place these herbs, but before he could finish speaking, someone grabbed him by the head. Sol Hui put this commander to bed and immediately told the doctor that there was really no need to worry because he was on his side. Dr. Hong was shocked to see Sol Hui in front of him because he was dying, but the guy did not understand why such a question if the doctor himself cured him. And now Sol Hui came to help him. And now when they discussed Sol Hui's past, the guy asked the doctor to tell him what happened. The doctor began to tell the story from the moment that White Blood Captain Hu Quan accidentally found the purification herb. He knew that it was an excellent medicine, which means that most likely he would not be allowed to keep it, so he decided to hide it. He was also aware that taking the herb right away was quite dangerous, as it could be poisonous or its energy was too strong. So he left the herb for Dr. Hong to evaluate its properties. But Dr. Hong, without thinking for a long time, decided to escape, taking the grass with him, and since everything here belongs to those higher in rank, the captain of the White Blood Squad is looking for the doctor to destroy evidence of the theft. Sol Hui understood everything, but he didn't quite understand why Dr. Hong stole this herb, because he probably understood perfectly well what the consequences would be. The doctor explained to him that this is a very rare and powerful medicine. Such a treasure should belong to his master, Gong Ma, and the man will do it anyway, even if he has to pay for it with his own life. Sol Hui had no doubt that this would happen. In any case, he was not going to dissuade him, so he just decided to find out how the guy could help him. The system automatically displayed a task from the doctor, in which the guy needed to earn the doctor's trust, and if successful, the head of the Chamber of White Sleep, the primordial Asura, would be interested in the guy. The reward for this task was a purification herb and a map from a forbidden book. Sol Hui thought that the head of the White Dream Chamber would be interested in him, because he is an influential person with a high status even among the main members of the sect. And besides, if he deals with his White Blood Squad, wouldn't it be more logical if he would be angry with him for that? In any case, the guy decided to start the task, so he used the face-changing skill and asked the doctor to wait here. While the guy was walking through the cave and met one of the squad, at that time he was just reading the recommendations for the task, in which he was advised to prove himself as a strong ally. Otherwise, Dr. Khan would not give him the purification herb, and if he hesitated, more strong opponent. Sol Hui said that he did not find a doctor in one direction, so he suggested that he go to the other side together. And at this time he also read the warnings, which said that if Dr. Hong died or the enemies found out that he imposter, then the task will fail. As soon as the guy with whom Sol Hui was supposed to go to the other side of the cave, that they were walking in pairs, Sol Hui was already flying at him with a blow. Dr. Hong was slightly shocked by how Seol Hui easily dealt with his offenders, but the guy interrupted his thoughts and made it clear to the man that now was not the time to be surprised, because they needed to get out of this place as soon as possible. Apparently everything won't be that simple, because Seol Hui heard voices behind him, and as soon as he turned around, he saw almost the entire squad, which clearly would not give him the opportunity to just leave. Seol Hui understood that there were too many of them, but he still believed that he could cope with them all. One of them interrupted his thoughts because he very urgently wanted to know where the guy was from, to which Seol Hui replied that he was definitely not from the chamber of the White Dream. The man noticed the fact that the guy was too daring, considering the situation he was in. Did he really think that he could escape? Seol Hui at that moment understood that according to the notes that were there earlier, the guy would need to deal with them in order to show that he was a strong ally for Dr. Hong. In addition, during the fight, they should not understand who he really is. The problem is that the technique of changing a face does not require internal energy, but constant concentration, which means that the guy will not be able to show what he is really capable of. For such cases, instead of a turn-based type of battle, Seol Hui decided that it would be better to use a simulation, and the analysis of the opponents was completed quite quickly. Thanks to this, Seol Hui was able to launch his attack, and the squad members clearly did not expect such a turn of events. The doctor watched all this carefully, and it seems that in his head Seol Hui was a rather strong ally. But the warriors from the squad were not going to give up, and continued to strike even from behind, and it seemed that Seol Hui simply would not be able to dodge this. This is how it happened, but in fact he didn't need it, because he had ice armor that blocked these blows, after which he used the white glow martial art and destroyed the two guys who tried to strike him. Dr. Hong at this time thought that the guy was a real master. He even knew that Seol Hui should become the head of the Spirit of Death group, and before the doctor believed that the guy got into the squad thanks to his connections, but in fact he is a very skilled warrior. The simulation was completed, and the guy was surprised every time that when he uses this type of combat, he is literally amazed, because he just needs to repeat the shadow, and thus he can easily deal with all opponents. And all this even despite the fact that he was not able to show all his strength due to the face-changing technique, but still, he easily managed to cope with them. But still, they had quite a bit of time, and Seol Hui made it clear to the doctor that it was time for them to leave. As luck would have it, Seol Hui again heard voices from the tunnel trying to find the sixth group. The guy couldn't believe that they noticed that something was wrong so quickly. Seol Hui understood that trying to destroy the entire squad was a very bad idea, and the worst thing was that he heard the voice of Captain Hu Quan. His combat strength was on par with Seol Hui, and besides, his strange fighting energy worried the guy. The guy thought that if he was lucky enough to deal with the whole squad, then in any case he would not know what to do with it next, and in the future he would probably definitely face problems. Looking at how the guy thought, the doctor began to understand that this was most likely the end, and they were unlikely to survive. After which he added that if no one had found out about the theft, then everything would have worked out. And now the members of the squad were also killed. If he did not surrender, then Seol Hui would most likely have problems. Seol Hui believed that he should not give up and tried to persuade the doctor to at least try to do something. The guy tried to think through a plan, but at one point the doctor interrupted him and began to say that not only the White Blood Squad saw him running away. Seol remained silent, but mentally understood that Dr. Hong was actually right. If he destroys them all, it will only get worse. And all this will affect not only him, but also Gongma, and Dr. Hong probably understands all this very well. This is most likely why Dr. Hong decided that it was time to give the cleansing herbs to Seol Hui and asked the guy to give them to Gong Ma. After Seol Hui agreed, he immediately received a notification that he had successfully completed the task, and for this, he received purification grass and a map from a forbidden book. But the guy could not believe it, because he thought that he had actually failed exercise. Now it became clear to him that he actually shouldn't have helped Dr. Hong get back. But the guy clearly remembered that it was written on the screen that he had to earn the man's trust. Dr. Hong collected his thoughts and asked the guy to get out as quickly as possible while he distracted them, and once again asked the guy to do everything to give the herb to Mr. Gong Ma. After which he began to run into the depths of the tunnel and shout to everyone that he was here and incredibly wanted to give up. Thus he was found quite quickly and destroyed without thinking. Seol Hui returned home and the task was successfully completed, but he was still left with a rather unpleasant aftertaste. But now he should think about how to fulfill the request of Dr. Hong, who asked him to deliver herbs for Gong Ma and Seol Hui At one point thought about whether he should fulfill this request at all. After all, if you think logically, no one knows that the purification herb exists at all, then it will not be known that he used it. Of course, he understood that the only option left was that someone had sent a dove with a note. Sil-Hui decided that he should first try putting this purification herb back into the toolkit. And then he decided to save himself in case Gongma found out about the existence of the purification herb. So even if something goes wrong, he will still be ready. In addition, he understood that he had 4 more lives left, but before swallowing this grass, he decided to save the process. But after a few seconds, Sol-Hui realized that apparently he would not be able to digest it, because he received a notification in which he was told that in order to successfully assimilate the cleansing herb, he needed a breathing absorption technique. And without such a technique, the assimilation of the herb would take more than 1 year. In any case, Sol-Hui had already drunk them, and it was not written on the screen what the effect of the herb was and what specific technique he needed. But it seems that he felt the side effect immediately. His face began to burn incredibly strongly, and it was unclear whether this was good or bad. Sol-Hui thought about the fact that he didn't want to wait a whole year for these herbs to be transported in his body. So he came up with the idea of learning this breathing technique. His thoughts were interrupted by an alert from the system in which the guy was informed that the head of the Chamber of White Sleep, the primeval Asura, wanted to meet with him. Sol-Hui didn't understand why there was suddenly such interest in him. And at that moment, he actually had a bad feeling that he himself came to the guy. Most likely, this means that his subordinates had already reported everything to him. So Sol-Hui, I decided that the best thing would be to simply refuse this visit. But it was impossible to reject this meeting, and Sol-Hui simply could not avoid this meeting. A minute later, a man entered his room and began to say that he was seeing the guy for the first time. So first he wanted to introduce himself and called himself the head of the Chamber of White Sleep, the primeval Asura. Sol-Hui, although he had not seen this man before, knew very well that he was the head of one of the 8 chambers of the White Dream, which is in 29th place among all members of the sect. And such a great man decided to personally meet with Sol-Hui. But what worried the guy more was that the system above his head highlighted that the man had +2 cooperation units and that the guy couldn't even see his combat strength. Sol-Hui decided to ask the man directly what brought him here. Asura decided to answer this question with his own question and asked Sol-Hui what he thought, what was the reason. The guy couldn't even imagine, and that's probably why he asked the man, but he didn't want to talk until the end, and then asked the guy to think, and if he doesn't know, then try to guess. Sol-Hui understood that something was wrong here, and thoughts began to appear in his head, that this man somehow found out that Sol-Hui had taken the purification herb. But while running away, he used techniques that could hide his traces. And thanks to this, he was almost sure that he would not be caught. The man at this time continued to ask the guy to guess and think carefully. As soon as Sol-Hui decided to answer him, a choice immediately appeared in front of him, in which there were only 2 options. In the first, Sol-Hui admits that he took the purification herb, and in the second, he asked Asura not to talk nonsense. Sol-Hui was again dissatisfied with these options, because they were again too daring. Everything was exactly the same as when he met Gongma. The guy simply could not decide to choose any of them, because the consequences would most likely be immediate. But then he remembered that usually those options that he considered the worst turned out to be the only chance of salvation. But even if so, weren't they too harsh this time? Sol-Hui this time simply had no idea what to do, but at some point he realized that there really wasn't much difference, because he would still have to choose one of 2 options. So he chose the option in which he asked Asura why he talked such nonsense. After such an answer, Asura could only emphasize that Sol-Hui was a rather impudent fellow, after which he turned around. The guy thought that his logic with the worst-case scenario worked, but then the man suddenly began to say that sometimes he takes a walk and notices that red spots appear on the faces of his subordinates, and usually this happens after they eat special herbs. And as a result, they have a treatment crisis. Sol-Hui decided that he needed to pretend that he did not understand what they were talking about. Acer was not entirely surprised, because for him it was quite logical that the guy wants to hide it. They both know what kind of medicinal herb it was. Sol-Hui began to understand what was happening, but apparently he wouldn't be able to do anything, especially since the man noticed that the guy's face was quite red. And at the same moment, he grabbed him by the neck and began to say that the guy made a big mistake, believing that Asura would not destroy him, because he did not obey any of the students of the heavenly demon. And all this only meant that if Asur decided to destroy Sol-Hui, then he would not have problems later, so he decided to do it immediately. Now the guy has only 3 lives left, and he has returned to his last save location. But even after all this was over, the guy still had an incredibly bad neck pain, and at the same time he thought that the life in which he tried so hard, this damn task was too confusing for him. He understood that the head of the chamber of white sleep came to him himself, which means that he was sure that the grass really existed. Now the question arose in the guy's head that he should have actually chosen a different save. He needs to think it over, but at least he now knows that the first option in the conversation with Asura was incorrect, which means the second. But then the realization came to him that this would not have happened at all if he had not eaten the purification herb. Perhaps Dr. Hong was right and should have given the herb to Gong Ma in any case. Fortunately, the guy was saved after putting the purification herb in his inventory, and he can still choose what to do with it. But if you look at this whole situation from a third perspective, then if he gives this herb to Gong Ma and nothing changes, then what to do then? It's all too complicated for the guy. If the head of the White Dream Chamber finds out that Gong Ma has the grass, then he will definitely not remain idle. Sol Hui even thought that perhaps Gong Ma would be alarmed by the possible problems with the head of the White Dream Chamber, and he would abandon him. His thoughts were again interrupted by a notification that the primeval Asura wanted to meet the guy. Sol Hui still couldn't figure out how he should resolve this issue, so he decided that he would have to decide according to the situation. So he asked Asura not to stand outside the door and to quickly enter. The scenario was repeated, and the man first introduced himself as before. But in the guy's head, there was only the thought that cooperation was over the man's head for a reason. Sol Hui didn't know why it was, but apparently it had something to do with the purification herb. Sol Hui decided to act decisively and did not allow Asura to start a conversation, because he immediately told the man that he had something to tell him, and this information was directly related to the purification herb. It was clear from the man's gaze that he was interested, and Sol Hui literally thought about everything at the last moment and came to this decision. The guy believed that it was better to give the purification herb to the head of the Chamber of White Sleep and not to Gong Ma, and Sol Hui understood perfectly how dangerous this could be. Asur, without thinking for a long time, tried to find out from the guy where this grass was. But Sol Hui was not going to just reveal this information to him. Sol Hui at this moment thought that maybe this cooperation would lead him to a new, unexpected turn of fate, so he thought it was worth trying to do it. The man immediately realized that the guy really just wanted to make a deal with him, and it looked so impudent to him, and he was primarily interested in why the guy couldn't just tell him about it. This old man had an incredibly oppressive aura, but Sol Hui did everything to hold on until the end, because he understood that he could gain an advantage, so he had to turn the situation in his favor. Therefore, he decided to answer Mr. Asur in a rather unconventional way, and said that Mr. Gong Ma also knows about this herb. At first, Sol Hui thought that the primeval Asura was even a little afraid that Gong Ma was also aware. But then he sharply added to the guy that he absolutely didn't care about it, and he would take this grass anyway. After all, it seemed to him that initially she did not belong to his ward, so he could easily explain everything to Gong Ma, and therefore, the man offered the guy to cooperate a little. Sol Hui clearly heard the word cooperate and decided that now he had done everything right, so he added to the man that he would give him the grass without any problems. The man was glad to hear this and immediately asked the guy where this grass was now. But he never expected that Sol Hui would immediately pull it out of his bosom and give it to him. But anyway, he didn't care, so he just took it and started to leave, but before that he wished the guy a good day. Sol Hui was finally able to exhale because it seemed to him that everything had worked out and he was able to cope with this task. At least that's what it seemed to him at first glance, because at one moment he realized that something was clearly wrong. And he thought so only because Mr. Asur did not lose the inscription above his head that he was ready to cooperate. Although Sol Hui was 100% sure that the head of the chamber had definitely said the word to cooperate, and this should have helped the inscription disappear. And suddenly his suspicions began to come true because the old man stopped at one point to add a few more words. He started telling the guy that he actually forgot to pick up one more thing. And this thing was payment for the lives of his subordinates, whom Sol Hui destroyed in that cave. After this phrase, Sol Hui received a notification that the head of the White Dream had found his weak point, and now he again had to choose one of 4 options. Sol Hui couldn't even imagine what he should do now. Could he really die again? The guy could of course try to find a better solution, but at the moment, nothing comes to mind. It's quite reckless to fight such a strong opponent because even one blow is enough for him to finish off Sol Hui, but he still needs to choose something. Although, on the other hand, Sol Hui understood that if he definitely had to die, then why did this window appear at all? Because last time he didn't even have a chance to do something. Then he decided that the appearance of the window only meant that he actually had a chance to survive. But the problem was that the guy did not know where to look for such an opportunity. The guy didn't know how this could end, so he decided that he really only had one chance, and therefore, not quite confidently, he chose the option of attacking the man. This option was quite unexpected for the old man himself, but he didn't mind teaching the boy a lesson and showing him what real strength was. Sol Hui specifically chose this option because he understood that he only had a chance if his fight was in the hands of artificial intelligence. But he apparently realized what kind of opponent the guy had chosen for him again and therefore began to shout at Sol Hui. Mr. Asur didn't understand why this guy was behaving this way. Was he really some kind of sick person? But suddenly the artificial intelligence in Sol Hui's body began to tell the man that in fact he himself should understand that he behaved this way with his subordinates only because it was tactically advantageous. Asur did not understand what the guy was trying to convey to him, so he had to explain that Sol Hui could actually destroy all his subordinates, but did not do so. Sol Hui, watching everything from the outside, understood that he was just crazy. But on the other hand, it became obvious that if he was trying to anger Asura, then he was sure that he would win. At least that's what Sol Hui wanted to think, because artificial intelligence exceeds all his expectations every time, and this time he is ready to believe in it again. But apparently today, everything will be different, because Sol Hui's body suddenly began to scream in a voice that was not his own, and the guy simply began to run away from Mr. Asur. At that moment, the old man wanted to find out from the guy what he was doing, and was it really not clear in his head that there was no point in running away? Therefore, he decided to end this senseless battle as soon as possible and stabbed the guy right in the back, which was able to cause quite a lot of damage, so much so that the guy's body died. Now Sol Hui only has 2 lives left and he has returned to his last save location. The guy didn't understand what to do next, because even if artificial intelligence doesn't know how to defeat such a strong enemy, then the guy himself has no chance. He briefly thought about getting out of another save, but then he realized that he actually only had 2 lives left. So he began to suspect that he had been foolish in deciding to complete this task for no reason. But in the end, he decided that repeating everything from the very beginning was very tiring. And besides, he could not abandon a task on which he had already spent 2 lives. And the guy could only blame his greed for everything, because from the very beginning, this herb was not intended for him, and he not only did not expect that the head of the Chamber of White Sleep would find him, but also could not find a way to convince him. In the end, he decided that he had only one option left, and that was to give this purification herb to Gong Ma. Gong Ma immediately guessed that it was Dr. Hong who asked the guy to give this herb to him, which was confirmed by Sol Hui himself. The guy also added that unfortunately Dr. Hong himself could not survive, and Gong Ma was not very surprised because he assumed that the man would most likely pay for this with his life. Gong Ma added to the guy that this herb will help him incredibly much, and he will never forget what Sol Hui did for him. So he asked the guy not to worry. Even if the head of the White Dream Chamber finds out what the guy did, then nothing bad will happen. Not to say that Sol Hui was not happy to hear this, but in any case, it was better than what happened to him during his 2 previous lives. Sol Hui finally came to his room and was now able to truly breathe out, and he himself did not really understand why he was trying to complicate everything. And for this, he paid with 2 whole lives. But still, this task helped the guy understand something important. That he can't be so greedy. He can't take everything he sees just because it's a task. Because there's always danger around the corner. So Sol Hui believed that he needed to act rationally. As soon as he decided that it would be nice for him to sleep and rest a little, he suddenly received a rather unpleasant message in which it was said that the head of the Chamber of White Sleep, the primeval Asura, wanted to meet with him. At one point, Sol Hui already thought that at this rate, he would simply go crazy, what he had done wrong, that this man would come to him again. The guy understood that most likely Gong Ma had not spoken to him yet. But this did not solve his problem, because this man could destroy him at any moment. At one point, he noticed that Asura was saying the same words as last time, and it seemed to the guy that he would have to make a choice again. And his fears were actually justified, because the choice that was the very first time was repeated again. And now Sol Hui already hated Gong Ma, who promised to help him in this situation. Now Sol Hui began to think about just choosing another save, and is there really no chance of avoiding a repeat of this situation? Is it really all because he took that damn grass? It seemed to the guy that he seemed to be in hell and now could not free himself from the mistakes of the past. At some point, the guy got tired of thinking and simply decided to give the old man the opportunity to simply destroy him. So he chose the option in which he blatantly said that it was he who took the purification herb and saw nothing wrong with it. After such words, it was obvious that Mr. Osser would get angry, because this was very impudent on the part of the guy, and for the man, it was like a direct request to destroy him. Seol Hui closed his eyes and was already preparing for the fact that he would lose another life. But suddenly he forced himself to open his eyes because he heard the voice of Gong Ma, who apparently had been looking for both of them for a long time. And the guy didn't hear it because Gong Ma actually entered the room, who had something to say. The first person Gong Ma wanted to talk to was Mr. Asur, who was already preparing to destroy the guy. After talking with Gong Ma, Mr. Asur looked at the guy with a rather angry look, and it seemed that he was about to attack the guy. But fortunately for Seol Hui, this did not happen, and the man simply turned around and left. Seol Hui didn't have time to say anything when he was interrupted by Gong Ma, who asked the guy not to worry and added that in fact everything went well, and he didn't have to worry, because as long as he was alive, Mr. Asur would not do anything to Seol Hui. The guy completely forgot about what kind of person was hidden behind this appearance, but in any case, he thanked his master for everything he had done for him. Seol Hui, of course, didn't know what was going on, but it seemed to him that perhaps in the status of a disciple of the heavenly demon, or they had some other agreement. But whatever it was, Gong Ma persuaded the head of the White Dream Chamber to protect him. But as it turned out, this was not all, and Gong Ma began to say that the guy had actually done a good deed, and for this, he decided to reward the guy with the royal ceremonial sword of enlightenment, which was used by the ancient monks. For Seol Hui, this was an amazing thing because the strength of all his martial arts increased thanks to the sword. Even his fighting strength increased, and strength while using different types of combat. In addition, the sword has an unknown special effect. It is like a gift from fate. Gong Ma also added that he managed to survive and return after being surrounded by a white blood squad, and moreover, he was able to deliver the purification herb that Dr. Hong gave him. And for the demon of the earth, this means that the guy is a skilled enough warrior to carry this sword, and now he really has high hopes for the guy. Seol Hui was incredibly pleased to hear such words, so he decided to respond accordingly and shouted that he would try not to let the earth demon down. As soon as Gong Ma left Seol Hui's room, the guy decided to immediately go outside and practice a little with the new sword. Looking at the energy of this sword, the guy could only think that this is just an amazing sword that was used by the disciple of the heavenly demon, and he feels how great the power is contained in it, although it even scares the guy a little. Seol Hui wanted to use the best technique he had and thus test the power of this sword, so he used the power of the wind, and before he needed a little time to concentrate. And after a few movements, the guy was able to create a huge hurricane, which he had never been able to create before. It was an incredible power that essentially took the guy to a new level. And all this was only thanks to the sword that Gong Ma gave him. Seol Hui played a little with the new sword, but still decided to continue his training, and after recent events, he was already thinking that he would never see this choice window in front of him again. And considering what happened to him recently, Seol Hui decided that it would be nice for him to bring the execution of the wind god to perfection. So instead of completing the next task, the guy decided to choose training, and for this, he chose the garden behind the Black Turtle building. But when the guy got there, it was quite difficult for him to call it a garden, because there was no one and nothing there. But on the other hand, it was even good, because no one would watch him. It was a great place for his training. Seol Hui trained and swung his sword for 5 whole months without rest in order to master the wind god technique, but he only managed to do it some 30%. The guy was quite unhappy with this, because essentially there was no progress, and he didn't really understand what he was doing wrong. But everything was not as bad as he thought, because, as it turned out, 1 year has passed, and now a new schedule is available to him. Namely, he can now train someone, and the first option for training was the leaders of the subgroups of the Spirit of Death. Seol Hui remembered that Gong Ma told him that he would appoint him to this position when he reached the required level of skill and got used to this place, and probably the time had come. So he chose the option of training the leaders of individual groups and went to complete this task. The man he came to started talking about how he heard that Seol Hui completed his training to become a member of the Death Spirit group in just 1 year. It was hard to believe, and he begins to think that Mr. Gong Ma can actually look at talent. Since he now has all the necessary skills, he appoints him as the head of the group starting today. Seal Hui understood very well that all the members of this group were special people. They were personally selected by Mr. Gong Ma, and his task was to show them how they cope with all the problems. But his teacher warned him that if he could not cope with them, then he would have to give up this position. Sol Hui looked at him silently, and just as he wanted to answer, he suddenly received an offer to save, and the guy understood perfectly well that apparently this was just a sign that he would soon be in danger. The guy didn't really want to save because he didn't see any reason to, but he still wanted to see a description of the save. But to his regret, nothing was written there. It simply said that 2 years were completed, no useful information at all, but he also received an offer to watch some episode. Seal Hui hears such things for the first time and doesn't quite understand what it means, but he has to admit that it interested him quite a lot. Therefore, of course, he agreed to watch, and the first part of the episode was called Leaders of Subgroups. Rome was the name of the leader of the first subgroup, who told his friends that he had heard that a person who had been chosen as the head of the group would soon come to them. Joksong was the leader of the second subgroup, and he did not expect that they would handle this so quickly. The girl, who was also in the restroom, interrupted their dialogue and said that it seemed to her that this time they had chosen one of their own. Not only was this position empty all the time, but there was also a rumor that this person was personally connected with Mr. Gong Ma. Rome listened carefully to the girl and did not understand how she could know all this. This same girl's name was Soren, and to this she could only answer by saying that she felt it. Jin, who was the leader of the third subgroup, intervened in their conversation, and he began to say that if he was useful to them, then they would listen to him, and if not, then they would simply destroy him. At this point, the prologue was over, and the system automatically moved the guy to the door that led to the room with the 4 main figures of the group. Sol Hui did not expect this turn of events a little, but to be honest, he liked it a little because now he is the head of the group. He was even given new clothes. But that was not all. Then the system suggested the guy to put on a mask, and Sol Hui began to understand that this may be due to the fact that Soren is in this group. They first met her at army trials, but due to the fact that he started over again several times, they also met in the Qianil department. Then he was just a clerk who ran on orders from the head of the department, which means she is probably will begin to suspect him. Therefore, he decided that it would be better if he used a mask, after which he confidently entered the room. And as soon as he did this, time stopped and Seol Hui didn't quite understand what happened. The system sent a message to the guy, in which she advised him to try to talk to each subgroup leader. Seol Hui did not understand how to do this, until he discovered that he could move. And thus he was able to move around the room, while time froze and first he approached Rome. The system at that moment automatically invited him to listen to the thoughts of this guy. Sol Hui happily decided to listen to what he was thinking about, and Rim at that moment was thinking that after he got into the group, he was never able to learn real martial arts. All his tasks were related to combing the surrounding territories, so the guys from other groups looked down on him. And this was not surprising because he only does menial work. The previous heads of the group were supposed to teach them martial arts, but did nothing themselves, and he would like to learn the white eyes of the night technique. Sol Hui knew what this technique was because he learned it while studying surveillance theory. Now Seol Hui begins to guess why the head of the educational department taught him all this. Also that he would pass on the knowledge to them and thus earn their trust. The guy understood Rome's problem and decided to move on to the next guys, the first of whom was Jock's son. The guy was thinking that he was tired of these tasks. He needed something that really made the blood boil in his veins. Jock just wants to get rid of strong enemies not here, but outside. He just wants to receive more special tasks. And if the new head of the group gives he has such an opportunity, then he will be ready to give his life for him. Jin was next, and on the guy's mind was that they always have to clean up after other groups. Surely there is someone behind this new head of the squad, and if it's some kind of weak-minded idiot again, then he won't leave it that easily. It also seemed to him that if he served another disciple of the heavenly demon, then he would not have to endure all these humiliations. Sol Hui at one point got tired of listening to all this, because he heard nothing more than complaints. Only Soren remained in the queue, whose thoughts Sol Hui was most interested in. The girl thought about what this organization could give her, because nothing had changed for a long time, no matter where she was, so she believed that she had to find some way, and if she couldn't, then most likely they would die at the hands of the ruler's assistant Supreme Court. Looking at Sol Hui, she also thought that perhaps this is the guy who wouldn't mind escaping from this hell too. Seol Hui understood that she shouldn't know who he is. But then who is she talking about? Who is he? After listening to the thoughts of each participant, the system moved him to his original place and the scenario continued. Seol Hui immediately decided for himself that he would not sympathize with them just because he knew what they were thinking. So he began with the fact that he was sure that they knew perfectly well who he was and had probably heard a lot about him. The guy was in their position because for 10 whole years, he belonged to the most insignificant members of the sect. But in any case, he knows nothing about them. And to be honest, he immediately made it clear to them that he absolutely doesn't care who they are. He had no desire or reason to change them, which is why he knows perfectly well how to make them listen to him. Therefore, he made it clear to them that those who want to obey will obey. If not, then they will simply leave. Jin immediately reacted to his words with a cry because he didn't understand what the guy thought of himself. How dare he even say that? Seol Hui immediately made him understand that he shouldn't talk to him like that, especially when he had not yet finished speaking to the end. Then he added that if one of them is dissatisfied with something, then they can attack him one by one or all together, as they please. Jin, without thinking for a long time, decided to use such a wonderful chance and immediately went into battle, because he didn't like Seol Hui right away. To begin with, Seol Hui switched the battle type to turn-based, after which he immediately received a notification that he had found Jin's weak point. The guy decided that he needed to be finished with him as quickly as possible and chose the option with which he got as close as possible. This helped him put Jin down with just one blow, and after a few seconds he was already lying on the floor. After this, the other members were not in too much of a hurry to get into battle against their new group leader. Seol Hui at this time began to say that he actually understands everything, why the Scarlet and Amber destruction groups do not care about them. Jin didn't understand what the guy was talking about, but Seol Hui was even more disappointed, because how can you not understand that it's because such incompetent fighters like them also dare to boast that they are the heads of subgroups? Such words did not go unpunished, because everyone else in the group immediately went to attack the guy. Seol Hui understood that fighting all four at the same time was a big risk for him, but on the other hand, he understood that if he dealt with them one by one, he would not make the right impression. Therefore, the guy decided to deal with them all at the same time, and for this he will need to use a different type of battle, namely simulation. Thus he began to parry blow after blow without even thinking about what he needed to do. No matter how they tried, at one point they all fell into a trap, and Seol Hui still managed to defeat the three of them at the same time. Therefore, he said with a smile that he was worthy of this position, despite the fact that he received it thanks to connections. Seol Hui made it clear to them that they can think whatever they want. He absolutely does not care if they are unhappy. They have no problem not studying with him. Seol Hui himself, if he admitted it honestly, he would like to quickly end all this and go about his business. But because he was being closely watched, he had to at least pretend that he was teaching them something. So he finally added that only those who know what they really want can come tomorrow. Seol Hui thought that it was not enough to just train to become strong. If not for these status windows, he would not have been able to pull this off. But still, it was not in vain, because as soon as he left the room, the location of each of the participants was increased, and Seol Hui guessed that this most likely meant that this was the only way he would be able to complete the joint task. Seol Hui was already in a fairly safe place, so he was able to take off his mask and finally see what he had on his face all this time. As always, the beginning went well, but danger always lurks for him. The opportunity to turn a dangerous situation into a chance for success is his curse, and at the same time a gift of fate. After all, now for Seol Hui, any day can turn into a real disaster, and the best thing he can do now is to quickly win them over to his side and then deal with the next task. Seol Hui felt that Soren's thoughts were somehow connected to his future, although he did not understand how, but in order to be prepared for danger in the future, he decided to become even stronger. The day of training for subgroup leaders arrived, and Seol Hui was a little worried whether anyone would come, because yesterday he treated them rather harshly. But as soon as he entered the room, he immediately heard from them that he was late, and they noticed it only because they really wanted to start training. Seol Hui was glad to hear this, but suddenly, his joy was interrupted by several notifications from the system, which said that several days of training had already passed, and the guy realized that time was passing very quickly again. It was impossible to say that the guy didn't like it, because he really wanted to finish it as quickly as possible. The results for the month were pretty good, and the guy even started to like it. At some point, it even became a little fun. He understood that he needed to continue in the same spirit, and at some point he would still be able to achieve success. After some time of training the leaders of the subgroups, Sol Hui now had as many as 5 options where he could train them, and this really couldn't help but make him happy. But he also understood perfectly well that there had to be a reason for this. But nothing like that had happened recently. But still, the fact that he had more options should have at least some meaning. Therefore, he decided to choose one of the new options that the system offered him, and he immediately moved to the vicinity of the Black Turtle building. A few seconds after his arrival, he met Rim, who was quite surprised to see Seol Hui here, so he immediately became interested in what he was doing here. The head of the group answered the guy that he just decided to explore the area and asked Rome a similar question in response, to which the guy answered him that he just went out to get some fresh air. After which Rim turned around and began to leave. Sol Hui understood that he was behaving this way because he had a low disposition. The guy was actually polite, but it seemed like he didn't want to talk to him. Then Sol Hui was faced with another question. Why is he here? They couldn't just offer him to move here because all the options have meaning. Sol Hui decided that the best way to test his theory was to move to all the locations, and the next location was the training ground where Jok Sun was training. The guy was a little scared when he saw his teacher behind him. Sol Hui calmed him down and said that he was just walking and the guy could continue. But Jok Sun also decided to leave. The only thing he said was that he sometimes trained here, and now he will go to prepare for today's lesson. The fact that they were all running away from Sol Hui made the guy think that something was clearly wrong here. In any case, he had not visited all the places yet, and then he decided to go to the roof of the educational department, which at that time was Jin, who, like his friends, did not expect to see the teacher. Sol Hui immediately sat down at the table and decided to ask the guy what he was doing here alone. Jin immediately answered him that it really didn't matter, and if he told him, it would be next time. Sol Hui had no doubt that there would be another failure here too. With such low indicators, he won't be able to talk to them, and he had only 2 options left. And the guy thought that it was most likely better to leave the room for training leaders for last, and if he went to the garden behind the Black Turtle building, he would most likely see Soren there. Moreover, unlike other leaders, Soyeon's indicator changed from simple curiosity to interest, and he was wondering what other options there might be. Just one sentence said by the girl radically changed his fate, and now they are a boss and a subordinate, but he is satisfied with a love relationship with her. Therefore, Sol Hui decided to move to the next location, but suddenly he realized that he was in a state like when using artificial intelligence. But suddenly he began to hear the voices of some people from below who were saying that this was exactly the girl. She was the only one in the building of the Black Turtle. It was definitely she who attacked them. The man who stood next to Soren began to say that he had been planning to reprimand her for a long time, and now he couldn't think of a better moment. Before that, he forgave her everything because of her appearance. But this time, he really crossed the line. Like she actually dared to attack Alla's group. Soren had no intention of responding to his words, and so they decided to see how quickly they could knock the arrogance out of her. To do this, the gentleman asked to block everything here, after which they will start. This made the girl laugh, because he is the leader of one of the subgroups and is still afraid of something, although it is clear from his subordinates that he himself is not the best fighter. The man immediately answered her that she was too self-confident, but today he promised her to correct it, and the head of their group will do it. After these words, Seol Hui was given another choice in which he could intervene in the fight, observe, or simply ignore it all. The guy didn't quite understand what to do, because if he wants to increase the level of her disposition towards him, then it would be more correct to help. But then he decided that it would be better to first see what Soren was capable of. Looking at how the leader of the group attacked, the guy realized that he was too fast, and Soren was reacting rather slowly to this. But apparently it seemed so only at first glance, because at one moment she was able to repel absolutely all of his attacks. The man was not going to give up, and the fact that she blocked his blow only motivated him to continue attacking. Sol Hui was quite interesting to watch this battle. The girl, of course, did not succeed in everything, but the idea of tying a rope to the end of the weapon to easily return it after throwing it was not a bad idea. But apparently this is far from the end, because the girl took off and began to run straight towards the man, now to strike her own blow. At that moment, Seol Hui received another message in which he had to choose what to do next. Considering what was happening, Seol Hui decided that the best thing to do would be to just watch, so that's what he did. Soren then continued to strike blow after blow, and it seemed that the man was beginning to lose. Sol Hui liked watching the girl fight more and more because her green internal energy is a unique martial art of destroying the spiritual root. This once again proved that Soren knows how to fight. In addition, Soren wields a sword much better than he thought. There is nothing special about her movements. Her skill can be seen by how perfectly the basic movements are executed. And yet it seemed to Sol Hui that something was clearly wrong here. Her opponent was the leader of the Scarlet Squad. Of course, the guy had no doubts about Soren's abilities. She is an excellent fighter. But what is wrong with him? Why is he losing? Sol Hui didn't feel like the guy was just hiding his true abilities or not trying to win. And it seems that Soren herself saw this very well. So she asked a specific question to the leader of the group because he cannot be so weak. So she became interested in finding out what he needed from her. After this question, Sol Hui had a choice again, and the guy was already tired of choosing. He didn't understand why he appeared. This made the guy think that something was clearly wrong here. And most likely the problem here is in the group that opposes Soren. Most likely they are up to something. But it was also quite strange that his ally, the head of the group Khan, is in no hurry to join the battle. In any case, Sol Hui decided that if something went wrong, the screen would appear again. But for now, he again chose the option to watch. And apparently this time it was a mistake because the head of the group dealt Soren a rather unexpected blow, which she was never able to block. This madman's name was Q. He was the leader of the fourth group, and apparently all this time he was simply giving in to the girl. Sol Hui simply could not believe that all this time they were just mocking her, because as it turned out, Soren's fighting strength was at least half less than their strength. And while the guy was thinking about this, Q continued to beat the poor girl, who simply could no longer block the blows, and thus he caused her too much damage. Sol Hui carefully watched this guy, and judging by his stance, this is more of an external martial art than a demonic one. He hits with the goal of causing damage not from the inside, but from the outside. And now the guy understood perfectly well that Soren would never win this battle, so he began to literally beg the screen to appear again. But as luck would have it, the choice did not appear, and without it, Sol Hui simply could not help Soren. Meanwhile, Q was already planning to finish off the girl because he was already tired of playing with her. But before that, of course, he decided to add that she wouldn't even be able to get up because he damaged not only her meridians, but also changed the flow of internal energy. Soren, even without him, understood perfectly well that her affairs at the moment were not going well, but she was more interested at that moment in finding out how he was moving in this way. Q apparently understood that he was about to finish off the girl and decided that there was simply no point in hiding this information, so he told her that there is such a great martial art of movement that allows you to change the position of the meridians. And that is why they are different from them, because their group only knows how to chase enemies. The girl warned them that when the head of the group found out about this, he would not let them get away with it. Q assured her that this was not at all true, because Soren was the first to attack their people. Justice is on their side, especially since the man believed that he would not interfere in their affairs, of course, only if they did not destroy Soren. Sol Hui simply couldn't listen to all this. He held his head, but just couldn't help yet. But the girl made it clear to him that if they did this, the head of her group would never forgive them for this. This only made them laugh, because if they understood correctly, then the girl was right now telling them about the boy who was picked up by Mr. Gongma. After he laughed, he ran up to the girl and told her that her group leader used to just do menial work in Cheon-il's department. And in general, Q believed that all their leaders were just a bunch of weak-minded idiots. It has always been this way, and they can't do anything about it. So if she wants to achieve something, the man advised her to go to them. But the girl apparently did not intend to do this, and in a rather unusual way, decided to refuse him. She simply spat in his face and added that even if she was locked up for life and she would not see the sky, even if this was her only chance for freedom, she would still never join them. These statements incredibly angered Q, who inflated with anger like a balloon. But the girl had not yet finished speaking and added that he said that the head of the Silver Spirit would not interfere unless she died here, and the girl thought that it was very good that he mentioned this. Q didn't understand what this crazy woman was talking about, but she didn't explain anything to them and simply added that they were finished. But the girl was unable to bite what was in her mouth. Q began to rejoice at this even more, because he actually knew very well that she was not so simple. She was still a leader, and fortunately, just in case, he did not block her meridians, but still she managed to scare him. And now the girl simply could not move, and Q did not waste a moment and continued to persuade her to join their group. But at some point, Q interrupted his speech because he heard screams behind him and turned his head to see what happened there. And to his surprise, he saw the new head of the Spirit Squad there. Sol Hui dealt with his friends in a matter of seconds, and now it was his turn. This time, Sol Hui chose to intervene in the fight and literally left no chance for the other groups. Q and his friend from the other group didn't understand who this guy was and what he wanted. Soren was incredibly happy to see him, although her facial expression told a different story. Sol Hui at that moment was thinking about whether it seemed to him or not. But he heard her voice. Before that, he always sounded confident, but now he trembled. The guy got angry because this situation was too similar to that disgusting incident when his subordinates were destroyed. The weak were tortured again. So Sol Hui decided that to hell with this indicator of location. Now he understood that the system in his head was both a gift and a curse. He was again distracted by the screams of one of the group leaders, who continued to shout and ask who he even was and what he was doing here. And Sol Hui still gave them an answer, but apparently they didn't like it too much, because the guy made it clear to them that one of them would definitely die today. But still, there is good news for them. He will leave only one alive, just like that. For no reason, it just seems to him that it will be funny to watch how some weak-minded idiot runs to report to the boss. Friend Q decided to explain to Sol Hui that he was talking complete nonsense, and only he would lie down here today. Sol Hui decided not to immediately destroy these guys, but to play with them a little. And at that moment, the guy received a notification that Kong Seok had found his weak point, but the head of the spirit group, without thinking for a long time, immediately decided to meet him face to face. And it was worth admitting that it was quite impressive, because Sol Hui used a fire technique along the way, with which he was able to deliver a pretty good blow. Such a seemingly simple blow was able to remove half of Kwang Seok's health units, who did not understand at all how this could happen. But that was not all, because now it was Sol Hui's turn to strike, who picked up the perfect opportunity and delivered a blow right to the face. This blow was several times stronger than the previous one, and was able to take away more than 1,000,000 units of health from the guy, which to some extent was already critical. After which, Sol Hui took his head and asked the guy not to be dramatic, because he still wasn't finished and they actually just started. Q at that moment could not just sit still and watch Sol Hui beat his friend, so he also decided to intervene, and this was the main reason why time stopped again, and Sol Hui would have to choose again. But Sol Hui actually expected such a turn of events and chose the option of defense, and as a shield he chose Kang Seok's head. The guy couldn't believe that Q was so cruel. He took and hit his wounded friend. Such a distracting maneuver allowed Sol Hui to find Q's weak point, and the guy decided not to hesitate and chose the option of a direct attack, which was quite enough to put the man on the ground and close his mouth for a while. But as it turned out a little later, it was actually not just a blow, because Sol Hui actually destroyed his Dantian, and now Q will not be able to use his internal energy, and it seems now he is just an ordinary idiot. These words incredibly motivated Q to get up and try to strike him. But this attempt was a failure, because the man was very slow, and Sol Hui was able to easily strike him ahead of the curve. The guy decided that it was time to finish with him, and struck Q on the head with the hilt of his sword. Even after such a blow, Q still tried to show something and get up. And this made Sol Hui happy, because from the very beginning he did not want to just let them get away with it. He planned to tear each of them into small pieces with his own hands. Sol Hui dealt blows to them, which took away a small percentage of their health, but did it with incredible pleasure, leaving them with at least some remaining health so that they would not die. Or this process was simply interrupted by Soren, who moved away a little from Q's attacks. Sol Hui immediately turned his back to her and began to talk about how now he wants to teach her some more things so that she no longer has to endure humiliation from all sorts of bastards. It will be difficult, but she will have to be patient. She simply has no choice. He believed that they should all cope in such situations on their own, no matter how difficult it was. But that's not what Soren wanted to hear, so she decided to add herself that she missed him incredibly much. This hurt Sol Hui to the very soul, but he decided to pretend that he didn't understand what she was talking about. The girl decided to ignore it and just started walking away. Sol Hui thought that he had done something wrong until he received a notification that Soren's status had now been changed from simple interest to friendship. This news brought the same smile to him as to the girl. After this, his consciousness was transferred to the second part of the story, which was called The Appearance of the Head of the Scarlet Squad. And it all started with Bu Yong, who was the assistant to the head of the subgroup, talking about how he was unfortunately late, and when he was about to intervene, a masked man appeared and destroyed the entire group, including the leaders. Bi Gong, that was the name of the head of the Scarlet Death subgroup, answered him that the appearance of a stranger was not his fault. Sol Hui understood that these two characters were quite strong martial artists, And then the guy paid attention to those who were lying near their feet and saw the leaders of Qi Kang there, and he realized that this happened after Sol Hui beat each of them. Bigong believed that both of them looked so pitiful because they were ordered to just scare the girl and let her go. But they couldn't even cope with that. And besides, because of the appearance of this stranger, they also couldn't intervene. Seol Hui didn't quite understand what their logic was, because according to them, they were going to first intimidate Soren, then mock her, and then help her. But why do that? Buyong still believed that he was to blame, because he did not know how stupid these two were. So he began to ask the master to entrust this matter to him, but Bigong was not going to listen to this and asked him to talk about it. After all, he believed that now they would not be able to persuade Soren to come over to their side, and besides, it would be a great pity to see such talent rot in such a subgroup. But in any case, if this had already happened, then he believed that the most correct thing would be to destroy all the evidence that these idiots left behind. Buyong tried to prove to his master that it is not necessary to go to such extremes in order to destroy their leader. But Bigong was not going to listen to him, and with just one glance he made it clear to the guy what he would need to do. And the man himself wanted to meet the masked stranger as soon as possible. Seol Hui realized that he had problems, but the system suddenly interrupted this scene and transferred his body to the first day of training in the main martial art, and now time goes quickly again. Thus, the month passed quite unnoticed, and during this month, Sol Hui was able to improve the guy's affection towards him by 5%. And with Soren, they began to understand each other better, because her affection was increased by 10%. One thing Sol Hui understood a little was, why, after another training day, did the system take him exactly to the door of his room? But when the doors opened, it suddenly became clear to the guy what the real reason was why the system transferred him here. Seol Hui immediately asked his uninvited guest who he was to enter this room without permission, and what did he need in general. The man did not ignore his questions and immediately said that his name is Bigong, and he is the head of the Scarlet Group. But as for the reason for coming, he asked the gentleman head of the group of spirits to guess on his own. Sol Hui noticed for himself that this man said his name, but he did not introduce himself, and most likely he already knows who he is. So Sol Hui drew two conclusions from this. The first of which was that the guy has an excellent mask, because otherwise he would not have come here. And the second conclusion was quite unexpectedly pleasant. Baigun just wants to get to know the new head of the squad better. Baigun began to laugh at the guy's words, and once again told him that he was funny. Seol Hui was not surprised, because this was not the first time he had heard this. After which he became serious again, and said that he was really here because two of his leaders had recently been brutally destroyed. And when he began to understand the reasons for what happened, he discovered that a member of a subgroup of spirits was involved in the case. In addition, it turned out that there was more than one person there, so he decided to come and ask if he knew anything about what happened. Sol Hui understood that the man was simply testing him by asking questions, although he himself knew the answers to them perfectly well. Therefore, Seol Hui decided to ask him a question in response. Was that person wearing a mask that he so wants to know about? Bigong didn't quite understand what games the guy was playing with him, but answered that most likely it was a mask. Sol Hui understood perfectly well that the man considers himself the only one who has all the information and then does not reveal all his cards. So the guy decided that he needed to use this information against himself. And the guy began to convince Bigong that they were trying to desert, not only his people, but also other members of the Silver Spirit Detachment, and in his mind, he thought that this would be the reason for his loss. Sol Hui understood that he came with the idea that the man in the mask was him, but now he couldn't answer right away, which means he's not too sure about it. And the Silver Spirit Squad, of which they both are a part, has always had enemies from outside, and this is quite enough to make him doubt. Bigong was interested to know who the guy was talking about, and he pretended that he really knew something. But in fact, he doesn't know the answer to this question. But what Seol Hui doesn't know, Bigong might know, because this man has been in the Silver Spirit Squad for a long time. He will immediately think of his most suspicious members. So Seol Hui mentally asked him to think and tell him everything. The first candidate that Bigong nominated was a little unexpected for the guy, because the man suggested that this could be the secretary of the Lord of the Supreme Court. After which he also added that it seemed to him that there was no reason for him to be active now. But Seol Hui didn't understand what he was talking about at all, so he wanted to find out as much as possible about it. Although the guy didn't know what he was talking about, it seemed he began to guess what the man wanted to hide from him. Bigong decided to add that if you think about it, There are plenty of oddities around this case. A loner who does not belong to any faction was either simply walking around the supreme courtyard or suddenly became the head of the spirit of death. Moreover, in reality, Bigong believed that his abilities were higher than those described in the reports. Seol Hui didn't really understand what Bigong was talking about, but continued to listen to him carefully. The man continued to say that the leaders of his group were skilled warriors, and he believed that Seol Hui should not have defeated them with the level of skill that was reported to him. The guy began to understand what we were talking about, and, as it turned out, Bigur is not as simple as it seems, because he not only insults the guy, but also does not allow him to answer, trying to force him to admit that Seol Hui is stronger than the leaders of the Scarlet Squad, and thus he will achieve confirmation of that it was the guy who destroyed them. But all these are just pathetic attempts that will not lead him to success. Seol Hui has heard worse things in his life when he served as secretary of the 7th Supreme Court. Such things cannot hurt a guy. The guy decided to start his answer with this, that he once served the Lord of the High Court, but due to the fact that he did not belong to any faction, he was treated like a vagabond. In addition, it would really be difficult for him to deal with the man's people. But if he decided to mention this, then the guy could only answer him by saying that his leaders were simply pathetic because they could not cope with even one spy who was lucky to take them by surprise. And finally, Seol Hui added that he heard somewhere that the leaders chose Soren because they could not control their lustful nature. And this only made the guy question whether the Scarlet Group is so weak. From the expression on the guy's face, it became clear that he was too dissatisfied with such words and would clearly want to take revenge on the guy for his impudence. And at this stage, it was important not to give up his position, and Seol Hui understood this very well. There wasn't much difference in fighting strength between them, so Seol Hui knew very well that if he used all his strength, he could defeat this man. But the guy understood that it was worth taking into account, that if one of them was seriously injured or died, then the one who started the fight first would be held responsible. Therefore, Seol Hui decided not to stop and continued to provoke Bai Gun, saying that given the man's reaction, the guy is absolutely right, and apparently it really works. Despite the fact that they have almost the same fighting strength, this man has much more experience. Seol Hui only recently became so strong, so the guy understood that it would be better if they sorted it out in words. Considering this, he still continued to say that usually the fish rots from the head, and if you follow this logic, but Mr. Bigong shares the weakness of his subordinates. These words brought the man completely out, and the first thing he did was take out his sword and use the rage skill, which increased his combat strength by 12%. But all this was only to the advantage of Seol Hui, because his plans actually included getting the men out, and without thinking for a long time, he used a simulation that began its analysis. Thanks to such a quick reaction, he was able to dodge the blow quite quickly and counter with his flame technique. Next, Seol Hui took out his sword and was about to strike as the system advised him. But it was not a simple blow, because the guy concentrated the energy of the sword and was able to deliver such a blow that literally threw Bigong out of the room. Such a powerful blow dealt the man more than 70,000 units of damage, and he couldn't even imagine how the guy could do it. Seol Hui decided to tease the man, although in reality the battle could have been avoided, partly because of Soren, partly because he himself was interested in finding out what he was capable of. Bigong was shocked that the guy allowed himself so much and got into such a fight, but he was not going to give the guy a chance, so he immediately launched a counterattack, which Seol Hui was able to easily repulse. Bigong was not going to just give up and swore that he would destroy the guy no matter what it cost him. And for this, he planned to use his special technique, with the help of which he was able to literally disappear and thus dealt blow after blow, and until Seol Hui managed to block so many blows. But he understood that his movements had become fast and unpredictable, and because of the energy of his sword, Seol Hui simply could not concentrate. Bigong took advantage of the guy's confusion, and Seol Hui received a notification that the man had found his weak spot, and now he should decide what he would do next. Obviously, in this case, it was best for Seol Hui to simply run away, but even so, Bigong's attacks were too fast and they were easily able to catch up with him. Not only did the guy simply not even see how Bigong was attacking him, but there were also quite a lot of attacks, so at one point, one of them still wounded the guy. Seol Hui's health was much lower than this man's, so he received a lot of damage, which took away half of his health units. After several such blows, Bigong appeared in front of him again and was already sure that the guy really only knew how to speak. Seol Hui realized that it would not be as easy as he thought, so the first thing he decided to do was change his tactics, so he used the white body martial art and thus significantly strengthened his body. Bigong was even a little glad that the guy was finally able to take the fight seriously, because at one point he became bored. But before that, he became interested in finding out why the guy had pissed him off. He was really interested in finding out. Sol Hui began to tell him that no one takes the spirit group seriously, and thus the guy wanted to teach his people a lesson. Bigong concluded that this was all due to the fact that Sol Hui's subordinates were simply weaklings. The guy made him understand that he could think as he pleased, but immediately warned that if any of them dared to touch his people, then they would all be finished. Bigong found it funny to listen to this, so he decided to test the guy's words to see how much he could bring them to life. Sol Hui immediately realized that the man was again using the same technique as last time, but this time he decided that everything would be different. And to do this, he used the martial art of white glow, which he smashed around himself. And this actually helped him a lot in discovering Bigong, after which Sol Hui immediately struck back, and the guy received a corresponding notification that Bigong had caused him damage. But I was glad that it worked in the other direction, and Sol Hui also managed to wound the man. But it is obvious that this will not be the end of their fight. And as proof, Sol Hui received a message that he had found Bigong's weak point and could strike him. Therefore, Sol Hui did not wait and used the first form of white body martial art, which was called Ice Moon. But his opponent also did not sit idly by and launched a retaliatory attack, which caused damage to both Sol Hui and Bigong. Despite the fact that Sol Hui inflicted much more damage on him than he did on him, they still have too much of a difference in health and internal energy. Previously, Sol Hui believed that the most important thing for survival was high combat strength, so he focused on increasing it, but he had to sacrifice other indicators, and now the guy understood what this ultimately led to. Bigong also noticed that the guy didn't look very good, and it seemed like he was starting to have problems. Sol Hui didn't answer him at that moment, but just thought that he had a chance to win this battle, but he was hampered by his low health and his inner energy. And it seems the man felt that Sol Hui had given in to weakness and began to attack him, and the guy was no longer sure that he could win. No matter how Sol Hui blocked the man's blows, he still could not dodge them all, and no matter how much he wanted to, he began to understand perfectly well that he only had one option. And this only option was a skill called the God of Wind. This is a martial art of incredible power that does not require internal energy, and it will help him turn the situation in his favor, but the chance of successful execution is low. After all, if nothing has changed since his training, then his chance of success is no more than 50%. But in any case, he needs a suitable opportunity for this, which was actually quite difficult to find because Bigong continued to attack him, not even allowing him to breathe calmly. Therefore, Sol Hui decided that he only had one option and he needed to take the risk to try. Otherwise, he risked simply dying. The guy made up his mind and at one point still used this skill, but it seemed that Bigong was able to evade it. But not to say that it was too difficult, because it looked more like an ordinary blow, and not like some kind of technique, so the man at first did not understand what the guy was trying to do. In any case, he got tired of these games and struck back at the guy and just managed to land an accurate hit in the body. This blow was even stronger than all the previous ones together, and the damage from such an attack was colossal. After which Bigong added that he was tired of looking at this. The guy is the head of the group only in words. Throwing a sword was a disgusting act, and he should be ashamed in front of his subordinates. Although if the guy knew what shame was, he probably wouldn't have worn this mask. And as a result, Bigong added that today he encountered an extremely pathetic opponent. Sol Hui at that moment was thinking that he generally had one idea on how to deal with him. But he didn't want it to come to that, because if he destroys him, then he himself will have a lot of other problems. Bigong was about to leave when he suddenly heard the guy start to get up. The man immediately started yelling at him and asking him to calm down, because a weakling like Sol Hui couldn't do anything, and there was no point in them continuing the fight. The guy himself didn't know how this fight would end, but he couldn't just leave it like that, so he used a skill that he had under a conditional ban, namely artificial intelligence. The man still didn't know what he would have to face, but in any case he added that if he didn't give up, it would leave him no choice. Of course he would leave the guy alive, but still, as punishment, he would take away one of his hands. But apparently Bigong was a little hasty with his conclusions, because Sol Hui had already attacked him with the help of his new skill. The man was literally twisted in the air and inflicted an incredible amount of damage along the way. The artificial intelligence never ceased to be surprised at what a weakling Sol Hui is, because he once again challenged him to a fight over such a trifle. After such words, he did not continue the fight and left him, and Sol Hui returned to his body again. After some time, Gong woke up from such an attack and was simply horrified that the guy was able to use one of the four great martial arts. But then his facial expression suddenly changed to a smile again. But it was funny to him already from the fact that the guy was simply hiding his real strength all this time. Sol Hui didn't really agree with him, so he answered the man that he was just lucky, because in his mind the guy understood that it was not he who did it, but the artificial intelligence. The man was surprised by such words and began to say that the guy was simply comforting him, but Sol Hui really didn't care about his every word and believed that the man could think as he wanted. In any case, the guy stayed here for one more time. He incredibly wanted to know more about the secret of the Supreme Chamber. Gong was slightly surprised that the guy himself did not know such information. But the man was not greedy and decided to tell the guy. And he began with the fact that some of his people died while spying on him. Sol Hui could not believe that his people were simply destroyed, and apparently they did it because their confrontation had been going on for quite a long time. But the man did not stop there and began to talk about how when they tried to investigate what happened, Mr. Gong Ma ordered him keep out. But it seems to the man that the demon of the earth simply could not influence the situation in any way. Even the death of his people could not force him to act decisively. Sol Hui understood that what probably happened had something to do with him, because it was he who told about the weakness of the secretary of the Supreme House, Gong Ma. But the guy did not understand what actually happened to the members of the Silver Spirit group. But suddenly, his thoughts were again interrupted by a man who began to say that from the very beginning, he just wanted to know what kind of guy the guy was, because if he had been a weakling, he would have lured his subordinates to him. So he first decided to provoke Soren. But he didn't know that his people were capable of such things, so he had to apologize for them. Sol Hui was surprised that the man decided to sincerely apologize, but then he assumed that the man was just trying to get him to admit that it was Sol Hui who beat his people. The guy understood that this guy was happy and cunning, and there was no need to say too much, so Sol Hui simply said that he was also not proud of his behavior. The man understood that the guy could simply pretend that he did not understand what he was talking about. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Sol Hui, who wanted to ask the man whether he thought they were enemies to each other or not. Without waiting for an answer, Sol Hui took off his mask and started talking about how he actually never wanted to hide his face, but he had to do it due to some circumstances. At first, Sol Hui didn't want Soren to know who he was. That's why he wore a mask, and also partly in order to prepare for a confrontation with the secretary of the Supreme House, and the guy didn't think that Gun was somehow connected with him. And apparently the guy was absolutely right because the system informed him that Gun's interest in him had increased. Sol Hui noticed how the man was just staring at him and didn't quite understand whether this was good or bad. But on the other hand, he understood that there was nothing wrong with friendship. Early in the morning, the leaders of the subgroups learned about how Sol Hui defeated Gun, and this was told to everyone else by Jin, who ran into the restroom and started talking about it. He also added that he immediately thought that he was not like everyone else, and apparently when they fought, he held back in order to be on par with them. His friend began to say that if this was true, then he was surprised that he had achieved such high level. Did their wish come true, and they now have a good captain? Rome did not stand aside and said that he was the first of all to understand that their leader is not an ordinary person, and now they need to treat him better. Soren was the only one who didn't say anything about this. There were too many thoughts in her head. When Sol Hui woke up, quite good news awaited him, because thanks to the fact that he was able to defeat Gun, the favor of all his subordinates increased significantly, and now he is at least a friend to them. This, of course, was all very good, but at some point he discovered that he was simply unable to move what happened to him, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Seok-du, who rather unexpectedly crept up to the guy and began to say that he noticed that the gentleman's door was broken, so he fixed it. Sol Hui, of course, was grateful to him, but asked him to warn him in advance next time if he decides to look in, because Sol Hui had already begun to think why the sun was rising on the wrong side. Seok-du did not quite understand what the guy meant. After some time, Sol Hui was finally able to move and another problem was solved, so the guy decided that it would be a good idea to actually save. Sol Hui was going to rest a little and then take up his military duties. But if after the victory over Gun, the disposition of his subordinates increased, then first he decided that it was necessary to increase their disposition towards him to the maximum. Therefore, Sol Hui decided to go to the subgroup leader training room and continue training with them. The guy worked with them for 4 months, but the relationship did not move from the number 80. Does he really need to do something else to earn their trust? He decided that it was worth continuing his studies. But unfortunately for him, this option was not available to him, and Sol Hui thought that this was due to the fact that he did not increase the favor of everyone in the group. And since the fulfillment of assignments and military duties has nothing to do with his subordinates, he decided that it would be a good idea to choose the last point, namely, to inspect the territory. And the first place to complete this task, the guy chose a resting place for the group leaders, where he immediately saw how Jock was training, and Sol Hui decided to start by watching him a little. But still, he did not manage to do this for a long time, because after a few minutes, the guy still noticed the captain and immediately decided to ask him how long he had been watching him. Sol Hui answered him that he had been here for just a few minutes, and for Jock it was amazing because he didn't even feel when the captain approached. Sol Hui felt the guy's tone change, and perhaps because his disposition had improved. Suddenly, Jock interrupted his speech and in a quiet voice decided to ask the captain one request. Sol Hui was not against helping his student, so he was gladly ready to listen to his request. After which Jock began to say that he heard that the captain was not so strong before, and he wanted to know how he was able to get such strength. After such a question, the system presented the guy with a choice, in which, as usual, there were only 4 options. The first was the answer, from hopelessness. The second reason was hard work. The third option was due to the fact that he always believed in the best, and the fourth, that he was just lucky. Sol Hui was embarrassed that this time the options were adequate. There weren't even any tricky ones among them, which surprised the guy quite a bit, but it made him think that any answer could be correct. But he always remembered that he was never asked meaningless questions, and his choice would definitely affect the guy's disposition towards him. Sol Hui knew that what really matters is what comes after the answer, not himself, because if he is right, then to convince Jock Sung, he only needs to tell his life story. That's why the guy chose the first one, and Jock didn't expect to hear that answer. But Sol Hui made it clear to him that it was precisely because of hopelessness that he succeeded. Sol Hui decided to ask a counter-question in which he was interested to know where the guy was from. But to be honest, he himself didn't know. Such memories were not preserved in his memory. The guy supported Jock because he, too, had not been to his homeland for a long time. But in any case, this is not the past that he wanted to remember more often, but it is still preserved in his memory. And especially the squealing of cattle and the smell of blood when you destroy cows and pigs. Their squealing still sits in the guy's head. Everyone screams in their own way, but in all these screams you can hear horror. Oddly enough, Sol Hui was never able to get used to these sounds. And besides, the smell of blood and raw meat makes the work even harder. These are children's desires, children's despair. Sol Hui didn't know if they would help Jok Seong find his reason to become stronger, but this is his answer. Also, Sol Hui did not forget to add that in their butcher village, everything stank of blood. But it was just blood. It was much worse. But at this point, Jock interrupted him and added himself that the worst thing there was the smell of urine and feces. As it turned out, Jock's son was also a butcher, and he, like no one else, knows what smell Sol Hui is talking about and what he means. After such a confession, Sol Hui invited the guy to sit down on a bench and continue the conversation there. Sol Hui began to say that when he was a child, his stomach rumbled more often than he blinked, and he wondered whether Jock's son also hid the remains of meat under the table, and the guy replied that he did this, especially in winter. During such a conversation, they could not help but remember how, due to the fact that they chopped the meat with an axe, it scattered in all directions, and Jock's son also picked them up and ate them, defrosted them right in his mouth. It was, of course, a terrible picture, but now they remember it with laughter. And then, according to Sol Hui's recollections, everyone believed that the butchers lived the best life. While the rest chewed grass, roots, and bark, the butchers had to starve. At that moment, Sol Hui was only thinking about the fact that no matter how far his path as a martial artist, whose life depends only on his sword, may take him, he still always remembers his childhood with adoration, especially if there is someone who has gone through the same thing as you. So he added that he would be in a desperate situation, and this hopelessness would help him become stronger. But then Jock didn't quite understand why he wasn't trained when he served in the Supreme Chamber, because judging by rumors, he was a loner. The answer amazed the guy, because Sol Hui told him directly that he simply failed to pass the tests, which shocked Jock Sung quite a lot, because he saw how well the captain controls demonic energy, and yet he failed. Sol Hui understood his surprise. Many of those who do not succumb to demonic impulses do menial jobs. So Sol Hui decided that he needed to take a risk, and he began to scour the office of the Secretary of the Supreme House to find something that would help him become stronger. Jock Seong was surprised by this information, But Seol Hui continued to say that in the end they live once, and he was lucky to find his weak point. Thanks to this, he met Mr. Gong Ma. It was an amazing story for Jok Seong, because Seol Hui's hopelessness essentially led him to insane strength. But for this, the guy took a risk and put his life on the line, and yet it was justified by success and his current position. This made Seol Hui laugh, but it was exactly like that. After such a small dialogue, Seol Hui managed to convince Jok Sung, and his disposition increased to the maximum. Now the guy trusts him, and from now on, in the absence of special circumstances, the disposition can no longer decrease, which means that Seol Hui can entrust him with tasks. While Seol Hui couldn't believe it, Jok Seong continued talking and got to the point where he was willing to listen to any question the captain asked him. But Seol Hui's head was occupied with completely different things, because now he could ask Jok Sung to provide him with some information. And it seems this time it didn't matter what the guy chose, because he could ask the guy to provide information from any point in turn. Therefore, Seol Hui decided not to think for a long time and not to guess, but simply decided to find out information about the future of warriors whose demonic impulses are not strong enough. What are they doing with these guys? Jok Sung thought for a while, but still began to say that this is terrible, because they cannot accept the obvious, and if a person is weak, then they simply destroy him, which is why the warriors of the Supreme Court are stronger than the rest. Next, Seol Hui decided to find out information about the relationship between the Secretary of the Supreme Court and the Silver Spirit Squad, to which Jok replied that the members of the Silver Spirit Squad who were watching the Secretary simply disappeared. They were the leaders of the Scarlet Group, and they say that most likely, in order not to be identified, they used the powder of rebirth, and if this is so, then the Secretary already suspects a detachment of the Silver Spirit. He knows that he is being watched, and if he thinks carefully, he can guess who exactly is doing this. And as a result, John Seok added that the Silver Spirit Squad is in danger. Mr. Gongma's influence in the sect has also weakened, and oddly enough, this means that their role in all this has become more important. Seol Hui understood perfectly well that the map he brought was the cause of all these problems, and apparently the tasks in the future would be far from simple. But he didn't stop there and decided to ask the guy one last question, in which he wanted to find out information about the equipment. But then John Seok didn't say anything new, namely, that if the captain was able to get the leaders a good weapon, then oddly enough, this would help them successfully carry out missions. He also added that you can get weapons in different ways. By completing missions, requests, and military duties, of course. If you have money, you can simply buy it. But the prices are terribly high. Seol Hui listened carefully to the guy to the end, and as a result, was very grateful to him for this conversation. At this stage, Jok-sun has nothing more to say, and this was confirmed by the system. So the guy said that he had enough conversation for today and would go to rest. Seol Hui didn't mind and eventually let the guy go, but he himself thought that most likely Jok-sung's words would help him in the future. Next, the guy decided that he needed to think a little about what to do next, and so he closed his eyes. But suddenly he felt a rather familiar feeling, and when he opened his eyes, he realized that at the moment he was not in his body. At first, the guy didn't understand what was happening, but then he realized that he was most likely seeing through the eyes of Jok-sung, who had just said goodbye to him. But Seol Hui didn't fully understand what was supposed to happen, that his consciousness shifted. But suddenly he heard a rather familiar voice that called Jok-sung, and as soon as Seol Hui saw the person who did this, the guy was literally horrified, because it was Sima Gui, the man who holds the position of Secretary of the Supreme House, who wanted to ask the guy a few questions. Chpater 52. But surprisingly, there wasn't much time because the guy had to make a choice, in which there was an option to attack, and the second option was just to wait. Seol Hui understood that attacking such a person was the same as suicide. Seol Hui thought that he tried his best, was on the verge of the certain end many times. He did not refuse any studies, although in many battles, he learned a lot and gained new skills. But this one is much stronger than Seol Hui could have imagined. The guy simply didn't understand why he was here at all, because this is the territory of the Silver Spirit and they have nothing to do with the Supreme Chamber. And besides, it's better not to come here without a reason. But in any case, Seol Hui understood perfectly well that it would be best to just observe, so he chose this option, after which Jok-seok bowed to the secretary and asked him what he was doing here. The old man did not share such information and simply asked the guy in response if the head of the spirit of death was here. Seol Hui didn't understand why the secretary of the Supreme Chamber suddenly needed him, because in this life he had nothing to do with him. The guy simply didn't have time to receive any tasks from him, because he was transferred to the Cheonil department. There he managed to persuade Gong Ma really is it that he destroyed the department's employees. Jok Sok understood that he was now being asked about where his captain was. The secretary didn't even know that he was so lucky to meet a guy who is supervised by the person he's looking for. But in any case, he needed to find out where he is now. Seol Hwai understood that he and Jok Sung separated only recently, so finding him would be quite easy. The guy didn't quite understand what to do next, because if Jok Sung remained silent, he would obviously have serious problems. But Jok Sung answered rather unexpectedly because he decided to say that he did not know exactly where the captain could be, because he had been appointed to this position quite recently. And while he doesn't know his captain well enough to know where he might be, the old man did not expect a different answer, but he did not understand why the guy suddenly did not say that he would immediately go and find the captain to inform him that the secretary was looking for him. Jok Sung did not expect such a turn of events and did not think that the old man would force him to do this. For this, the secretary decided to teach the guy a lesson and give him several slaps in the face. And along the way, he told him that there were a lot of bastards that no one bothered to raise properly. These were not very ordinary slaps because after them John Suk even suffered damage to his health and therefore asked the secretary to stop and ask him. But the old man felt very funny when he heard such requests. John Suk did not understand what was the matter. After the old man laughed, he threw the sword on the floor and added that if the guy wants to show that he's really sorry, then he must prove it. At that moment, Sol Hui understood perfectly well what this meant because he actually had a similar situation. It made the guy incredibly angry that this old man was still humiliating people in the same disgusting way. Sol Hui was again offered a choice in which he was given a chance to attack, but the guy understood that there were not too many chances to defeat this old man. But on the other hand, it was clear that if he did not intervene, then Jok Siok could receive the lion's share of the damage. But on the other hand, Sol Hui took into account the fact that despite the status of the Secretary of the Supreme House, he could fall under abuse of power because there is all the reasons. And so Sil Hui believed that what he was afraid of might not happen, so he decided that he would wait a while longer, and the scenario continued with Jok Sun asking the secretary why he was doing this. The old man did not expect such a question in response, but the guy was not going to stop and continued to say that he is a member of the Silver Spirit Group and he serves Mr. Gong Ma, and if he is dissatisfied with him, then the secretary can file an official complaint. He also did not forget to add that if Mr. Gong Ma finds out that the secretary is putting pressure on his subordinate, just because he did not answer the old man's question, then he will not just leave it. Ciel Hui, although he was not there, smiled no less because this was a completely correct answer. A member of the Silver Spirit Group should really refer to Gong Ma. But this caused the old man to laugh even more, and he asked his assistant to come over. This was the same girl that Ciel Hui knew very well, and he was also aware that she was not doing the best job under the direction of the secretary. The first thing after she approached, the girl picked up the sword and handed it to Mr. Secretary, after which he slowly began to open it, and Sol Hui couldn't even imagine what this madman was going to do. No matter how Sol Hui tried to understand what the old man was going to do, he could not predict this, because the secretary took out his sword and struck at his own assistant. After which this madness did not end, and the old man asked the girl to immediately destroy the guy. The girl's name was Huck B. She was a vassal of the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber, for the destruction of which Sol Hui could have received as many as 4 lives, but her combat strength was at the level of 9 million units. Sol Hui understood that if Jok Seong hurt his subordinate, then he could be destroyed, for this bastard people are just pawns. And this also angered the guy, because it's obvious that the old man decided to simply destroy Jok Sun, not even because he refused to carry out orders or did not recognize his authority, but simply because he didn't like the guy. He clearly enjoys bullying people and watching them suffer. But while he was there thinking and reflecting on this, the girl had already dealt a critical blow to Jok Suk's body. The guy was not going to give up and tried with all his strength to attack the girl. Although it was perfectly clear that Jok Sun was no match for her, because she was a much stronger warrior, she could destroy him with one blow. But for some reason, she did not do this. Sil Hui watched this fight, and it seemed to him that the girl was trying to do everything to make Jok Siok give up from loss of blood and unbearable pain. Hookbee behaved like an animal that mocks the victim and just plays with her. But as soon as she decided that it was time to end the fight, she was suddenly stopped by an old man who ordered the girl to stop immediately. After which the old man continued to talk and began by saying that the new captain of the guy to whom he had so sworn allegiance actually once abandoned his subordinates. He also did not forget to add that this captain, whose name was Sol Hui, used to be a simple soldier who roamed the territories of the Supreme Chamber. While Jok Siok continued to remain silent and listen, the old man did not stop and continued to tell that Seol Hui was in charge of a small flying faction. And when this guy finally received the task, all he could do was get scared and entrust it to his subordinates, after which he went over to the side of the fourth disciple of the heavenly demon, and in the end, all his subordinates died, and he succeeded and became the new captain of the group. The secretary simply could not stop his monologue, and he had already begun to say that this bastard was just lucky, and he had advanced in rank and given all this. The old man became interested in knowing whether the guy also wants the same fate. Sol Hui could not believe that this old man knew everything. The guy assumed that most likely when Gong Ma began to follow the secretary and send his people to the Supreme House, he noticed that his card was missing. But without waiting for an answer from the guy, the secretary suddenly began to say that the guy had quite serious wounds, and if he didn't go to the hospital right away, he could die pretty quickly. Besides, he also doesn't have much time left, so he will speak rather briefly next. Therefore, he again began to ask questions in which he wanted to know where the head of the spirit squad was. Where did he live? Seol Hui, looking at Jok Siok, felt incredibly sorry for him, because the guy didn't really deserve such an attitude towards himself. While Sol Hui was thinking about this, Jok Siok suddenly began to talk about how he remembered where the captain was now. The secretary was glad to hear that the guy had apparently finally come to his senses and would now make the right choice. But the guy couldn't say what he wanted to say, and the secretary came closer to hear what the guy was muttering under his breath. And it was just a trick by Jok Siok, which he used to spit right in the old man's face without a drop of regret. After which he added that the old man should not have rejoiced prematurely, because he used to be a butcher and the life of someone like him is no more valuable to those like the old man than the life of an insect. That's why he likes his new captain, because he's just like the guy, and besides, he used to be even weaker than him, but now he was able to fix it. Isn't that amazing? And finally, the guy added that a person like an old man cannot know anything at all about the life of ordinary people. And this phrase finished off the secretary, and he was ready to destroy the guy right on the spot. But the old man apparently won't have to get his hands dirty, because the guy barely spoke, and before falling unconscious, he added that the captain's words gave him new hope, and he was pleased to hear them. Sol Hui carefully watched all this from the side, and he did not act because he did not want to die so easily. But he also understood perfectly well that everything has its limit, and cowardice should also have a limit just in order to survive. He does all this crap, sets up his subordinates again and again. But on the other hand, he had 2 whole lives left. And so, thinking that the secretary of the Supreme Chamber was an extraordinary madman, the guy chose the option of trying to attack and was ready for anything. But suddenly, before launching the attack, the guy was given a chance to choose who it would be more convenient for him to launch an attack on, the secretary or his assistant. Seol Hui decided that if he had such a chance, then it would be better for him to choose the assistant secretary, because at least he had a chance to compete with her. The system immediately created script interrupts and took the guy straight to the scene. The secretary was just about to answer something to Jok Siok, when suddenly a hurricane blew at him, which he saw for the first time in his life. Immediately after the guy landed on the ground, he received a notification that he had found Hookbee's weak point. Sol Hui understood that it would be best to use a martial art here, but the guy did not fully know which one to use, because he understood that there was no point in the martial art of severe flames, because he had a weapon. If we take into account the strength, then the best would be the wind, but Seol Hui doesn't know it too well. The white body's martial art is also only at an average level, so he decided on what he is definitely the most confident in. And this was the martial art of destroying the spiritual root, which the guy mastered at the master level, so he chose this option. Apparently, this was the right choice, because the guy was able to deliver a pretty strong blow and hit the girl directly. The guy understood that thanks to the wound that the secretary had inflicted, her health had already dropped by 2 million units, and apparently that's why the system suggested that he make another attack. Sol Hui himself did not mind continuing to put pressure on her, but this time he decided to use the white body martial art. Although he was at an average level of development of this skill, he still managed to deliver a rather strong blow. This was another successful hit, and thanks to the special effect of the white body skill, which was called Frost, the girl began to move 20% slower. As soon as Seol Hui was happy that if he continued in the same spirit, he would still be able to defeat this girl. But his joy was interrupted when the system notified him that the secretary had found his weak point. The guy couldn't believe that this was the last chance that fate had given him, because the warning appeared even when the old man didn't even move. He is truly a martial artist at the level of becoming a supreme demon. But Seol Hui decided that he would not retreat, because this way he would lose the opportunity to attack. Therefore, at first he decided to use the simulation type of battle, after which the analysis was completed, and the guy was given 3 options to choose from, and they differed only in how hard he wanted to hit hook B, provided that the harder the guy hits, the more health he loses myself. Looking the girl straight in the face, he understood that initially, his main goal when he entered the battle was to destroy hook B, so the guy chose the option in which he would inflict a critical blow on the girl, but at the same time, he would lose 90% of his health. The scenario continued and the simulation began, but the secretary no longer stood still but went on the attack. The old man was about to launch a fiery strike with a huge concentration of energy in his hand. But his skill foresaw this moment and recommended to the guy that when the secretary of the Supreme Chamber was nearby, it would be better for him to use the martial art breathing technique to at least slightly contain this onslaught of fire, which is what Seol Hui did. The system even calculated how many breaths he should take, but the guy didn't quite understand the calculations. But it seemed to him that the point was to take the time of all the breaths and divide it by 10. And then halfway, and using the small root technique, gather the flames into one point, and then turn around and strike directly with the sword directly at the girl. Seol Hui still managed to do this, and he essentially redirected the secretary's blow, which was many times stronger, to hook B. The guy himself was surprised by what was happening, because he heard that in the Chamber of Fragrant Heavens, he heard a story about a technique that allows you to steal the enemy's strength. And if you practice basic techniques like this, then you can later use martial arts such as the 4 liangs, which move internal energy. This technique allows you to deal with a strong opponent while using a minimum of your strength. This technique uses the strength of the enemy simply himself. And as soon as Seol Hui began to think that he had managed to learn something like technology, at that moment he was grabbed by the throat by an old man, who became even angrier at the guy. His flame was so strong that he could literally melt a guy while holding him in one hand. But what a surprise the old man was when he saw that Seol Hui was smiling and even laughing at him. After which Seol Hui added that the old man simply watched as his subordinate died, and it turns out that in fact the one who leaves his subordinates to die is the secretary. This completely infuriated the old man, and he used all his anger, and thus literally destroyed the guy with his fire. But Seol Hui was not afraid to die. He even expected it. And besides, he was able to take 4 lives from Hook B when he destroyed her at the hands of the old man. A few seconds later, his consciousness returned to the last save location, and now the guy had 5 lives left. But at the same moment, he felt bad, because feeling the heat of the martial art of filling the flame when it covers the whole body is terribly painful. This was the first time with the guy. After he began to move in time, he was in so much pain. And yet it's good that the simulation was successful and he was able to defeat Hook B. Now he has a reserve of lives. But now he had another problem. Seol Hui needed to figure out how to deal at least 1 blow to a demon with a fighting force of 30 million. And he believed that if he continued to develop, then one day he would definitely have a chance. In the meantime, at the moment, the difference between them is too great. But on the other hand, now is not the time to fight with this bastard. Seol Hui understood that he could not just waste his precious lives. He managed to destroy Hook B and even see the secretary of the Supreme Chamber in a rage. One can say that the guy has already partially taken revenge, but now he will need to figure out how to deal with this situation. Seol Hui decided that first he needed to send Jok Sung away, because the secretary appeared only after he had increased his favor to the maximum, which means that before his appearance, Seol Hui needed to send Jok Sung to another place. But suddenly the guy remembered one very unpleasant detail. His sword was missing. Apparently he forgot to put it in his inventory before he died at the hands of the old man. At some point, Seol Hui even began to go hysterical, because it was such an important sword, just an excellent weapon. It even enhances all abilities, and now he was not sure that he would be able to find one again. But then the thought came to him that perhaps the sword was where he left it. Seol Hui didn't find it himself. The sword was given to him by Gong Ma, and besides, before the battle with the secretary of the Supreme House, it was in his hand. And this prompted the guy to think that if everything was correct and the connection was not broken, then the sword should be where the guy died. Seol Hui thought that he was going to go to Jok Sung anyway, so he decided that he could test this theory at the same time. The story repeated itself again, and the guy, just like last time, didn't even hear Sol Hui, who had sneaked up on him so unnoticed. The guy at that moment was thinking that Jok Song remained faithful to him until the very end. It was the first time Sol Hui had seen such devotion on the part of a subordinate. And now he wants to do everything so that the guy survives, and for this he will need to replay the story a little. Suddenly Sol Hui's thoughts were interrupted by Jok Song, who began to talk about the fact that the captain urgently needed to listen to him. Then he added that he found Sol Hui's sword, which was just lying around here. Jok Song himself could not believe it. Sol Hui was right after all, and made it clear to Jok Song that in fact he came here in order to pick up his sword. Now he knows that if everything is in order, then after his death all the items that he had will turn out to be where Sol Hui died. Jok Song made up his mind again and began to say that he wanted to ask the captain something, if he didn't mind, of course. Sol Hui did not mind, and their conversation about childhood was repeated again, after which Jok Song began to trust the captain. And at that moment, Sol Hui decided to change the script and ask the guy to return to the training room. He didn't understand why he should return there because he wanted to continue training, but Sol Hui made it clear to him that that was not the point. Then he asked the guy not to ask him any questions and just return to the training room. Jok Song was even a little scared, but realized that it would be better to listen to the captain and go to the room. When the guy already started to leave, Sol Hui mentally understood that he suspected something. But since Jok Song trusts the captain, he will not disobey him and will do everything right. And now Sol Hui climbed the nearest tree to watch the secretary, who appeared just at that time. The guy looked at the old man and thought that he could search as much as he wanted, but he still wouldn't be able to find anyone because there was no one here. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the fact that a screen appeared with another choice, where the guy had to choose where it would be better for him to go next: the chambers of the fourth disciple of the heavenly demon, or the garden behind the Black Turtle building. Sol Hui was a little scared at first, but then he realized that if this screen appeared, then everything was fine. In any case, now he needs to decide where it's best to go, and Sol Hui was actually more inclined towards the garden than towards Gong Ma's chambers, because he had a feeling that a new task awaited him there. Therefore, Sol Hui still chose this option, and as soon as he appeared there, he realized that in fact half a day had already passed, and deep evening had come. Suddenly, Sol Hui's thoughts were interrupted at the moment when he saw Jin running. It was obvious from his behavior that someone was chasing the guy, but it was not entirely clear who it could be. Sol Hui didn't fully expect to see Hookby, but it was reality and the girl was really chasing Jin. Sol Hui did not fully understand why the girl was pursuing Jin at all, what she wanted from him. But then he saw the secretary of the Supreme Chamber and all the questions in the guy's head disappeared. The guy again had two options. He needed to either help or just watch. This time, Sol Hui decided to act a little differently and help Jin. The guy himself didn't understand why this girl was chasing him, but he clearly knew that he couldn't cope with her, so the only way out for him was to run away. He was just in the garden and trying to relax because today is a day off, so none of the members of the Silver Spirit group are here. Jin understood that there was quite a distance between them, but the internal energy of the sword even reached him. He understood that something was clearly wrong here, as if she could destroy him at any moment, but for some reason she did not want to do this. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Sol Hui, who too unexpectedly appeared near Jin. The captain immediately covered his mouth with his hand so that he would not shout or say anything unnecessary. Sol Hui asked him to be as quiet as possible. He will explain everything to him later, but now they need to get out of here. After several minutes of continuous running, it seemed to them that they were finally able to break away from the girl. At this time, Jin tried to find out from the captain what was going on, but Sol Hui made him understand that now there was no time to explain anything, because they would most likely be found soon. All the captain could tell the guy was that they were being chased by a girl named Hook B. She was a vassal of the secretary of the Supreme Chamber. Sol Hui again reminded him that they don't have much time right now, so he asked the guy to also undress, since that's what he does. The captain explained to him that they would exchange clothes so that they would chase him. Sol Hui understood that the secretary immediately asked Jok Song where the captain lived. But since Jok Song was not there, this time Jin got caught. But the main target is Sol Hui. Threatening the lives of the leaders of his subgroup, he tries to act so that his actions are not found out by Gong Ma, which means that the old man probably needs information from him about that card. Jin wasn't entirely sure if this could work since they weren't too similar. Maybe it would be better to just fight her. Sol Hui did not agree with him because what will they do if the secretary of the Supreme House also joins this battle? Because if this happens, then it will definitely be the end for them. In addition, there is no need to worry about appearance because Seol Hui knows the technique of changing the face and body, which was quite useful in this case. Jin couldn't believe his eyes and immediately wanted to ask the captain where he learned this. Seol Hui couldn't reveal all his cards, so he said that he just has his own methods. Jin at that moment felt a little ashamed that he couldn't help in any way. But the captain made it clear to him that he was in charge here and he needed to solve this problem, which was quite pleasant for Gina to hear. After this, Seol Hui received a notification that he managed to win Jin's heart, and his favor increased to the maximum, and the guy now trusts him. Now Seol Hui can entrust tasks to Jin too. But the most interesting thing was waiting for Seol Hui ahead, because as it turned out, Jin could provide information about why he was in the garden behind the Black Turtle building, and also, more interestingly, about how to increase the level of the simulation. The guy decided not to hesitate for long and quickly chose the second option, and his simulation level was immediately increased to the second, and now the simulation can show more optimal solutions. It is enough just to say what is needed, and the system will calculate the optimal option. You can not only fight, but also run away, attack a specific target. The guy understood that this means that the optimal solution changes depending on the circumstances. This is simply incredible luck for him. After he learned this information, Seol Hui asked the guy to leave here as soon as possible and do it very quietly. Next, Seol Hui jumped onto the first roof he came across, from where he saw Hong Bi, who also noticed the guy. At this point, he decided that it would be best to experience a new level of simulation, so he immediately activated it. But this time everything was not as usual, and some window appeared in which it was necessary to select an action, and Seol Hui realized that now he just needed to say what he wanted to do. So he asked the system to show him how to escape from Hook B. The system began to analyze much faster, and this was probably also due to the increase in level. This was incredible for the guy because the system not only found a solution, but also drew the guy's path using conventional directional arrows. Seol Hui decided not to be stupid and began to simply follow the sign. As he followed the route, the system also recommended that he use special skills that would help him escape faster. After quite a short amount of time, the guy still managed to arrive at his destination. It was quite hard, and he needed a little time to catch his breath after such a run. But apparently they wouldn't let him do this because as soon as he stopped, he heard two voices behind him. Who wanted to know who the guy was and what he was doing here? These voices were familiar to Seol Hui, and in fact for a reason, because it was B-Gun and his two warriors. But he continued to remain silent because he turned his attention to the girl, who still could not catch up with the guy because he had already crossed the line of her capabilities. B-Gong was already starting to get angry that the guy was ignoring him, so he started shouting at him and threatening that if he didn't answer, he would die in a few seconds. Seol Hui began to laugh and added that he would not fight with him again, after which he turned around and greeted B-Gun. The man was not ready to see the head of the group here, and the guy began to laugh even more and say that he was alive only thanks to his friend B-Gun, who showed up quite on time. The secretary was surprised that Hong Bi lost her boyfriend because she had never made a mistake before. The old man, of course, assumed the fact that it was not easy to catch someone without attracting much attention. He decided that even if this was the case, they just needed to find another way to solve this problem. Now Seol Hui was finally able to breathe out a little, because it seemed to him that this time too, everything had worked out. But the system again did not leave him in peace and presented him with a new choice in which it offered the only option in which he ends up in the chambers of the fourth disciple of the heavenly demon. Seol Hui essentially had no choice, so he had to move to this chamber, where he was quite surprised to see Soren and Rima fighting with someone. These masked people were from the Supreme Chamber, and one of them was named Cho Kwa. This guy was the first blade of the Supreme Chamber. His close friend's name was Yan Kik, and he was the second blade of the Supreme Chamber. The system also notified the guy that the contract killers of the Supreme Chamber are a group of 10 warriors, each of whom carries out secret tasks for the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber. Seol Hui knew practically nothing about these people because he had only heard about them through various rumors, but had never encountered them in person. Rome was a little nervous at the sight of these warriors, so he shouted to them with all his might that they did not understand where they had come from and that they were not allowed into this territory. Cho Kwa politely asked the guy to close his mouth and not shout, because it was none of his business. All that was required of him was to answer all their questions. And the question was quite expected for Seol Hui, because these warriors also wanted to know where the head of their group was now. The guy understood that this secretary was quite persistent, and apparently he would not calm down until he got to him. Rome made it clear to them that he and Soren did not know such information, and how could they know this anyway? Cho understood that most likely they would not be able to agree in words, so he had a backup option. The guy was very angry, because when Mr. Gong Ma invited him to his place, Rome thought that he was going to teach him something. Soren understood that most likely this was the work of these people, because the demon of the earth did not personally invite them. Their conversation was interrupted by this detachment, which decided that it was time to attack. Soren and Rome tried to fight off all the blows, but it was quite difficult to do this, because each of these warriors was stronger than the guys. Sol Hui understood that most likely the two of them could not cope, especially against so many warriors. They simply had no chance. At this moment, the system gave the guy a choice in which he could help the guys or just continue to observe. Sol Hui was not sure of his choice because he really understood perfectly well that their goal was to find him, and they were unlikely to finish off Soren and Rome. But on the other hand, the guy thought that he didn't want to go through the same situation as with Jock's son again. He realized that given this, there was no point in continuing to think, and he chose the option in which he would join the battle. Sol Hui did not stand on the tree for a long time and jumped into the thick of things and simultaneously activated the simulation skill and asked the system to show him how to destroy all the contract killers of the Supreme Chamber. The analysis was completed quite quickly, and the system suggested that the guy inflict critical damage on each participant, but for this the guy would have to take damage in his own direction, which would take away 60% of his health. Sol Hui understood that 60% was a pretty big number and quite risky, but on the other hand, it was quite obvious that without the simulation, the guy simply couldn't defeat them. Therefore, he nevertheless agreed to this option and already delivered the blows that the system advised him. At some point in the battle, Sol Hui saw a warrior fly out at him from behind. The guy understood that he would not be able to dodge this attack, so he decided that he would expose himself to this blow. But as soon as he received a portion of his damage, he immediately counterattacked this man with the help of his skill, which was called Spiritual Root Destruction, Phantom Sword. Still, there were too many of them, and it was very difficult for the guy to block everyone's attacks, so he missed another blow. And now the guy understood where the minus 60% of his health would come from. Sol Hui understood that the simulation was not over yet, and he had to deal with the rest of the warriors, but he was a little hampered by Rome, who at that moment was trying to say something to his captain. Therefore, at one point, Sol Hui could not stand it and asked the guy to be silent for a while, because no one knows that the guy is the captain. Sol Hui again focused on the idea that the main target of these mercenaries was him, so Sol Hui knew very well that it was impossible for them to understand that he was right in front of them. But at some point, his plan failed slightly because he received a notification that the simulation had failed, and at that moment, a new attack was already underway on the guy. At some point, he already began to think that most likely he would be finished and would have to use another life. But his opinion changed at the moment when the mercenary who attacked him suddenly began to literally catch fire, after which an explosion occurred which threw Sol Hui several meters back. The guy didn't quite understand what was happening and where there was such a powerful explosion coming from. But suddenly he heard a rather familiar voice which said that no one dared to attack the Silver Spirit Group. And no matter how surprising it was, this explosion, which essentially saved Sol Hui, was created by the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber. For the first time in his life, Rome saw the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber in person, so he was quite interested to find out what the old man was doing here. Instead of simply answering this question, the man decided to snap his fingers, after which an explosion thundered from both sides, and Sol Hui immediately realized that this madman was simply covering his tracks. The guy, of course, knew that the old man was a crazy person, but still destroying his subordinates as if their lives meant nothing, it seemed too much. The secretary suddenly decided to clarify how they were feeling because a little more and they could have died. And judging by the fact that he managed to see, he could assume that the masked guy he was looking at was a fairly skilled warrior, so he became quite interested in finding out what subgroup he was from. He didn't let the guy answer and added that it seemed to him that he knew the guy, maybe they had even met before. Therefore, to make sure of this, he asked the guy to take off his mask and allowed him to consider that he was doing a favor for his savior. The secretary suggested greeting each other as expected, face to face. Sol Hui, looking into the face of this not entirely good person, simply did not know what to do next. After all, he could come up with a reason for refusal, so he decided that he needed to distract him or simply escape. But then he realized that this was unlikely to work out for him, because even if he tried to do this, he would not know what would happen to Soren and Rome. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a rather familiar voice, and it was Mr. Gong Ma, who was surprised at how far Mr. Secretary had wandered. Seal Hui was both shocked and happy to see Mr. Gong Ma in front of him. The guy could only mentally thank him for showing up on time. Some time has passed since this moment, and the third part of the scenario has come, in which Seal Hui will look at the thoughts of the Earth Demon during a conversation with the secretary. Gong Ma was quite polite and invited the secretary to have a cup of tea and talk about what happened near his chambers. But the old man assured him that nothing like that happened there. Apparently, some bastards managed to get into the territory of the Silver Spirit Group, and he decided to take everything into his own hands and figure it out. He also added that it seemed to him that the spirit leaders were in danger, so he simply could not do otherwise. For Gong Ma, it was just an incredible coincidence because he even managed to warn him, and again, did it quite on time. The Earth Demon was glad that everything worked out so perfectly, and it was all by pure chance, but he would still try to figure out who these people were and why they decided to make such a long way to his chambers. But unfortunately, there was one drawback in the situation. These guys did not leave a single clue. This made the secretary laugh a little, and he added that he must have been in such a hurry to help the members of the Silver Spirit Group that he even overdid it a little, because they almost managed to deal with those who set the trap, but not quite. They could be dangerous people, and he was too aggressive with them. Gong Ma summed up that he essentially took matters into his own hands and aggressively dealt with them. The old man confirmed this, and added that due to the spies who recently entered his territory, he has been on edge lately. But still, he should have apologized to Gong Ma for causing some inconvenience to the master. Gong Ma answered him that in fact it is not necessary to do this, because there is no room for grudges between them. He was more interested in why the secretary wanted to see him so much. The secretary told him that Mr. Sal Ma wanted to give him a message, and Gong Ma was interested to know what message the old man was talking about. The man added that he did not dare repeat his words, so he wrote them down on paper to convey them personally. Gong Ma carefully read what was on that paper and was a little unable to believe that he really said that. The old man did not dare to doubt it, so he could only say that he only wrote down what he heard. After such words, Gong Ma simply threw this paper directly into the old man's face, and he added that this was then his response to this message and wanted to know what the secretary would do about it next. Gong Ma didn't understand what was wrong. Why the old man didn't answer him. Was he really angry? The Earth Demon suggested that he start acting like a madman, which would turn everything upside down, and Mr. Gong Ma also became interested to know if he had any thoughts by type. He's not that strong anymore. I can easily defeat him. The secretary continued to remain silent, and this actually made Gong Ma laugh even more, so he had to add that everything was fine. The old man could just admit it. The Earth Demon began to assume that the old man now thinks that something like Gong Ma is physically weak. His status in the sect is also not very good, and given all this, the secretary did not understand how this weakling still dares to mumble something. Everyone knew very well that Gong Ma is the weakest among the disciples of the heavenly demon. If you do not take into account his title as a star of destruction, he is much weaker than the other disciples, and for the secretary of the Supreme Chamber, this is not a difficult opponent. But still, he confidently continued to say that he would never harm the fourth disciple of the heavenly demon. He believed that he was just an old man who was carrying out an assignment. He also added that he did not dare to talk whatever he wanted when it came to the affairs of the disciples of the great heavenly demon. He felt it was rather inappropriate to express his limited opinion in his presence. And finally, before leaving, the old man added that he would convey the answer to Salma, but Gong Ma apparently decided not to let him go so easily and wanted to ask the secretary if he had found what he had recently lost. Gong Ma believed that it was for this reason that the secretary wanted to meet him so much to understand what this madman knew. The secretary told him that he didn't quite understand what Gong Ma was telling him, but the Earth Demon made him understand that he really shouldn't understand anything. Because as soon as he says that he understands what Gong Ma is trying to convey to him, then the demon of the earth will simply destroy him. After which he decided to answer the secretary's question about why he did not bring evidence to the Supreme Chamber, all because the true power of the blade is manifested when it is sheathed and not when it is waved. That is his reason. The old man had not yet had time to answer anything, when suddenly Gong Ma became angry again and added to the old man that he should be careful with his actions and behavior, unless of course he wants to die. All that the old man could do in this case was to silently bow to Mr. Gong Ma and leave, which is exactly what he did. But he wasn't that angry yet. He was literally bursting with what happened, and unfortunately for him, he couldn't do anything about it. Seol Hui suddenly woke up in the hospital and his face showed how surprised he was at what he had just seen. Rim and Soren immediately ran up to him. They were so glad that their captain was with them again, Hui immediately decided to find out what happened after Gong Ma arrived. Rome began to say that in fact, nothing supernatural had happened. Hui, as it turned out, simply lost consciousness, and they brought him to the doctor. The wound was quite serious, but the doctor assured them that everything would be fine, and there was nothing more to worry about. Hui didn't expect him to lose consciousness, but then he realized that apparently when he ended up in that room and watched Gong Ma and the secretary, he was unconscious. He also noticed that the guy's disposition towards him has changed, and now Rome completely trusts his captain, but Soren still remains in close friendship with him. So the guy decided to ask how they were doing, if everything was okay with them. Rome replied that they were completely fine. Fortunately, they had no serious injuries, after which Soren added that if it weren't for their captain, then most likely they would also be unconscious now. This was quite pleasant for the guy to hear. Rome also did not forget to add that no one took off the captain's mask, and the guy personally took care of this. He decided that he would protect the anonymity of his captain at the cost of his life. Hui was incredibly pleased to hear this, and he was very grateful to the guy, but still suddenly asked him to leave them alone with Soren for a while. Rome, like Soren, was a little surprised by such a request, but still was not against fulfilling it. The girl understood that the captain wanted to tell her something, and strangely enough, she was right. But first, Hui decided that he could no longer hide who he really was from her. So before they spoke, he took off his mask. The girl was surprised that she saw that same guy again, although not as much as it might seem. And this was noticed by Hui, who assumed that Soren had already guessed about everything a long time ago. That he was the fool who did all the dirty work in Cheonil's department. The girl immediately wanted to ask him how he managed to get from that place to here. Hui decided not to hide it, and said that he was lucky to learn about the weakness of the secretary of the Supreme House. Thanks to this, Mr. Gong Ma noticed him, so he was able to learn various martial arts, and only then ended up here. Soren continued to ask him questions, and this time she wanted to know what the guy was planning to do. Hui understood that it was quite difficult to understand that a person who had recently been the simplest warrior suddenly became the head of the organization, so he made it clear to her that without a plan, he would not have gone to the weakest of the heavenly demon disciples and disagreed would join the weakest faction. Soren was glad to hear this, although it was impossible to tell from her, but the guy was interested to know what she thought would be the right reason for doing all this. The guy looked carefully into her eyes after asking this question and understood perfectly well that she would not be able to come up with a reason. Therefore, I decided to tell her that there really is a reason, and it is that Hui just wants to become stronger. After all, someone once told him that the guy needs to become stronger, and when his strength increases, they will be able to escape from this hell together. Soren didn't even suspect that Hui even remembered these words, but he still didn't finish, and finally added that he would try his best to survive in this cauldron, together with her and the rest of the leaders, because he wants them all to survive. After such a confession, Soren's disposition increased, and the guy needed only one unit for the girl to completely trust him. The girl even felt a little bad from these conversations, so she decided to sit down and added that, to be honest, it was difficult for her to believe it, because she thought that he had some other, more terrible goal. Hui understood that this was not enough for her to trust him completely. Soren really didn't understand why he came here, because with his abilities, he could have chosen another, safer place. The future of the spirit of death is obvious, and yet he decided to join. And now that she said all this out loud, she began to doubt that he actually has a plan. She began to assume that perhaps he has a faithful assistant or important information, thanks to which people can be won over to his side or something else. Hui at that moment was thinking that from the very beginning he simply trusted the system without looking back. So he cannot have assistance, or especially a clear plan. And just in time, their dialogue was interrupted by Rome, who burst into the room and began talking about how Mr. Gong Ma had arrived. They immediately got out of bed and bowed to the Earth Demon, thus greeting him. After which Hui began to apologize to Gong Ma for letting him down. But the Earth Demon made him understand that everything was fine, because the secretary of the Supreme House would never send mediocre warriors to carry out his assignment, so the guy did his job well. Therefore, for doing his job, Gong Ma decided to give the guy a small gift in the form of 2 pills. They were called Jade Face Pills, after which Gong Ma added that this would help him recover. They would heal not only internal wounds but also other problems with the body. Gong Ma believed that he had done a good job and completed his task, so he deserved this reward. Suddenly an old man burst into the room, who was shocked that Seol Hui was injured and wanted to immediately see what happened to him. Gong Ma, unlike Seol Hui, knew that this old man's name was Elder Baek Hong, but he was also surprised that he appeared here. Moreover, he was not alone, and as soon as Seol Hui saw Mookie, he realized what kind of old man he was. Gong Ma tried to ask Elder Baek Hong why he had come such a way, but he ran past the Earth Demon and didn't even say a word in response to his question. After all, he wanted to run up to the guy as soon as possible and find out what to do with him. Even though they didn't know each other personally, the elder was still incredibly worried about the guy. The elder immediately began to say that he was so grateful to the guy for once helping him with his stupid student, but he never thanked Seol Hui personally. The old man was very busy, so he asked for forgiveness for that. After which he immediately began to examine the guy and realized that all the wounds were external, and with the right treatment he would recover quickly. Suddenly, the elder noticed that Gong Ma was also in the room, so he immediately turned to face him and asked his forgiveness for being so rude. Gong Ma was not offended by him, but he wanted to ask the elder what was going on here. The elder began to explain to him that not long ago, Seol Hui helped him deal with the problem of his naughty student, but it was a little personal and he was uncomfortable talking about it. But it was thanks to Seol Hui that he was able to find his lost student, so he was grateful to Gong Ma for having such a student. Gong Ma added that if the elder had approached him directly, he would have made every effort to help. But on the other hand, in any case, he is glad that his simple subordinate was able to provide such assistance to the elder. The old man slightly disagreed with the expression simple subordinate because he thought Seol Hui was a great guy. Now the elder understands why the heavenly demon took Gong Ma as his disciple. Because he is a terribly modest person, having such students, he does not even brag about them. Seol Hui saw that Gong Ma received a compliment from the elder, and although he tried not to show it, he was clearly very touched. After all, the guy knew very well that Baek Hong had a very high status among the elders. He was known for his perseverance and strength of character. Before this, other elders had praised and shown interest in the other disciples of the heavenly demon. But never before Gong Ma, Seol Hui guessed that the Earth Demon had always been very jealous of them. But suddenly Elder Baek Hong appeared and praised his subordinate Gong Ma. Such praise actually implies a lot, and Seol Hui understood this very well. After they laughed for a while, Baek Hong suddenly added that he heard that the Earth Demon has been having quite a lot of problems lately. Gong Ma unfortunately had to admit that this was the case, but the elder asked him not to be upset and added to him that if he had a really overwhelming problem, he could calmly contact him, and he would immediately try to help the Earth Demon solve all his problems. The Earth Demon simply could not believe these words, but the elder assured him that he had heard everything correctly, and Seol Hui understood his surprise, because before this, Elder Baek Hong had not chosen sides, and only remained neutral. The guy himself couldn't believe that the old man was going to unconditionally support Gong Ma. Was it really the first time Gong Ma had serious support in the person of the elder? Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by another notification from the system, which said that Soren's disposition had been increased to the maximum, and the girl now trusts the guy, and from now on, in the absence of special circumstances, he can take her on missions. The system also notified him that now all the leaders of the subgroup trust him, and from now on, he can create a daily schedule and take missions from Gong Ma, and their lives and skills directly depend on the guy. After that, the elder had nothing more to add, so he decided that it was time for him to leave. But still, at the last moment, he remembered that he forgot to talk to Mr. Seol Hui. In fact, it turned out to be a request, which believed that the elder was asking him to take Mookie to him. Seol Hui did not expect such a turn of events. Is he really offering the guy to take his student for training? And his fears turned out to be true, because immediately after this assumption, a choice arose before the guy in which there were two options. Either he accepts Mookie as a subordinate or not. Seol Hui didn't really want to do this, but on the other hand, he noticed that the guy had become much stronger since they first met. In addition, he understood that Elder Baek Hong was asking him for this, who remembers all kinds of help, and if he ends up in debt to the guy, then in the future it will help him a lot. Besides, Mookie's skills can be useful in a variety of situations. Therefore, the guy chose the option in which he takes Mookie as his student, and the elder was incredibly happy about this news. And he also added that it seemed to him that Seol Hui should not have any problems with this scoundrel. The elder also added that he would like to give the guy a gift as a sign of gratitude and directly asked Seol Hui what he would like to receive. The guy was again faced with a choice, and the system presented the guy with several options, including a miracle cure, weapons, armor, and shoes. Seol Hui was in thought a little longer this time, because he didn't fully know what was best to choose, because everything was attractive in its own way. He doesn't need weapons because he has the royal ceremonial sword. Compared to his fighting strength, his health and energy are very low. So he began to think about choosing a miracle medicine. However, on the other hand, he had no option to choose shoes. This was a gift from Baek Hong, which means he should have more than just ordinary high-quality shoes. And Seol Hui decided to assume that shoes are as valuable as a miracle cure. Then perhaps he will never have a better chance than now. Therefore, the guy still decided to choose shoes, and the elder added to him that he knew that Sol Hui would choose shoes, so he took something special with him. The elder gave him pepper boots, the effect of which allows you to get rid of part of the formula of special techniques, which was quite useful for the guy. After the elder gave him the gift, he decided that it was definitely time for him to leave, so he said goodbye to everyone and left. 25 days have passed since he was admitted to the hospital, and Sol Hui had completely restored his health and internal energy. So the system transferred Sol Hui to the room. Sol Hui decided to lie down and rest for a while, because he had experienced an incredible number of series of events. The guy wanted to rest a little, but then he remembered that he had received pills and boots, so he decided to look at them first. The first thing Sol Hui decided to do was use pills that significantly increased his health and internal energy, and the guy was incredibly happy that he was finally able to overcome the health level of 1 million. Now it was his turn to put on the boots that the elder gave him, and as soon as he did this, the system suggested that he remove some of the special techniques to improve them. Sol Hui decided that it would be more correct to remove the technique of the wind god, because he could not manage to perform this technique, but if he can get rid of part of the formula of this technique, then he needs to remove the most difficult one, and perhaps then it will become easier for him to use it. After the guy did this, he decided that it would actually be a good idea for him to test the changes right away. And after a few movements, Sol Hui still managed to create the fist of the wind god, which he had not been able to do for a very long time. Now Sol Hui understood perfectly how to use this technique through his fist and was very glad that he managed to do it. The guy understood that by performing this technique with the help of a sword, the god of wind becomes more powerful and sharper, but with the help of fists, this technique allows him to cover a long distance, and if he manages to master both options and use each depending on the situation, then there will be no more victory over enemies' problem. Sol Hui was so pleased to realize that he only removed one part of the formula, and managing the skill became so much easier. These boots are just a godsend. The guy knew that if he continued to develop and increase his combat strength, he would be able to defeat the Secretary of the Supreme House very soon. But he didn't understand why he was still so excited, even though he was definitely getting stronger thanks to all these new abilities and gifts from fate. But he didn't understand why the further he went, the more he felt empty inside. It seemed to him that he had clearly missed something, and now doubted that everything was really going as well as he thought. He began to think that he had never had a teacher, much less a person who could guide him. Just reality. Has he really been fighting all this time just to survive? He began to worry that one day he might become the same as artificial intelligence, which in fact always exceeds all his expectations and emerges victorious when there was no hope of victory at all. When Seol Hui watches the artificial intelligence fight, he actually has a lot of questions, such as how should he train to become so strong? How can he master such fighting skills? But for now, he decided not to think much about it, because he already had enough worries. So he decided for now to survive every twist of fate while he was able to do so. Even now, he still doesn't know when he will die, when he will miss the opportunity to change something. The guy essentially lives in constant anxiety and can only allow himself to focus on the present. Seol Hui realized that he had to help his subordinates become stronger, and also wanted to become stronger himself. Be it through a gift of fate, a miracle cure, or something else, he just had to keep moving. Maybe one day he will be able to see something that he doesn't even know exists now. When suddenly his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Bi Gong, who noticed that the guy had quite serious training, and at the same time he wanted to visit the guy and ask how he was feeling after recovery. Seol Hui thanked him for his concern and replied that he was already full of energy, and in fact the guy was surprised that Bi Gong looked at him, because he was probably incredibly busy. But the man assured him that he had to do it. They were on one way. After which he sat down and began to say that he had heard that the people of the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber had penetrated here, and he wanted to know if it was true. Seol Hui did not deny this and said that it was indeed true. Bi Gong added that the people from his group who were watching the Secretary of the Supreme House were destroyed, and it seemed to him that the relationship between their group and the Secretary had become tense. But in general, if everything turned out this way, then having everyone gathered together, it won't be difficult to deal with one bastard. but being around him is a different matter. Sol Hui did not quite understand what kind of environment Bai Gun was talking about. The man with a surprised look answered him that he was talking about other secretaries. The guy completely forgot about this because there are several more equally nasty secretaries. At this point, Bai Gun decided to leave because he already clearly saw that the guy was fine. Sol Hui thanked Bai Gun for coming. The guy was even a little upset because there were several more secretaries. So he decided that it would be a good idea to save himself at this point. This time, preservation was called the secretary's thoughts, and Sol Hui thought that the old man was unlikely to leave what the earth demon had humiliated him so much. But then he immediately discarded these thoughts, because he realized that there was nothing more he could do. So he decided to focus on what he could influence. The next day came, and after Sol Hui had slept, he decided to continue training. But a surprise awaited him, because the options for how to continue the scenario had changed. The options to train leaders and explore the area were gone, but instead 2 new ones appeared, and Sol Hui assumed that he would have to try each of them. The guy decided to try to choose a new option, which was called completing Gong Ma's task together with the leaders, but suddenly a red table lit up in front of him, which wanted to warn him that everything was not so simple. After all, as it turned out, when choosing this task from Gong Ma, the guy will agree that this task will take him all the remaining 17 months, and he will immediately move on to the main part of the story. On the one hand, the guy was intrigued by the phrase that he would immediately move on to the main part of the story, but on the other hand, completing one task for 17 months is quite a long time. The guy thought so hard that he almost chose the option of agreeing to this task, because he just wanted to figure out what to do next, but almost wasted almost 1.5 years of effort. He began to understand that apparently the beginning of the main part meant the end of training, and now he couldn't waste the remaining time, and it would be better to choose something else. There was also another new option that the guy finally turned his attention to, and in it, Sol Hui needed to create a schedule for his subordinates, and then he realized that he could successfully complete Gong Ma's task only if his subordinates became stronger. This matter, of course, was not quick, because each of them has room to grow. But in any case, he decided that he would do it, especially since he still had a little time left. Therefore, he ordered each of them to go through all the training in turn, and after 7 months, single training and personal lessons bore fruit. After he trained them in a more advanced level of spiritual root destruction martial art, their performance began to rise surprisingly quickly. For them, this became the basis of training. For everyone except Mookie, who apparently does not really like receiving tasks from him. But this does not matter, because judging by his indicators, he will be able to provide decent help. The search for equipment also bore fruit. For example, Soren found a rather useful thing called winged bracers, with the help of which her combat strength increased by 15%. Jin also did not stand aside and found exactly what he wanted and was very pleased, because he received an axe the color of clouds, which increased his combat strength by 18%. Jok-sun managed to find somewhere a shield called the Spirit of Heaven and a short ghost sword, and thus his combat strength increased by a total of 22%. But the happiest of them all was definitely Rome, to whom luck finally smiled, and he himself did not even think that he would ever be able to find a spear of such quality. And to be precise, this is the spear of the lightning god, which increased his combat strength by 44%. Their fighting strength increased significantly just from possessing one weapon, and Sol Hui realized that all this time they simply did not have the right weapon. Of course, everything was not so smooth because Mookie never found his weapon, but he was no less pleased because he managed to find important information. Mookie received the contact information of beautiful maidens from Sichuan, and he believed that such information was not so easy to obtain. Mookie thought that only he was capable of this. And he couldn't help but add that if Sol Hui just wants to meet with them, then he can organize everything without any problems. But then he thought that the captain was probably interested in knowing what they looked like, so he reached out to get their photographs, but apparently it was in vain. About 5 weeks later, Sol Hui stood and thought that quite a lot of time had passed. He understood that there were 9 more tasks lasting a month, and there would no longer be a need for a schedule. Everything would end, and he would no longer be able to stay here, which means he would not be able to survive. Sol Hui decided that he needed to focus on developing his skills in the remaining time. Therefore, he decided to complete the task, and the system gave him 3 options to choose from, among which was the task from Gong Ma, Huk Gu, and Jok Pa. The guy at that time was thinking that because of Dr. Hong, he once lost 2 lives, and also received an excellent weapon, the Royal Ceremonial Sword of Enlightenment, but if you think about it, it's still too big a sacrifice. Therefore, he understood that before completing the tasks of Gongman and Hok-gu, he should prepare well, so he chose the task of Jok-pa, after which the system wanted to know if the guy wanted to complete this task together with his subordinates, and for Sol Hui, this was an obvious question, because wasn't that what he prepared them for? The system accepted his choice, and the guy went to Jok-pa, who was already waiting for the guy and wanted to ask him something. But first, Jok-pa decided to tell the guy where the Silver Spirit Squad gets money from, and started with the fact that they have 3 sponsors, and most of the money comes from the person who controls Jintang and some parts of Zhongbu. And unfortunately, something happened recently, and now they had a problem. He thought that everything was not so serious, and did not inform Mr. Gongma about what happened. But still, Mr. John Pa turned out to be wrong, because the situation turned out to be much worse than he could have expected. Their man, Kim Manjun, is a moneylender, and also rents money to the Silver Spirit Squad, and not so long ago, they began to threaten him and force him to pay a tax to protect his cause. Sol Hui understood what the man was leading to, so the first thing he decided to do was ask him who was threatening Kim Manjun. According to Jokpa's information, the person who started doing this was Baek Yangchan. He's the head of the Blue Dragon sect, and recently he's become very famous because he's quite young, but he already has 300 disciples. Sol Hui understood everything perfectly and wanted to finally find out what he needed to do. Jokpa asked him to first contact Kim Manjun and find out the details of his situation. Maybe it would be possible to come to an agreement. The man also believed that in some regions it was possible to establish a tax, but if they asked for too large an amount, they would have no choice. The guy didn't understand what the man meant by the phrase, "Will they have no choice?" Jokpa turned to face him and explained that then he would have to destroy everyone and at the same time make sure that no one saw it. The man incredibly strongly believed in Sol Hui's powers, but did not forget to warn him that the enemy would be very strong. He was considered a future expert, one of the new 7 dragons, so Jokpa asked him to be extremely careful. Some time passed, and the system transferred the guy to the largest inn in the capital of Sichuan, where they were all sitting together at the dinner table. The system also notified Sol Hui that his subordinates had already received information about Kim Manjun, and his first goal was to contact the moneylender Kim Manjun. The guy at that moment was thinking that despite the fact that he had already performed such tasks, since they are incredibly interesting for him. Rim interrupted his thoughts and added that he found out that, fortunately, Kim Manjun can be found not far from here, and he also heard that he is often in his office, and if he goes right now, they can find him there. He also showed the portrait to Sol Hui and everyone else so that they would understand who they were dealing with. Jan Suk discovered that most of the Silver Spirit people communicate with Kim Manjun through secret writing, and it seemed to him that it was better for them to do the same, rather than try to find him first. Sol Hui liked this idea anyway. It was much better than just running after a man and trying to find him. Jin believed that, on the contrary, it would be best for them to meet him in person, because Kim Manjun is from a common sect. He is part of the Silver Spirit Squad, so the guy did not understand why complicate everything at all. Sol Hui did not deny the fact that Rim and Jin were right, but it seemed to him that in their situation, Jok Sung's option would be more suitable. Although they are from the same family, showing up without warning and starting to ask something like why he doesn't give them money, Sol Hui did not count very well. Soren stated that she had a completely different opinion, after which she began to say that the head of the educational department said to contact him first, but in such cases it still wouldn't hurt to be careful. After all, the girl assumed that Kim Manjun could have conspired with another sect, and wouldn't they be in danger in that case? Sol Hui didn't even think about suspecting his man. He thought too superficially, and Soren pointed this out. But then he remembered that Soren's special skill is insight, so her words should be listened to. Situations like this made the guy see Soren in a completely different light. Sol Hui was glad that he took his team with him, because searching for information is one thing, but they can help him in other matters, thanks to the fact that everyone has their own opinion. But at some point the guy realized that someone was missing and realized that he didn't hear Mookie. Where did this guy go? The search did not last long and ended when Sol Hui turned his head and saw Mookie sitting, and, to put it mildly, talking with 2 girls. John Seok immediately lost his temper and wanted to go take the guy back to their table, but Sol Hui stopped him and asked him not to do so. Then he added that although Mookie doesn't know how to behave, he's not a fool. Sol Hui immediately noticed that he communicates with them very freely. The guy probably has some kind of goal. After a short amount of time, the guy returned to their common table, and Sol Hui immediately asked Mookie what he had learned. The guy with a satisfied face began to say that now he knows where Kim Manjun usually goes and where he sleeps, who he meets, and what he is interested in. And he didn't stop there and added that he learned something about Baek Yang-chan. A couple of days later, according to the information Mookie received, Baek Yang-chong is an external disciple of Huang Shan, and in Sichuan, he is recognized as a future martial arts expert. Originally from Yunnan, this guy is often busy searching for new knowledge, so he was nicknamed the Sincere Wanderer. At the age of 20, he became a student in Huangshan and began to study martial arts. At 32, he left the sect and found his own followers. In general, if you believe those who know him, he is a very strong warrior, and perhaps because he is interested not only in martial arts, but also in other literary knowledge. Seol Hui also learned that there was a rumor that he left the sect because he defeated the first disciple of Huangshan, who showed great promise, but there was still not enough information, so the guy's subordinates, on his orders, had been collecting information for the last couple of days. And Seol Hui did this in order to understand the situation in which Gaeum Manjun found himself. Then he could draw up the right plan of action, and the first thing he wanted to find out from Rome was whether it was true that the financing of the Silver Spirit had changed after Baek Yang-cheon began to demand a tax for protection. Rome found out that this was true, and he demanded 200 coins for protection. And Sol Hui understood perfectly well that this was half of the money that should come to the Silver Spirit Squad every month, which means that Kim Manjun reduced his fee by half, and in this case the problem is Baek Yang-choni. Also, Sol Hui instructed Jok-sun to find out about the Blue Dragon sect, of which Baek Yang-chan is a part, and in the worst case, they will simply have to destroy Baek Yang-chan. And for this, it is important to know the layout of the area, buildings, and the location of the sect members. Jok-sok found out that the Blue Dragon sect has 322 members, about 200 students, and the remaining 120 are warriors, among whom 30 are experienced. The captain was interested first of all to find out how strong they were, and Jok-sun said that only 5 or 6 instructors looked dangerous, and he also took out a map of the area. The captain asked Jin to find out about the problems that Kim Manjun might have, and the guy found out that he had no problems. Kim Manjun even bought several shops that are not easy for even a good moneylender to get. Seol Hui was interested to know what kind of business their target was doing, because by understanding how big deals he was involved in, he would be able to guess where his money was going. But Jin believed that even given what he said, their target should still be richer. The captain began to think that this was a potential problem, because apparently the Silver Spirit Squad does not understand the affairs of Kim Manjun and does not know how much money he really has. He instructed Soren to find out where Kim Manjun had been in the last year. This knowledge should help him in interrogation if necessary. The girl did not learn anything unusual except for one case about which she is not entirely sure. Seol Hui asked to tell her, and the girl added that 2 months ago almost no one had seen him, and Soren hinted that he might be doing something suspicious. After all, she was well aware that moneylenders and similar guys do not leave the place where they conduct business. But he was often absent during meetings. She checked his security, and all his people were replaced. Mookie was busy with the fact that the captain asked him to find out about Baek Yang-chan's acquaintances because they could cause them the most problems. Seol Hui understood that their task was still to ensure the safety of Gaeum Manjun and return the previous funding. Mookie said that he found out that they were all from Huangshan, but for Sol Hui, it was already obvious, because he is an external disciple. But the guy corrected him and added that these are not very ordinary things. When external disciples leave the sect, they no longer maintain ties with it. But Baek Yang-chong constantly communicates with some members of Huangshan, and some of them are elders. This fact made Seol Hui wonder how such a person could be related to the elders, although he himself is a mere external disciple. In any case, Seol Hui believed that they would achieve nothing if they just sat back, so they left a letter for Gaeum Manjun and set out. Although the demonic sect exists outside the lands of ordinary people, its branch can be found throughout the central plain, so it was not difficult for them to find the place where Gaeum Manjun lives. But then they were met by a guide who made it clear that the whole group could not go further. Such a right was available only to the captain. The rest would have to wait on the first floor. Sol Hui knew that the sect needed people to organize and distribute the budget, to supply basic necessities, information, but in fact, the main reason for their existence was to create a safe place where they could hide if they were persecuted by the Orthodox sect. As soon as the guy entered the room where Gaeum Manjun was, He immediately ran up to the guy, and Sol Hui was the first to introduce himself that he was the captain of the spirit group. The man was not surprised, because as it turned out, he was told that the guy would drop by. But Sol Hui was not surprised by this fact, but by the fact that behind the man stood a third-rank member of the Supreme House, whose combat strength was over 7 million. Gao Manjun saw that Sol Hui was looking at his guard, so he decided to introduce him, and this guy's name was Sang Zhengjiang. Sol Hui was a little worried because he didn't understand what a warrior from the Supreme House was doing here in the department of the Silver Spirit Squad that deals with financing. Does the secretary of the Supreme House really want to take revenge on Gong Ma for humiliation? The guy assumed that if Kim Manjun conspired with him, knowing about this, then this could be considered a betrayal, but the guy was worried about the question. When did the man even manage to contact the secretary? In addition, Sol Hui, with the help of his skill, saw that there was an inscription above Gao Manjun's head. The guy simply could not believe that this was the very method that would allow him to remove the seal from the royal ceremonial sword. In any case, Sol Hui decided that it would be a good idea for him to first calm down and not show his emotions in such a place. The man offered the captain tea and at the same time began to tell him that Sol Hui arrived to them on time because they were just about to ask for something from the main department. Sol Hui was slightly surprised to hear this, but the man continued to say that for the past couple of months he had not been able to send the full amount to the Silver Spirit Squad, although since the captain was here, they probably knew. But the man immediately decided to assure that there were good reasons for this, and according to Kim Manjun, they faced pressure from another sect. Sol Hui understood that he meant the Blue Dragon sect, namely its head. Kim Manjun confirmed this information and continued to say that it all started about 2 years ago. He first met the head of the Blue Dragon when he bought an empty dojo nearby, and the man himself did not understand for what reason. But in the last couple of years, the Blue Dragon sect began to flourish. And judging by rumors, the whole point is that he's an excellent teacher, thanks to whom several children from noble families learned to master martial arts. The man also added that after their success, everyone who needed martial arts training, from a hooligan to a merchant, rushed to sign up with him, and recently he began to do business even with Murim people from distant countries. Sol Hui understood that there are a lot of people in his sect now, and therefore he needs so much money, which Kim Manjun agreed with. Now he needs to feed many mouths, and he is trying to maintain order, because the territory has also increased, and at the same time he began to look at other people's lands, shops, buildings for rent, moneylenders. The head of the Blue Dragon demands payment even from small shops. Sol Hui was curious to ask Kim Manjun if he had tried to talk to him, but the man immediately assured him that they had tried several times, but he would not compromise. The man did not understand at all how they could work with such a person who asks for an amount more than what they earn. And besides, if they show weakness now, then later he will demand an even larger amount. Kim Manjun believed that the market is comparable to the world of wild animals, where as soon as you show weakness, every animal will try to grab your throat. Therefore, the man decided to ask for help from the Silver Spirit Squad, but they were told to wait because there were internal problems in the squad. Sol Hui mentally understood that this was probably due to the incident with the secretary of the Supreme Chamber. The man immediately added that he couldn't just wait and do nothing, so he sent a letter to the Supreme Chamber. And fortunately, the Red Demon Chamber came to the rescue. The situation was difficult, so he was provided with security, because most of all, Kim Manjun wants to continue to live. Sol Hui listened to him carefully, and then decided to turn to the man's guard and ask him what his position was in the Red Demon Chamber. Instead of a security guard, Kim Manjun decided to answer this question by saying that this guy is from 5 houses, and he has no rank. He works for a man as long as he pays him well, but he promised to leave as soon as it's over. Then Sol Hui was faced with a logical question, asking which he wanted to know what the man wants from him then. Without waiting for an answer, the system sent the guy a notification that outlined the task that the guy needed to complete, and Sol Hui needed to get rid of the head of the Blue Dragon sect, Baek Yangchan. But this had to be done without witnesses. If successful, the man offered money and the opportunity to buy or create any equipment, and as a reward, Sol Hui personally would receive a book on the method of removing seals, which he so needed for his sword. Sol Hui was interested to know whether the man was afraid of the consequences, because the head of the Blue Dragon was still a disciple of Huang Shan. Kim Manjun believed that there was nothing wrong with this. Besides, one person had already been bought. The man made it clear to the captain that even in sects such as the Blue Dragon, there are people who have long been bought by another person. Sol Hui mentally thought that people like Kim Man-jun just need to buy a person and that's it. The problems are automatically solved. The captain, looking at this whole story, understood that the man was just taking him for an idiot, because Kim Man-jun claims that if you just destroy one person, then everything will be fine. How can you even believe it? This big guy is clearly up to something. But Seo Hui understood that despite the fact that he knows about everything, he has already started the task, and he has no choice but to try to do everything that this merchant asks. So he agreed and promised that he would fulfill his request. The man was very glad to hear this. It calmed him down a little, because his affairs were getting worse every day. He was also ready to provide the Blue Dragon sect's class schedule for this week, and these sheets also contained information about other important things that he would need. The man asked the guy to return here as soon as he completed this mission. 4 days later, Sol Hui and his squad arrived at the Blue Dragon sect to begin their mission. Seo Hui knew very well that there would be 2 guards on the observation tower, because Guillaume Manjun told him about it. There was also information that there would be 2 more guards near the outer wall and 2 more guarding the main entrance. The indicators for each of them were approximately 10,000. They arrived at this place at about 9 o'clock in the evening, and this was also not an accident, because this time was chosen by Kim Man-jun, and he did this because confidential information was received that Baek Yang-chan was meditating before going to bed. Everyone knows that for a martial artist there is no time for a battle more difficult than in the middle of meditation. And at first glance, Seo Hui seemed that the plan was well thought out, but that is why he felt uneasy. His thoughts were filled with the fact that Guillaume Manjun knew too much about his enemies, even when they were meditating, and he didn't understand why Sang Jung-jan couldn't deal with him instead of him. John Suk suddenly distracted the captain because he was interested in knowing what Seo Hui was thinking about, but he understood that if he blabbed about his thoughts, it might make others doubt, and they would make a mistake, so he decided that it would be better to remain silent and focus on the task. Seo Hui told him that it was nothing important. He was just thinking about a plan of action. The guy understood that some kind of trap was probably waiting for them, and this made him incredibly angry, because he had to act where he didn't want to. In any case, they had no other choice, so Seo Hui asked his entire group to get ready, because they were starting soon, and their main task was to destroy Baek Yang-cheon. Therefore, after some time, Sol Hui gave his order, and his group got down to business. They destroyed all possible guards, and only after that, Sol Hui joined them. Sol Hui was glad to see that his squad managed even without his intervention. They became much stronger than he thought. According to his calculations, they have 15 minutes to get to Baek Yang-cheon's chambers, when suddenly his thoughts were again interrupted by the system, which notified the guy that he had 300 seconds, and if he could not get into Baek Yang-cheon's chambers during this time, then he and his team would die. But Sol Hui did not understand why he was given so much less scheduled time. And before he had time to think, the system notified him and informed him that the task had begun right now. Sol Hui understood that it was almost impossible to slip past the guards in such an open space and get into his chambers in such a time, and none of his skills would help him with this. In any case, more than 5 seconds have passed and the guy needs to hurry, so he decided to start doing something and try to get out of this situation. But there were too many guards. No matter how fast he would still be noticed, and then he would be unlikely to cope with so many warriors. Sol Hui was slightly panicked because he didn't understand how he could slip past them and get to his goal. Seo Hui's team didn't understand what was happening and why their captain just froze and did nothing. Had something really happened? The guy realized that he had no choice but to use the second-level simulation and ask the system to show him the shortest path to Baek Yang-cheon's chambers so that the guards would not notice him. But even this skill, which had saved him more than once and helped him get out of different situations, could not cope and showed the guy a mistake. The system explained to the guy that it didn't have enough information, and first, he needed to find a place where the entire territory of the Blue Dragon sect was visible and collect more information. Sol Hui began to look around and tried to find a building from which he could see the entire Blue Dragon sect. Time became less and less, and the guy immediately asked his group to use the voice transmission technique. This skill allowed Sol Hui to communicate with them without words, and the first thing he said was that their plan had unfortunately changed, and he asked Soren to deal with the 3 guards who were in front of them. While the girl completed this task, Seo Hui asked the others to follow him and not stop. The girl took the guards by surprise, and this greatly helped her deal with them. 100 seconds had already passed since the beginning of the task, and the guy only had 200 left, But in any case, Sol Hui was not going to give up and continued to try to make it in time. They moved quite quickly through the territory of the sect, and on the way, they saw two more guards who, without a doubt, needed to be neutralized. And to do this, he asked Rome. The guy was able to do this with incredible ease, using his spear. Time was getting less and less, and Sol Hui realized that they needed to hurry. But on the way, they met a rather unpleasant surprise, which could have taken the guy a lot of time if he had neutralized all these guards himself. But fortunately, he has his group of leaders who were not against dealing with these guys. They were able to clear the way quite quickly, and Sol Hui continued to run towards the very tower from which he hoped to use his simulation skill. He had a little more than 70 seconds left, and the guy finally got to the very building from which everything should be visible. And as soon as the guy stepped onto this building, the system immediately notified the guy that there was now enough information and he would be able to use the simulation skill. A few seconds after the analysis was completed, the shortest path was found, and the system was ready to guide the guy. A sign appeared in front of Sol Hui again, which the system recommended him to follow. But the guy did not expect that the system would lead him straight to two guards. Apparently, this was the plan, because as soon as the guy landed, a shadow appeared that was going to show Sol Hui to defeat these guards as quickly as possible. Thanks to the simulation, the guy was able to deal with these guards pretty quickly. And after he did this, he received a notification saying that his estimated time to complete the task had been increased by 5 seconds. Sol Hui clearly didn't like this, because while the time allotted for the task was decreasing, the estimated time was increasing. After some time, Soren was still able to catch up with all the other guys, but she did not see the captain among them. Rome informed her that he went further on his own. The girl didn't understand why he did this because they had a plan, but apparently, except for the captain himself, no one understood anything. John Suk assured them that there was no reason to worry, because if the captain decided to change his plan, then he had his own good reasons. Most likely he found a faster and safer way. Jin only partly agreed with him, because why, in that case, did he not inform them about this change? The guy had no doubt that the captain was a very strong man, but in any case, wouldn't it be wiser to go as a group? Mookie, who stood aside, suggested that perhaps the captain saw Baek Young-chun leaving or something like that. And even if they understand that it is better to attack together, then he knows it too. Mookie also added that in such missions something unexpected always happens. So he could assume that Baek Young-chan decided to drink wine, and the captain could notice that Baek Young-chan's plans had changed. At least it seems to him that this is the case. Jin decided to say that he could still notify them, but Mook did not let him finish and asked them to just trust the captain. Sol Hui was running at full speed at that moment because he had not only little time left, but practically none, just some 24 seconds. The system finally brought him to the big gate, and now it might actually become a problem to enter this gate in such a small amount of time. As expected, behind these gates were Baek Young-chan's chambers, which were obviously also guarded. But it was too late to escape, and he would have to fight these guards as well. There were only about 15 seconds left, and Sol Hui understood perfectly well that there was a high probability that among his personal guards, there would be a strong martial artist. But he did not have time to deal with the guards. And besides, at such an important moment, there was no screen with the simulation. Apparently, the system wants the guy to cope on his own. But at some point, it dawned on the guy that he actually had another option that he could use. And this was a transformation technique that Sol Hui completely forgot about, and quite suddenly, the guy remembered it. Sol Hui immediately informed all the guards that someone had broken in and asked them to go inspect the area. But they forgot to ask the guy where the violators were, but for them it was a fatal mistake. Sol Hui was able to deal with them easily this way because they were distracted. In any case, Sol Hui could not waste even 1 second because he only had 3 seconds left to reach his goal. But he still managed to penetrate the target at the last second and thus completed the first task. After such a marathon, the guy needed a little rest in order to continue fulfilling his main task. Having regained his strength a little, Sol Hui used his skill called stealth, which as a result helped him find Baek Young-chan, who seemed not even aware that danger awaited him. At this time, Sol Hui's system carried out another analysis, after which it determined that in about 212 seconds, the head of the Blue Dragon sect would learn about the guy's existence, so he had about 3 minutes to defeat him. After this analysis, Sol Hui began to understand why the system only gave him 300 seconds to get here. Baek Young-chan at this time returned to his chambers faster than they initially expected, so it would take just 212 seconds to discover the corpses of the guards they had to destroy along the way. Of course, Sol Hui understood that there was no time to waste, He needed to deal with him as quickly as possible, so he began preparations. But suddenly the guy noticed a rather unpleasant fact. The fighting strength of Baek Yangchong, who is the head of the Blue Dragon sect, was higher than 10 million, which exceeded the strength of the guy several times. This was not all, and Seol Hui received a note for the task in which it was said that he needed to destroy the head of the Blue Dragon sect, Baek Yangchong. But at the same time, he needed to make less noise, and he also needed to try to complete the task before time will run out. It was also worth noting that there were warnings that said that he and his entire group must survive Baek Yangchong, because if at least one person saw his battle with Baek Yangchong, the task would be considered failed. Seol Hui didn't quite know exactly what he should do, because with his current fighting strength, he would not be able to fight him on equal terms. But still he had one idea, but also had the understanding that it was too risky. There were thoughts in his head about using artificial intelligence, but then he realized that even he could not help against an enemy who was much stronger, and he had already seen this more than once. In addition, Seol Hui was not sure that the artificial intelligence would act as he would like, so he had only two options. Either he would die, or he could still win. The guy decided to use the martial art of destroying the spiritual root, because he understood that too much energy would destroy the building and make noise, so this technique would be the best choice. No matter how much Seol Hui doubted his abilities, against this opponent he still managed to land a blow. But it is clear that the fight will definitely not end there, and Seol Hui was completely ready to continue it. Although the guy managed to deal a strong blow to Baek Yangchong, from the very beginning he wanted to cut off his head, but he reacted much faster than Seol Hui thought, so he was very sorry that he was not able to deal with him with one blow. In any case, even such a blow was quite useful, because in addition to Baek Yangchong's health, his combat strength also decreased, and also at this moment the head of the Blue Dragon was circulating his energy, so he probably received internal damage, and maybe his internal energy was even distorted. After that, the system again notified Seol Hui that now there was an ideal opportunity, and he had found a weak point. Before the attack, Seol Hui turned his attention to the man's expression and realized that inside he was definitely mad, and the flow of his internal energy was definitely disrupted. Therefore, this gave the guy even more confidence that he could cope, and he went on the attack again. The new attack was no less successful than the first, and he was able to inflict another critical wound on the man. Seol Hui thought that the man was coughing up blood, although he only wounded him in the shoulder. This only confirmed the fact that he definitely had internal injuries. Therefore, the guy decided to continue, but unfortunately he could not, because his opponent did not stand like a statue and also began to attack. Although Seol Hui managed to fend off all the blows, he was still surprised by how wonderful the man's sword style was. Clear and sharp movements. His movements were like a dance, as if he was performing on stage. That means what kind of sword-wielding style is Huang Shan? But the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a man who wanted to find out from him who paid him for the guy to destroy him. Seol Hui was not going to talk to him and answer his questions because time was passing, and he needed to complete the mission as soon as possible. Therefore, the guy went into battle again and wanted to finally finish this fight. True, Seol Hui did not expect that he would have to fend off such a huge number of blows. Baek Yangchong was too assertive, and while Seol Hui parried the blows, time was running out, and he couldn't even muster up the courage to counterattack. It even seemed to the guy that the man was just showing off in front of him and not showing all his real strength. The movements of his sword when he chooses to stop the blade shows that he has calculated everything, but how smoothly one movement turns into another simply shocked the guy. At some point, Seol Hui already began to get nervous because time was running out, but he still couldn't find the moment to attack and couldn't attack as he pleased. And besides, he couldn't let anyone see him, guy. I was angry that this task had too many restrictions. Seol Hui actually initially thought that he would cope due to his distortion of internal energy, but apparently nothing will happen that easily. The man already thought that the guy had decided to give up, since he stood up like a statue and did nothing, but Seol Hui was not going to leave empty-handed, and with his whole appearance made it clear that the battle was continuing. This angered Baek Yangchong even more, who began to scream and go into battle. This provoked the guy to have a choice, and the system informed him that Baek Yangchong had found the guy's weak point, and he needed to choose what he would do about it. Seol Hui understood that there was really nowhere to retreat, so he chose the option in which he would meet the enemy face to face. And as a result, Baek Yangchong dealt him a rather strong blow, which the guy was only able to partially block. Seol Hui understood that his opponent was too fast, and he was literally forbidden to think about attacking because he could barely dodge. So first he decided that he needed to concentrate. But again, he couldn't do it properly because he saw Baek Yangchan rushing at him with a new attack. Seol Hui continued to choose the first option and face the enemy face to face. But this time he received too strong a blow, which took away too much of his health, and the guy will apparently have to think about changing his tactics. Seol Hui, of course, was worried that he was unable to block the enemy's attack. But this time he was pleased with the fact that he still managed to get a better look at his movements. Baek Yangchan realized that the guy was attacking for a reason, so he started asking questions in which he wanted to know what the guy was trying to achieve and why did he suddenly stop attacking. There is too little time left, only 14 seconds, and this is clearly not enough to withstand another blow and only then launch a counterattack. So the guy will now have his last chance. His life was at stake because if he didn't succeed this time, then he was a dead man. So he again provoked Baek Yangchan to strike. It didn't take long to ask, and Baek Yangchan then gathered energy in his sword and was about to strike. But until then, Seol Hui had only been waiting for one thing, a blow with which the man would try to take his head off, and it seems he waited for it. The guy finally managed to dodge Baek Yangchan's blow, and the most important moment has come. He immediately needs to deliver his blow, otherwise he will die. And yet, with the help of his new skill, the God of Wind, the guy managed to strike a blow that would put an end to this battle. As Seol Hui expected, Baek Yangchan didn't expect this, so he couldn't block him in time. Seol Hui initially understood that the Wind God's skill was very strong. If he directed all his power into Baek Yangchan's chest, then he wouldn't have to worry about him making noise or damaging the building, although this was his first time using it, and he was actually lucky that he had managed to do it. The task was successfully completed, and the system informed him about this, and now the guy could exhale a little. After some time, his group appeared near him, who were surprised that he had already managed to deal with their main enemy. Soren immediately began to find out how he was feeling, and Seol Hui even felt a little embarrassed to talk about this. So, after he replied that he was fine, he asked them to get out of here as quickly as possible. But apparently they won't be able to do this just like that because the system notified the guy that new circumstances of the task had appeared, and then they heard someone's voices outside the door. The people who were outside the door tried to persuade Seol Hui's group to leave because they knew exactly who was inside. Seol Hui simply did not understand what was happening because he managed to destroy Baek Yangchan in time. Why were they discovered? The doors opened and several guards came inside, who immediately realized that several hired killers had penetrated them. But the biggest surprise for Seol Hui came a little later, because after all the guards, the same guard San Chengjiang entered the room. Now Seol Hui understood why his customer had so much information about this place and about Baek Yangchan in general. But this was far from the end, because immediately after San Chengjiang entered the door, an even bigger problem came in behind him, whose name was Kumen. He was a disciple of Janman. The fighting strength of this guy was equal to 12 million. Kumen was clearly unhappy that they had entered the chambers of the sect leader. Now everything came together in Seol Hui's head. Most likely, the attack was planned by Sang Chongjiang and Joman's student, the one whom Kim Mandujan bought according to his own words. Also, the guy understood perfectly well that the secretary of the Supreme Chamber and Janman were connected, which means that the relationship between these two was also difficult. Suddenly, Sang Chongjiang began to say that he began to suspect these guys from the moment they began to threaten Kim Manjun, and in fact, these guys only need money. Seol Hui understood that this guy was right now going to turn them into hired killers who intimidated Guillaume Manjun and destroyed Baek Yangchan. And apparently, Kumen willingly believes this, because he immediately started shouting about how they even dared to destroy Mr. Baek Yangchan, and that he wouldn't just leave it like that. After which he immediately ordered all the soldiers to surround this group and under no circumstances allow them to escape. Now Seol Hui understood absolutely everything. Sang Chengjiang persuaded Kim Manjun to choose this exact date for the attack. And then he came here and specifically mentioned Guillaume Manjun, taking everything into his own hands. He did this in order to convince everyone that he had nothing to do with it. Baek Yangchan died, and the Blue Dragon would now pass into the hands of Kumen. In this case, Huangshan settled comfortably. They have many connections. Although Seol Hui perfectly understood that the main goal of this guy is revenge, he is trying to achieve an acquittal, and at the same time wants to benefit. Seol Hui knew perfectly well that a trap awaits him, but it's just a knife in the back. The system notified the guy that he was invited to go through an event in which the task was to destroy Sang Chengjiang, and, if successful, he would receive an increase in combat strength and a book about the martial art of the bloody hand. Also, Sol Hui did not mind going through an event in which he would need to destroy Kuman, and for this he would receive a book on the technique of wielding the plum blossom sword. For a minute, the guy even wanted to escape with his subordinates, but in his current state it would be difficult for him to protect them and get out alive. Therefore, he decided that if he died anyway, then he needed to at least capture one of them. After he finally decided what he would do, he turned to his squad and ordered them to run as quickly as possible, which was a bit of a shock to them. Sol Hui did not want to use his subordinates as a shield when he himself was ready to die in battle, so he asked them to take their time, and when he gave them the signal, they would have to run. But they had a completely different opinion and wanted to fight with him, because they are his subordinates, so they cannot leave their captain to cover them. Besides, some of them were waiting for this moment, so they wanted to stay with him. Soren also decided to add on her own that she was not going to run away and would fight him to the last. The girl invited him to show them how strong the spirit squad, whose captain is Sol Hui, is. Mookie also added that if he had known that everything would turn out this way, he would have stayed with the girls longer yesterday. In addition, he always wanted to live a normal life, but he understood that this could not be achieved so easily, so he believed that they were already here anyway and offered to stay together until the end. It was hard for Sol Hui to hide his smile because their lives were in danger, because it was he who became their captain, but they were still so devoted to him that they were even able to touch him. Therefore, he decided that he would never expose them to such danger again, and for this he would become even stronger. As soon as they finished their meeting, the guy received a message from the system in which he needed to select the type of battle for each subordinate. Several options were available, among which was a focal strike, in which the selected opponent attacks the entire group without regard for its safety, and a single attack was also available, in which each member of the group protects himself, attacking only if he sees fit. Also in the choice was support, in which the group protects Sol Hui from the rear, except in cases where a member of the group is in danger, and the last option was free attack, when Sol Hui can order the group to act as he pleases. The guy began to understand that in a turn-based type of battle, he could choose how his subordinates would act, taking into account the fact that in their situation, they could not escape. So the option with a focus strike would be the most correct. And as soon as he chose this type of attack, the system wanted to know who Sol Hui would prefer to attack in this way. Sol Hui decided that he would take on Sang Chongjiang and his subordinates Kumen, and as soon as he made his choice, the guys immediately began to attack. But their enemy was not an ordinary warrior, but very strong, and Sol Hui actually understood that they might not defeat him, but still, he essentially had no other choice. Sol Hui himself exhaled and realized that it was time for him to start acting too. And as soon as he opened his eyes, a whole crowd of guards was already standing in front of him, who were just waiting for the command after which they could attack him. But Sol Hui was not going to engage in battle without a little doping, so he used a heavenly spirit pill, which returned some of his health to him, and also completely restored his energy supply. After which a screen appeared in front of him in which the system found an ideal opportunity for an attack, and the guy, without thinking for a long time, chose the option of getting close. He launched an incredibly powerful attack that destroyed several of his opponents, who so wanted to destroy him. But this is still very little because there are still a lot of guards, so he should continue in the same spirit. Sol Hui decided to deal with these weaklings with one blow and launched a massive blow to the wind god. The guy at this moment was thinking that the combination of turn-based combat and the 4 great martial arts, which he had learned to control better thanks to Elder Bakhong's pepper boots, was really impressive. But that's where the good news ended, because the system notified the guy that Sang Chongjiang had found his weak spot. Sol Hui was actually waiting for his attack, and there was an understanding that this guy is much weaker than Kuman, and most likely Kuman does not like getting help from someone who is weaker than him. And the guy made such conclusions because Kuman believed that he himself could cope perfectly well with his subordinates. Moreover, in order to gain the favor of the Blue Dragon sect members, he believes that it is better to target Sol Hui as his target. But the guy wasn't afraid of him at all. Even considering the fact that his combat strength was higher than him, Sol Hui was sure that he could handle him. Besides, he wanted to try something out, so for now he chose the option of defending himself. Sol Hui knew that if he used ice armor, he could use his internal energy to reduce the damage he received. The guy noticed that his opponent was surprised that he simply repelled his attack with the energy of the sword and did not attack him. Also, Sol Hui did not miss the moment to make fun of the third in the rank of the Supreme Chamber and said that he does not feel his strength yet, so the guy should push him. After which Sol Hui did not hesitate to add that he should not be surprised by his words, because the guy knows everything about him. Sol Hui did not stop and continued to say that Mr. Secretary said that Sang Zheng was dangerous. So the guy believed that a bastard like him simply could not be left alive. The guy found it funny to hear that Sang Zheng decided that he had managed to deceive Sol Hui. After all, in fact, this is a big mistake, because Sol Hui from the very beginning just wanted to see what kind of trap he came up with. Now the captain knows who is behind him and how the head of the Blue Dragon sect and Kim Manjun are connected. And Sol Hui even discovered that Gu Zhanmyeon's disciple was present here, and this can only mean that everything was set up by the secretary of the Supreme House, who is in cahoots with Zhanmyeon. It was noticeable from Sang Chongjiang's face how nervous he was and how he didn't understand how Sol Hui even knew all this. He even tried to make excuses, but apparently the captain didn't care at all, so he went into battle and wanted to finish with him. Sol Hui used his new technique once again, and with the help of the wind god, he once again managed to cause some pretty serious damage. San Chongjiang did not expect such a turn of events, because he believed that for him, it would be an easy walk that would end in an equally easy victory. Sol Hui specifically wanted to annoy his opponent and then deal with him with the help of the wind god, but it seems his skills will not be enough to defeat such an opponent head-on. At that moment, San Chongjiang retreated a little from the attack and began to say that he did not know where Sol Hui got such strength from, and he should have admitted that in reality he was not the same as Mr. Secretary described him, so he did not take Sol in vain V seriously. But now the guy seemed determined to show his opponent due honor, so the first thing he did was use the bloody hand martial art. After which he caught his breath a little and invited Sol Hui to start their fight from the very beginning. Sol Hui knew very well that the bloody hand martial art is one of the martial arts of the demonic sect, and its base is fire. He also knew that the Supreme Chamber Secretary's fire accumulation martial art and the severe flame martial art he knew were based on the bloody hand martial art. But the guy didn't have time to think about what to do with such a strong technique, because he was again attacked by San Chongjiang, who was eager to show Sol Hui what he was really capable of. At first, Sol Hui managed to parry every blow from this guy, but can he do it all the time? Sol Hui at this moment was thinking that ice armor is the opposite of fire, so it does not absorb damage properly. In addition, they use polar martial arts. But the bloody hand martial art is still stronger, and perhaps the reason is the difference in combat strength, perhaps something else. Sol Hui understood that he could not stand it for so long, because the difference was colossal, not only in combat strength but also in health, which again was a big problem for him. Moreover, while they only use internal energy, he risks losing much more energy if he misses even one more blow. At this stage, Sol Hui no longer understood what to do next. Would he really have to use artificial intelligence again to somehow even out their chances? But on the other hand, Sol Hui wanted to use intelligence in the Battle of Just Kuman, but here he planned to cope on his own. In any case, it's not particularly important now, because if Sol Hui doesn't deal with him now, then he won't be able to help his group, and Sang Chongjiang at that time was saying that the Silver Spirit Squad was never capable of anything, and today he was convinced of this once again. He also started talking about how they were just a bunch of tramps, but couldn't finish because he was interrupted by Sol Hui, who reminded him that it was time to stop talking and start fighting. Sang Zheng was surprised that Sol Hui's mouth was still working and wanted to fix it as quickly as possible. Sol Hui started laughing at this and noticed that it was actually not just his mouth that was working. San Chongjiang didn't understand why the guy was laughing so hard, and Sol Hui responded by asking him to close his mouth, because corpses don't talk in reality. As it turned out, the dialogue had long been conducted by artificial intelligence, which Sol Hui really hoped for. The artificial intelligence immediately turned to Sol Hui and began to say that he was constantly satisfied only by memorizing new martial arts, and so he would never get rid of the system. But Sol Hui did not quite understand what the intelligence was trying to convey to him. Therefore, he had to add more rudely, saying that the guy should learn martial arts properly, not relying on the system but starting from the very basics. The intellect believed that he must learn to understand the principles of combat, not only the forms themselves, but also how they appeared, how to use them and why. Sol Hui must understand this. But the artificial intelligence did not have time to explain in detail, because San Chongjiang began to attack again, because he thought that the guy was making fun of him when he talked to himself. But the artificial intelligence asked the guy to listen to him carefully. The whole difference between them comes from this. If he can realize and understand this, he can do much more. after which he decided to show him an example of what he meant and dealt a horizontal blow to Sang Jongjan's body. With just one blow, the artificial intelligence was able to destroy the enemy Sol Hui, whom the guy could not defeat using techniques. But this was not the main thing. The intellect asked the guy to learn one very important thing, namely, not to allow the system to absorb him. Sol Hui returned to his body again, but he could only think about what the artificial intelligence told him. The guy repeated out loud several times what the artificial intelligence told him, but the guy never understood what he meant. But he continued to be amazed by the fact that the artificial intelligence was able to cut Sang Chongjiang in half with just one blow, and Sol Hui thought that if he understood the essence of martial arts, he could do it too. Looking at the guards who were carefully watching this battle, Sol Hui realized that they would no longer interfere with him, because in their eyes, he was like an evil spirit. The guy thought that before in such cases he had a choice to knock out the enemy or destroy him. But this time the artificial intelligence did not allow the guy to make a choice. He simply decided to destroy Sang Chongjiang. Sol Hui suspected that this might be due to the fact that it was because of the event, so he thought about not worrying too much. He increased his combat strength and now he has a book of bloody hand martial art. At some point he remembered that he actually didn't have time to idle around because he needed to run to his squad as soon as possible and help them. While Sol Hui ran there, he could only beg them to hold on, because he perfectly understood that no matter how hard they tried, even the 5 of them could not defeat such a strong martial artist. And when he arrived at the place, he realized that he was not just afraid, because the first thing he saw were the bodies of Jok-sun and Jin, who were lying in a pool of blood. Then he saw everyone else, who also had quite a lot of wounds and a few more, and they would also lie in a mess of blood. Kuman at that moment added that Sol Hui did it even faster than he thought. This was a kind of praise. He also did not forget to add that his subordinates were incredible weaklings, whom he dealt with quite easily, even without using any special skills. The man couldn't stop and continued to say that people like Sang Jongjiang are expendable to him, and he was never important to Kumen, and besides, he knew that Sol Hui would deal with him without any problems. Rim tried to apologize to Sol Hui for the fact that they could not cope, but the captain made him understand that it was far from his fault, and they had nothing to ask for forgiveness for. Sol Hui could only think that he actually knew very well that this would happen. He knew that by the time he destroyed Sang Chongjiang and got here, one of his people would die before that time, and yet he decided to give them this order. And he did this because of some pathetic event in which he so wanted to complete the task. And now Sol Hui understands that it was an incredible mistake, and it is purely his fault for what happened to his squad. He only took into account how many lives he had and what each option could lead to, and so he began to lose his humanity. Sol Hui understood that his mind was only thinking about how he could survive, and he did not care about the lives of his subordinates. They are just consumables. Everything is exactly as Kuman said. Therefore, he decided to correct this misunderstanding and promised himself that he would never do anything like that again in his next life. Kuman began to say that he had been waiting for him for too long and asked the guy to be kind and finally start their battle. Now, standing in front of Kuman, Sol Hui seems to understand a very important thing. His combat strength is twice as high as him, and besides, after the battles with Baek Yangchan and Sang Chongjiang, he has little health and energy left. Moreover, he used simulation, turn-based combat, and even artificial intelligence, and taking into account all these details, the guy will essentially have to fight without any help. And to do this against such an opponent would be tantamount to suicide, and he is unlikely to be able to win, at least if he fights honestly. First of all, Sol Hui decided to test how the Wind God's skill would work on this guy. Koman was too fast for such a primitive attack and was easily able to dodge, and at the same time advised the guy to come up with something better, after which he immediately went on a counterattack and used magical blows. But Sol Hui was also not an ordinary warrior, so he managed to block his attack with the help of ice armor, which controlled the damage quite well. Kuman was incredibly amused by this. He liked what they taught in the demonic sect. Sol Hui at that moment thought that the ice armor could have avoided serious damage, but this was enough for him to have no energy left. Sol Hui understood perfectly well that he would not be able to do anything if Koman decided to use the same technique, and his Wind God man blocked too easily, so there was no particular point in this either. But even if it worked, Koman doesn't allow the guy to use it anyway because he literally blocks his every move. Along the way, Kuman tried to piss the guy off, saying that he was a little disappointed because he thought that it would be much more difficult, especially after Sol Hui dealt with Baek Yangchan. Although now he understands perfectly well that Sol Hui was just lucky, And besides, he is a mercenary who hides in the walls and floor and can only attack from behind. The guy didn't pay attention to this guy and was just trying to figure out how he could defeat this psycho because all his blows were simply blocked and he himself received an incredible amount of damage. Now he can't even understand how he will move on because he has no assumptions at all and Sol Hui can't even come up with a plan to win him. And it seems Kuman saw this despair in Sol Hui's eyes and decided to ask the guy if this is all or will he show something else. Kuman did not hear the answer and decided that the guy had simply lost the will to live. So he raised his sword and was about to finally end this story. But at the last moment, some unexpected blow prevented the man from doing this. Sol Hui saw what kind of weapon the blow was made with, and in his heart, he hoped that it was not what he thought. But unfortunately, his fears were justified. It was Soren, who at the last moment threw her dagger because she did not want to see her captain being destroyed just like that. Sol Hui could only guess how much Kuman wanted to destroy the girl at that moment, but she was not going to stop and continue to attack the man, although she understood that this would still be too little in the end. And so it turned out, Kuman repelled the girl's attacks too easily, but apparently she didn't do this just to destroy him. After all, Mookie decided not to waste the moment and grabbed the man, but the guy couldn't figure out what to do next. But then the guy realized that fortunately, he was not alone here, and his faithful subordinates were still with him. So Mookie began shouting to Rome to put the final touch on Kuman's story. The guy didn't mind doing this, so he concentrated all his energy into one spear and struck with the maximum force he could. But unfortunately, Rome was only able to deliver the final blow to his friend, whose head rolled straight towards him. Although Kuman received the lion's share of the damage, he could still continue to fight, and after this he promised that he would destroy everyone who was involved in this. Rim understood the seriousness of the situation, so he turned to Sol Hui and began to tell him that now was the right moment for him to start running away, and they would try to detain him for as long as possible. Soren was in absolute solidarity with him. She really didn't know how long they would last, but they could say for sure that they would try to keep him as long as possible. Well, finally, they both added to him that he must continue his journey no matter what happens to him, and they just want to give him such a chance. After which they didn't think for a second and went into battle with what they had. Sol Hui truly did not understand why they were trying so hard for his sake, because they would run out and they would simply die. Why voluntarily sacrifice their lives? After all, he understood perfectly well that unlike him, they have only one life, which they are ready to so easily give up for the sake of another person. Sol Hui watched his friends die and sincerely did not understand why they were doing this. But his thoughts were interrupted by Kuman, who had finished with Sol Hui's subordinates and was ready to proceed directly to the captain. And along the way, he talked about how when he deals with them, disgusting demons, he envies only one thing. Because the more they are subject to demonic urges, the more they are devoted to the leader. He really envies this. You can choose a couple of subordinates and get rid of the rest. Although on the other hand, he found it an incredibly sad story. When the captain turns out to be such a coward, how can there be any talk about the noble goal of protecting his life? At one point, Kuman began to get annoyed that Sol Hui was simply ignoring him, so he kicked him and asked the guy if he was right. Sol Hui at this moment did not even plan to answer him, because his thoughts were only occupied with the fact that his subordinates gave their lives, and he did not even resist properly with his four. Thoughts flew through his head that he always fought in order to survive, did literally everything he could. Even on the threshold of the end, he did not despair. But one day, Sol Hui didn't even understand when it was exactly he suddenly began to be inactive. He did not want to lose his life, even if he lost his life. Then in the next, he continued to live the same way, endlessly thinking about what he could do next. At that time, Kuman was trying to explain to the guy why he would simply destroy him right now. And from Sol Hui's look, he understood that the guy understood him. Captain Sol Hui at the same moment remembered the words of the artificial intelligence that spoke to him before destroying Sen Chongjiang. And the thought appeared in his head that perhaps this system was not a gift, but simply a terrible poison. Therefore, it was not completely clear what he should do with it. Drink it in one gulp or avoid it at all costs? Kuman didn't understand why the guy was twitching, because he believed that they were all just pawns that were used once by those who are on top of the world, and then they simply got rid of them. And now that the guy knows this information, he can die in peace. But Sol Hui didn't think so, and made it clear to him that he would not become a pawn of the system. At least he would try to fight. Of course, it was unclear how far he could crawl from the fate that the system predicted for him, and how long could he even fight against it. Kuman didn't understand what kind of nonsense the guy was talking about, But Sol Hui at one point started laughing and saying that he had just figured out how to defeat Kuman. There is one way in which he simply needs to sacrifice himself, but apparently Kuman was not going to listen to this nonsense. So he interrupted the guy and said that he would not listen to this, after which he dealt the final blow to Sol Hui's body. Sol Hui realized that if he doesn't see a way to win a battle, then he can invent it himself. And it seems he realized that he was trying to convey his intelligence. The guy will not let the system absorb him. He was able to muster all his remaining strength and delivered the final blow directly to the man's body. This was quite enough to inflict critical damage on him, which is not related to life, for which he received the technique of wielding a plum blossom sword, and of course, increasing his combat strength. But his health was already on the brink and was gradually falling, so before he died, he put his important things in his inventory, and now he could calmly end this life. Sol Hui started his next life from the last saved place. He praised himself for saving it every month before going to bed. True, he still could not smile because the death of his subordinates was still before his eyes. He blamed himself for the fact that even when they were brutally destroyed, he, out of his stupidity, only felt sorry for himself and did nothing about it. But still, this is in the past, and now he has returned back in time, which means that they should all be alive. But still he did not understand why everything tightened in his chest, and he missed them so much. Sol Hui decided to leave this moment for later because it was actually time for him to move out because he had a lot to prepare. Although he later realized that he decided not to expose his subordinates to such danger anymore, so he first read new books that allowed him to study the martial art of the bloody hand and the plum blossom sword technique. He did all this in order to become as strong as possible and challenge fate again, but this time he will do it a little differently. He can only do such an important thing as learning martial arts in his chambers. This is just a theory, but he already wants to try something. The martial art of the bloody hand and the martial art of the harsh flame are very similar in terms of the method of using demonic energy and its control. And it seemed to the guy that if you combine them, you will get something incredible. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he still did it, and in return, received a new martial art of accumulating flames. Sol Hui actually expected something completely incredible, but instead he received the most advanced martial art that the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber uses. The guy knew very well that among all the forms of flame accumulation martial art that he managed to learn, it turned out to be the creation of the purest flame of passion. It involves creating violet fire that is almost impossible to contain and resembles fire from the underworld. At one point, Sol Hui thought that he seemed to be able to see a power not from this world, and he was almost certainly sure that this power was only available if one achieved mastery of the martial art of accumulating flames. Sol Hui essentially rediscovered how strong the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber really is, but now having received the martial art of accumulating flames and the reward of increasing combat strength, the guy has also become much stronger, but of course he is still far from being a master. Although no one ruled out the possibility that combat strength is not everything, and from one day the guy was tormented by this thought. He thought that Gong Ma's fighting strength was only about 1 million, while the head of the Silver Spirit Squad, Hog Gu, had a little less than 10 million. Therefore, Sol Hui suspects that the numbers do not reflect the real state of affairs, and Kuman also seemed to him much stronger in battle than he could have predicted from his combat strength. And someday the guy will be able to understand what's going on here. But at first he thought that he needed to figure out a new secret technique. Therefore, he decided to address this problem to Muki, who in all likelihood had just woken up. But Sol Hui didn't care about that and just threw 2 books at him. At first, Muki didn't quite understand what it was, but Sol Hui immediately explained to him that it was the white body martial art and the harsh flame martial art. But the guy now didn't understand why the captain gave it to him. Sol Hui asked him not to ask too many unnecessary questions, and then asked him for one favor. The captain would have to disappear for a while, but while he was deciding his own affairs, he asked the guy to take these books and go to other leaders and learn these new skills together. Sol Hui did this only so that they could finally become much stronger. It was purely for the sake of their survival, and in order to cope with the Secretary of the Supreme House. Now, the main thing for the captain was not to neglect the development of his subordinates. But Sol Hui warned the guy that when he returned, the first thing he would do was check what they had learned, so he asked them not to sit still. After that, the guy returned back to his room and decided that it was actually better for him to choose another task, and it would be advisable to take a task that he would not have to ask the head of the educational department. This time, Sol Hui decided to take the initiative and attack first, so he chose the option in which he would fulfill his military duties. After the guy chose this option, the system automatically transferred him to the capital Sichuan, where he will perform his duties. Seo Hui was somewhat confused about where he ended up, so he first decided to look for a place where he could have a snack and at the same time gather information. But suddenly he diverted his attention to a girl who had a friendly group sign on her head, and this is the first time Sol Hui has seen this. His thoughts were immediately interrupted by a small man who introduced himself as Chill Duke, and he began to tell him that if Sol Hui was looking for someone, then he could help him find anyone. While Sol Hui was trying to understand what this strange little man was talking about, he in turn noticed how expensive Sol Hui's sword was. But then he continued his dialogue and decided to ask Sol Hui if this was his first time in this place. Sol Hui realized what kind of place this was, and he even felt somewhat ashamed. How could he even get here? But in any case, now he was more interested in knowing who was that girl who came inside. Chill Duke began to stammer when he decided to talk about this girl in more detail, and as a result added that he would have to wait quite a long time to meet this girl. Although even if he waited, she would have many more meetings later, so she would not be able to pay due attention to him. Sol Hui sincerely did not understand what Chill Duke was trying to convey to him. The man remembered that the guy was here for the first time, so he tried to explain to him in a simple way that this girl works not only in this place. In any case, the captain did not understand what the man was telling him, but he began to guess on his own, and therefore decided to head towards the girl, and at the same time asked Chill Duke to bring him something to drink at his discretion. Sol Hui, without any problems, came closer to the girl and sat down next to her. She immediately became interested in finding out what he wanted from her, because now she is not accepting business. The guy looked into her eyes and replied that he really just wanted to sit here. The girl did not expect such behavior and noticed the fact that the guy was quite interesting. She had never met anyone like him before. But as soon as Sol Hui decided to try asking her one question, the girl immediately began to get up from the table and quickly wanted to leave. And it seems Sol Hui understood the reason because behind him, some two big guys appeared who were unhappy that the guy sat down with the girl. She decided not to anger these two and decided to leave. But in the end, she left him a business card and added that if he wanted to meet again, he could come to this address. It was most likely not a business card, but a nameplate with the name Young Pin written on it, room number 15. She hurriedly began to leave along with her guards, and Sol Hui wanted to come to this number as soon as possible. His thoughts were suddenly distracted by Chill Duke, who brought the most popular wine to their establishment for Sol Hui. The captain was grateful to him and immediately decided to try this wine, after which his head literally immediately began to spin. The next thing he saw in front of him was Chill Duke, who was no longer so friendly and hit Sol Hui in the face. The guy realized that he had been given some substance to drink and then tied up. And this was confirmed by this man, who admitted that his main job was to rob newcomers. But Sol Hui made him understand that no matter how distracted he was, it was quite strange that he overlooked such a simpleton like him. This infuriated Chill Duke because he did not consider himself a simpleton, but he was interrupted by some other man, who was very pleased that Sol Hui had finally woken up. After which he came out of the darkness and introduced himself. As it turned out, this man's name was Mr. Hen A, and he held the position of head of the 42nd gang of the Myungping House. But the first thing Sol Hui noticed was that the man had less than 1,000 fighting strength, which made him incredibly weak, but the man continued to talk as if he was the strongest in the world. After several threats, Hyun asked the guy to honestly answer his question, unless of course he wants to die, and this is the question. The man became incredibly interested in finding out where Sol Hui got this sword. The guy just looked at him and was silent, which began to drive the man away, because he said that if the guy didn't answer, he would destroy him. But instead of telling where the guy found this sword, he asked Hyun to answer him. Myung Pin's house answered for the place where they found him. Hen's smile immediately disappeared, because he didn't quite understand what this question was all about, and how did the guy know about his house? The man decided to remind him of the situation he found himself in. Sol Hui jokingly answered him that even without him, he understood perfectly well that he was simply tied up. Hyun was glad that he understood this, but he was more interested in knowing whether the guy understood what this meant for him. Sol Hui immediately answered him that he understood this too, so he was very happy about it. Then he added that it seemed to him that everything turned out even better than he expected, because now he had a reason to look into Myung Pin's house, and the guy also thought that it would be very easy if he pretended to be Hyun. The man didn't fully understand what he was talking about, but he never ceased to be amazed at how crazy this guy was. In any case, he was already tired of talking to him, so he asked his subordinates to beat this guy so that he would not talk nonsense. All this amused Sol Hui very much, who first decided to show these guys the technique of changing the shape of the body. The big guys also didn't understand what Sol Hui was telling them, and apparently the guy would first have to show in practice how this technique works. Therefore, he used this technique and quite easily was able to free himself from being tied, and now nothing bothers him anymore. These two smart guys didn't understand how the guy could do something like that, but in any case, they decided that it would be better to just finish him off, which is what they did. But they did not expect that a small guy compared to them would be so strong and be able to deliver such strong blows. Seol Hui dealt with these guards pretty quickly, and now it was Chill's turn. He took him by the throat and literally threw him from a running start at Hen, who was already right near the exit. The throw was accurate, so now there were already two men on the floor who did not understand how this was even possible. But apparently Sol Hui wasn't going to stop there, so he approached and politely decided to ask Hyun if they could chat. After Seol Hui finished with these bandits, he headed to the same house of Myung Ping, and he was quite surprised by the scale of this building, as if it had been built over several centuries. After some pretty sweet conversations, Heck told him that they are engaged in extortion. For this, they select guests who are rowdy in the red light district or those who come alone, after which they give all the money to their owner of the house, Myung Ping, who then gives them a percentage of the production. The owner's name is Chang Sik. He runs the entire red light district, which means that he has about 200 people under his command. As soon as Seol Hui entered this house in his new appearance, several people immediately began to greet him and ask how things were going. Seol Hui tried to answer in a way that didn't stand out, and he seemed to succeed. Konya, the man who spoke to him the most, told Hyun that he actually got a gold mine because travelers usually gather in that place, as well as the owner is in place, and he can already see him. The guy decided not to waste any more of his precious time and immediately began to walk in the direction the man pointed. But the man suddenly called the guy again and added to him that the owner seemed not to be in the mood today, so he asked him to be extremely careful. Sol Hui decided at this point to ask the man to tell him more about this, and Kanya told him that all this is because of the Blue Dragon sect. Mr. Kim Munjun still can't finish speaking. Because of this, they also can't do anything openly. The captain understood that this red light district is located near the capital and that Kim Munjun is in charge here, and their sect is covering for him. In any case, Kanya believed that they should not interfere in this matter, because they themselves could calmly deal with it. But now apparently Sol Hui will not be able to help but interfere, because he saw the very girl with whom he never managed to talk. Kanai immediately saw that the guy paid attention to her and said that she was a new girl, whom apparently her own father sold to the Hao community because of a gambling debt, and they also say that the owner bought her for a tidy sum. Sol Hui knew about the Hao community, only that it was a faction in which all the dregs of society were collected, and it was quite easy to guess why she had a friendly group written above her head. But on the other hand, he understood perfectly well that if this is not so, then what kind of relationship actually connects this woman with the Hao community, and how does the community generally affect his position? Next, Hen turned to Kanya again, because he wanted to know whether the owner was still on the third floor, and the man confirmed this information, but he didn't really understand why Hen was asking about this. Sol Hui did not answer this question and simply went to the third floor into the very room where the owner was, who greeted the guy with a smile. The owner's name was Chang Sik. He held the position of the owner of the third section of the red light district. His fighting strength was equal to more than 100,000. He was immediately interested in what reason his faithful subordinate had come to him. Seol Hui decided to take advantage of the fact that he had such an expensive sword, so he took it out and said that he had found a rather rare sword, especially for his master. Chang Sik liked this sword quite a lot, and the first thing he did was start looking at it from all sides, thus estimating how much it could be sold for. At that moment, Sol Hui was looking at the girl who was most likely beaten while he was walking here. The owner immediately announced that they would soon destroy this girl on whom they spent too much money, and then it turned out that she was stealing from them. Of course, he could have pretended not to notice, but then he saw her trying to hire a killer with stolen money, and she did this in order to destroy the owner, because it was he who destroyed her father. Seol Hui did not expect that Chang Sik would next ask him to destroy this girl, and so he wanted to see how sharp this sword is. The guy carefully took this sword and approached the girl, who had a lot of tears in her eyes. Seol Hui decided that first he would tell her that she should have known that she was acting recklessly when she decided to waste her only life on such a stupid act. The girl did not hold back and then answered him that in the eyes of a person like him, it would certainly seem reckless. Because unlike this stupid creature, she cannot forget the unjust death of her father, and although she is weak, she is a woman, and her blade of revenge will never become dull. She also made it clear that she had nothing to regret in this life. Perhaps only that they could catch her so quickly, but nothing more. She was sure that if she could only go back in time, she would have done the same thing. Seol Hui certainly loved that look, and her will to continue moving forward without looking back was so beautiful. But suddenly his thoughts were again interrupted by the owner, who was tired of waiting for the guy to deal with her, so he shouted to the guy to finally destroy her. Seol Hui did not pay attention to him, so he decided to ask her how much she was going to pay the hired killer, because if she planned to avenge her father, then it had to cost a considerable amount. In any case, it didn't matter to him now, so without waiting for an answer from the girl, he turned back to the owner and his puppies, after which Seol Hui regained his appearance and added that he would help the girl destroy her offender for free, because he was already here anyway. The owner and his guys didn't fully understand who he was and where Hen had suddenly gone. Seol Hui looked at them and realized that they were a little shocked by his performance, so he decided to ask these girls when they were going to attack him, after which this crowd immediately ran into battle because such words were simply unacceptable for them. Seol Hui perfectly understood the strength of these people, and this rabble was so weak that turn-based combat would not even be activated, and the guy would deal with them even without special skills. But given the fact how much they thirst for blood, the guy decided that he simply did not dare show his weak side. Therefore, I again decided to use my new skill, the Wind God, with which I destroyed this gang with one blow. After which he turned to the girl again and added that it was just a warm-up, and therefore asked her to count to 10, because when she counts to 10, he will make sure that there is not a wet spot left from them. The girl closed her eyes and really began to count to 10, just as Seol Hui asked her to do. The owner began to shout at all the living wards because he did not understand why they were afraid of him at all, because this was just one guy. Seol Hui began to laugh at him and say that the man was actually afraid too, so he only sent his people. Although on the other hand, the guy didn't care how he behaved, because it was finally his turn to attack, especially since he had been wanting to try something for a long time. After which he ran away and began to blow off heads one after another, and at the same time, he was greatly helped by the technique of wielding a plum blossom sword. As a result, there was only one leader of this gang left, to whom Seol Hui had only one question, asking which he was interested in knowing whether the sword was sharp or not. This coward immediately dropped to his knees and began to beg for mercy, because he immediately could not recognize his master in him. But now he promised to do everything that Seol Hui only told him. He would not say a word, even if he took this woman with myself. The closer Seol Hui put his sword to the face of this coward, the more he shouted that he would forget about everything that happened here. And besides, if Seol Hui destroys him now, then the hunt for him will immediately begin. He understood that they were unlikely. They will be able to defeat him, but the master hardly needs any extra problems. Although the guy wanted to destroy this man, deep down he understood that he was actually right, because if he destroys one of the owners of the red light district, the faction that stands behind him and receives money from him will begin to hunt him. It was also quite possible that one day this would put him in an awkward position, just like he said. But even taking all this into account, Seol Hui understood that the lady who was standing behind him still wanted the owner to die. The man, hearing this, began to shout even more that of course she wanted this, but he also asked her to think that if not for him, then someone else would have definitely destroyed her father, and everything would have been exactly the same. Mentally, Seol Hui actually agreed with him. If her father continued to gamble, someone would have killed him sooner or later. And all these thoughts prompted the guy to think that perhaps her father was really to blame for this, so Seol Hui decided to ask her again. But as soon as Seol Hui decided to turn around and ask the girl a question, the system notified him that Chan-sik had found his weak point, and now he needed to make another choice. Seol Hui wanted to give this madman a chance, but apparently he chose a different option, because attacking Seol Hui, given the strength the man has, is simply unreasonable. So he decided to face his blow head on, and the scenario continued with the gang leader throwing a small bomb at him. And he already began to rejoice because he thought that he was able to defeat Seol Hui with such a primitive trick. But as soon as the smoke cleared a little after the explosion, Chan realized that it wouldn't be so easy. Seol Hui used his ice armor technique, but still received damage from the man's attack, but it was so negligible that it was equal to 1 unit. After which the guy destroyed this fool who decided to attack him with just one blow. The girl came closer to Sol Hui and didn't know how she could really thank him. He really helped her out a lot. True, she could not pay him, because all the money was taken by these bandits, so she only wanted to ask him to pay a little later. But Sol Hui made it clear to her that he doesn't need it. She can settle accounts with him if you just tell him something. The guy asked her to tell him about the community of which she was previously a member, the Hao community. They cleaned themselves up after such a rather easy battle for a guy, and not too easy for a girl, and decided to sit down at a nearby bar to discuss Sol Hui's issue. The girl presented him with a special device that was needed to send a signal to the top of the Hao community. Sol Hui also learned that this girl's name is Haran, and because of her father's gambling debt, the girl was unfortunately sold to a tavern at the age of 16. But thanks to her incredible beauty, she paid off the debt before she turned 18. After that, she didn't stop and began to investigate why her father got involved in gambling, where he got the money, and how he died in the first place. She managed to find out that Chang-sik was to blame for everything, so she deliberately came to him herself. At first, Haran planned to steal enough money from Chang-sik to pay a hitman she knew, but unfortunately for her, this friend died before she managed to steal the money, and her main suspect was still the same Chang-sik. But initially, the girl wanted to deal with the local moneylender who collects taxes for patronage, and Sol Hui understood perfectly well that she was now talking about Keum Manduyan. Haran also told him that she had heard that that mercenary always coped with his task, but his body was thrown into the street, mutilated beyond recognition. Sol Hui mentally thought that in fact her approach was correct. Getting rid of one owner of the red light district would not have changed anything, because in this invisible world, the hierarchy is observed very strictly. If they destroy someone like Chang-sik, then they will definitely come for him. So the right decision would be to first deal with the one in whose hands the real power is, and only then with Chang-sik. But the person standing over Chang-sik turned out to be Keum Manjun, and Sol Hui suspected that most likely the hired killer could not investigate the case properly, and did not know that there would be people of the Red Demon near Keum Manjun. Therefore, in all likelihood, he had to act blindly, not knowing the real strength of the enemy, and this ruined him. Sol Hui suggested that the girl found the mercenary through the Hao community, which she confirmed. The guy told her that she felt like she was at home here, and Haran could only agree with him, although it was worth noting that in this place betrayal always lurks around the corner. But there is also something romantic in it. Haran suddenly decided to ask her question now, in which she was interested to know why he even needed to meet with the manager of the Hao community, because as far as she knows, if he is not personally interested in the matter, he will not appear. It is not so easy to see him. Sol Hui immediately calmed her down and asked her not to worry, because he was sure that this gentleman would definitely want to meet him. The girl still wanted to know why she thought so, and Sol Hui told her that there are people who, no matter how much you try to find out who they are, you still won't find anything, and he is just such a person. After such words, Sol Hui received a message that he was able to activate the friendly group Hao community, although the guy did not fully understand what this could mean. Immediately after this, an old man approached him and politely asked the guy to follow him. Sol Hui immediately noticed how the girl began to get nervous, but the man asked her to stay here and not follow them. She immediately became quiet and said that she would carry out the order. Sol Hui didn't quite understand who this old man was, but apparently Haran wasn't too happy to see him. Sol Hui understood that most likely this man was leading him to the Hao community, and partly for this he saved Haran in order to get here. By connecting with the Hao community, which collects information about everything, he will be able to understand the real state of affairs through the point of view of people who are not involved in it. For example, when exactly the person of the Secretary of the Supreme House, Song Chong-jung, began to protect Keum Manjun, or how far the influence of those he does not even know about has spread. The relationship between them and Kuman, the relationship between all of them and the head of the Blue Dragon sect that Keum Manjun spoke about, Sol Hui decided that he had to look into this situation. And that's why he came to Sichuan to perform military duties, to get rid of people who would interfere with his mission in the future. Sol Hui was going to deal with them one by one. Yokha, this is the man to whom Sol Hui came. He held the position of manager of the Hao community. Sol Hui was even a little confused, because he thought that he would be much older after all. He still holds the position of manager. Yokha seemed to read Sol Hui's thoughts and began to tell him that he understood him perfectly. Everyone was surprised at first that he was so young and already held such a position. But in fact, he believed that this was not so important now. So he invited Sol Hui to sit down so that they could talk in more detail about the reason for his visit. The guy didn't really want to sit down, but he did it anyway. after which he immediately received a question from Yakha, in which the guy wanted to know where Seol Hui was from, because he clearly didn't look like a local. Sol Hui didn't fully understand why he got this idea in the first place. The manager began to laugh and say that of course they didn't have much time, but they never found anything on him. They just found out that he arrived on a cart from Guangdong. So this gave them the idea that he was a non-local. And the guy even assumed that he was from another non-local faction, and there wasn't as much information about them as he would have liked. But he also couldn't help but add that they usually approach the investigation a little differently. For example, instead of looking for where a person is from and who he is, they ask what he did and when he arrived here. And as a result, they were able to find out that Seol Hui dealt with Changsik's people from the red light district. And at first it may seem that he wanted to help Haran, but in fact he wanted to see them. At least Yokha thinks so. Moreover, Yokha believed that depending on what Sol Hui wanted from him, he could guess who the guy really was and where he was from. Seol Hui mentally understood that they had actually already found out everything, which was to be expected from the manager of the faction that manages all the information in this region. So he answered the manager that given what he was saying, there was no point in delaying. After which Sol Hui decided to immediately ask a question in which he was interested to know what the manager knows about Sang Chongjiang, who is now covering for Kyum Manjun. The manager did not expect such a question from Sol Hui, and it was clear from his face. Sol Hui actually expected such a reaction from the guy. In the Middle Lands, they are still afraid of the demonic sect, and most likely Yokha correctly understood where the guy actually came from. The captain understood that the manager was most likely in shock right now, and not only because in front of him was a person from a demonic sect, but also because he was interested in Sang Chongjiang, because essentially, one member of the demonic sect was asking about another. Simply put, the manager had to understand that even within the demonic sect there are managers. After which Sol Hui added that he must understand that one careless word and Yokha would find himself right in the center of the internal conflict of his sect. The risk, as Sol Hui believed, was great, but the reward was not small after all. Kim Manjun was on their side. The captain understood that the guy now had to think carefully about everything, whether he wanted it or not, but he had already become involved in the problems of a demonic sect, and now, depending on the choice of side, his future fate could be very different. Yokha suddenly answered him that he was simply being pursued by luck and began to laugh, after which he asked Seol Hui to ask him a question, in which he was incredibly interested in finding out how much he knew. Sol Hui understood that with this question, Yokha was essentially trying to find out his status in the Supreme Chamber. And then he will decide what to do based on his answer. So Seol Hui thought a little and answered that Sang Chongjiang was in cahoots with the student Gu Jungmyung and Kumen. Such information literally shocked the manager. After which, in a stuttering voice, he began to try to find out from the guy who he even was. Sol Hui specifically mentioned Elder Huang Shan because it would show that he was an important person, so the captain told him that he was just a dedicated person. But Sol Hui wanted to stop there and ask the manager if he would join him, because the captain understood perfectly well that the community manager, who was sitting right in front of him, could deal with his main problem. Kim Manjun was too nervous while he was waiting for his guard, so as soon as he entered the room, the man literally immediately attacked him with questions about how everything went. San began to say that they had just discussed everything and barely agreed. They agreed to accept their 5 working zones, and Kim realized from this that it turns out that they would again lose the tax for patronage from the Blue Dragon sect. San Chongjiang asked the big man not to be upset, and besides, now is the time not to argue. They won't last long anyway. Kim knew this very well. He was just interested in finding out when someone would help them, because he had actually been in touch with Supreme Chamber. The guard assured the man that he just needed to wait a little, because if someone from the Silver Spirit Squad was sent to them, then everything would be easily resolved. The big man completely agreed with him, and therefore added that they really could only hope so. In any case, now he is more interested in information about who tried yesterday. San Chongjiang made it clear to the big man that it didn't really look like someone from the Blue Dragon had done this. Kim couldn't believe that it was really someone from Huang Shan, especially since he remembers exactly what San Chongjiang said, that the cause of death was their technology. The guard perfectly remembered everything he said, but it turned out that this man was not from the Middle Lands, and they both began to understand that this was the one who came from the outskirts. In addition, San Chongjiang could not find out anything about him, but it was absolutely not clear why he alone did so many things, for the sake of one girl. Against this background, Kim began to worry even more, So Sang Chongjiang had to start reassuring him and saying that he knew very well that this could happen, so he followed him. The big man calmed down slightly, and the guard added to him that now his subordinates from the Heavenly Defenders unit should already cut off his head. One of those same subordinates, Sang Chongjiang, brazenly burst into the very pub where Sol Hui and Haran were sitting and immediately asked where that guy was. The poor owner of this bar was too scared, so without thinking for a long time, he betrayed Sol to Hui. The captain understood that such a scenario was possible, so he was ready, and at the same time warned Haran about it. As soon as the head of this detachment was convinced that this was the same guy they were looking for, the entire detachment took out their swords. He also added that their boss ordered them to bring the man alive and under no circumstances destroy the man. He didn't care about the girl. But before they could start fighting, Sol Hui suddenly spoke up and asked them if they had come by chance from Sang Chongjiang. The head of this squad did not expect to hear that the guy knew the name of their boss. Haran already doubted that they could cope against such a number of warriors, but Sol Hui did not think so. On the contrary, it seemed to the guy that they were actually not such strong guys. It was quite obvious that such words would infuriate everyone who was there, so they began to advance into battle. But all this only made Sol Hui smile, after which he was able to damage half of the squad at once with just one blow. After which he approached the head of this detachment closely and asked another question, in which he became interested in finding out whether they were from the chamber of the Red Demon or not. The man couldn't say a word, only dry surprise at every word Sol Hui said, so the guy had to explain to him that the Heavenly Defenders unit belonged to the Red Demon chamber. So he was wondering, didn't he and Sang Chongjiang come here on the orders of the Secretary of the Supreme House? Sol Hui asked not to misunderstand him. He's just from Huangshan, but the man wasn't going to believe him, and the guy didn't care about it, because the man and his entire squad simply wouldn't get out of here alive. A man had a desire to visit a place where he needed to meet an important person, but the guard at the entrance forbade him to do so and asked him to go to some other place. A few more words and this guard could have received a portion of damage, but just in time, another older man came out who recognized this man as Sang Chongjiang. This old man's name was Huan Ya. He played the role of Jiang Manjun's informant, and he had actually been waiting for Sang Chongjiang for quite a long time. Therefore, he immediately asked the local security guard to let him through, because he was the owner's security guard, and there was no point in running into him. The man immediately realized his mistake and bowed to Sang Chongjiang as a sign of respect, and added that at first he simply did not recognize the master, after which Huan Ya immediately yelled at the other two guards and ordered them to disperse and allow Sang Chongjiang to enter. When the man entered the restaurant, he simply could not believe his eyes. Who could even do this to his strongest squad? He came closer and realized that the head of his squad, Chol Sahu, had fallen to his knees because he had lost the will to fight. Sang Chongjiang simply did not understand what kind of martial artist it was that made him lose the will to live. But when he began to examine the man's body, he noticed a rather interesting picture. The direction of the wounds that were inflicted on the corpse were very similar to a flower. And all this made him think that the martial artist who fought here used the plum blossom technique. Huang was surprised that the man was looking at a human corpse for so long, and asked him in surprise if he had really found something. Sang Chongjiang confidently answered him that by examining the wounds on the dead body, you can find out a lot, for example, the movements of his opponent. If you look at where the blows were struck, you can't burn the corpse before that. Huan Ya understood what Sang Chongjiang was leading to, and most likely he wants to say that the man knows what technique was used by the one who destroyed everyone here. And when Sang Chongjiang told him that it was a plum blossom technique, Huan Yu was simply shocked, because this could mean that it was done by a member of one of the 9 great sects. But Sang Chongjiang was not yet sure whose side this man was on, but still he became very interested in knowing where Kumin is now. Yokhan noticed the fact that Seol Hui is a scary person when he deliberately used the plum blossom technique after luring out and destroying Sang Chongjiang's people, and he was also curious to know how Haran felt after that. Seol Hui assured him that her revenge was over, so she was now a free person, so she went on her way. The guy asked the manager a question in response, in which he was very interested to know his opinion about how soon Sang Chongjiang will start acting. Yokha began to assume that he would soon meet with Kumin, because all his subordinates died due to the plum blossom technique, so Sang Chongjiang would definitely look for a meeting with Kumin. Seol Hui believed that Sang Chongjiang would suspect him, but Yokha believed that rather the man would want to consider all options, because he would not so easily suspect a person with whom he had collaborated for so long. Yokha thought that he would suspect the head of the Blue Dragon sect, Baek Yangchan, and then they would be able to get rid of Yang Chan without sullying their hands. But Sang Chongjiang would need more evidence. Seol Hui hoped that Sang Zhongjiang would provoke him himself, but Yokha didn't think so, and believed that the head of the Blue Dragon sect would not buy it, so it seemed to him that they needed to find a better way. The captain absolutely agreed with him, but how could they find the right way to fool Baek Yangchan? But Seol Hui wanted to find out something else anyway, because he didn't fully understand one thing, namely that Yokha knows perfectly well who he is and where he comes from. Yokha did not understand what Seol Hui was trying to tell him, but still confirmed the information that the captain was from the Silver Spirit Squad, and he knew it very well. And Seol Hui was interested in knowing whether he understood what it meant for him to cooperate with someone like him. Yokha couldn't immediately give an answer, but he thought that this meant that he would be drawn into the affairs of the demonic sect. Seol Hui did not expect that the manager could say this so openly, and Yokha also added that he understood everything perfectly well, because the cities that are wary of them only because it is connected with politics. Then Seol Hui began to even more not understand why he was helping him. He knows the state of affairs in the Supreme Chamber. Why interfere without reason? Yokha did not hide what he really thought. So he directly said that he believed that if he had not agreed then, Seol Hui would most likely have simply destroyed him. Doesn't this mean that if he wants to live, he should help? And now Yokha has become disgusting, because Seol Hui knows very well about it and is still worried about it. In any case, he decided to change the subject and asked Seol Hui if he knew what the average age of a steward in the Hao community was. Seol Hui did not understand what this question was all about, but suggested that it was more than 40. But the answer was far from correct, because this figure is at the level of 19 years, according to the words of Yokha, more precisely from 18 to 19. And the manager added that this is due to the fact that the majority simply die at this age. After all, it was their custom that the more experienced the manager, the faster he would die. Age did not matter to them at all. There was even a case once when the Hao community changed 5 heads in a year. Yokha believed that the lives of the dregs of society had no place in this world because their sect did not even know martial arts. So it didn't matter if a member of their society died or fell for someone's trick. In the end, when they had served their purpose, they would simply be thrown out to the street. That's exactly what Hao society was, a community of scum. So the manager asked Seol Hui not to worry about it because Yokha believed that he too would soon be destroyed. Maybe even he would die on the streets, or maybe from poisoned wine, but in any case it would happen. Because those who become stewards decide in advance when and how they will die. Yokha, for example, has already decided how he wants to die, and it is Seol Hui who must help him in this, who will finish the guy off after a certain time. Of course, if Yokha gives him a reason for this, because in fact this whole thing is very interesting. Seol Hui is a demon, but knows the martial art of Huangshan. He studied demonic martial arts, but does not succumb to his demonic nature. Seol Hui is essentially a member of a demonic sect, but when he first arrived in Murim, he saved a member of the Hao community. Therefore, based on all this information, the manager wanted to ask the guy a question and find out how long he thinks Yokha can live. Seol Hui could not answer such a question for sure, but he could only say one thing, that while he was alive, Yokha would not die because of his mistake, because he would correct everything before this happened. Yokha didn't understand why the guy was so sure of this, but Seol Hui assured him that this was not just confidence, but a generally accepted fact. Then he added jokingly that he simply had more lives left than others. Yokha at first didn't understand how to react to this, but then he started laughing and could only add that it was very good. If everything is so good, Yokha suggested that Seol Hui get down to business and asked her to first look at those people who were passing near them. The captain immediately realized that these were people from the Blue Dragon sect, and Yokha could not help but add that they were all rootless fools who served the sect's guards. And Yokha decided that now was a pretty good moment to do everything to deceive Baek Yangchan, so he made a mask with his own hands from Sang Chongjiang's human skin. But Seol Hui had to reassure his friend that in his case he wouldn't need it. And as proof, he decided to demonstrate his face-changing technique, after which it is simply impossible to distinguish him from the real Sang Chongjiang. The Blue Dragon warriors went to a local tavern to try tofu, which is rumored to be the best prepared here. But one of them was worried about the idea that this tavern was run by Kim Manjun, and they might be misunderstood. But his colleague asked the guy not to talk nonsense, because in this district they keep order, so no one should tell them anything. Kwan Sawun was the head guard of the Blue Dragon sect, and he absolutely agreed with this idea, because it seemed to him that the people around still did not understand that the master had changed due to the fact that they were very polite. But now he wanted to make sure everyone finally understood who was in charge, so he started yelling at the waiter and telling him what to do. The small man listened to him attentively, but did not quite understand what Quan wanted when he said that he had brought them everything they had. Quan didn't like having to repeat it twice, so he grabbed him by the clothes and started shouting even louder for him to bring them the best dishes they have. The waiter tried to say one word, but immediately regretted it, because the captain lifted him by the neck and began to say that the man had finished his game. This whole picture was carefully observed by Sol Hui in the form of Sang Chongjiang, who began to say that forever, wherever he goes, there will be a couple like Quan. Quan didn't really understand who was talking to him, but it was only at first glance, because then he looked closer and saw a rather familiar face. Sol Hui began to smile and let him know that he was the person who was protecting Guillaume Manjun. Quan immediately realized that he was following them. Sol Hui did not hide it and immediately asked what he would do if this was the case. The captain of the squad warned him that if he had a desire to fight, it would not be just a fight, but a whole war, which would most likely end not in his favor. Sol Hui did not argue with him and wanted everything to be as the man decided, but first he asked them to give him 400 gold coins each. Quan didn't understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about, and Sol Hui wasn't going to stop and added that if they give it up, he'll probably let them live. The captain of the squad was surprised by such impudent behavior, but was ready for this, and now he was going to show him who really should give the coins here. Therefore, one of his subordinates immediately ran in to guard Kim Manjun from behind, but the guy was too easily able to dodge such a fairly simple blow. At times it was even funny for him to watch how they were trying to be stronger, but they were very weak at it. But it was too easy for Sol Hui to deal a rather critical blow to this character. The people around immediately realized that a fight was brewing and didn't really want to take part in it, so they immediately began to run away. This angered Quan even more, who now wanted revenge on the guard even more. Sol Hui decided not to waste much time, so he finally beckoned them to come up and start a fight. It seems they even promised him a war, not a fight. But they were so slow that Sol Hui decided to start the battle himself and immediately destroyed 2 Blue Dragon mercenaries. He also did not forget to specifically use Sang Chongjiang's skill, which was called the Fiery Hand, so that no one would doubt that it was really him who attacked them. But at one point, Sol Hui received a message from the system that Quan and his partner had found his weak point. Sol Hui also noticed that the combat strength of these guys had increased significantly, and he had no idea what this could be connected with. But in any case, he chose to face their attack head-on and allowed the 2 to strike him. At least that's what it seemed to these 2, who after a few minutes realized that they couldn't win so easily. Sol Hui used the Ice Chain Mail skill and quite easily blocked their blows, after which he immediately grabbed their heads and again used the Bloody Hand skill, with which he literally burned them to the ground. Now Sol Hui could think that he didn't even expect that in the middle of the battle their combat strength would suddenly increase. He saw a plus in their status, and of course he noticed, but what was strange was that he had never seen this before and therefore didn't think about it. But he had an assumption that this was some kind of martial art of the orthodox sects. Their techniques are similar to the final form of the plum blossom technique, and unlike him, who learned everything once, they clearly understand fighting techniques well. Sol Hui understood that their understanding of techniques and the forms of their use were different. At that moment, the phrases of the artificial intelligence popped up in his head again, which tried to warn him about this, that the guy should not appreciate the gifts of fate. It's just that they shouldn't always be accepted as something good either. This all prompted him to think that he really didn't know so much. In any case, he left traces of using the demonic martial art of the Bloody Hand after transforming into Sang Chongjiang, and now the head of the Blue Dragon sect will see his dead subordinates and try to get rid of Sang Chongjiang personally. So now Sol Hui believed that he had to get rid of the biggest problem, which was called Kuman. Kuman entered the house and then began to tell the man that he had told him more than once that dating without a good reason was quite dangerous. Sang Chongjiang asked for his forgiveness, but still added that he needed to make sure of something. That's why he was here. Kuman understood that this was all for a reason, but was still ready to listen to Sang Chongjiang. San told him that all his subordinates had died, but Kuman did not understand why he was telling him this. So Sang Chongjiang had to explain that he had studied the reasons for their deaths, and it turned out that there were traces of a unique sword technique on the bodies. And this technique turned out to be the plum blossom sword technique, which Kuman uses quite often. The man immediately began to assume that if they were destroyed with the help of technology from Huangshan, then it was someone from the Blue Dragon sect. And, as was known, apart from the head of the sect, there was no one notable at that level. That's why Sang Zhongjang wanted to ask Kuman, because no one is as familiar with the plum blossom technique as he is. Kuman began to smile because he understood perfectly well what this guy was leading to, and partly he couldn't even believe it. So he walked closer to San to look into his eyes and ask if he really suspected him. San Zhongjang asked him to understand correctly, because he called him only because he thought that he was a man who knew something, although now Kuman thinks that it was quite logical, because San Zhongjang lost all his people, but still he added to be sure that he didn't do it. And as proof, Kuman cited the fact that he doesn't go out very often, and his brothers rarely appear either. And he suggested that wouldn't it be more logical to turn to the Hao community. San Zhongjang began to talk about the fact that he still mastered Huangshan techniques, so he thought that Kuman might know better. But Kuman did not let him finish and added that he really knows them well, and besides, he is one of those people. The man was already starting to get tired of these suspicions, so he grabbed Sang Zhongjang by the head and allowed him to give him advice from himself that he should not disturb a person who is resting. His lessons did not end there, and he added a second piece of advice in which he recommended that Sang Zhongjang mind his own business. Kuman asked him no matter what he was doing, the main thing was not to overdo it, otherwise he might accidentally cross the line and meet with his subordinates. Well, in the end, he asked him to learn how to conduct business as expected, and not what he's doing now. At some point, Sang Zhongjang's anger began to cross all boundaries, and he was already thinking about how to take revenge on this guy. Kuman was also not happy with communicating with his colleague. He considered him arrogant, and as soon as he talked to them a couple of times on the case, he decided to climb on his head and also found a suspect. He understood that most likely they would not be able to work together in the future. He couldn't wait to discuss this with the master as soon as possible, because his people couldn't even cope with the Blue Dragon sect, how weak they were, and Kuman hoped that when he told this to the master, they would send him stronger people. Suddenly, on the way, his thoughts were interrupted because he met some stranger who seemed to be waiting for Kuman to pass this road. The man immediately asked him who he was, but instead of answering, he heard that the guy knew him very well. Although the stranger did not know which Kuman was the oldest of the students, but he heard that he was doing business with San Zhongjang. Kuman didn't understand what was going on, so he tried to at least find out where this guy was from. But he again did not receive an answer, only a new story in which the guy told him that when the demonic sect sends a person here, he and San Zhongjang were ordered to deal with him together, and the Blue Dragon would go to Kuman as a reward. The man did not want to listen to these stories further, and had already come to terms with the fact that today was actually just a bad day for him, so he immediately reached for his sword. And he didn't wait long to launch an attack on the guy, which he was able to dodge quite easily. Seol Hui took off his hat and was now fully prepared to fight Kuman one-on-one in an even battle. The man looking at the guy immediately realized that it was he, the man who destroyed the people of Sang Zhongjang. Seol Hui did not argue with him and confirmed that it was really him. The guy understood that this battle would be quite difficult for him, but he wanted to make sure of something first of all. Kuman's fighting strength increases during the battle, just like the guards of the Blue Dragon sect, and Seol Hui assumed that most likely even greater danger awaits him in the future. But on the other hand, he understood that if he could figure out in what cases combat strength increases and decreases, then he would have a good chance. In addition, this will greatly help him in future battles. Kuman did not wait for Seol Hui to think about everything he needed and began the battle. Before this battle, the guy carefully thought about the words of the artificial intelligence, which asked him to learn martial arts properly and without relying on the system, but to start from the very basics. Seol Hui at some point began to understand that his words that the guy needed to learn martial arts properly meant that he should learn from real experience and experience everything for himself. And now, while fighting Kuman, Seol Hui realized that the sudden increase in combat strength was only the result of understanding martial arts. This is especially true for the plum blossom technique, the reason for the fluctuation in combat strength that only happens to members of orthodox sects is the peculiarity of their training in the sect. At least that's what Seol Hui thought. The guy knew that members of demonic sects rely on internal energy during training to become stronger, but most members of orthodox sects focus on cultivating the body and mind. Seol Hui remembers that there was a time when his fighting strength suddenly increased, and it seems that it was due to the white glow martial art. Just as he was getting used to the forms of this martial art during battle, his proficiency level increased, and it was only because of this that his fighting strength increased significantly. It turns out that the increase in combat strength depends on how one studies martial arts, and how one trains. In other words, by learning to use those forms of martial arts that he had previously neglected, he would be able to quickly increase his fighting strength. Therefore, Sol Hui immediately decided to see what skills he uses least often, and realized that he had not yet used the martial art of accumulating flames in a real battle. Sol Hui began to smile because he understood that if his theory was true, then he would immediately increase his combat strength and fight with this guy on equal terms. His thoughts were suddenly distracted by Komen, who didn't understand why the guy suddenly started smiling. What could possibly be funny in this battle? Sol Hui began to explain to him that in fact everything was fine with his head. He would even say that it couldn't have been better, although maybe he really went a little crazy, but only from the thought that he could become even stronger. After these words, Komen began to receive one attack after another, and he couldn't get a picture in his head of how this was even possible. Looking at the guy who was flying at him with another attack, he didn't understand how he could lose, because he was actually much stronger. Sol Hui felt great at that moment. He launched attacks one after another, and it seemed to him that he had already become head and shoulders stronger than he was before this battle. Komen was already starting to get angry that he couldn't just win, so he decided to ask the guy who he is and what kind of martial art he uses. Sol Hui began to answer him with a smile because, to be honest, he was waiting for this question, so he answered him that this is the martial art of accumulating flames, which, according to him, requires yang energy, and now he will burn it with the help of this skill. But still, everything was not as smooth as it seemed to Sol Hui, because he used the martial art of accumulating flames only once, and half of his internal energy was simply gone. Sol Hui understood that in order to quickly deal with him, he decided to take a risk, but each form of this martial art takes too much energy. And Komen understood this perfectly well, who directly told the guy that the martial art of accumulating flame is incredibly powerful, but it requires incredible amounts of energy, and he assumed that the guy would soon run out of this same energy. But Sol Hui could only smile at these words, which incredibly irritated the man, because he sincerely did not understand what was so funny about it. After which the guy decided to ask the man if he had heard the expression, "The most terrible person is the one who simply has nothing to lose." Sol Hui thought that he was already taking a lot of risks, so this expression accurately emphasized his current state of body, and this meant that he could give it his all until the very end and see what could come of it. Komen did not expect the guy to continue using this skill because it is incredibly stupid, because his energy should run out any minute. But apparently Sol Hui didn't care at all about his thoughts and about him in general, so he used the next stage of this skill, which was called the burning point. And literally with one attack he was able to burn Komen to the ground. After such a powerful blow, the guy's energy was practically zero, but still it seemed to him that it was not in vain. He had only 5,000 units of energy left, and this blow should have been the last, because if everything dragged on, then in all likelihood he would lose this battle. And it seems he will have to try a little more, because even after such a blow, Komen managed to survive and came out of the fire as if nothing had happened. Sol Hui realized that he actually didn't have much energy left to perform the technique properly. In his head it was the end because he didn't have enough energy to continue. But the smile did not disappear from his face, and all because he received a notification that the level of proficiency in the martial art of flame accumulation had been increased, and finally the guy waited for the result. But unfortunately it was too late. Even so, he had too little energy left. But it seems he will have to change his mind, because that message also said that new skills were available to him, such as a charge of energy, which was completely new for the guy. Still, he decided to use it because, on the other hand, he still had nothing to lose. And in his status, he noticed that energy began to accumulate, and with every second he gained 5,000 units of energy. Now Sol Hui is quite able to continue the fight, and this joy was noticed by Komen, who did not understand what this guy was up to again. Looking at the guy, he understood that his body seemed to be regenerating, but he was sure that his energy should have ended, but instead he felt it increasing. Something was clearly wrong here. Suddenly he realized that the guy seemed to be just collecting energy right now and thus regenerating. Therefore, he did not think for a second about the fact that he urgently needed to go into battle in order to prevent the guy from doing this. But apparently it's too late to do this, because Sol Hui used his white body skill and thus blocked Komen's attack, after which he took out his sword and was going to inflict a counterattack on him, which would put an end to this battle. This is what Sol Hui did, saying that unfortunately Komen was late. Sol Hui still managed to inflict quite critical damage on Komen, and this will finally be the end of their battle. Komen realized that in this battle he was already a dead man, but still he did not leave a chance that the guy could spare him, Because what's the point of destroying someone whom the guy sees for the first time? Sol Hui's face changed and began to tell Kuman to beg even more and do it like a dog. Who knows? Maybe if he does it well, then Sol Hui will leave him alive. Kuman decided that he really had no other choice, and he got down on his knees and began to beg the guy to spare him. He began to promise Sol Hui that if he spared him, then he would be quieter than water, lower than the grass. Kuman promised him that he would not show his power and strength and would remember where his real place was for the rest of his life. Kuman begged him not to destroy. He is ready to live as the master who stands in front of him orders him. At that moment, Sol Hui was only thinking about how interesting life is and how everything can change in one moment. In a previous life, Kuman destroyed a guy, and in this one he desperately begs to be left alive. Everything is not at all what he thought. Sol Hui himself didn't understand whether this made him feel better or not, most likely not, because he looks at this man and he feels uneasy that something like this could happen again. Therefore, the guy could not help but add to Kuman that he was a rather strange person, and Sol Hui actually had no idea that the guy wanted to live so much. Kuman answered him with a smile that he was one of those people who believe that even living, wallowing in shit, is better than dying. Sol Hui started laughing and told the man that he actually agreed with him. But there was still one catch. Sol Hui doesn't think that a man should live at all. And the reason for this was that Kuman destroyed Sol Hui's subordinates in a past life without a drop of pity. The man at that moment did not even understand what the guy was talking to him about. What other subordinates? But the guy was not going to explain anything to him, especially now he cannot ask him, having seen how he submits to the strong. Kuman simply didn't fully understand what the guy was telling him and tried to say something else. But he still didn't succeed because Sol Hui pressed his hand over his mouth. And at the end he added that he promised his subordinates that in the next life he would destroy Kuman and do it in the same way, without a drop of regret. In fact, Sol Hui thought that he was incredibly lucky. He doesn't know why. Maybe his shock from the flame-filling martial art played a role, and Kuman didn't even use the plum blossom sword technique as expected. It was pretty obvious to the guy that in a normal battle he would have been in much more danger. But once again he won thanks to a gift from fate, but now he can no longer rely on this, because these gifts will not always save him. Moreover, if he stops receiving so many new techniques or becoming stronger. Sooner or later, when he encounters enemies even stronger than these, they may even hinder him. And yet he could not help but notice that this time the gift of fate really helped him. So he continued to accumulate the energy that he used in this battle. He was surprised by the fact that more than half of his energy had already been restored, and unfortunately, perhaps because the martial art of flame accumulation was still at the beginner level, he had become stronger only slightly. But in fact, with each passing second he began to not care, because his combat strength had already become more than 10,000, and he would gain the skill of storing energy. And Sol Hui believed that this would be enough to cope with the average martial arts expert. And now that he had hidden Kuman's body, Sol Hui decided it was time to move forward to fulfill the last point of his plan. The head of the Blue Dragon and his subordinates burst into the chambers of Kim Manjun, destroying all the guards. All that was left was Sang Chengjiang, who immediately began shouting to Baek Yangchan. What was he even doing? The head of the Blue Dragon immediately answered him that Sang Chengjiang would not be able to remain unharmed after destroying his subordinates, and he came here to fulfill his duties. Oddly enough, Sang Chengjiang did not understand at all what Baek Yangchan was telling him, because he did not lay a finger on his subordinates. But in any case, he answered him that if Baek Yangchan thinks that he can escape punishment after what he did now, then no, he won't. The head of the Blue Dragon was on edge and began to say that the guy would soon die at their hands anyway. If the sect sees a demonic fool, then it would never let him go, and Baek Yangchan could not help but add that Sang Chengjiang was alive, also only because he himself chooses the right time for his death. And if he hopes for retribution, then this is simply impossible, because the warriors from the demonic academy will not even stick their neck out unless they declare war on the righteous clans. And he considered the death of Sang Chengjiang only an accident, but the guard believed that these were just his delusions, which in fact should not be thrown around. Baek Yangchan did not understand what we were talking about, so Sang Chengjiang decided to explain to him that it was not he who destroyed his subordinates. But just as he wanted to continue talking about who could have done this, they suddenly heard a sound, and when they turned around, they saw someone starting a fight in the corridor. After which, a few seconds later, Sol Hui entered the room, who simultaneously said that this was just vanity and full of unnecessary people. Baek Yangchan immediately ordered his subordinates not to attack or make unnecessary movements, because he understood perfectly well that if this unknown guy got to this place, it means he was able to defeat all the warriors who were located in front of the entrance. And this could only mean that he's a real master who can cause a lot of harm if you're not careful with him. The head of the Blue Dragon decided that first it would be nice to ask the guy who he was and what he was doing here. But Sol Hui believed that they didn't even dare ask him such questions. Sol Hui continued to walk across the room, and his main target remained Sang Zheng, who immediately noticed demonic energy around the guy. Therefore, I decided to check with him whether he had accidentally arrived from the demonic academy to save him. The guy answered him that this is exactly what he came for, after which San Chongjiang confidently began to say that these people were from the Blue Dragon clan and they vilely attacked him in the middle of the night. And he would like the guy to deal with them, but Sol Hui didn't even turn to look at who Sang Chongjiang was talking about, and the man began to suspect that something was wrong here. But it was already too late, because Sol Hui, literally at that very second, took out his sword and cut off Sang Chongjiang's head and thus carried out his plan to the end. Kim Menjun, who was sitting behind his guard, began to realize that things were too sad for him. Bak Yangchong, who had already prepared for the battle, did not even expect such a turn of events, so it seems that it will take him some time to recover from what he just saw. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Sol Hui, who told him directly to take Sang Chongjiang's head, because he most likely came here for it. However, before that, he added that Baek Yangchan did wrong when he asked the Gold Guild for 400 units of gold every month, so he invited him to agree on 200 coins, and they would peacefully close this issue. Baek Yangchong apparently was not too positive when he heard that the guy standing in front of him was also at the same time with them. Sol Hui did not understand this reaction, and also why his involvement in the demonic academy was so important now. Of course, this was a rather important question for Baek Yangchong, but Sol Hui doubted that if he told him the truth, the man would believe him. Baek Yangchan answered him that he would believe him if the guy provided him with at least some evidence. And as it turned out, Sol Hui had evidence, which is called eliminating witnesses. The head of the Blue Dragon understood what would happen next, and apparently he would still have to engage in battle. But at some point, Sol Hui removed his hand from his sword and began to say that there is no need to react so sharply because the world is full of enemies. Although not specifically here, there are spies hiding on every corner, as well as those who want to destroy the guy. But Sol Hui noticed the fact that Park Young-chan is exactly the same. The man didn't know who this guy was, but he relatively agreed with him. Therefore, at one moment he agreed to his proposal, after which he turned around and began to leave. Gum Manjong, who was worried that he would be destroyed next, realized that this was not so he happily listened as Sol Hui told him why he came here. The guy said that he heard a man turning to the sect due to the lack of people, and the man emphasized that the guy arrived on time. Sol Hui began to talk about what he must have already heard, but in general they managed to come to an agreement, so now Sol Hui hoped that he would not cut the monthly payments to the sect, or rather the Silver Spirit Squad. Kim Manjong was all for it, but he was embarrassed by the fact that the Blue Dragon might not retreat so quickly, and what would they do then? Sol Hui asked him not to worry about it because in fact they had no other choice, but the guy couldn't say why, and the man would hardly even understand what was going on. And in his mind, the guy thought that the words he said to Baek Yangchan before he left were not just words, because in a past life, he saw with his own eyes how much Sang Chongjiang and Kumen sought to destroy the Blue Dragon class. And pushing away from this, Sol Hui believed that Baek Yangchan could not help but know about the external prerequisites for this. And the guy believed that it was quite likely that his pressure on the areas subordinate to the Golden Trade Guild had something to do with this. But Sol Hui wanted to think about this later, because now he was more interested in the fact that there was an inscription above Guillaume Manjin's head that said that thanks to this big guy, Sol Hui could receive one book of teachings on breaking seals. Sol Hui realized that he really didn't have much time, so he decided to ask directly if the man had an item called a book of teachings on breaking seals. But the man didn't understand at all what Sol Hui was telling him, so the guy realized that he needed to use some other method. After a few minutes of thought, the guy took out his sword and began to talk about how there was a seal on this sword, and he was interested to know if a man could do something about it. To Sol Hui's surprise, the man immediately recognized that this was one of the 4 Supreme Demon Swords. It was the first time Sol Hui had heard such a name, because he himself had called it differently before. But the guy knew that the Heavenly Demon, in addition to the 4 peaks of demonic art, passed on relic swords to his disciples, and these swords were 4 swords, each of which has its own characteristics. Kim also confirmed this. He had no doubt that this was the same sword, And to make sure of this, he asked the guy to just look at the gem in the hilt. He believed that it was most likely a crystal that could absorb demonic power. The man was talking about a gem that, albeit for a short time, was capable of supporting demonic martial arts. Moreover, he knew that if you poured a certain amount of power into it, the unique energy of this sword would generate incredible power. Sol Hui listened to all this attentively, and only one question arose in his mind. What is the best way to use it then? The man asked the guy to wait a little and brought him a book of general theory about weapons. If you believe the words of Kim, then this book contains formulas for deducing the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, and also schematically depicts the 8 trigrams of the universe. It was also possible to examine in particular detail the features and properties of the 4 highest swords of the demon. And as it turned out, the man had been engaged in blacksmithing for 40 years, and since then, he has had this book. Sol Hui immediately mastered this book, and then almost immediately he received a notification that the seal had been removed from the demonic sword of the evening sacrament, and now the demonic sword of the evening sacrament had been renamed the Supreme Demonic Sword of the Winds. Now the incomparable wind sword is available for use. It was these words that incredibly lifted Sol Hui's mood. The man was very glad that the guy still managed to deal with his sword, and he decided to offer him to spend the night, if of course he didn't mind. Sol Hui was pleased that he cared about him so much, but he had already finished his business and received everything he should have, so he thinks that he should return to the academy. As soon as the system returned him back, Sol Hui immediately decided that there was no better moment to save, so he did it. After he was saved, Sol Hui decided that it was time for him to move on and complete that very mission. He chose Jokpa's mission again, and this time he was confident that he would complete it to the end. The system again offered an option in which he would take his subordinates with him on this mission, but Sol Hui decided that he would not do this. But when he came directly to Jokpa, the man realized that the guy had already completed this task, and he couldn't help but be happy about it. And Sol Hui essentially only had to collect the reward, and this made him smile. For such a rather difficult task, Sol Hui received 3,000 units of gold, and the system notified him that he could now buy or create any equipment, and he would also receive part of the secret library map. And as soon as 3,000 units of gold appeared in the guy's inventory, a new opportunity opened up for him. And this is a store that he can now use. Sol Hui immediately decided to go into this store and see what he could buy. And to his surprise, he again met Gaeum Manjung, who was now in the form of a salesman and would happily sell the guy whatever he wanted. This store had a lot of different items that could actually be quite useful for Sol Hui. The first thing he decided to look at was the assortment of weapons, for which, unfortunately, the price was quite high, and in the future he might find something better. So for now, he decided to leave this department. Sol Hui decided that for now he would save his money that he managed to earn and left the store. Suddenly, the guy's mood dropped quite a lot in all this because he understood that there were 28 days left, and they were free for the guy, where he essentially had no right to do anything. The whole point was that he finished the task of Kim Mendozian much earlier than the allotted time. But even if he was free from tasks, he decided that he would not rest. And the first thing he decided to try was how strong the Royal Ceremonial Sword of Enlightenment without seal was. In addition, if he sits still, he will begin to worry, and he already has a lot of health, energy, and combat strength. But recently he realized that numbers don't mean that much. And besides, even stronger enemies await him in the future. While training, the guy realized something. At the moment, it was virtually impossible to increase his combat strength by training alone. The reason was that he becomes stronger, not because he understands martial arts, but because he increases his level of martial arts and drinks pills or elixirs. In addition, it is quite difficult for him to understand what to do to move on. He became stronger only thanks to a gift of fate. And he was a little upset by the fact that in order to get out of the impasse, he again had to rely on fate, which was not very good in fact. But now, no matter how strange it may sound, the guy realized how difficult it is to truly master martial arts. He thought that one hit and half of his health and energy were the same. Most likely the system wants him to use it to cause chaos or to confuse the enemy. This technique itself is dangerous like this sword. But the most important thing now is that it was real experience, which Sol Hui actually doesn't have much of. It began to surface to him that if he had had a teacher, then perhaps everything would have turned out differently. Now that Sol Hui understands how difficult it is to become stronger by training on his own, and how useful it is to actually fight with the enemy, he decided that the time had come to finally complete the next task that Gong Ma would give him. He could only hope that by fulfilling his military duties, he was able to prepare well enough to handle anything in the future. But this time, Sol Hui will do everything differently and will go on the mission at least not alone, but will take his entire group with him, who have trained all this time in his absence and have become much stronger. Sol Hui also noticed that he could now buy equipment for his subordinates and thus equip them a little better. But at the moment, he will not do this, so he rejected this offer from the system, and at the same moment the system began to move him to the task.